Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4FA Chapter 126 The Miserable Katakuri. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirates with a bounty of 700 million Baileys. You will be rewarded with 700 killing points. Close hollow lens bracket. Bai Ze listened to the kill broadcast with no joy or sadness on his face. Having killed 4 emperors before, he didn't feel much about this level of achievement. He raised his eyebrows and continued to look at the field. At this moment, after Perospero was killed, Hokage Mihawk immediately freed his hands and started attacking Katakuri with Ryoma. One-on-one, Katakuri can't even defeat Longmen, let alone a 2-on-1 with Hokage Mihawk. In just a moment, Katakuri was absolutely defeated, with more and more injuries on his body. His breathing was disordered, and it seemed that he was about to collapse at any moment. But he didn't fall. He relied on the sticky fruit to resist dangerously, and even moved towards Bai Ze little by little. Boom! Katakuri actually withstood the attacks of 2 people and suddenly launched the ability of the Mochi Mochi fruit to attack Bai Ze, which Bai Ze could not have imagined. But with an attack of this magnitude, Bai Ze didn't even move, he just hit it casually and it bounced back. Weak, too weak. But Bai Ze also became interested and took a closer look at Katakuri, who was still fighting a desperate battle. What on earth is this familiar yet strange guy insisting on? And when Bai Ze met the latter's fierce and hostile eyes, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. This look. Why does it look so much like myself? Bai Ze frowned slightly. This look was too familiar to him. Wasn't it the same look he had when his village was massacred by the pirates? It was the look that came from being destroyed because the thing he cherished most in his heart. Kill, kill. Katakuri was like a madman, trying to kill Bai Ze despite the attacks of Mihawk and Ryoma, which made Bai Ze understand something immediately. It turned out that he was the one who killed his beloved brothers and sisters, so the usually calm Katakuri became so crazy. Even his strength skyrocketed to a new level. This is the power that belongs only to revenge. Read this. Do you want revenge on me, Katakuri? Bai Ze suddenly looked at Katakuri and spoke expressionlessly, and what answered him was Katakuri's even more furious attack. It was almost hitting Bai Ze. I will kill you. B***************. D. To avenge them. The scarf on Katakuri's face was knocked off at this moment, revealing a ferocious face with a big mouth, and he roared loudly at Bai Ze. To him, his younger brothers and sisters are everything to him. He practiced so hard just to protect his younger brothers and sisters. He was originally waiting to accumulate strength slowly so that he could overthrow Big Mom's rule, but at this moment, everything is gone. His brothers and sisters all died, and it was all because of Bai Ze. So at this moment Katakuri burst into such anger for the only time in his life. Even his conqueror's haki was upgraded a bit. That's why he was able to withstand the attacks of Ryoma and Mihawk for so long. Advertisement, revenge. On me? Bai Ze seemed to have heard something funny. He held his forehead with one hand and laughed out loud. His body couldn't stop shaking, as if he was suppressing something. His laughter was extremely cold, as if it came from the 9 nether cold spring. Ha ha ha, he. The devilish groaning stunned the furious Katakuri for a moment. Why did this guy suddenly laugh like a madman? And he was even angrier than himself. Click. Click. Bai Ze was laughing crazily, and the conqueror's haki on his body was released involuntarily. And this time, Bai Ze's conqueror's haki seemed to feel the anger of its master and became very violent. Katakuri's conqueror's haki was directly pressed down to its minimum size. The sky within a radius of several thousand meters began to darken, and countless houses continued to tremble, as if something horrible was about to come out. Katakuri was frightened for a moment when he saw Bai Ze's current state, because Bai Ze's current state was even more terrifying than his mother's crazy state that he had seen before. After a long time, Bai Ze finally stopped his crazy laughter, then slowly took off the mask to reveal an expressionless face. Bai Ze suddenly said softly, Ryoma, Mihawk, both of you, step back. Yes. Ryoma and Mihawk immediately stopped attacking and came behind Bai Ze, which made Katakuri look confused. But his expression was still tense. Bai Ze walked towards Katakuri step by step with an expressionless face. The crisp footsteps echoed in the field, making Katakuri swallow his saliva subconsciously, and he actually subconsciously took a step back. Revenge me. This may be the funniest joke I have heard in a while. Pirates, oh pirates. You really make me hate you more and more. What is your hatred for me? It's because I killed your brother and sister. Bai Ze spoke as he walked. Ha ha ha. This is ridiculous. Don't you know how your brother and sister died? It was you, the pirates, who started the war first and killed countless people. Why do you think that your family members are innocent and others are not? What qualifications do you have to seek revenge on me? What I hate most is the double standards of you pirates. You are allowed to kill others, but you are not allowed to let others kill you. You are the ones who started the war, so if you lose, you must pay the price. This is an eternal truth. Don't act like a victim to me. You pirates don't deserve it. Bai Ze almost roared out the last sentence. Today might be the angriest Bai Ze has been in a while, because he saw Katakuri's disgusting face. Advertisement hate, the victims. How dare these pirates do this? You were the ones who started the war. You can be angry if you lose the war, but you must never act like victims. How should those truly innocent people who died deal with this? Do they deserve to die? Only your family is your family. Katakuri couldn't refute a single word that Shirazawa said, because he really put himself in the position of a victim, thinking that it was the Marine's fault that all his brothers and sisters died, and subconsciously forgot that they were the initiators of the war. At this moment, Bai Ze is already 20 steps away from Katakuri. Bai Ze is so angry that he plans to kill Katakuri by himself. Boom. Boom. Katakuri, whose mentality exploded, subconsciously launched an attack on Bai Ze, and the ability of the Mochi Mochi fruit was activated. Endless Mochi Mochi turned into spikes and attacked Bai Ze. Boom. But Bai Ze did not dodge or evade, and used an incomplete version of Susanoo to cover his entire body, and then walked towards Katakuri step by step. Like a demon god, Katakuri felt his heart skip a beat with every step he took. Bang. Bang. Katakuri's attack was completely unable to break through Bai Ze's Susanoo's strength at the moment, and he could only watch Bai Ze approaching him step by step. Then, Bai Ze finally stood in front of Katakuri, grabbed Katakuri's neck and lifted him up. The blood-red eyes were directly reflected in the latter's pupils, and Bai Ze said softly, "Sink." The strange symbol of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan trembled. How could Katakuri, who was already seriously injured, resist Bai Ze's illusion at this moment? In an instant, Katakuri's body froze. His eyes lost focus and became blurred. Moreover, his expression began to gradually become distorted, as if he was in great pain. Even if Bai Ze let him go at this moment, it would be the same. The effect of this illusion will last for 7 days, during which Katakuri will relive this brutal war from the perspective of other innocent Marines who died in the war. Bai Ze wants him to understand one thing, that is, his dead brothers and sisters and his entire pirates group are not innocent. For this reason, Bai Ze would rather not obtain these nearly 1,000 massacre points for the time being. After thinking about it, Bai Ze directly sucked it into the Kamui space, preparing to put it in the underwater prison later. Chapter 127 Meet the red-haired Shanks again. Above the boundless blue sea, a warship is speeding against the sea breeze, and on its deck, a young marine stands in the front, letting the sea breeze blow on him, motionless. This mission was exactly for Bai Ze, who left Cake Island. After killing Big Mom and all the remaining senior cadres of the Big Mom pirates alone, Bai Ze naturally had no reason to stay there. So after contacting the nearest wave of Marines to take over the chaotic Cake Island, Bai Ze left directly by boat. The destination this time is Naval Headquarters. Bai Ze originally planned to visit the defeated Beast's pirates, but when Bai Ze asked around, he found out that the warlike Akinu had already set off. Moreover, the process of cleaning up the remnant troops was also very smooth. The remaining Beast's pirates were almost all killed. The remaining people who did not intend to resist were also escorted away, ready to be taken to the underwater prison. However, one piece of news that deserves more attention is that Jin, one of the 3 calamities, was seriously injured and fled and is missing. This made many people worried, so Akinu decided to hunt down Jin alone in order to stabilize the morale of the troops. What's going on? This forces Bai Ze to go back to the naval headquarters temporarily. Uncle Akinu is really something. He moved so quickly. I lost thousands of massacre points in vain. Bai Ze was a little helpless, but there was no anger on his face. What could he do? After all, Uncle Akinu was his only bond now. However, the lack of those massacre points did not affect Bai Ze's invincibility at the moment. After all, Bai Ze's current physical fitness and mental strength had already relied on the massacre points that killed the dozen or so children of the ant, and had skyrocketed by about 11,000 again. It's a pervert. To be honest, if Bai Ze's physique continues to increase dramatically, he might be able to defeat 4 Emperor's-level strongmen with just physical strength without relying on Sharingan. A physique 1,000 times stronger than that of a human is so terrifying. Now that Kaido and Big Mom, the second of the 4 emperors, have been eliminated, it's Shanks and Whitebeard's turn next. Advertisement. Before reaching the naval headquarters, Bai Ze began to think about the subsequent battle plan. After all, although he is invincible when facing a single enemy, his strength has its limits. It is still difficult for him to wipe out an entire group of Emperor-level pirates by himself, let alone 2. So Bai Ze still has to rely on the strength of Marine. Moreover, Bai Ze has not forgotten what Sengoku promised him, which is to declare war on pirates all over the world, and completely eliminate the pirates. After the collapse of the 4 emperors, the Marine now has such strength. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes and began to think. Whitebeard's combat power at his peak should have been unique. After all, he was once known as the strongest man on the sea, and his shock fruit ability was ranked among the top of all devil fruit abilities. Even Kaido is weaker than him now. But, he's old, Bai Ze shrugged. Whitebeard is old now. His strength is at most on par with the dead Kaido and Big Mom. The current Akinu should also have the strength to kill the old man alone. Old and weak. Bai Ze doesn't have any bullshit sense of pride in killing the strong after they get old. If Whitebeard were seriously ill now, Bai Ze would set out to kill that guy right now. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Bai Ze now has a sense of belonging to the Marine. He doesn't want to kill Whitebeard at the cost of the life of an ordinary Marine. Bai Ze did not regard the old and frail Whitebeard as his rival. The only variable he was worried about was. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes slightly and thought of the man he had only met once. Red-haired Shanks. This youngest and most mysterious of the 4 emperors, he inherited the will of the previous pirates King Roger, and his own strength is also extremely mysterious. Even Bai Ze, a time traveler, doesn't know how strong that man is. The last time they met, Bai Ze really felt for the first time that he was threatened with death. That man had the ability to kill him at that time, even though he had Kamui. Advertisement, but that was the only time. If Bai Ze had not died that time, Shanks would have lost the only chance to kill him. At this moment, Bai Ze is absolutely confident that he can defeat this most mysterious 4 emperors alone. Bai Ze's thoughts were in a tizzy, and he was constantly thinking in his mind how to take down the last 4 emperors at the lowest cost. Hiss. Snap. But as he was thinking, Bai Ze suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the distant sky. It seemed that a familiar breath was approaching this side. Looking closely, a sloppy little boat seemed to be heading towards this side in the distance, and on its deck was an indistinct figure standing. Even if that aura was suppressed, Bai Ze could still feel that it was extremely powerful. Bai Ze's blood-red eyes trembled slightly as he looked over there. Even though he was thousands of meters away, Bai Ze could see the person coming. That person had one arm. He had unruly long red hair, a knife hanging from his waist, and a strong and domineering aura. Red-haired Shanks. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes and murmured. Chapter 128 Disband the Red-Hair Pirates? Red-haired Shanks. Bai Ze looked at the familiar figure getting closer and closer, and his brows unconsciously frowned. This most mysterious 4 emperors was still discussing how to eliminate the other party, and then he came directly. Is it a coincidence? Bai Ze was a little confused, because he felt that the other party was coming for him, and it seemed that he was the only one there. There was no sign of other members of the pirates, so why was this guy looking for him? A big question mark popped up in Bai Ze's mind, and at the same time he was extremely excited. The red-haired Shanks from 4 emperors is the biggest stumbling block in his efforts to eliminate the pirates. If he can get rid of him today, then no one in this world can stop him. Bai Ze thought so sinisterly. And the fact was almost as Bai Ze expected. 10 minutes later, the small boat that Shanks was riding on had arrived less than 100 meters in front of the warship where Bai Ze was. Bai Ze saw at a glance the familiar yet unfamiliar attire of the 4 emperors, who was still so unruly. He didn't look like a strong man at all, and was the most unlike pirate. Bai Ze didn't have a bad impression of him, but for the sake of the goal, the other party must die, there is no other way. Thinking of this, Bai Ze's eyes slowly began to show murderous intent. Now, the two stood opposite each other, neither of them spoke tacitly, and just looked at each other. This should be the second time the two met. At this moment, Bai Ze, whose strength has skyrocketed, has a more intuitive feeling of how powerful this most mysterious 4 emperors is. If Kaido's strength is like a river, then Shanks' strength is like a river. Bai Ze is now sure that if Kaido and Shanks fight to the death, Kaido will definitely be the one to die. This low-key Shanks is really very strong. Bai Ze now directly places him at the T0 level of combat power in the pirate's world. Finally, Bai Ze broke the silence first. He crossed his arms and glanced at the uninvited guest, 4 emperors, and spoke. Shanks, you came to me alone. Are you here to declare war on me? I have to say you are very confident. You dare to come to me alone. If you die here like this, I think your crew will be very sad. With just one sentence, the Conqueror's Haki in Bai Ze's body appeared and rushed straight towards Shanks. He wants to give the other party a warning, advertisement. He didn't have time to talk to Shanks about all that. If Bai Ze hadn't felt that Shanks' timing was not right, he would have taken action directly. Shanks, who was standing on the boat, was also stunned when he heard this. Obviously, he did not expect Bai Ze to have such a bad temper. No, you misunderstood, little brother. I didn't come here to declare war on you. Shanks spoke, then frowned slightly and the Conqueror's Haki around him appeared, blocking Bai Ze's breath back. But at the same time, he also felt a little frightened, thinking that Bai Ze's Conqueror's Haki was growing so fast, and now its power was almost as strong as his. It seems that I made the right decision to come here today. I hope my plan can go smoothly. Oh, then what do you mean by coming to see me? Hearing this, Bai Ze was a little puzzled and didn't understand Shanks' motives for a moment. I want to make a deal with you, and I think you should be happy to make this deal. And, what Shanks said, at this time, Shanks seemed to feel that communication was inconvenient because they were too far away, so he actually jumped directly towards Bai Ze's warship. Deal? What deal? Seeing this, Bai Ze hesitated for several times before he did not take action, and let the other party come to his side safely. However, his instinctive disgust made Bai Ze walk directly to the stern of the boat and spoke unhappily. I hate it when pirates get so close to me. If you don't give me a reason today not to kill you, prepare to die here, even if you are the 4 emperors. Listening to Bai Ze's arrogant words, Shanks didn't seem annoyed. He still had a standard honest smile on his face, and then laughed. Little brother, you are indeed the most talented young man I have ever seen, bar none. As for whether you have the ability to kill me, I have no idea, but I believe you will have to pay a heavy price. After all, I think I still have some strength. When Shanks said this, his expression was very calm, as if he was repeating a fact, which made Bai Ze look at him a few more times. What do you mean? Shanks did not answer Bai Ze's question but spoke on his own. Now that 2 of the New World Pirates' 4 emperors have been destroyed, and your marines haven't lost much manpower, so your next move should be to attack me and Whitebeard, right? After all, I am the biggest obstacle for your marine to eliminate all the pirates. As long as the 2 largest forces, Whitebeard and I, are eliminated. From now on, the sea will be under the control of your marine. Shanks was talking like an old friend of Bai Ze, and Bai Ze was confused when he heard it. Advertisement Bai Ze had no expression at first, but as Shanks continued to narrate, Bai Ze's expression gradually became ugly. Although you, the Marine, defeated the 2 Four Emperors, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, this time, it was due to some luck. Kaido and the others were too confident. They didn't expect that you were behind the Marine, and they didn't expect that you could kill him alone. That's what led to Kaido's downfall, and then the entire battle collapsed. But we have these lessons from the past. Shanks looked at Bai Ze and said word by word, when your Marines go to war with the 2 remaining 4 Emperors, your Marines will definitely not have it as easy as before. And will most likely suffer heavy losses. Heavy losses. The word Shanks was pronounced with great emphasis, which made Bai Ze's originally gentle temperament suddenly change, and his pair of blood-red pupils stared at Shanks. Conqueror's haki surged out with the murderous aura of ultimate, causing the sea surface within a radius of nearly 1,000 meters to surge violently. Countless fish on the seabed began to flee in all directions, as if there was some great terror. Are you threatening me, Shanks? Bai Ze's mouth curled up slightly, revealing neat white teeth that shone with a cold light, which was extremely terrifying. He grinned grimly. Like a living devil, at this moment, even someone as strong as Shanks felt a beating in his heart, and his face, which had been smiling innocently, finally became solemn. At this moment, Bai Ze is even stronger than he imagined. Shanks stared at Bai Ze for a long time, struggling in his heart. He actually came here for 2 purposes. One was to see how strong Bai Ze was now. If possible, Shanks wants to risk his life to fight with Bai Ze and strive to die together with Bai Ze. Only in this way can the current Marine stop the expedition to pirates, and his companions have a chance to survive. But at this moment, Bai Ze's momentum made Shanks a little desperate. He felt that even if he lost his life, he could not die together with Bai Ze. Because Bai Ze is too strong. After struggling for a long time, Shanks sighed deeply. He chose the second option. Shanks looked at Bai Ze and spoke with a serious face. No. This is the deal I want to make with you. I want to trade my life for the possibility of the rest of my crew members staying alive. I, Shanks, am willing to disband the Red Hair Pirates. Shanks spoke in a serious tone. Hearing this, Bai Ze's face changed drastically and he spoke subconsciously. What did you say? Chapter 129 A Sudden Battle, what did you say? Upon hearing that Shanks was actually going to disband his pirates group, Bai Ze's face changed drastically and he spoke. Did I hear it right? The red-haired Shanks, the youngest, most mysterious and probably the most powerful of the 4 emperors, actually wants to disband his pirates group. No one would believe this if they heard it, but Bai Ze looked at Shanks' expression carefully and it didn't seem fake. In exchange for the lives of his own crew, Bai Ze frowned slightly. This is indeed something Shanks would do. After all, his previous captain, Pirates King Roger, did just that. At that time, knowing that he had a terminal illness, the Pirate King Roger turned himself in without wanting to implicate his companions, and ultimately the rest of the crew members survived. At this moment, Shanks must have thought that he was no match for him, so he planned to follow Roger's move. To exchange his own life for the lives of the crew members is indeed a big move. Even Bai Ze, who hated pirates, looked up to Shanks at this moment. This 4 emperor was not as bad as he had imagined. But no, Bai Ze said in a cold voice, answering decisively, which stunned Shanks who had just made up his mind. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Mr. Bai Ze, you may think I am joking, but whether you believe it or not, what I said is indeed the decision I have considered for a long time, and it is also the best solution for both of us. Otherwise, in the end, both sides will suffer losses. Shanks spoke sincerely. He couldn't imagine how absurd a day would be when he would go to the pole to seek death. In fact, Shanks was as arrogant as anyone else. He is not afraid of death at all, but his companions are his only weakness. All the promises he made when he invited them on board have not yet been fulfilled. They have followed him through life and death for so many years. Now facing a life and death crisis, Shanks will naturally protect them at all costs. This is the essence of Shanks' life. Both sides lose? Bai Ze's eyes narrowed dangerously. He hated being threatened the most, especially when the other party was pirates. Bai Ze said in a cold voice with a hint of evil in his mouth. If I kill you here, I believe you red hair pirates won't be that much of a threat to me. Advertisement Bai Ze is not a pushover. To achieve his goal, he can even use any means necessary. Hearing this, Shanks' eyes narrowed, and his aura slowly burst out, and for a moment he fought against Bai Ze. He said in a deep voice, if you decide to do this, I will do my best to escape. I believe that you can't stop me if I ask myself. After I escape, I will take the most violent revenge on you Marines. Even a clay man still has some temper left, and Shanks is also irritated by Bai Ze at this moment. If he must fight to the death, Shanks can even abandon some bottom line and attack ordinary Marines. As long as it can keep the crew alive. Click, click. As the auras of both sides were revealed, their conqueror's haki began to clash fiercely. Endless strong winds began to blow in all directions, and the entire sky began to become gloomy. In such a fierce team fight, the 2 conquerors' haki did not retreat at all. It was obvious that they were evenly matched. You have to know that Shanks has been indulging in conqueror's haki for many years and his talent is extremely perverted. His conqueror's haki is recognized as the best. But even so, Bai Ze's conqueror's haki can still fight like this. You can imagine how much progress Bai Ze has made. Shanks's face turned ugly again. He was about to speak, but Bai Ze standing at the stern shrugged slightly. The next moment, he moved. Bai Ze drew his sword instantly, and a huge crescent blade light carrying violent energy attacked Shanks directly. Clang! Shanks had no choice but to draw his sword to block, and after the sword light faded, Bai Ze had already arrived in front of Shanks and slashed him again. Damn it, Shanks was angry. You want to fight? Then come on. At this moment, Shanks didn't plan to hold back and directly picked up the knife to fight with Bai Ze. In an instant, a great battle between the two of them began between heaven and earth, and they continued to fight in the air. Bang! 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 Advertisement in just a moment, the two of them fought dozens of rounds, and endless sonic booms resounded from the sea. Powerful. This was the first feeling of both parties after the battle, and Bai Ze was the most shocked, because Shanks's fighting power still shocked him. This strong man without the devil fruit ability seemed to be as strong as himself, and his swordsmanship was even better. Even if Hokage Mihawk were still alive, he wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat Shanks in swordsmanship. At the moment, he was actually at a disadvantage, so Bai Ze had to use 8 Inner Gates technique. 8 Inner Gates technique. Open the door, open. Open the door. Du Men Kai. Bai Ze reached the 5th gate of the 8 Inner Gates technique in an instant, and with his surging power he pushed Shanks back. Then he began to suppress Shanks. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, Shanks suddenly distanced himself from Bai Ze. A strange aura began to emerge from Shanks, and the next moment, he looked at Bai Ze with his eyes suddenly opened and shouted softly. God avoid. Buzz. Shanks' figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and he rushed straight towards Bai Ze and slashed him with a knife. Bai Ze instantly felt a hint of real threat, and he opened the 6th gate in an instant. Even used an incomplete version of Susanoo amulet and then welcomed it. Ghost slash. Boom. Swords collided, and earth-shaking roars began to echo from the field. The sea level within a radius of several hundred meters suddenly rose into waves hundreds of meters high. The whole sky was covered with dark clouds, as if it was about to split in half. Bang! After a moment of stalemate, one figure slammed heavily into the sea surface, while the other figure continued to float in the air. The man had a childish face with a unique coolness and handsomeness. It was Bai Ze. Chapter 130 Bai Ze. No, with Shanks falling into the water, it seems that one thing has been proven. That is, Shanks's full-strength attack of divine evasion seemed to be no match for Bai Ze's full-strength attack after he opened the 6th gate, and this was when Bai Ze did not use his full strength. But Bai Ze, standing on the incomplete version of Susanoo, felt something was wrong. He always felt something was weird about that collision. Shanks didn't use his full strength. Have I been defeated by myself? I am really disappointed. A different color flashed in Bai Ze's blood-red pupils, and just as he was about to make another move, Bai Ze's body suddenly stiffened, and feeling the unusual situation behind him, the corners of Bai Ze's mouth slightly grinned. As expected, Bai Ze held the knife in his right hand and suddenly slashed backwards without any restraint. Bang! The moment the blade slashed backwards, it encountered a fierce obstacle, like a mountain. Bai Ze looked back and saw that familiar face. It was Shanks who had just been thrown into the sea. However, at this moment, he did not look disheveled at all, and there was not a single water stain on his clothes. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Bai Ze. What a strong attitude. I have to admit, pirates, you are really strong. Much stronger than those 2 guys who died in my hands. Bai Ze praised sincerely, and Shanks snorted after hearing it. The same to you. It seems that they are evenly matched, but only Shanks himself knows how difficult it is to face Bai Ze. He originally planned to rely on Bai Ze's lack of understanding of him. Using divine evasion, she relied on the speed to inflict heavy damage on the opponent, but Bai Ze's perception was simply perverted. She couldn't find a single flaw. And judging from the situation, the other party still has a lot of strength left. Shanks is really at a loss for words at this moment. Why is this guy so angry? He has clearly bowed his head to the dust, just wanting to save the lives of his companions. Clang! When Shanks was wailing in his heart, a light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He came back to his senses and looked. His eyes widened immediately, because at this moment Bai Ze actually dissipated Susanoo's power. The power of the 8 Inner Gates technique slowly dissipated, and he even put away the magic knife Ghost God Cry. It seemed like this guy didn't want to start a war? Shanks was stunned when he saw this. What do you mean? He didn't understand Bai Ze's behavior at the moment, but after hearing this, Bai Ze just glanced at Shanks and said indifferently, "Come down and discuss your deal." After saying that, Bai Ze went straight towards the warship. After Shanks was stunned for a moment, he restrained his momentum and began to follow Bai Ze, but his mind was still confused. After all, the reversal came too quickly. Just now it was a matter of life and death, and now we have to talk. Advertisement. The 2 sides stood opposite each other for a while, one at the bow and the other at the stern. Only Bai Ze understood why there had been such a big change in his situation just now, that is, Shanks' strength is indeed beyond Kaido and the others, a true king-level strength. That's right, Bai Ze's sudden attack just now was to test Shanks' true fighting strength. Obviously, Shanks was strong enough to have the bargaining chip to negotiate with Bai Ze. Because if Shanks really doesn't want to fight and wants to run with all his strength, Bai Ze may not be able to stop him. And if he can't stop him, what awaits Bai Ze is Shanks' brutal revenge on Marine. Bai Ze glanced at Shanks and sighed helplessly. Ah. I thought Bai Ze, would never be controlled by others again, but I never thought it would happen again. After the last time, all the Marines expressed their sincere gratitude to him and he saw many Marines rushing to kill the enemy for their ideals. Bai Ze finally felt compassion. He still clearly remembered the tragic situation after he led the people from the first battlefield to support the third battlefield during the last battle with the Twin Emperors Alliance. A young Marine who was not much older than me had lost an arm and a leg in that war, but when he saw me, he still stood up with the help of his sword and laughed at me. He said that his village had been bullied by the pirates for several years, and his sister was forced to jump into the sea by the pirates, leaving only him and his only old mother. The man said that he was ready to fight the pirates to the death in this life. He was not a genius, so he could only be an ordinary Marine. In order to kill the pirates, he could only risk his own life. Kill one and earn one. He hopes that one day there will be no one like him. There were many people on that battlefield who had the same story as him. Bai Ze sometimes felt that he was lucky to some extent, because God gave him unparalleled strength, allowing him to take revenge. And these ordinary people like them had no strength to take revenge after being bullied by the pirates. Sad. Absolutely sad. That day, Bai Ze stared at the group of Marines in a daze for a long time. After all, he couldn't completely ignore the lives of these ordinary Marines. Bai Ze knew that he had begun to change from the angry brat who only cared about revenge. Now that he had strength, he thought that maybe he could use this strength to do something more. Recovering his chaotic thoughts, Bai Ze looked at Shanks in front of him and spoke. You said you wanted to exchange your life for the lives of your crew members, right? After the battle just now, Shanks' momentum was completely suppressed by Bai Ze. He nodded dully and smiled bitterly. Yes. Because I have absolutely no way of dealing with you. If there were any other way, I wouldn't do this. Dream. Shanks' own dream has yet to come true. But the situation is like this now, there is nothing we can do. Fortunately, the situation has changed again. I agree to spare the lives of your crew members, and the Marine will not take action against you red hair pirates. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes and said. Shanks immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment Bai Ze changed the subject and spoke in a loud voice. But, you red hair pirates have to accept punishment in addition to disbanding. What do you mean? Advertisement. Shanks's face began to look ugly. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes and continued. I want you, the red hair pirates, to serve your sentences in the undersea prison for 10 years after you disband. What? Absolutely impossible. Before Bai Ze could finish his words, Shanks suddenly became anxious. My pirates have been disbanded. They no longer pose a threat to your Marines. Why are you Marines still pushing your luck? Bai Ze's expression remained unchanged. If you make a mistake, you must accept the punishment. Each of you red hair pirates has stained the blood of innocent people and even our Marines. Can this be erased by just disbanding? Why? Are you pirates more noble than others? Shanks's face turned even uglier, and he argued in a low voice. My red hair pirates are different from other pirates. We are only pursuing our dreams and we don't kill innocent people. Shut up. Bai Ze interrupted loudly, and a hint of anger erupted. Do all the pirates in the world want you to disband like this, and then they don't have to take any responsibility? Freedom, dreams. Do you think your red hair pirates are more noble? In my opinion, there is no difference between you and other pirates. Do you really think I'll give you room for negotiation? Otherwise, I'll lead all the Marines to fight against you red hair pirates. No matter where you run to, I'll kill you. Or, you and the other pirates will have to serve your sentences in exchange for a chance to live. Now tell me, what do you want to choose? Bai Ze took a step forward as he spoke, and the power of Susanoo covered his entire body with a bang. Conqueror's Haki was also instantly invoked. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Shanks was speechless after being rebuked. For the pirates, freedom is the most important thing. They would even sacrifice their lives for freedom. This is what they believe in, but there is a premise that it is only for themselves. After all, Shanks is not qualified to exchange other people's lives for freedom. There is an essential difference between the two. Shanks stared at Bai Ze closely, and the Conqueror's Haki on his body unfolded again. His instinct urged him to fight with Bai Ze. Even if it meant death, he would make the other party pay the price. But his ideals drove him to agree to Bai Ze, because this would allow his companions to survive, even if they would temporarily lose some freedom. But relying on the strength of their own crew, they can survive the sentence in the underwater prison. Read this. Shanks's face was extremely conflicted. He wanted to see from Bai Ze's face whether they could discuss it further, but it was obvious that Bai Ze had no interest in talking anymore. This is Bai Ze's bottom line. Finally, after struggling for a long time, Shanks took a deep breath and decided to make his decision. Bai Ze. Don't. But the next moment, a shocking roar came from a distance, and a figure suddenly ran towards them quickly. Chapter 131 Give an explanation. Bai Ze, don't. This shocking roar stunned Shanks and Bai Ze, especially Bai Ze, because he was so familiar with this voice. Isn't this the voice of their Marine Marshal Sengoku? Bai Ze has been in the naval headquarters for so long, so he must be familiar with Sengoku's voice. Really, Bai Ze looked back and saw that Sengoku had already appeared beside them not long after he finished speaking. Judging from the situation, he must have been quite close to them. The two of them were so tense that they didn't notice him. Bai Ze, you can't attack this guy Shanks now. As soon as he landed, Sengoku hurriedly stood in front of Bai Ze and spoke hurriedly, with a very anxious expression. He looked very panicked. There was no way not to panic. Sengoku had originally planned to talk to Charlos about this after dealing with the Whitebeard pirates, but just as he was about to return to the naval headquarters, he saw the tense atmosphere between Charlos and Shanks. Sengoku panicked immediately. He didn't know why the two of them met alone, but Sengoku knew that he couldn't let Shanks die here. Yes. Died here. After so long, Sengoku had a very good understanding of Bai Ze and had blind confidence. He really felt that Bai Ze had the ability to kill Shanks. It is possible to call it the strongest combat force in the contemporary marine industry. And if Shanks died here, disobeying the arrangement of the celestial dragons of the world government, Marine would definitely pay a huge price, because Sengoku knew how crazy those guys were. Sengoku was not ready now and did not want to sacrifice in vain. Sengoku's behavior confused Bai Ze, and he frowned and asked, "Why, Marshal Sengoku, can you give me a reason?" Not only Bai Ze, but even Shanks beside him was confused. He thought for a while. He and Sengoku didn't have much friendship. Advertisement. After thinking about it, Shanks remained silent and decided to wait for things to develop. Because, Sengoku looked at Bai Ze's questioning expression and immediately knew that Bai Ze was dissatisfied. He knew this explosive kid well. Except Akinu, who could do whatever he wanted in front of him. It was difficult to talk to other people, but the matter of celestial dragons could not be discussed in front of Shanks, so Sengoku had to speak seriously. "Bai Ze, do you believe me?" As soon as these words came out, Bai Ze's mouth twitched. He wanted to say that he didn't quite believe it, but when he thought about the other party's kindness to him, and that he was also a Marine, the words became what they were. "I believe it." Sengoku was very pleased and continued. "Then listen to me this time. You can't attack Shanks' red hair pirates for now. You can't attack my pirates." When Shanks heard this, his eyes narrowed instantly. He thought of several possibilities in his mind. Bai Ze didn't say yes or no, he just stood there frozen in place, staring at the red-haired Shanks. Sengoku also quickly turned around, looked at Shanks with a dignified look and spoke. "Shanks, this is our Marine's warship. Pirates like you are not welcome here, so, can you leave now?" Although he is restrained and cannot attack Shanks, Sengoku has no good temper towards Shanks. Advertisement. After a moment's silence, Shanks smiled innocently again. "That's natural." After saying this, he restrained his momentum and was about to leave. Bai Ze didn't move to stop him, but after he had taken a few steps, Shanks suddenly spoke to Bai Ze with a stern face. "The deal I proposed to you still stands." Without saying whether it was the previous version or the next version, Shanks didn't wait for Bai Ze to reply. He jumped directly onto his pirate's ship. He left slowly. He wanted to quickly use the intelligence department to find out what happened on the Marine side that made them treat him like this. After Shanks walked away, Sengoku let out a long breath, finally getting rid of that big trouble. But before he could relax for long, Bai Ze's cold voice sounded from behind him. "Marshal Sengoku, I want you to give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I'll be very angry." Sengoku turned around stiffly and met Bai Ze's emotionless blood-red eyes. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became weird. It was a strange scene where a Marine teenager was threatening a Marine marshal, but both sides definitely made sense. Chapter 132 confused Sengoku. He needs an explanation. A Marine Vice Admiral is asking a Marine Marshal for an explanation. This is the first time in history. Sengoku looked at Bai Ze with a slight toothache, especially after meeting Bai Ze's emotionless blood-red eyes. He felt a little frightened. Why did he feel that if he really didn't come up with any reasonable explanation, this guy might beat him up? Ahem, Sengoku coughed tactically. "Little guy, it's not that I have to go against you. After all, first I'm the Marine Marshal. If there is really a chance to wipe out all the Marines, I will definitely not let it go. But Shanks' question is a little too sensitive, I can't help it." Sengoku looked embarrassed when he said this, and he was obviously still considering whether to disclose the order of the World Government 5 Elders. After all, this thing is very sensitive. It means World Government, but before Sengoku could answer, Shirazawa spoke first. "How do you know?" Sengoku looked at Bai Ze in astonishment. "Is it hard to guess? There aren't many places that can make a Marine Marshal like you make a decision that goes against your conscience. World Government just happens to meet this condition." And Bai Ze paused and said with his eyes slightly narrowed. "Is this an order given to you by the 5 Elders?" Snap. Hearing these words, Sengoku's face changed drastically and he accidentally broke the handrail next to the warship. "How do you know about the 5 Elders?" Sengoku looked up and down at the most talented young Marine he had ever seen in his life. Mysterious. This guy had an added touch of mystery. It is impossible for ordinary people to know the existence of the 5 Elders. Could it be that Akinu told Bai Ze? Sengoku thought secretly and felt that this was the only possibility, and this guy was simply a monster. He could actually guess this. "Tell me about the orders those guys gave you, Marshal." Bai Ze said nothing else, just looked at Sengoku with burning eyes. Sengoku had no choice but to tell Bai Ze the truth. "After all, I was the one who made the mistake first, even if I was forced to do so." Advertisement. Soon Bai Ze fully understood the intentions of the 5 Elders, which were nothing more than wanting to consolidate the rule of the Celestial Dragons. The best way to consolidate the rule of the Celestial Dragons was to let the people below check and balance each other. If everyone had something to do, They would not casually think of overthrowing the rule of the celestial dragons. You know, in recent decades, celestial dragons have been facing a lot of crises. The last time was when Rock's pirate overwhelmed Marine. So they came up with the idea of changing the world, wanting to overthrow celestial dragons and replace them. In the end, it was only through the cooperation of all forces that they were able to wipe it out in the Battle of God Valley. That battle was earth-shattering. All forces suffered heavy losses. Every failure makes you wiser. Celestial dragons doesn't want another marine version of Rocks. So in order to prevent this from happening, the two sides can only maintain a delicate balance. Pirates can be weakened and attacked, but they cannot be destroyed. Moreover, the pirates chosen by the world government are the Red Hair Gang. They want to protect Red Hair, which is directly contrary to Bai Ze's proposition. When he learned the truth behind the incident, Bai Ze's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. A murderous atmosphere filled the entire place. Sengoku also sighed deeply at this moment, and his originally energetic face now looked a little lonely. I can't help it. This world has been ruled by celestial dragons for 800 years. Everything is difficult to change. Even as a marine marshal, I am somewhat powerless. In front of some people, I may just be a slightly larger slave. The words are very real and bloody. This is not a question of combat strength, but a question of power. The celestial dragons regime controls every aspect of this world. Even Sengoku's position as marine marshal could be replaced if the celestial dragons were willing. Sengoku looked at Bai Ze and decided not to pretend anymore. He smiled bitterly and spoke. Bai Ze, do you think that first, a marine marshal, am useless? He already regarded Bai Ze as a strong man of the same class as himself. Well, it's pretty useless, Bai Ze answered sincerely, and Sengoku's face darkened. Meow, do I want you to agree with me? I want you to comfort me, do you understand? Bai Ze didn't bother to pay attention to Sengoku's emotions. He just looked at the vast ocean. After hesitating for a while, he seemed to have made up his mind. He looked at Sengoku and spoke word by word. Marshal, do you want to change all this? As if afraid that Sengoku would not understand, Bai Ze added. Change the world ruled by celestial dragons, buzz. Hearing this, Sengoku's mind exploded with a buzzing sound, and he asked in a hurried tone. What do you mean by that? Literally, advertisement. Overthrowing the celestial dragons. Do you know what this means? They have been the masters of this world for 800 years. Sengoku's expression was extremely solemn, and he continued to persuade Bai Ze to speak. As your elder, I would like to remind you that you should avoid talking about celestial dragons. You can't afford to offend them, Bai Ze. The three words, celestial dragons, seem to have some terrifying magical power. Even Sengoku, the marine marshal, is extremely afraid of them. In fact, it can be said that only a strong man of his level knows how terrifying celestial dragons are. Their power may subvert everyone's cognition. Hearing this, Bai Ze shook his head and looked at Sengoku with burning eyes. I mean, Marshal Sengoku, do you want to change all this? The kind that excludes strength. Sengoku was frightened by Bai Ze's determined eyes. After hesitating for a while, he spoke in a deep voice. I want to be honest, I've been thinking about it for most of my life. If I wasn't afraid of those innocent marines being sacrificed, Laozi would be the first to rebel against them. Those celestial dragons are pure beasts and scum. They shouldn't exist in this world. Shouldn't. Sengoku has had deep ambitions since he became a marine. When he was young, he wanted to change everything, but as he grew older and gained more experience, he gradually succumbed to reality. Even though his combat power is top-notch. Sometimes he was also confused. He doubted whether the justice that their marine was upholding was really justice. When celestial dragons bullied civilians, they, the marine, had to protect these celestial dragons. Supporting sin. This is such a huge irony. Sengoku has been a little disheartened over the years, and wants to gradually give up his power, not even wanting the position of marine marshal. That's good, Bai Ze smiled with satisfaction, a very happy smile, which confused Sengoku, and then Bai Ze smiled again. Marshal Sengoku, if one day I have the power to overthrow the celestial dragons, would you be willing to take a chance with me? Let's take a big gamble. Let's take a gamble on the fate of this world. After 800 years of oppression, maybe it's time for a change. Bai Ze's words seemed to have some kind of magic, which made Sengoku fall into deep thought. Just when he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Bai Ze. Marshal, don't worry. Just give me the answer later. Bai Ze spoke meaningfully. Today's events had brought back an idea that had already occurred to Bai Ze. He still had to face the celestial dragons guys eventually. In order to deal with their threats, Bai Ze had thought of countermeasures a long time ago, but now he just happened to have the capital to implement it, but not enough. As for the celestial dragons, we must destroy them quickly and completely with the force of thunder, otherwise they will pay a heavy price. Chapter 133 Meeting. Bai Ze and Sengoku did not drift on the sea for too long and soon returned to the naval headquarters Marineford. After returning to the headquarters, the two of them tacitly forgot all the conversations they had about celestial dragons, as if they had never said anything. Shirazawa and Sengoku's strides into the naval headquarters also caused a heated discussion, especially Shirazawa. At this moment, he has become a big star among all the Marines. When many people heard that Bai Ze was going back to the naval headquarters, they immediately put down what they were doing or simply quit their jobs and came to see what this genius Marine boy who killed 4 emperors in a row looked like. Yes. After killing 4 emperors in a row, the news of Big Mom's death on Cake Island spread quickly, adding fuel to Bai Ze's fame. It can be said that some people in the Marine may not know who Marine Marshal Sengoku is, but everyone knows that there is a young Marine Vice Admiral named Bai Ze in the Marine. Many Marines take Bai Ze as their role model, and his appeal is unprecedentedly strong. Captain Bai Ze, can you sign an autograph for me? I'm your fan. I admire you so much. Me too, me too. Commander Bai Ze, please sign for me. I am Commander Akinu's disciple. And me. Commander Bai Ze, Commander Bai Ze. Everyone's enthusiasm was so direct that Bai Ze didn't know how to respond. He had no choice but to put on the mask and quicken his pace to leave this dangerous place. Only when he reached the door of the meeting room did Bai Ze breathe a sigh of relief. It was even harder than killing Kaido just now. Everyone's enthusiasm was too. Bai Ze didn't know how to say it, but this feeling was very unique, the feeling of being recognized. Sengoku patted Bai Ze on the shoulder and laughed. You'll be in trouble in the future. If you do something big again, their enthusiasm will definitely be even greater than today. Advertisement at this point, Sengoku said with some regret. First, the Marine Marshal, don't even get the same treatment as you, how tragic. But before Sengoku could finish sighing, a familiar and majestic voice came directly to scold him. That's normal. You're so grown up, and yet you're still competing with a little guy like Bai Ze. You're really going backwards, Sengoku. A man in a red suit and a marine justice cloak strode over, accompanied by bursts of laughter. It was Akinu, who had not been seen for a few days. Uncle Akinu. As soon as Bai Ze saw Akinu, he greeted him happily, and the latter patted Bai Ze's shoulder and exclaimed in admiration. You were really awesome. You killed Kaido and Big Mom. You have stolen all the limelight of New World. You really made Lousy proud. Akinu laughed loudly. His voice was extremely heroic. It was obvious that he was really happy. In front of Akinu, Bai Ze was just like a normal teenager, without any style that could kill a strong man like Aunt Kaido. Sengoku was watching with envy, wondering why he didn't have such treatment. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Without wanting to disturb the two any further, Sengoku pushed the door open and walked into the meeting room first. Only Bai Ze and Akinu were left alone on the field. After reminiscing about the past, Bai Ze finally remembered the important matter. He looked at Akinu and asked. By the way, Uncle Akinu, how is your hunt for the remnants of the Beast's pirates going? Hearing this, Akinu's face immediately darkened. We didn't catch that guy, he was just too fast, but the others have been taken to the undersea prison and are waiting for their just execution. Not catching Jin, one of the 3 calamities, is a big hidden danger. If the other party retaliates, some Marines may lose some more people. Advertisement. Bai Ze nodded without saying anything. He remembered that the devil fruit ability of Jin, one of the 3 calamities, was a zone devil fruit that was good at flying. It was normal that Uncle Akinu couldn't catch up with him. Leave that guy to me, I'll take care of him. Bai Ze smiled silly, which made Akinu feel a little better. Without further delay, the two of them walked into the conference room at the same time. The eyes of the group of people who had arrived in the conference room early soon fell on Akinu and Bai Ze. This scene was similar to the last time, with the familiar conference room and the familiar people. The only difference was that the way those people looked at Akinu and Bai Ze was different. Bai Ze knew that look was called awe. Bai Ze, who had killed 4 emperors in a row, had already let everyone know that he was already able to control many things in the Marine. They treated him as an ordinary boy. No one present was a fool. White Demon Vice Admiral. Akinu Admiral. After the two stepped into the conference room, more than half of the people stood up and greeted them. Akinu was surprised to see this. This was a treatment he had never received before. Thinking of this, Akinu looked at Bai Ze on the side with satisfaction. This little guy is really good. Before I knew it, I was almost getting all the attention from him. Life is so absurd. Many people present here feel the same as Akinu. Who could have thought that a young Marine could reach this point in just a few months? Everyone sat back in their seats with mixed feelings and said nothing more. Sengoku laughed at this, asked Akinu and Bai Ze to sit down and then spoke loudly to everyone. Okay, let's start the meeting now. Chapter 134 Meeting Decision. Every meeting of the Naval Headquarters top brass will determine the direction of the situation on this ocean, and this time is no exception. For 3 hours, nearly 20 Marine executives discussed several top events that could change the world in this small room. For example, the handling of Kaido's Beast's pirates who had destroyed the 4 emperors, and Big Mom's BIGMOM pirates. These 2 4 emperors level pirates groups had just been destroyed. Their previously huge territories directly became a big problem. It wouldn't be a good idea for the Marine to take over everything directly. After all, those places have been occupied by the pirates for more than 10 years. Some of the ideas of the people there have been imprisoned or even changed. They think that the pirates are good and they, the Marines, are invaders. Especially the younger generation. In fact, this is normal. What any ruler has to do after occupying a piece of land is to eliminate the impact, and the best way to eliminate the impact is to start from the next generation. And block the news from outside or even deliberately change some of the news from outside to let it stay in. Just ask. What will the children who grow up in such an environment become? Will they still remember that they were citizens of another country more than 10 years ago? No. They will only remember the truth they know, and these truths are often what the rulers want them to know. If there weren't some people of the older generation who still remembered the hatred and passed it on regardless of the risks, this trend would be even faster. Maybe in a few decades, those people ruled by the Four Emperors pirates would completely forget their previous history, and thus develop an absolute sense of identification with the Four Emperors pirates. Horrible, everyone present had a grim look on their faces when talking about this topic, especially Sengoku. If the Four Emperors pirates continued to rule those places, it would be too late for them to defeat the Four Emperors pirates. Fortunately, the Beasts pirates and Bigmom pirates have been wiped out now, so it's not too late to pay some price. Thinking of this, Sengoku looked embarrassed, because this thing is just double the current Celestial Dragons situation, but a little weaker. Today, the Celestial Dragons have ruled the entire pirates world for 800 years. They are known as absolute aristocrats. Their will is irresistible and they can almost be called gods. Moreover, their arrogance over the years has made them even more arrogant. They even treat other races as human beings and dominate them as slaves. How absurd this is. But even such absurd things, under the influence of hundreds of years, not many people stood up to refute it, because celestial dragons have been constantly promoting their greatness in these hundreds of years. Their ancestors saved the whole world hundreds of years ago, so it is normal for them to have some privileges. Such constant brainwashing and killing methods have made almost everyone stop resisting the celestial dragons, because it means fighting against God. And fighting against God means certain death. Putting aside all those messy thoughts, Sengoku turned his attention back to everyone and spoke slowly. Advertisement. I think that after the Beasts pirates and Bigmom pirates were wiped out, we Marines should adopt a conciliatory policy towards the territories such as Wano-kuni and Wangwo that were left behind. Let them slowly accept our Marines, and even give up some of their benefits. Try not to have violent conflicts. Sengoku, who generally advocates peace, still issued a call for peace. After hearing it, everyone thought about it. Most people looked normal. Then they voted in agreement by raising their hands. Peace. There are still many people who advocate it, otherwise Sengoku wouldn't be able to sit on the current position of Marine Marshal. For example, Aokiji and Kazaru. After recuperating at the naval headquarters and receiving some special demon fruit power, their injuries have almost healed. If nothing unexpected happens in the next war, they can also contribute. Only a few extremely belligerent Marine high-ranking officers looked a little embarrassed after hearing this. You know, war is one of the best ways to make money. As long as they can lead the team to places like Wano-kuni, in the name of eliminating rebellion, there is still a great chance to make money. This is the common knowledge of almost everyone. Seeing that the situation was not good, the leaders had to turn their attention to Akinu and Bai Ze. In their opinion, these two were also warmongers, and their opinions should be the same as theirs. But the next moment, Bai Ze suddenly raised his hand and spoke in a cold voice. I agree with Marshal Sengoku's proposal to adopt a conciliatory policy. Everyone looked at him in confusion, not understanding. Wasn't this boy very belligerent? Why would he do this? Bai Ze's expression remained unchanged. Only he knew in his heart that he just wanted to eliminate the pirates. And the reason for eliminating the pirates was to have fewer people like him in the world. Now it can reduce casualties. It does not conflict with his goal, so he still supports it. When Akinu saw Bai Ze also raised his hand, he also smiled and raised his hand to vote. I agree. The vote by the two heavyweight bosses, Akinu and Bai Ze, directly finalized the matter. Some people who held opposing opinions had to endure it. And then they supported it without changing their expressions. Advertisement. Sengoku smiled with satisfaction and continued the meeting. Some subsequent topics, such as the compensation pensions for the soldiers in the last war, were also passed smoothly. No one dared to object to such a sensitive issue, because this would incur public outrage. Time passed by bit, and finally I accepted the past accumulated topics and turned to the real highlight of today. That is the next battle plan. What is the next battle plan? Many people present are not fools. They all know that the next battle must be against the remaining two Four Emperors pirates, the Red Hair pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. Now that two of the Four Emperors are gone, the pirates are weaker than ever, while their marines are stronger than ever. This momentum of decline and growth is incomparable. If we don't destroy them now, when will we destroy them? Thinking about the Four Emperors being eliminated, most of the people present blushed. A historic moment. It seemed that they were about to witness a historic moment. When the pirates were eliminated, all of them present would become a legend, and the Marines of many years later would also remember their names. It is a great honor to leave my name in Marine history. Power and glory, aren't these the two things that many people fight for their entire lives? And now they are about to have them all. Feeling the heated atmosphere in the conference room, Sengoku pressed twice without changing his expression. Quiet. Then he took a deep breath and said seriously. Next, let's discuss the next battle plan and target. Whitebeard Pirates Tuan, Chapter 135 Shocking Change. For the Whitebeard Pirates, we first send out, and then. At last, boom, boom, boom. Sengoku was verbally describing the strategic arrangements on the blackboard in the conference room while writing quickly. At this moment, the conference room was very quiet, with only the rustling sound of chalk on the blackboard and the suppressed breathing of everyone. After talking for half an hour, Sengoku finally stopped, exhaled, looked at everyone and spoke. Everyone, do you have any objections to my arrangement? Everyone licked their lips and began to think. In fact, the key to Sengoku's plan was stability, which could steadily wipe out the Whitebeard pirates. But this kind of stability is different from the general stability, because this time the Marine's strength is completely overwhelming. The 3 Marine admirals are all on the battlefield, plus a terrifying Bai Ze is in charge. As for the Marine Vice Admiral, 1/3 of them are dispatched. The high-end combat power is a pure crushing blow to the Whitebeard pirates. After all, after dealing with the Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates, the Marines are now completely freed up, and the manpower is more than enough to deal with the 4 Emperor's pirates. Not to mention some secretly deployed troops, it can be said that the Whitebeard pirates can't escape even if they want to. It's simply impossible to escape even with wings. As long as the war starts, the Whitebeard pirates will be defeated. Therefore, Sengoku's layout is a sure win, and naturally no one objects. Marshal, what are the plans for the Red Hair pirates? After a moment of silence, someone suddenly asked, the problem of the Whitebeard pirates has been solved, but what about the problem of the Red Hair pirates? Some people reacted instantly. Yes. There is also a red-haired Shanks. That most low-key 4 Emperors is just as difficult to deal with as the other 4 Emperors. Now all the troops are on the Whitebeard pirates' side. What about the Red Hair pirates? Yeah. What's the strategy over there? Are you going with Lord Garp? If the 2 of you work together, you can defeat the other side? That won't work. Marshal Sengoku and Lord Garp are both out. What should we do with the naval headquarters? After all, this is the rear base of our Marine Corps and someone needs to guard it. What should we do? We only have so many troops. How about transferring some troops from the Whitebeard pirates? Everyone looked at Sengoku and then started discussing with each other. After all, the best way now is to declare war on these 2 4 Emperors pirates groups at the same time to avoid any more trouble. They may not have dared to do so before, but it is different now. They have Bai Ze, a powerful weapon that can kill 4 Emperors level strongmen. As long as strongmen like red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard Edward, and Newgate are dead, their Marines will not be afraid of their pirates at all. Advertisement. The conference room suddenly became chaotic. Boom. Boom. Sengoku knocked the table hard and said in a deep voice. We have to eat one bite at a time, and the same goes for war. We in the Marine Corps still have to play it safe for now, so for now we're only targeting the Whitebeard pirates, and the Red Hair pirates will be put on hold for now. As soon as Sengoku spoke, someone started to refute him. It was because of the situation that even the timid conservatives were a little overwhelmed at the moment. The night is long and dreams are many. Why, Marshal Sengoku? Our Marines clearly have this much power now. Yeah, aren't we being too steady? After everyone made a lot of noise, Sengoku shouted loudly. Okay, now I'm the Marine Marshal, just follow my orders. In order not to expose the world government's dirty intentions, Sengoku had to use his power as Marine Marshal to suppress them. This is the only solution, I'll just have to delay it for a while. All right, everyone sat down with grim expressions, but they were obviously somewhat dissatisfied with Sengoku. Bai Ze was the only one who understood the truth of the matter and remained calm. After all, he knew Sengoku's difficulties. However, Akinu on the side couldn't stand his violent temper. He was about to stand up and argue with Sengoku. Bai Ze was quick enough to stop Akinu, and then spoke in a low voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Uncle Akinu, just listen to me and stop making trouble. I will explain it to you later. All right. Akinu replied sullenly, okay, but still rolled his eyes at Sengoku and cursed him in a low voice, coward. However, Sengoku's abnormality still attracted the attention of some familiar people, such as Kizaru Aokiji and the unruly Garp who was picking his nose next to him. Advertisement, Sengoku is probably hiding something from us again. Sigh. This old guy is getting more and more mean. Can't lousy make him believe? Really? Garp was picking his nose and cursing in his heart. After hesitating for a while, he flicked a piece of his nose on Sengoku's stool. He felt better when he saw him sit down. Kizaru Aokiji's feeling was much simpler. He just felt that Sengoku, whom he had been with for such a long time, should not have this attitude, although he loves peace. But when it's time to fight, the other party will not be vague at all. There is something fishy. The 2 of them thought to themselves, but their lazy nature made them too lazy to refute. Forget it. Just wait and see, since Bai Ze is here now. Even if the sky falls, this kid can handle it. With everyone's consent, the meeting ended successfully. It lasted about 6 hours in total and everyone was very tired. Most of them started to leave as soon as it was over. Everyone, I'm leaving first. I'm leaving now, brothers. Gone, gone. The senior executives began to leave one after another, but when it was the turn of the middle-aged man with a simple smile, Bai Ze got in front of him first. Bai Ze looked at the other party with blood-red pupils and said softly, Mr. Hanks, Vice Admiral, you have to stay. As Bai Ze spoke, a terrifying aura began to spread throughout the field. He then set his sights on an old man who had not yet stood up. Mr. Jane, you have to stay too. The 2 of them looked at each other, and feeling something was wrong, they were stunned for a moment, and then became furious. Why? As they were about to break free, they immediately felt a chill on their necks. The magic sword ghost god cry was already placed on the neck of the honest man, and the old man on the other side also felt a chill. He looked up and saw a very obscene face. It's better if you don't do anything. After all, your speed is probably not as fast as mine. Kizaru smiled innocently. The old man felt a chill down his spine. Chapter 136 Celestial Dragons arrive. Sengoku, Garp, and Akinu, what on earth do you want to do? Why did you tie me up for no reason? This is against the law, don't you know? I'm going to file a complaint against you. I'm going to file a complaint against you. The conflict in the conference room only lasted for a short while before Marine veteran Jane and Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Hanks were controlled by Sengoku and Bai Ze's group. There is no other way. These top Marine fighters are gathered together at the moment. Even if the 4 emperors come, they will have to kneel. Compared to the panicked and angry scolding of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Hanks, Marine old man Jane seemed much calmer. His old eyes swept over everyone present, and there were some vague guesses in his mind. Ah, I was discovered after all. The old man sighed in his heart. Although he had expected it, when this day finally came, he was still extremely uneasy. Jane, can you give me a reason? Sengoku took a deep breath and looked at the old man with a little disappointment. Although he didn't believe that the old man who had dedicated most of his life to the Marine was a traitor, the fact was that he needs the old man to give an explanation, otherwise many dead Marines will not be able to rest in peace. Is it still meaningful to talk about reasons now? For those of us who have come this far, there is no turning back. The old man lowered his head resignedly and sighed, send me to the underwater prison. I will atone for my sins there. After a long silence, Sengoku replied with a yes, which was considered as his acquiescence. Yes. What reason is needed at this time? Everything has already happened. Garp on the side crossed his arms, not knowing what he was thinking. After all, carefree people generally don't want to get involved in such matters, otherwise they wouldn't refuse the promotion to Admiral. Akinu, Aokiji, and Kizaru all had different expressions on their faces. Due to their different personalities, they had very different views on traitors. Akinu was angry. He believed that if the traitor had not been found and killed earlier, no innocent Marine soldiers would have died. Aokiji lamented that it was a bit sad for an old Marine to do such a big thing. Kizaru still looked indifferent, because he had already let it go. He just needed to take care of his own business, and everything else had nothing to do with him. Do you have any evidence? If you don't have any evidence, you can't arrest me like this. This is against the law. Hanks, who probably figured out the truth of the matter, looked up in panic and spoke in his dying struggle. He didn't want to be a traitor, but the beast's pirates gave him too much. The Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral only had a few dollars, so he tipped off Kizaru when he went to attack the beast's pirates last month. Advertisement Hanks felt that he had done nothing wrong. After all, Kizaru and Aokiji were not dead, right? Bang. The crisp and pleasant sound of a slap resounded throughout the conference room. Hanks covered his face with his hands and looked up in disbelief, only to meet Bai Ze's emotionless blood-red eyes. Traitors are sometimes more hateful than pirates, and the more hateful ones are traitors like you who are in high positions. What are you going to do? Hanks panicked and tried to ask others for help, but Sengoku and the others all turned their heads away, while Bai Ze just shouted softly. Sink. After saying that, Bai Ze's blood-red pupils trembled slightly, and Hanks just stood there in a daze. After a while, he showed a silly smile, but it soon turned into anger and then fear. Over and over again, his body began to tremble violently as if he was enduring some great terror. No, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please don't come over here. Hanks screamed in fear like a madman. Jane, who was standing by, frowned slightly and was somewhat glad about his decision. Take him away. After a while, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Yes. Several Marine soldiers stepped forward and quickly carried the 2 men out. Their destination was the underwater prison, where terrible punishment awaited them. After the 2 left, the atmosphere in the conference room became extremely depressing. There was no way to avoid the traitor within the Marine, and it was a high-ranking one. Anyone would feel uncomfortable with this. Finally, Bai Ze spoke up and broke the silence. Instead of being sad, why not think about how to change the current Marine system? When all Marines are proud to be Marines, I think there will be no more traitors. Bai Ze's words struck everyone present in their hearts. Yes, as long as Marine was built up with great effort, why would anyone choose to betray? They are missing the point. Advertisement, ha ha ha. After being a Marine Marshal for so many years, he still doesn't see things as deeply as a young boy. Marshal Wong is really a failure. Sengoku laughed loudly, and the depression in his heart began to disappear. The others also did not waste time, and all started to walk out of the meeting room with smiles on their faces. But after taking a few steps, he noticed the commotion outside. Sengoku's face turned unhappy at that time. What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? A Marine soldier came running over to report. He gritted his teeth and said, reporting to Marshal Sengoku, it's Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragons have arrived at the Naval Headquarters. What? Not only Sengoku, but Akinu and others all changed their expressions and spoke. Celestial Dragons came to Naval Headquarters. Why did those damn bugs come here? You know, Marineford is the holy land of Marine. Celestial Dragons usually won't set foot here. Of course. It's not that the Marines don't allow it, but that group of Celestial Dragons look down on this place, and they also think it's cold and boring. So for many years, no Celestial Dragons have set foot in the Naval Headquarters, but today a Celestial Dragon came, which really surprised Sengoku and the others. Let's see what the Celestial Dragons are going to do. Sengoku regained his composure and walked out first. Garp thought for a moment and followed him. Aokiji and Kizaru really didn't like Celestial Dragons and didn't want to get involved in such things, so they left with an excuse. Akinu and Bai Ze looked at each other, then followed in tacit understanding. Akinu's main concern is to try to stop the celestial dragons from running wild here, while Bai Ze's idea is very simple. He just wants to meet the supreme nobles in this pirate's world, the celestial dragons. After all, Bai Ze has been here for so long, but he has never seen celestial dragons. He has only heard of their legends. Celestial dragons. Interesting. Under the mask, Bai Ze raised the corners of his mouth slightly and followed quickly. Chapter 137 Celestial Dragons, let Bai Ze be their guard? Soon, with several teams of marine soldiers leading the way, the group finally arrived at the square in the center of the naval headquarters. At this time, the central square was very lively. There were a lot of marines surrounding the place inside and outside, and most of them were kneeling, and those who were not kneeling had very ugly expressions. In the center, there was a group of people, and they were kneeling in the direction of this place. A fat man in fancy clothes and a transparent helmet was pointing at the marines and cursing them. The standard luxurious decorations also symbolize his noble status. He is the supreme noble in the pirates' world, the celestial dragons. They claim to be descendants of God and even disdain to breathe the same air here with others. I am so proud. You marines are getting more and more disobedient. Do you know that Lao Ze is a celestial dragon? You actually tried to stop me. You are simply courting death? Do you know that you are just a bunch of dogs that we celestial dragons keep outside, a bunch of damn guys? At this moment, this proud celestial dragon was facing all the marines and was cursing them like a babbler, as if he didn't take the marines present seriously at all. Just because they offended him, and that was the truth. This was the status of celestial dragons when facing marines. This was why marines were not ordinary civilians. Otherwise it would be even worse. The lives of ordinary civilians would be plundered at will by celestial dragons or turned into slaves. The celestial dragons regard marine as a dog, which is relatively not that excessive. However, this is only the celestial dragon's own opinion. The naval headquarters vice admiral, who was scolded, had no choice but to endure the unhappiness and explain. I'm sorry, Master Celestial Dragons. The white mage vice admiral is still in a meeting. If you want to see him, you may have to wait a while. Yes, the celestial dragons who suddenly visited actually wanted to see Bai Ze. The young marine vice admiral who was so honored didn't know why the celestial dragons wanted to see him, but he knew it was definitely not a good thing. So he tried to delay it for a while. Roll. The fat celestial dragons roared impatiently, then picked up his pistol and pulled the trigger at the kneeling marines. Bang! A loud gunshot was heard, and an unlucky marine soldier fell down wailing. The naval headquarters vice admiral looked at the celestial dragons who opened fire in disbelief. This guy shot and killed people just to vent his anger. Is there any justice in this world? The man who sat on the seat of naval headquarters vice admiral also had the dignity of a strong man. Boundless anger filled the heart of this naval headquarters vice admiral, and he clenched his fists and wanted to take action. Trample. Trample. But the next moment, the two armored guards who had been following the fat celestial dragons took a step forward together, and their huge momentum directly crushed him. Do you want to be rude to Master Celestial Dragons? Advertisement: they are the celestial dragons travel guards, members of the Knights of God. A voice like a huge bell exploded in the venue. When the people kneeling heard these words, they lowered their heads, and prayed in their hearts, Master, please don't do anything stupid. If you attack celestial dragons, you will die. They will all die, yes. Almost no one thinks of revenge. This is the pressure that celestial dragons put on them because of their status. They don't even dare to think of rebelling. The naval headquarters vice admiral struggled for a while and finally managed to speak out. I don't dare. Then hurry up and get out of here. Lao Ze wants to meet that Bai Ze. The most famous guy right now. Lao Ze is very interested in him. The obese celestial dragons shouted arrogantly, for every minute you delay in letting me see him, I will kill one of your marines. I will kill 10 in 10 minutes, and 100 in 100 minutes. From now on. As he spoke, the obese celestial dragons forced a hideous smile on his fat face, turned the muzzle of the gun in his hand, and began to aim at the crowd, as if he was thinking about who to shoot at best. Everyone looked grim, and just as the celestial dragons were about to shoot, a young figure wearing a mask walked out. You looking for me? The man spoke indifferently, then stood in front of the celestial dragons and faced the gun. The White Devil Vice Admiral. The White Devil Vice Admiral is here. Oh no. Why is the White Mage Vice Admiral here? Let's go now. It's over. The group of people looked sad because they didn't want the White Mage Vice Admiral whom they respected the most to be bullied by these celestial dragons. He. The fat celestial dragons showed an extremely obscene smile. Bai Ze, I finally meet you. I heard your name in Mariajoy. I am really interested in you. Be my bodyguard. This is the name I bestowed upon you. I hope you will not be ungrateful. Just one sentence caused an uproar in the venue, and a group of people looked at the celestial dragons in anger. He let the White Mage Vice Admiral whom they respected be the guard of his celestial dragons. For what? All the marines felt extremely humiliated at this moment. Akinu and Sengoku, who followed Bai Ze, also had extremely ugly expressions on their faces, especially Akinu, whose tiger eyes burst out with unimaginable anger. Advertisement. Lao Ze wants to kill this guy. Bai Ze is Akinu's Achilles heel, and this celestial dragons guy is simply looking for death. Akinu. Don't. Sengoku quickly stopped Akinu from trying to persuade him anxiously. This guy is a celestial dragon. If you attack him, the consequences will be serious. Do you want to see an ordinary marine lose his life in vain? After hearing Sengoku's last words, Akinu managed to calm down, but his murderous intent had not dissipated. Let Bai Ze handle it himself. I believe he can handle it. Sengoku persuaded, and Akinu listened expressionlessly. On the square, listen to the other person's ridiculous words. Bai Ze looked at the celestial dragons in front of him expressionlessly, and found that he did have some impression of this guy. Isn't this the Charlos saint who will appear in Sabadi Archipelago in a few years? This guy is still as ugly as ever, the kind that makes you feel sick just by looking at him. Is this the celestial dragons, one of the world's nobles? Bai Ze thought about it carefully and felt relieved. These guys who claim to be descendants of gods seem to look down on other races and worry that they will pollute their bloodline. So generally, marriages within the clan have been going on for 800 years, it's normal for this kind of mental retardation to occur. Bai Ze was a little sad. It was really a bit of a butterfly effect. He didn't expect to meet this guy in advance. Marine, why are you silent? Are you mute? Lousy is giving you a gift by letting you be my bodyguard. Saint Charles cursed angrily when he saw Bai Ze didn't say anything. In his mind, not letting Bai Ze be a slave but a guard was already giving Bai Ze enough face. If he hadn't been so interested in Bai Ze's deeds during this period, he, Saint Charles, would really not want to come to Bai Ze. After all, he was bored of staying in Mariajoy and wanted to go out and have some fun, and he just happened to be in need of a guard. Be your bodyguard? Bai Ze took a step forward, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved up under the mask. Chapter 138 Bai Ze agrees to be a guard. Celestial Dragons actually wants Bai Ze to be his bodyguard, which is a humiliation to everyone in the naval headquarters, because Bai Ze is the face and hero of their current naval headquarters. What the hell is it to be a bodyguard for Celestial Dragons? And everyone in the naval headquarters knew how proud the White Mage Vice Admiral was. At that moment, everyone felt that something was wrong. Is there going to be a conflict with Celestial Dragons? This could lead to serious consequences? Being your bodyguard, huh? Under the mask, Bai Ze pondered for a moment, and suddenly smiled softly. I do. The sound is not loud but loud enough for everyone to hear. Saint Charlos smiled with satisfaction, and said that letting Bai Ze be his bodyguard was a blessing to the latter. The people of the Knights of God behind him also slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and their expressions were not so nervous anymore. Because just after Bai Ze arrived, they really felt a huge pressure like a tsunami. It seemed that they would die in the next moment. Fortunately, the young man agreed. But it's different for others. Snap, snap, for a moment, everyone in the naval headquarters square was dumbfounded when they heard Bai Ze's answer. Did they hear it right? The White Mage Vice Admiral was actually willing to be the bodyguard of the Celestial Dragons. This. How is this different from being willing to be a Celestial Dragon's dog? At that moment, a group of Marines all raised their heads indignantly, their eyes full of ferocity and shame. Because they all believed that the proud White Mage Vice Admiral was willing to be the bodyguard of the Celestial Dragons just to protect them. So Bai Ze would rather give up his dignity to protect them now, thinking of this. A group of brave Marine soldiers who were once rescued by Bai Ze actually stood up. Vice Admiral White Mage, don't agree to him. You are the pride of our Marines, how can you be a guard for Celestial Dragons? We don't agree. A few people stood up and spoke tremblingly. They knew that if they said these words, they might die. And sure enough, the next moment, Saint Charlos became furious after hearing these ridiculous words. You lowly Marine, you're looking for death. As he said that, he pointed the gun at the men and pulled the trigger without hesitation, with a cruel smile. Bang! Bang! Several Marines subconsciously closed their eyes and accepted the cruel reality of death. They did not dare to resist. But they did not regret their actions. This sudden change happened in a flash. Many people were completely unable to react and could only scream in horror. Akinu took a step forward to stop this from happening, but someone was faster than him. It was Bai Ze. He flashed in front of several Marines and shot away several bullets with his hand. What are you doing? Damn Marine. Don't think that just because I'm interested in you, you can do whatever you want in front of me. Saint Charlos shouted angrily when he saw this, but the next moment Bai Ze spoke softly with an indifferent look in his eyes. Just shut up, advertisement buzz. The sound was not loud, but it made Saint Charlos freeze in place. He didn't even dare to breathe, because his eyes met Bai Ze's terrifying Mangekyo Sharingan. The strange symbol grew bigger and bigger in his mind, and murderous aura like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood filled his brain. He was actually really scared for a moment, as if the Marine in front of him really dared to kill him. You, Saint Charlos pointed at Bai Ze in disbelief. Phew, then the next moment, as a celestial dragon, he peed without any hindrance. He, a great celestial dragon, was actually scared to pee. The muffled smell made many people cover their noses in dissatisfaction. Several people from the Knights of God hesitated for a while, then stepped forward with their halberds in hand and said in a cold voice. How dare you disrespect the celestial dragons, you're looking for death. The word, seeking death, was said loudly, but no one dared to attack Bai Ze directly, because Bai Ze's murderous aura was too terrifying. Even they were afraid. Their responsibility was to protect the celestial dragons. If a conflict broke out in the naval headquarters and the celestial dragons were hurt, what awaited them was a punishment more terrible than death. Trample. Trample. Sengoku Garp Akinu finally joined forces and appeared on the scene, especially Garp who cared the least about celestial dragons. He started to curse with disdain. How come these celestial dragons bugs have come to the naval headquarters again? What a nuisance. He picked his nose and flicked it directly in front of St. Charlos, making the latter furious but helpless. Marine hero Garp. This name is very famous in their celestial dragon's holy land Mariajoy. His elders have also warned him that the other party is a complete lunatic. Let him not provoke him. After taking a few deep breaths, he endured it again. But the next moment, a man in a red suit and a marine justice cloak pointed at him and started cursing. Damn celestial dragons, how dare you let my little brat be your guard? Do you think you are worthy enough? Akinu, who had been holding it in for a while, finally couldn't hold it in any longer and started cursing without caring about the consequences. Sengoku on the side didn't even have time to stop him. Not good. Sengoku thought to himself that this was not good. He resisted the urge to slap the celestial dragons to death in front of him and wanted to be a peacemaker. But St. Charlos didn't give Sengoku any face at all. He pointed at everyone and yelled, "All of you Marines, just wait, I will make you pay the price. If I make you my slaves, lying on the ground like dogs." All kinds of dirty words kept coming out of St. Charlos's mouth. He had already decided that Marine must pay the price for this. Even Sengoku, who had always wanted to maintain peace, became a little angry. Even though the terrifying aura was suppressed, it still permeated the field, and the same was true for Akinu and Garp. The Marines, who had just killed 2 emperors, were at their peak of morale, and now they had to deal with this kind of thing. It's really infuriating. They really want to kill the celestial dragons in front of them. The few Marine soldiers who still had some backbone also stood up against the celestial dragons, looking fiercely at St. Charlos. You have to know that this was considered a very disrespectful act in the past and would result in the extermination of the entire clan. Advertisement. Huff. After cursing for a long time, St. Charles finally had time to stop. When he came to his senses, he saw hundreds of people looking at him with hateful eyes. He was almost scared to death again. You. What do you want to do? St. Charles was really panicked at this moment. He couldn't understand why Marine, who had always been as docile as Mian Young, would treat him in this way. Why? Why on earth? Among the nearly several thousand Marines present, there were actually only about 200 who dared to stand up and glare at St. Charlos, most of whom were rear admirals and vice admirals, and there were only a few ordinary Marine soldiers. This ratio really chills Sengoku. You know, this is the naval headquarters. If it were outside, almost no Marine would dare to stand up and resist. This is the power of celestial dragons. Damn it. Looking at the arrogant look of St. Charlos, Sengoku clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and roared softly. He never wanted to change this situation for a moment. Trample. Trample. Suddenly, Bai Ze slowly walked over, patted Sengoku's shoulder gently and said, "Marshal, why are you so angry?" Bai Ze said calmly, "Let me take care of everything, okay?" Then he looked at Akinu and Garp, who looked at Bai Ze's confident eyes, and they all restrained their momentum. Sengoku even said to everyone, "Everyone, go away, it's inappropriate for you to gather here together." Seeing this, everyone was helpless and had to gradually disperse. When St. Charlos saw that everyone was dispersing, he thought that they were afraid of him, and instantly became arrogant again. Then he pointed at Bai Ze, the guy who had just agreed to be his bodyguard, and gave him an order. "Go and capture them for me. How dare they look at me like that? It's outrageous. Lousy is a celestial dragon. I want that guy to be my slave." St. Charlos was howling, his nose was swishing and his fat face was really disgusting. Bai Ze looked impatient, and with one foot he stepped on the terrifying conqueror's hockey, and with Bai Ze's unique murderous aura he swept towards the holy seat of Charlos. "Didn't you hear me telling you to shut up?" Several members of the Knights of God tried to step forward to stop them but were immediately restrained and unable to move. Bai Ze walked slowly to the almost collapsed St. Charlos and spoke word by word. "At this time tomorrow, I will come to you to be your guard. Just wait, but you better not cause any trouble at naval headquarters. Do you understand me?" "Listen. I understand." St. Charlos answered stupidly, feeling very aggrieved in his heart. Who is the master and who is the servant? He is a celestial dragon. At this moment, St. Charlos already regretted letting Bai Ze be his bodyguard. But the pride of celestial dragons made him suppress this thought, and he was constantly looking forward to it in his heart. After Bai Ze and he left Marineford, he must take revenge on him. Must. Just like that, St. Charlos didn't want to stay here any longer just to eat, and left in shame with several people from the Knights of God. Sengoku and the others were bewildered, and it was solved. Sengoku had never seen how embarrassed the celestial dragons were. Chapter 139 Bai Ze's Goal. After the celestial dragons left, Bai Ze forcibly dragged Sengoku, Akinu and others away. Bai Ze walked in front, and Sengoku, Akinu, Garp and the other two followed behind. Everyone's faces looked very unhappy. "White Demon Vice Admiral. We met many Marines along the way, and they all greeted us, but their faces looked very confused." Bai Ze was a little helpless. In fact, he was quite satisfied with the accident he encountered today. After all, if he met celestial dragons one day earlier, he would know more about them and his future plans would be more feasible. So Bai Ze had no choice but to say hello to others and let them do their own thing. The group quickly returned to the conference room under the leadership of Bai Ze. But after returning to the conference room, the mood of several people was completely different from before. Asking Bai Ze, a Marine hero, to be the guard of celestial dragons is undoubtedly a great humiliation to the Marine. Even Sengoku couldn't stand it. He looked at Bai Ze and spoke seriously. I can report this to the world government. I believe they will still give me some face for this matter. I will ask them to withdraw this order. Bai Ze, you don't have to worry. Sengoku cursed a few times as he spoke. Those guys from Celestial Dragons are really getting more and more arrogant. It's an unwritten rule not to interfere in the affairs of the Admiral of Headquarters. Are they planning to extend their hands to the Naval Headquarters now? Advertisement, hateful. Before Sengoku could finish his words, Bai Ze waved his hand and said. Don't worry about me. I have my own plans. It's just a Celestial Dragon. It can't threaten me. When Bai Ze said this, he was extremely confident. Akinu and Sengoku looked at each other. That's right. Who is Bai Ze now? He is a top-level strongman that even they can't deal with? Can they still let the Celestial Dragons bully them? Or should they worry about the Celestial Dragons not being bullied by Bai Ze? Interesting little brat. I just like your temper. If you get into trouble later, I can help you out if you don't mind. Garp suddenly laughed out loud. Bai Ze thanked him, and Akinu followed immediately. He glanced at Garp and cursed the old man in his heart for being unsportsmanlike. Is it your turn to help Bai Ze? Don't worry, little one. Your uncle Akinu will always be with you. Aren't they just Celestial Dragons? I really don't believe that if I offend an ordinary Celestial Dragon, what can those guys do to Lousy? Bai Ze's 8 inner gates technique helped Akinu to regain his life. Akinu doesn't mind fighting for Bai Ze. And the Celestial Dragon's outrageous behavior at the Naval Headquarters today really d off Akinu and the others. If they didn't want the ordinary Marines to die in vain, they wouldn't have been able to hold back. Listening to the opinions expressed by several people, Bai Ze was slightly moved, but he still did not forget the important business of today. Bai Ze spoke in a deep voice. Marshal Sengoku, Mr. Garp, and Uncle Akinu. Have you ever thought about what we Marines should do in the future after dealing with all the pirates? Advertisement. Just one sentence made several people frown. There's a lot of meaning in these words. Bai Ze ignored the expressions of the few people and continued to speak. When we were first established, the Marine was to fight against pirates and bring peace to the ocean. We are the Marines of justice, the ones who selflessly dedicate themselves to peace. The more Akinu and the others listened, the more they became dissatisfied, because Bai Ze's following words were all flattering to Marine, as if the world would not function without Marine. But several people knew in their hearts that their seemingly powerful Marine was just a tool for some people. And that group of people are the Celestial Dragons, the supreme nobles in the pirates' world. Sengoku frowned and interrupted Bai Ze's words. Bai Ze, can you tell me your purpose? Bai Ze paused and smiled slightly. Okay, chapter 140 shall? This meeting lasted even longer than any other meeting before, so long that Bai Ze, Sengoku, Akinu, Garp. The four of them did not leave the small meeting room until the early morning. Some guards not far from the room could only look at each other curiously. They hadn't slept a wink all night. Only the occasional noise coming from the room made them feel a little sleepy again. Fight? Now those big guys from Naval Headquarters are fighting in there? What's the matter? Although they didn't know what was being discussed inside, but it was obviously very important, because at the end of the early morning when the day began to brighten, the door to the conference room finally opened. The first person to walk out was Lord Garp, who was called a Marine hero by their Naval Headquarters. He was usually uninhibited, but after he walked out, his brows were furrowed. His face looked even uglier, as if he was troubled by something. They were really curious about what could make the usually unruly Lord Garp so troubled, but they had no right to ask questions and could only watch Lord Garp walk away with worry. The next person who pushed the door open was their Marine Marshal Sengoku, with his brows also furrowed in a frown, his forehead even squeezed into a shape of a kawa river. His bloodshot pupils showed one's worry, and when he came out, he was still mumbling to himself. The sound was low, but a guard soldier with highly developed hearing could hear what Sengoku was muttering, and it was only one word. That word was Dawn. The guard was a little confused. Akatsuki. What Akatsuki? Why did Marshal Sengoku keep repeating this word? Does it have any special meaning? He didn't understand. But before he could think too much, the door of the conference room opened again, and this time it was not just one person who came out, but Admiral Akinu, one of the 3 admirals in their Marine, and Vice Admiral White Mage, who was the most famous in the Marine, who came out together. Unlike Sengoku and Garp who had frowned before, Bai Ze and Akinu who walked out at this moment seemed very relaxed, especially Akinu, who patted Bai Ze's shoulder with his big hand and spoke in a serious tone. Little guy, you are the person I, Akinu, trust the most in my life. No matter how we met, please believe me, I will be your strongest support. Several guards listened with shocked eyes as Akinu chattered to their idol, the White Mage Vice Admiral, for a while, then spoke solemnly. Go ahead and do it. Some sacrifices are worth it. No one is immune to death, including you and me. There is always someone in this world who does that. Bai Ze. A group of guards stood still, their instinct telling them. Maybe they seemed to have heard of some particularly big plan, and that plan might affect many things. Hearing Akinu solemnly calling his full name again, Bai Ze was deeply moved even though he had been planning this for a long time. You know, it took him a lot of effort to convince everyone last night. He didn't dare to fully guarantee Sengoku and Garp's choice, but Akinu still supported him all the way. There is no other twists and turns, it's just pure trust. Bai Ze feels good to have someone who trusts him in this life. It couldn't be better. Read this. Bai Ze took a deep breath and said solemnly. Thank you, Uncle Akinu, I think I will succeed. Advertisement. Bai Ze knew what consequences his plan might cause. If one day he really acted like that, Bai Ze might become a sinner at some point in time. But there is no way to become a sinner. Bai Ze has to do it too. Bai Ze seemed to have thought of something, and then his eyes became firm. Akinu nodded with satisfaction. He finally left, and Bai Ze also began to slowly move away in a certain direction, his eyes grim. But he had not forgotten what else he had to do today. Meet celestial dragons. On the other side is the naval headquarters port. A very luxurious and huge ship was parked there. Normally, the port of the naval headquarters could only accommodate marine warships. After all, the naval headquarters was the marine base, but this huge ship that was obviously not a marine warship was parked at the port in a dignified manner. And no marine warship dared to approach him, because the owner of this huge ship was the supreme noble in the pirates' world, celestial dragons. No rules or laws or anything in front of them, because they represent the only truth in this world. On the deck of the big ship, it was only just getting light, but at this moment the ship was full of noise. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that a fierce fight was taking place on the deck. Two men, wearing only clothes covering their private parts, were fighting each other desperately, with every punch hitting the flesh. Every blow was meant to take the other's life. The two had been fighting for more than 10 minutes at this point, and the deck was covered with blood from their battle injuries. The taller one even had a broken arm, but the other shinobi was not much better. His chest even had some of his intestines exposed. But they still fought desperately, because if they stopped, what awaited them would definitely be death, or even something more terrifying than death. Bang! 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 Finally, after the two continued to fight for a few minutes, the man with exposed intestines was defeated. The tall man won the final victory. But as soon as he won, he knelt down and begged. Master Celestial Dragons, I, Shin, have fulfilled my mission and defeated that fellow. Please allow me to continue living. Yes, the man who fought for dozens of minutes and finally won. After winning, he still begged a man for his life, just because he was the most humble slave in the hands of celestial dragons, and the battle just now was just a game that the other party watched when he was bored. The game of life. Advertisement. St. Charlos was lying on the chair, and he felt very satisfied when he saw the tall man begging for his life in front of him. Yes, that was the feeling. This feeling of playing with other people's lives was simply too intoxicating. What he liked most was to see these slaves begging in front of him. That crying expression is simply, celestial dragons adults? The tall man spoke again cautiously. He. St. Charlos laughed a little crazily and shook his head. I promised you to keep you alive. But what use are you to me in your broken state now? Tell me, my humble slave. Hearing this, the tall man panicked instantly. He looked at himself with one leg and one arm broken, his desire to survive reached its peak, and he immediately begged with tears in his eyes. Master Celestial Dragons. You can't go back on your word like this, I. Bang. A bloody hole instantly appeared on the man's forehead and he fell to the ground fiercely, his eyes filled with deep resentment. I don't need any trash here, even if that trash is a slave. St. Charles slowly put away his pistol. He did not sleep the whole night, even he was tired of watching such fighting scenes. But he was helpless, because his hatred for Bai Ze was too great. Thinking of the humiliation that the damn guy had inflicted on him yesterday, Charles Saint was going crazy. So he could only play these games to eliminate his impatience. Damn Bai Ze. Why haven't you come yet? Damn it, damn it. St. Charles shouted angrily, once you board Lousie's ship and leave Marineford, Lousie will definitely take you to Mariojoy, and their Lousie will let you know what cruelty is. You will definitely pay the price, definitely. Before, St. Charlos asked Bai Ze to be his bodyguard just for fun, but now it's different. He just wants to kill Bai Ze. As for the consequences of killing a marine vice admiral, he didn't care at all because he was a celestial dragon. Who can execute celestial dragons? Celestial dragons are like this, they can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want without having to consider anything? Oh, you want to take me to Mariojoy? I'd love to. Suddenly, a soft sound rang in his ear, and St. Charles was instantly frightened and got goosebumps. He turned around and saw the face that he hated. It was Bai Ze, but he was not wearing a mask at this moment. His young face was filled with a cold smile. Chapter 141. Arrogant Bai Ze. You. St. Charlos was so frightened that he took several steps back, shouting, Guards, guards. Stand back, stay away from Master Celestial Dragons. The Knights of God standing by were horrified and quickly reacted, and at the same time, they became even more wary of Bai Ze. What a fast speed, when did this guy get on board? This sudden change made Bai Ze the target of public criticism. The dozen or so slaves nearby looked at this sudden uninvited guest with a little fear. Who is he? Is he the new slave of Master Celestial Dragons? But why doesn't he have an explosive collar around his neck? While they were observing Bai Ze was also observing them. To be honest, this was Bai Ze's first time on the Celestial Dragon's ship. As soon as Bai Ze came up, his first feeling was luxury. Many of the things here were things Bai Ze had never heard of, but the only thing he knew was that those things were very expensive. Other than that, there was a strong smell of blood. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes and looked at the corpses below that looked like they had just died, and had some guesses in his mind. This group of people should be slaves who were toyed with by celestial dragons and died. As for the others, Bai Ze looked at the slaves who were not dead yet. There was nothing but despair. Bai Ze saw such a big color in their eyes. It seems that these people have lost hope of survival and are now living like the walking dead. Call. Bai Ze's image of the celestial dragons as beasts became more concrete in his mind. After taking a deep breath, he looked at the people of the Knights of God who were waiting for him with a bit of helplessness and spoke. Advertisement, I am a guard invited by your master, celestial dragons. Is this how you treat me? Being scared by a marine like me is not something a celestial dragon would do. Sure enough, after hearing Bai Ze's words, St. Charles finally regained some courage. He pointed at Bai Ze and spoke loudly. That's lousy as a celestial dragon. How could I be afraid of a lowly marine? St. Charles came up with a smell of urine and laughed at Bai Ze. Are you right? Bai Ze said nothing, turned around and walked to the side and sat like a big boss. St. Charles just stood there in a daze. He moved his lips slightly and wanted to say to kill this guy immediately. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was met with Bai Ze's gaze as if he was looking at a dead person. Buzz. He suppressed it instantly. FK. He really felt that he would die if he said it. St. Charles was stunned. Is this a marine? He almost peed again. Damn it, it was so damn it. St. Charles's chest heaved violently. Actually, his original purpose of coming here to find Bai Ze as a bodyguard was to take Mariajoy to fight with other people's bodyguards. Yes, a fight. What kind of bullshit was his purpose of coming all the way to naval headquarters to take Bai Ze away? The whole thing about accompanying him to other seas to find slaves was fake. He just wanted to gain face when fighting with other celestial dragons. Advertisement face. For these celestial dragons who have everything, it is the only thing they are still interested in. St. Charles has made up his mind at this moment. After he drags Bai Ze to Mariajoy to complete the duel and earns face for himself, he will simply beat him into the most lowly slave. Read this. St. Charles took a deep breath and pretended to be calm before speaking. Then just stay here and follow me to Mariajoy. After saying that, he walked away pretending nothing had happened, but his calves were trembling slightly. Okay. All those thoughts before were bullshit. St. Charles was simply frightened by Bai Ze. He will feel safe only when he returns to Mariajoy. He is enduring everything now. With celestial dragons like these, they can rule the world, and get the best resources in the world. How ironic. Bai Ze sighed softly as he looked at the ugly St. Charles. He wondered if he was taking celestial dragons too seriously, if he was making a big deal out of nothing. Bai Ze had some doubts, but he was cautious and still planned to proceed according to the original plan, which was to let St. Charles take him to Mariajoy. In addition to exploring some of the defense deployments there, Bai Ze had another real purpose. That is to explore the location of IM. The owner of the Void Throne is the only person Bai Ze is afraid of now. According to his memory, the opponent seemed to possess the power to destroy the world but could not act at will. If necessary, Bai Ze planned to kill the opponent directly without any martial ethics before the opponent had time to use the power to destroy the world. It's all over. Chapter 142 Bai Ze's vision of the future world. While Bai Ze was boarding the ship and the celestial dragons were leaving, the marine was also not idle and immediately plunged into the next war layout. The entire naval headquarters was operating strictly like a machine. As the man in the conference room at the top issued orders one after another, the marine side also began to dispatch troops one by one. Target. Whitebeard Pirates territory. There are a total of 20 warships, led by 10 naval headquarters vice admirals and 10 branch marine vice admirals. They blocked the Whitebeard Pirates' path at every intersection and pushed forward little by little. It's a huge lineup. In addition, the 3 admirals Akinu, Kazaru, and Aokiji also secretly went to the battlefield on a warship. No one knew their location, but everyone knew that they were the ones who could control the direction of the war, and spies from many forces were constantly searching for their movements. As for Bai Ze's whereabouts, as one of the current benchmarks of the Marine, his presence can give the Marines a morale to win, which actually has a great impact on the war, so Sengoku tried his best to suppress the news that Bai Ze left with celestial dragons. And announced to all the Marine soldiers that when the war with the Whitebeard Pirates breaks out, Bai Ze will definitely arrive. Now, Naval Headquarters, inside the exclusive office of the top executive Sengoku. Sengoku looked at the file in front of him with a worried look on his face. I hope Bai Ze can keep his word. He should hurry back when the war starts. Otherwise, even if our Marines defeat the Whitebeard Pirates, we will have to pay a heavy price. Yes, in fact, it was not Sengoku who made up the words that Bai Ze would rush back. Bai Ze promised it himself, and it was the kind that could not be refused. And Bai Ze had to accept Whitebeard's order. Sengoku didn't quite understand Bai Ze's operation, but he had no choice but to follow Bai Ze. After all, that guy was stronger than him. Besides, Sengoku looked at the phone call that had just been hung up a little helplessly. In fact, the 5 elders had just called him again to urge him. That is, not to take action against the Red Hair Pirates. This time, their attitude was even tougher and was almost a threat. Celestial dragons. Red hair. Sengoku murmured in a low voice with an ugly expression on his face. These guys didn't even bother to conceal their purpose. Such arrogant attitude made Sengoku extremely angry, but there was nothing he could do. In the past, the world government would not interfere too much in the Marine, but now that the pirates have become weaker, their hands have been stretching further and further. It is hard for Sengoku not to suspect that one day they might erode the entire Marine. Becoming an organization that completely serves the celestial dragons is something Sengoku cannot tolerate. Is it possible for us to only follow the little guy's plan? Sengoku was a little helpless. He suddenly remembered what Bai Ze said in the conference room, and his expression was a little dazed, because what Bai Ze said in the conference room was so explosive. Any topic thrown out would cause chaos. He said that after destroying all the pirates, his next step would be to destroy all the celestial dragons, and then asked himself and others if they were willing to support him. Kill all celestial dragons. This sounded so absurd that even Garp, who had a big heart, did not have the confidence to do it. You have to know that this was a race that had ruled the world for 800 years, so Garp expressed his opposition at that time. He believes that this will only bring disaster to the marine, and reminds Bai Ze that celestial dragons possess extremely terrifying power. Which power is so powerful that it is terrifying. Advertisement: the terrifying power behind the celestial dragons is what they are truly afraid of. Otherwise, with Garp's own hatred for celestial dragons, he would definitely be the first to kill them. And he didn't deny it at that time, which was considered as his tacit agreement. After all, Bai Ze had asked him once before. But what surprised Sengoku was that the little guy Bai Ze seemed to have anticipated it. Bai Ze tapped the table lightly, making a crisp thumping sound, and then looked at them indifferently. He still remembered how confident Bai Ze's expression was at that time. Bai Ze spoke softly to them. Whether you believe it or not, after destroying all the 4 emperors, I will have power comparable to that of God. Do you want to continue to live under the celestial dragons, or do you want to rebuild a civilization, a fair civilization? That civilization. That night, Bai Ze talked to himself and others about the future world system. Bai Ze said that all nations in the future world can live in harmony on all lands. There will be no classes and no oppression in that world. In that world there will be sound laws. The strong will be punished for their crimes, the weak will be supported when they are bullied. A republic for all. Be your own master. When Sengoku and the others heard these words, some images of this future world appeared in their minds. It was indeed very beautiful. To be honest, Bai Ze impressed him, and also impressed Garp. This world needs to change. At that time, Bai Ze's eyes were nothing like that of a 13-year-old boy, but more like a pioneer with a goal. He looked at himself and others and said loudly, "Please follow me, gentlemen, in the name of Akatsuki." Shirazawa finally told Sengoku and the others about his ultimate dream, which is to create an organization independent of Marine. Although the purpose is revolution, it is different from the current revolutionary army, because Bai Ze's organization only wants the most powerful people, and each of them must have top-level power to dominate the direction of the war. That's right, even if we lose, so what? Isn't it just one life? As pirates, who among us doesn't have the resolution to fight like this? As the marine forces were deployed towards the Whitebeard territory little by little, even the dumbest members of the Whitebeard pirates knew that the war against them was about to begin. No, no, no. Marco's face looked grim, because he thought of another person, Bai Ze. The genius marine boy who killed 4 emperors in a row. Are we, the Whitebeard pirates, going to follow in the footsteps of the Beast's pirates and the BIGMOM pirates? Oh. In Whitebeard territory. What do you mean by live and die together? Blackbeard doesn't want to do such meaningless things. Akatsuki. This is quite interesting. I hope Bai Ze won't let me down. Advertisement: the man was leaning against the corner, wearing a black cloak. His messy long hair and a mouth with a few missing teeth made him look a little sloppy. At this moment, he was stuffing a yin dao pie into his mouth while muttering softly. Marco, the captain of the first squad of the Whitebeard pirates, was extremely anxious at the moment. He had been busy like a little motor during this period of time, running back and forth everywhere, just trying to find a way out of the impasse. It's a dead end, an absolute dead end. Sengoku put his head on his hands and whispered softly. Unlike Marco, some captains of other squads who don't understand the difference in combat power seem to be particularly confident. Of course. There's nothing they can do about it. After all, in all the battles, big and small, over the years, the Whitebeard pirates have never been defeated. But after thinking for a long time, he and Garp agreed, but there was a requirement, which was that Bai Ze prove that his strength could really touch the realm of God, and could really compete with the Celestial Dragon's trump card. The other side, Marco couldn't imagine that their single group of royal pirates had any chance of winning, unless their father could recover to his heyday. So even though the Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates were defeated in the group battle, they were still not very panicked. After all, they have a father, and he is known as the strongest man on the sea. He knew very clearly that if this war really broke out, their Whitebeard pirates would definitely be defeated. Apparently, Sengoku, Garp, and Akinu all meet this criteria. If this organization is really established, Sengoku can't imagine how terrifying its strength will be. His life goal is to find the dark fruit he has always dreamed of, and he doesn't want to die in this place with the Whitebeard pirates. The other squad captains frowned at Marco's attitude. Blackbeard licked the corner of his mouth and began to plot in his mind how to escape from this place before the war started. There is no other reason, it's just a simple difference in strength. 20 Marine Vice Admirals, plus the 3rd Marine Admiral who has disappeared. Damn it. I thought the Whitebeard pirates would be my home for the rest of my life, but it looks like I can't stay here much longer. What a shame, what a pity. Are you worried about the war that the Marines will wage against us? There's no need to be so scared. We, the pirates, are not as unprepared as Kaido and the others. If a war really breaks out, we may not necessarily lose. The man whose real name is Marshal Teach, also known as Blackbeard, spoke vaguely while eating. He is different from other squad captains. He has more information that others don't know. That is to win the war against the pirates, but the more he understands the deployment and tactics of the Marines, the more desperate he becomes. But the expression of one person in the field seemed different from that of others at this moment. Marco looked miserable and walked staggeringly. It's time to go. What's wrong with Marco? Why does he look so unhappy? Time passes by bit. If that guy were there, even if my father was in his prime, he would still be defeated. Chapter 143 Dazed Bai Ze. The Marines have made careful preparations for this war against the Whitebeard pirates. To ensure that every battlefield is fully deployed, it will take at least 10 days. Of course, the same goes for the Whitebeard pirates. For a war of this magnitude, it all comes down to who is more prepared. A small mistake may ruin the whole situation. After 5 days of intensive preparations, Whitebeard, who had remained silent, finally took action, and his first action was negotiation. Negotiate with the Marine. Whitebeard went alone, and in order to show his sincerity he decided not to bring anyone with him. Even if Marco didn't understand and wanted to stop him, it was useless. Dad, what if that guy forces you to stay there? Marco persuaded, but Whitebeard's answer was his confident words. There is probably no one in this world who can force me to stay in Whitebeard. Don't worry, I am just testing whether there is a possibility. If we fail, then we will all die together. Whitebeard said with a faint smile, but before Dad dies, I won't let you die alone. Only Blackbeard, who was almost ready to escape, had a strange look in his eyes. Advertisement Whitebeard was one of the few people he truly admired, and he was still very interested in the decisions this man made after careful consideration. For this reason, Blackbeard thought it over again and decided not to run so fast for now. He wanted to wait. Perhaps the decision made by that man can change the war. On the other hand, when they received the news that Whitebeard wanted to negotiate with their Marine high-level officials alone, they reported it immediately, and the first message was sent to Sengoku. However, Sengoku, who was at the naval headquarters, certainly did not understand the situation there as well as those who were on the real battlefield, so he gave the decision-making power of this negotiation to Akinu, the real person in charge of the Marine in this war. Akinu, who received the news immediately, seemed a little surprised. Negotiation. Whitebeard chose to negotiate now, whether earlier or later. What does he want? Akinu, who is good at fighting but not good at strategy, can't figure out Whitebeard's purpose no matter how hard he tries. Based on his understanding of Whitebeard, that guy is very tough, so he is fully prepared for the Marine to suffer heavy losses in this war. After thinking for a long time, Akinu finally made the decision. Let's talk. The negotiation location will be the nearest Lens Island, and only Whitebeard is allowed to come. The time is set at 3 hours later. Advertisement. The order was quickly passed to the Whitebeard pirates, and the response from there was also quick and simple. That is, good. Just one word. On the other side, Bai Ze had no idea that such a change had occurred on the battlefield between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marine camp. Although he knew about it, he probably didn't care much. After all, any conspiracy or trick is nothing in the face of absolute strength. The past few days on the ship following St. Charles have been relatively peaceful. St. Charles seems to be really afraid of Bai Ze. So he has not come to cause trouble in the past few days, and he also ordered his guards to stay away from him. Everything will wait until Joy. This made Bai Ze really bored, but he also had time to think about other things. Time passed bit by bit, and finally on the 5th day of sailing, it seemed that they would soon arrive in Joy, and Charles Saint finally had the confidence to walk out of the cabin. The peace of the past 5 days was finally broken, and as St. Charles walked out, Bai Ze's eyes became dull for the first time in a long time. Because he didn't quite believe that the thing he saw before his eyes could really be made by a human. Chapter 144 Bai Ze can no longer bear it. The moment St. Charles walked out of the cabin, he felt extremely comfortable. It was because the day he had been looking forward to was finally here. When you come to Joy, no matter who you are, you have to kneel down and talk to the celestial dragons. They're the real masters there. Except for some personal guards, all the knights of God are also there. As long as the number of God's knights who are good at combined attack techniques reaches a certain level, 4 emperors or marine admirals can also be killed. This is one of the confidences of the celestial dragons. As for some other hidden methods, there is no need to say more. And St. Charlos felt that no one dared to resist them, the celestial dragons, in Joy. No one. Read this. St. Charles was particularly happy. He tilted his head and looked at Bai Ze in the distance with a cruel smile. He would repay the damn Bai Ze for all the humiliation he had suffered during this period of time when he arrived in Joy. He had thought of dozens of ways to punish him in the past few days. Humph, this is what happens when you go against the celestial dragons. I don't care if you're a genius marine boy, you're only fit to be my slave. St. Charlos lowered his voice and muttered softly, because he felt that there was something wrong with Bai Ze's eyes. And his body was still shaking, as if he was suppressing something. Could it be that he realized that we were going to Joy soon and was afraid of me? St. Charlos thought so, but he didn't have the courage to ask after all. He didn't feel safe here. Putting aside his messy thoughts, St. Charlos began to stride out to the deck. And he scolded skillfully behind him, "Xiao Hei, Xiao Bai. You two stupid dogs, hurry up and catch up, or you won't have any chance of having dinner today." As he said this, he shook the whip in his hand impatiently, and suddenly there was a loud explosion. These are Charlos Saint's two favorite pet dogs now. Woof. Woof. Soon, the things that Saint Charlos called stupid dogs walked out of the shadows. One of them was white, and the other was black. They barked excitedly as they crawled. The two creatures called stupid dogs by Saint Charlos did not look very big, but with the appearance of these two pet dogs, the slaves on the deck could not help but close their eyes. Even though some of them were used to being abused and could not bear to watch it anymore. Because those two creatures called stupid dogs were not really dogs, they were actually human beings. A closer look under the white head wearing a dog head cotton hat revealed a child's face, apparently a little girl of 7 or 8 years old, while the darker one was a little boy. Their noses were swollen and black, and they would occasionally stick out their long tongues. Their limbs were not the same length as normal children's. Their forearms and calves seemed to have been cut off and then attached. They looked absurd and weird. The spine seemed to have been artificially modified, completely sunken and unable to straighten. The two of them looked like a living dog at this moment, very vivid and lifelike. Transforming humans into dogs is one of St. Charles's hobbies, because he thinks such a puppy would be prettier and more pleasing to him. The two puppies in front of him were transformed a year ago and are his favorite pets. Not bad, then I'll give you some meat today. St. Charlos smiled with satisfaction, then poured all the leftover meat from yesterday and other miscellaneous things onto the ground. Puff, puff, woof, woof. The two children who were transformed into dogs also did not hesitate at all. They quickly crawled over on all fours and started to feast on the food. There was even a big fight. Advertisement, woof, woof. They look just like ordinary dogs, as long as you don't notice that their eyes are struggling to keep tears flowing out. No slave could bear to watch this scene, and they all turned their heads away. Only some chewing sounds and the loud laughter of St. Charlos remained on the scene. Woof, woof, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. St. Charlos laughed wildly as he watched this scene. This was the feeling. Wonderful, so wonderful that it was simply impossible to stop. Boom, boom. But the next moment, a crisp sound of footsteps came slowly from far away. St. Charles turned his head in confusion and saw Bai Ze, whom he feared, walking towards him. There was a strange aura emanating from his body, and St. Charlos was frightened at the time. He spoke tremblingly and felt vaguely that he was about to pee again. What are you going to do? But Bai Ze did not answer St. Charles's words, he just walked and muttered to himself. I thought I had seen the greatest evil in the world. I have seen pirates wielding their butcher knives to harvest the lives of innocent villagers. I have also seen pirates relying on their power to trample on the freedom of countless people. I have also seen some pirates who, in the name of freedom, carried out constant plundering with a sanctimonious appearance. I have seen countless darkness and evil, and I naively thought that the evil in the world should be like this. But today, Bai Ze looked at St. Charlos with expressionless eyes, and shook his head as if in sorrow. I know I was wrong. Power will give rise to sin. Ultimate power will give rise to ultimate evil. As long as there is the power to kill and plunder at will in this world, then there will be no end to sin. Bai Ze thought that the celestial dragons had lowered their standards enough by turning children into dogs to abuse them, but he didn't expect it to be this low. Whenever he saw those miserable slaves these days, he thought about taking action, but for the sake of the plan, Bai Ze endured it. After all, if he killed St. Charlos, it would have a huge impact on the future. But now he really doesn't want to think about it for a moment. If he has absolute strength but is still timid, then what is the point of Bai Ze having such strength? You. What are you talking about? St. Charlos felt something was wrong when he saw Bai Ze getting closer and closer, and he quickly shouted for protection, while the Knights of God were already prepared. They waved their halberds and looked at Bai Ze expressionlessly and said loudly, "Stand back, Marine. Do not disrespect the supreme celestial dragons. Otherwise, die." But just as they finished their words, they encountered the most terrifying power in their lives because they met Bai Ze's blood-red eyes, and in just a moment, they all stood there in a daze. The mines were filled with the roars and curses of the innocent people they killed, which made their heads explode. At that moment, a group of people covered their heads and cried out in pain. "I don't want to see your dirty head, please make it disappear." Advertisement. Bai Ze's Mangekyo Sharingan burst into an extremely strong bloodlight, and his pupil technique was exerted to the ultimate. At this moment, the illusion of Bai Ze's Mangekyo Sharingan could already cause damage to most of the strong, and these members of the Knights of God were no exception. Next moment, phew. Puff. A group of slaves also saw the most absurd but true thing in their lives. The members of the Celestial Dragon's Guardian Knights, whom they regarded as demons, actually grabbed their own necks with both hands and tried to pull them up. He forcibly pulled his neck off, and immediately blood gushed out like a pillar, and then the headless body fell to the ground with a bang. 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 In just 10 seconds, all the guards brought by the celestial dragons that were targeted by Bai Ze's illusion were beheaded one after another. The scene was like hell on earth. The closest member of the Knights of God happened to have stronger mental strength and avoided the first round of illusion attacks, but the next moment, he felt a pain in his chest. When he looked down, he saw that Bai Ze had teleported in front of him without him knowing when, and stabbed his heart with one hand. Snap. Then it was crushed in an instant, and he fell to the ground lifeless. At this point, except for St. Charlos, the entire guard team on the ship was wiped out. Who is he? How dare he attack Master Celestial Dragons? We are dead, dead. Ah, damn it, damn it. We will definitely be punished, a horrible punishment that will bring certain death. Woo-woo. I don't want to die. Please let me go, Master Celestial Dragons. I am willing to be your slave. The group of slaves were stunned for a moment when they saw this, but the next moment they all knelt down and begged for mercy from St. Charlos, who was standing there. Even though such a beating had happened, they did not dare to raise the slightest bit of resistance. It was so sad. Bai Ze looked at them indifferently and was not angry. If he, Bai Ze, had no strength, maybe he would be the same as these people. Putting aside his messy thoughts, Bai Ze continued to move forward, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of St. Charlos. At this moment, the latter was completely frightened to death, with a strong smell of uric acid and snot and tears running down his face, looking really miserable. Bai Ze grabbed his neck with one hand and lifted him up, allowing the latter to continue struggling. Don't kill me, I'm a celestial dragon. No, no, no. You damn pariah, I will make you pay the price. Don't kill me, I am celestial dragons. St. Charlos was cursing and begging like a madman, his desire to survive was overflowing. To deal with a scum like this, you have to use scumbag methods. Bai Ze forced the Mangekyo Sharingan to face the eyes of Charlos Saint. He took control of it instantly and then issued orders coldly. Inflict upon yourself the same torture you inflicted upon them. Chapter 145 The Miserable St. Charlos, puff, puff, snap, snap. Bai Ze watched as Charlos Saint Wushan mutilated himself for a full half hour, breaking his arms and legs and destroying his mouth. He became neither human nor ghost. Bai Ze also used illusion to maximize his pain. He could feel the pain but could not resist. He could only torture himself endlessly like this. No, Bai Ze interrupted him, looked down at St. Charlos with his cold blood-red eyes and said, "Thank you everyone who saw this. Great, great. I am." All plans were invalidated. Bai Ze simply relied on his hard power to push forward. But Bai Ze put a hand on his shoulder, and a rich scent of wood entered his body. Feeling his vitality recovering, St. Charlos was stunned for a moment. After finishing all these things, Bai Ze finally had the mood to look at the slaves who were still alive. At this moment, dozens of citizens all knelt down. Advertisement. If their strength is not as strong as they thought, then today will be the day when all celestial dragons will die. The little girl spoke even more quietly, prying it open with her paws. Half an hour later, St. Charlos, who was almost out of breath, fell to the ground and kept moving, looking at Bai Ze with a pair of desperate eyes, and murmured, "Thanks, but with the current changes, this plan is no longer possible. But don't worry, even if no one reads this book, I will still finish it normally. It is expected to be completed next month." Only two children around 7 or 8 years old struggled to get up, looked at Bai Ze with sincere eyes and spoke softly. Bai Ze quickly walked in front of him and looked down at him. St. Charles immediately looked at Bai Ze expectantly. Is he finally going to die? Upper right quadrant circular arc, upper left quadrant circular arc. Degree heart. Kill me quickly. Bai Ze's eyes were smooth, and he became even more curious about the king of celestial dragons, with whom he was about to have contact. Boom. Boom. That's why I have the confidence to thank Bai Ze. Advertisement. Who cares about celestial dragons or not now? St. Charlos just wants to die and leave. Thank you. Benefactor, he shouted, but Bai Ze didn't give him a chance to react and directly took it back into the Kamui space. In a few hours' sail we will reach Mariajoy. The original plan was to follow St. Charles into Mariajoy and explore the location of IM. P.S. Alas, there are almost no people following this now, so sad. It's not that easy to die. Prepare to be tortured endlessly for most of your life. Atone for the sins of those you killed. That's right, they are the two children who were transformed into dogs, but Bai Ze has used the illusion of Mangekyo Sharingan to forcibly correct their minds. And even removed some of their not-so-good memories. Now they can barely be called normal people. For this, they didn't actually thank Bai Ze that much, and the group of people just looked at the ground numbly. As for the rest of us, Bai Ze now has only one choice, and that is to use Kamui plus Flying Thunder God technique to go to Mariajoy to explore IM's location. Even if he is discovered, he should be able to escape safely. Bai Ze didn't say anything, he just walked up and touched the two people's heads, and his idea of changing the world became more determined. Bai Ze looked at this group of lifeless slaves and quickly came up with an idea in his mind, which was to let them leave in the opposite direction. The farther away from Mariajoy the better, so that they would have a better chance of survival. The look of despair was extremely strong. It was obvious that even if Bai Ze helped them kill the celestial dragons, they did not think they could survive. What awaited them must be a punishment more terrible than death. Chapter 146 The Upcoming 5 Elders. If you were to ask where the most luxurious building in the pirates' world is, some might say it's the territory of the 4 Emperors-level pirates, or some might say it's the naval headquarters Marineford. But anyone with a little bit of common sense would know that the most luxurious building in the world must be in one place, and that place is Mariajoy, the holy land of celestial dragons. They hold supreme power and look down on other races. They have built a holy land that belongs exclusively to them, the celestial dragons. Without special circumstances, all celestial dragons will not casually produce Mariajoy. So everything here is of the best quality. Magnificent, with birds singing and flowers blooming. This is the place that is like a dream paradise. Today, the weather is nice and windy. Countless celestial dragons, as per usual custom, were strolling around the streets, seeing if there was anything interesting. Of course the answer is almost certainly no. After all, they're born with everything. Everything they can play with is long gone. Oh, it's so boring. Why aren't there any new and interesting things for Lousy to play with? Among a group of celestial dragons shuttling through the streets and alleys, one of the fat and big-eared celestial dragons picked his nose and sighed impatiently. I can't help it. It's the fault of those idiots for not using their brains. If I can't think of anything fun for Lousy to play with today, I'll go play with him when I get back. Killing a slave doesn't seem like a bad idea. An equally fat and big-eared celestial dragon next to them echoed, and their words frightened the slaves who were crawling on all fours under them and trembled. Being arbitrarily deprived of their lives is the fate of these unfortunate slaves who were captured. Resistance? There is no such thing. They all have explosive collars on their necks. If they leave too far or the celestial dragons actively turn on the switch, they will explode. Although everything in Mariojoy is beautiful, it has nothing to do with these slaves. After wandering around for a while, this group of celestial dragons finally seemed to have some good ideas and hurried back. Their lives are so simple. There are many celestial dragons like them in the streets and alleys. In the shadows between the two houses, while there were no one around, a figure quietly walked out. He was wearing a light white shirt and a cloak with the word justice written on it. There was a clown mask on his face that looked half crying and half laughing, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. It was Bai Ze. After using illusion to control some slaves on the ship of St. Charlos and letting them drive away on their own, Bai Ze came very close to Mariojoy in a small boat, and finally abandoned the boat and relied on Kamui to sneak into this holy land of celestial dragons. Everything went smoothly, as if Mariojoy's defense was just average. It seemed like she didn't even notice his presence. Advertisement. After observing for a while, Bai Ze sighed. It seems that there aren't as many celestial dragons on Mariojoy as I believed. Although there are quite a few, they don't exceed 5 figures at most. Moreover, they are all ugly, either fat and big-eared or skinny. There is hardly any good-looking one. As expected of a product of inbreeding, these guys might kill themselves in a few hundred years. As a time traveler, Bai Ze knows something about the origin of celestial dragons. They are the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government after saving the world 800 years ago. Oh, no, it should be 19. Among them, one king did not want to become a celestial dragon, which is now the Alabasta royal family. The truth is so sad. 800 years ago, the ancestors of these celestial dragons were also the people who saved the world. They were dragon slayers, but 800 years later, the dragon slayers eventually became evil dragons. And it seems even worse. Bai Ze doesn't know how bad the pirates' world was during the lost 100 years from 800 to 900 years ago. But no matter what, the current celestial dragons must be wrong. Bai Ze had actually been in Mariojoy for a while. During this journey, he had really witnessed how lawless these celestial dragons were after they gained power. Anyway, they have committed crimes that you can and cannot imagine, and they have also done things that you can't imagine. There is actually a place in the entire Mariojoy where slaves are imprisoned. Suddenly, there was another loud sound of footsteps. Bai Ze curled his lips helplessly and escaped into the Kamui space again. But Bai Ze still didn't feel anything at all. There was almost no one on this island who could pose a threat to him. After the discussion, several people were ready to leave excitedly. Leaving Mariojoy, it was a lot of fun. Yes. Bai Ze has been in Mariojoy for a long time, but he can't find the possible location of I am. You know, Bai Ze has the ultimate perception ability of Mangekyo Sharingan. Several people wanted to scream in horror, but the next moment they disappeared from the scene, along with the slaves under their feet, as if they had never existed. If you want to go out and play, just wait for Charlos Saint to come back and ask him. He's been out for a while. He should know if it's fun out there. 5 elders are coming to Mariojoy. What are these guys doing in Mariojoy for no reason? Could it be? Yeah. Let's see if we can go out together. We're getting bored staying in Mariojoy. Damn. Where the hell is this guy? The other celestial dragons were immediately excited when they heard this. And this guy should be back soon. I just don't know why there's no news about him. How about we go find the old guys at the 5 elders, and ask about St. Charlos? Bai Ze. Without any hesitation, Bai Ze restrained his aura and hid again. He planned to wait here for the arrival of the 5 elders. Advertisement. Bai Ze hid in the dark and listened to the conversation of these celestial dragons. He felt a little sad in his heart. What a coincidence. These guys actually knew St. Charlos. He hoped that these guys would not do anything bad. Bai Ze thought secretly, but the next moment he saw one of the 4 female celestial dragons speak. It's really boring. I've been to every place in Mariojoy, and I want to leave this place. It seems that Charles Saint has left. I really envy him. The blood-red pupils are very eye-catching. There were 4 celestial dragons, 3 men and 1 woman, some sitting on slaves and some sitting in luxurious carriages, chatting comfortably as they moved. Bai Ze frowned slightly. As long as this guy didn't show up, he would be an absolute hidden bomb, which would restrict Bai Ze's actions. What's the point of being beaten? You're just a pariah. You're only fit to be our slave. As for whether their disappearance would trigger a chain reaction, Bai Ze couldn't think about it so much. He would choose the lesser of 2 evils. Leaving Mariojoy means notifying the 5 elders. Bai Ze got a rough idea and found that the number of slaves in that place was unimaginable. The female celestial dragons, whose real name was Sha Lulia Palace, tilted her head in confusion. Boom. Boom. After Bai Ze disappeared, several celestial dragons came here just a short while later. Of course, they came here unintentionally. Yes. His name is Bai Ze. I heard he is a young boy who seems to be quite good at fighting. After a few people discussed it excitedly, they soon reached a decision, which was to go to the 5 elders to ask about St. Charlos' situation, and by the way, see if they could go out to play. Okay, then let's go find the 5 elders. I remember they will come to Mariajoy today. But the next moment, a slender figure suddenly stood in front of them. After doing these things, Bai Ze returned to the darkness. Bai Ze was a little helpless. If these guys were to ask about St. Charlos, wouldn't that expose them? Bai Ze didn't want the news of St. Charlos' death to be discovered so early, so he could only invite them to visit Kamui's space in a friendly manner. After hearing the news revealed by these celestial dragons, Bai Ze had some vague guesses and immediately became excited. Although those slaves were in a miserable state, Bai Ze had no intention of saving them at the moment, because he had not yet achieved the purpose of his visit to Mariajoy today. Who said it wasn't? It seems this guy is going to the naval headquarters to find that young marine who has been very famous recently to be his bodyguard. What's his name? Chapter 147 Negotiations begin. While Bai Ze was waiting for the 5 elders, the somewhat abrupt negotiations on the other battlefield finally began. Marine didn't do anything tricky and set up the negotiation venue on a conspicuous hilltop on the negotiation island. And be there first. There weren't many people present at the negotiations. Only the 3 current Marine admirals, Akinu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. There wasn't even a Marine vice admiral. It was conceivable that the Marine took this negotiation very seriously. Several naval headquarters vice admirals are responsible for perimeter security. At this moment, the 3 Marine admirals were sitting at a table, Kizaru on the left, Aokiji on the right, and Akinu sitting in the middle seat, all of them crossing their legs. At this time, Kizaru looked at the sky and spoke with a bit of boredom. Why hasn't Whitebeard come yet? I'm getting a little bored waiting. How about I go somewhere else for a while? Kizaru hates waiting for others. He might as well go to sleep instead of waiting for others. Can you be more serious? We have a meeting later. How long has it been? How many times have you told us to retreat? Are you crazy? Akinu rolled his eyes at Kizaru. He really couldn't get along with this damn guy. He didn't look like a Marine at all and he was still like this after all these years. If Marine didn't really need this guy right now, he really wanted to beat this guy up. Shush, Kizaru didn't get angry. He crossed his arms and whistled, which made Akinu so angry that he could hardly resist the urge to hit him. The naval headquarters vice admirals in the distance looked at this scene and shook their heads helplessly. Why did they feel that this negotiation was a bit unreliable? There was a dull sound, and the ground shattered in all directions like a spider web. When the smoke and dust cleared, Whitebeard carried the cloud cutter and walked slowly towards the top of the mountain. Advertisement. Whitebeard's mouth curled up into a smile. P.S. Thank you so much to so many readers for your support yesterday. I thought there weren't many people left, but it turns out there are still so many. I'm immediately motivated again. Some of the information may not match your guess, please bear with me. Retreat quickly. Dad, happy, carrot oh carrot. Whitebeard didn't care about the opinions of the Marine Vice Admiral. He just walked steadily to the top of the mountain with the Kongyunki, and then came to the negotiating table. Another reminder, because I will soon write about the plot of I Am and the 5 elders, there is not much information directly revealed by Oda, so most of the information I can only guess and infer. Akinu spoke first, crossing his arms and speaking calmly. At this time, Aokiji, who had been pretending to squint, opened his eyes to stop the conflict between the two and spoke in a calm voice. Marco could only murmur helplessly. I'm naturally happy that you're worried about me, but for things like this, I'd better let me do it alone. He's coming. Thousands of meters above the sea level, Whitebeard stood on the deck holding Kusanokiri and looked across the sea at several people. His aura was involuntarily released. Are you here? Then let's get started. They haven't fought with this guy for a long time, and this guy took the initiative to negotiate. They are really curious about what this guy wants to talk about. Advertisement, Akinu, Kizaru, Aokiji. Are these 3 guys all here? This really gives face to an old man like me. Is this the aura of Whitebeard, Edward, and Newgate, who are known as the strongest men on the sea? This is really powerful. Whitebeard, Edward, Newgate. But unlike Marco, Whitebeard, who dealt with Marine a lot, actually had a good impression of Marine. In response, he just patted Marco on the shoulder and said softly. Marco, who was accompanying him, said that he was really worried about his father being alone. What if something unexpected happened? Based on the pirates' natural hostility towards Marines, Marco did not trust Akinu and his team. Bang. Sit firmly on the opposite side of Akinu, Kizaru, and Aokiji. Bang. Then he looked in a certain direction, and Akinu and Kizaru immediately followed his gaze, their expressions becoming more serious. Without any hesitation, several people retreated quickly in an instant. After they left, not far from where they were before, Whitebeard's body fell heavily. After saying that, without waiting for Marco's reply, Whitebeard suddenly bent his knees and then jumped heavily, his figure like a flying bird, flying straight to the island where Akinu and others were. Whitebeard said in the same calm voice. The boundless power of King Haki could be felt even by the Marine Vice Admirals who were far away. Dad, I'd better come with you. I'm not comfortable with you going alone. On the island, several Marine Vice Admirals felt their scalps tingling as they watched Whitebeard flying towards them. Chapter 148 Negotiation Successful. With the arrival of Whitebeard, the negotiations finally officially began, and the aura of this most senior of the four emperors was truly unmatched. Even Akinu had to admit that even though Whitebeard was old, his strength should still be one level stronger than Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Of course, he just couldn't last too long. However, Whitebeard's provocative behavior just now still made Akinu a little dissatisfied, so Akinu spoke coldly to Whitebeard. You come to negotiate with me but you have this attitude. Whitebeard, you don't think our Marines really want to talk to you, the Whitebeard pirates, do you? If you're not sincere, we don't mind fighting right now. As he spoke, Akinu released some of Conqueror's haki and pressed it towards Whitebeard, but Whitebeard laughed without caring and apologized. I'm sorry, I'm an old man who is used to being casual, but I did come to negotiate with sincerity today. Whitebeard actually lowered his posture and apologized to Akinu and the others, causing Aokiji Kizaru to frown. He didn't understand what this guy was selling. Whitebeard didn't care about the strange looks from the few people and spoke to himself. Oh, by the way, your genius marine boy, the kid named Bai Ze, isn't he here? Akinu said calmly, no, oh, that's really a pity. I'm still very interested in this young man who killed Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Whitebeard helped Shui up. Whitebeard really looked like an old man. He smiled and finally put on a serious expression. I'm getting off topic. Actually, the reason I came here today is very simple, that is it possible to avoid a war? Although we, the Whitebeard pirates, are pirates, we are not very aggressive. I think you Marines should know that I became a pirate just to find some family members. I don't want to make war on others, and I don't want others to make war on me. Because war can only bring casualties, which is not a good thing for you Marines or my children. What do you think? Make peace. The purpose of the negotiation of the fierce Whitebeard was to ask for peace, which really made Akinu and others look sideways, especially Kizaru. He narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at the strongest man on the sea. It's like we're meeting each other for the first time. But, Akinu shook his head and said in a resounding voice. Impossible. It is an indisputable fact that we, the Marines, will have a war with you, the Whitebeard pirates. The reason is very simple. You are pirates and we are Marines. We don't care whether you are aggressive or not, but we, the Marines, cannot allow you, the time bombs on the sea, to roam around in this sea all the time. This is irresponsible to other innocent people. We only have one life. We cannot and dare not gamble. No one is qualified to make this decision, including me, Akinu. Akinu was very determined about this. He looked at Whitebeard's old face and spoke word by word. Besides, how can you guarantee that your Whitebeard pirates will always behave properly? Is it really like you said, just for your family? What if you die in the future? Will your pirates continue to operate like this? Frankly speaking, the Whitebeard pirates and Shanks' red hair pirates are not very aggressive. Judging from the sea areas they rule, they are far behind Kaido's Beasts pirates and Big Mom's BIGMOM pirates. But, these are two different things. Advertisement. Forehead, Whitebeard was a little helpless. Although he knew that there was almost no possibility of avoiding war, he still felt disappointed when he heard Akinu say this in person, because it meant that many of his children would definitely die. Whitebeard was not afraid of death, but he was really afraid of watching his family members die like this. In his eyes, they were just a bunch of little kids. How old were they? There were still many beautiful sights in the world that they hadn't seen. How bad would it be to die like this? Do we really have to go to war? Whitebeard spoke again, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. It was obvious that he still didn't intend to give up. But the next moment, bang! Akinu slammed his fist on the ground, looked at Whitebeard with indifferent eyes and said loudly. We the Marines will definitely go to war with your Whitebeard pirates. Stop thinking about it, and if this is the only purpose of your negotiation, then you can leave now. I won't attack you this time, so that you pirates won't say that our Marines won unfairly. As he said that, Akinu waved his hands. He seemed to be trying to chase people away. Aokiji and Kizaru, who were watching coldly, obviously meant the same thing. This battle must be fought, even if it costs some price. If the Four Emperors group is not destroyed by Whitebeard's attack, then the pirates in this world will never be eradicated. This is a dead end. Why? Whitebeard shook his head helplessly. He looked Akinu up and down. This guy was really confident. It seems that there is really no other way. Whitebeard sighed and finally told the real purpose of his visit today. If you want to fight, then let's fight, but I think we can fight in a different way. What method? Akinu asked in confusion. He knew that this should be the purpose of Whitebeard's negotiation. Aokiji and Kizaru also listened attentively, especially Aokiji, who gave Whitebeard a cold reminder. I hope you won't say useless nonsense, we don't have much time. Of course. Whitebeard seemed like he would never get angry, still smiling amiably. He stood up and pointed at the Marine soldiers who were still diligently standing guard on the warships in the distance and spoke. These soldiers are very energetic. Their 20s are the best time of their lives, whether they are Marines or pirates. They shouldn't die in a war like this. Seeing that Whitebeard seemed to be about to say no to fighting again, Akinu immediately interrupted him, but Whitebeard raised his hand and continued speaking. So what I mean by changing the way of fighting is that you and I will only send out high-level combat forces, except for a few of us, such as your Marine Rear Admiral or Marine Vice Admiral. And I will only send out the captains and vice captains of each division, and the victory will be decided by this group of us. Others are not allowed to participate in the battle. This will reduce unnecessary casualties. Advertisement Whitebeard seemed to be afraid that Akinu and the others would disagree, so he explained again. You know, we are the ones who really decide the direction of this war. The role of these children is minimal. Whitebeard recited a bunch of reasons to promote his tactics to Akinu and others, a war in which only high-level fighters were sent out. This was the first time in so many years. Although most people knew that ordinary people under their command would not be able to influence the war, they still did not stop it. After all, most people only care about themselves. If those weak soldiers or pirates die, they die. It would be worth it if they can reduce the opponent's combat power a little bit. After saying that, Whitebeard just stood there holding Kusagawa Kirei, looking at Akinu and the other two with a pair of tiger eyes. To be honest, Whitebeard has never been humble in his life. If this doesn't work, then he can only fight to the death. Bang! Akinu also stood up immediately. His tall body stood erect, his majestic eyes met Whitebeard's gaze, and he spoke loudly. I agree. The Marines are confident that they can win by sending out high-level combat forces. If this can reduce some Marine casualties, why not do it? He, Akinu, is warlike but not a war maniac. What about you? Akinu said and looked at Aokiji and Kizaru. The attitudes of these two guys are also very important. Aokiji looked up. I agree. Kizaru chimed in, me too. Whitebeard was relieved when all three agreed, but before he could relax for long, Akinu asked again. What if the Whitebeard pirates are defeated? First, the Marine will not let the remaining pirates go. They will either die, or serve their sentences in the undersea prison. Obviously, Akinu's bottom line is still the same. The time bomb of the Whitebeard pirates members must be removed. Whitebeard seemed to have prepared this answer long ago. He just smiled and said calmly. If I lose, I will disband the entire Whitebeard pirates. They are all my pirates and they will leave. As for whether they change their identities and become ordinary people, or continue to be pirates, I won't care. If you Marines want to hunt them down, then that's up to you. The members of the Whitebeard pirates are not afraid of sacrifice, we just don't want them to die in vain. This is the best chance Whitebeard has for his children, and to be honest, this is a losing war, whether it is a general war or a high-end war. The Whitebeard pirates group doesn't have a huge gap in winning rate, so these are the only solutions that are not solutions. And this solution just happened to be in line with Marine's idea, so the result is naturally a happy ending for everyone. After a moment's silence, Akinu said in a deep voice. Thank you very much, Whitebeard Kaido. This brief negotiation has finally ended. There were no major twists and turns. In order to reduce unnecessary casualties, both sides adopted a completely new way of combat. Chapter 149 Prepare for Battle. After the negotiation ended, both sides did not stay for long and immediately went back to deploy their troops. Although they only fought high-end battles, they did not fight randomly. This stuff still requires rules. As soon as Whitebeard returned, he immediately told everyone the results of the negotiation. Not surprisingly, this caused an uproar within the company. Everyone knew what it meant to have all the squad leaders and fighters join Whitebeard in facing the Marines' top combat power. This was an attempt to exchange the lives of a small number of people for the survival of the majority, but a group of ordinary pirates members who had been deeply indebted to Whitebeard were not happy about it. They clamored to live and die with the Whitebeard pirates, and even if they were weak, they would still contribute. It's just death, right? Who the hell is afraid? For a moment, everyone shouted in indignation, making the Whitebeard pirates a mess. Whitebeard frowned as he watched all this, feeling both relieved and annoyed. He was relieved because his sincerity was not misplaced. He was annoyed because these guys were too stubborn. They wanted to live and die together, how stupid. Young people should live well before they can fully enjoy their life. In the end, it was a group of squad captains who suppressed the people under them. Marco took a deep breath and yelled loudly to everyone. Everyone shut up and listen to me. The sound was so loud that it caused the sea level to tremble. Soon everyone quieted down, but they still looked at Marco with indignant eyes. Marco looked at everyone, adjusted his mood and spoke in a deep voice. I know that all of us in the Whitebeard pirates are not cowards who are afraid of death. For our families. We can even sacrifice our own lives. Would we be afraid to fight the Marines? We won't. Advertisement Marco's few words calmed the crowd completely. Yes, they are not afraid of death. Why should Dad make such a decision for them? But the next moment Marco changed the subject and continued to speak. But, I firmly agree with Dad's decision. Marco was afraid that someone would interrupt him, so he quickly spoke faster. We, the Whitebeard pirates, are not afraid of death, but we cannot die in vain. I think everyone should still remember our pirate's dream. It's about family and unity, not aggression and war. The Marines want to go to war with our pirates. Are they wrong? Actually, no. It's only natural for the Marines to fight the pirates. After all, in the eyes of most people, we are bad. But if the war must be fought, it will be a disaster for everyone. Winning or losing is meaningless. If we win, that's good, but if we lose, our Whitebeard pirates' decades of accumulation will be destroyed in an instant. We can't do this. This is my father's life's work. We need to preserve some of the flame. You have the courage to die, but don't you have the courage to rebuild our Whitebeard pirates? Marco rambled on for a long time, analyzing all the advantages and disadvantages. In general, this war would most likely be lost and there was no need for fearless sacrifice. Letting some people not participate in the war would preserve the flame of the Whitebeard pirates. Although the pirates might disappear, but as long as the people are still there, it is possible to rebuild. With this said, many people will feel much better. Marco struck while the iron was hot and asked the other team captains to rush and appease everyone. After finishing everything, Marco breathed a sigh of relief and came to his father. Whitebeard looked at Marco with praise. This kid has finally grown up. The two looked at each other, and soon began to discuss the candidates for the battle and how to cooperate. Although it's unlikely to win, but what if? Whitebeard still wants to give it a try. Chapter 150 Not Simple 5 Elders. The situation was similar to that of the Whitebeard pirates. Akinu, Kizaru, and Aokiji immediately went back to announce the news and held a meeting. As a regular army, the Marines had much greater execution capabilities than the pirates, so there were no obstructions and the operation was completed smoothly. After all, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. And many ordinary Marines also breathed a sigh of relief. It was not that they were afraid of death, but they just didn't want to die unfairly. It was heard that Whitebeard mastered the ability of Shockfruit, one of the powers of natural disasters. During team battles, the damage caused to some weak ordinary Marines is devastating. The meeting lasted for a total of 6 hours. Although there were some disagreements during the meeting, they were quickly suppressed by Akinu. He had absolute command on the battlefield front and everyone had to obey his orders, including Aokiji and Kizaru. Of course, Akinu did not insist on his own ideas. He discussed a number of plans with Vice Admiral Crane, who is known as the think tank of Marine, and finally discussed and modified with others, and finally finalized the current final plan. That is, the Marine side dispatched a total of 16 Marine Vice Admirals, including 8 from the headquarters and 8 from the branch. In fact, there were a total of 20 Vice Admirals on the front line this time, but in order to deal with emergencies, 4 Marine Vice Admirals were left behind to command the rear. As for the Marine Rear Admirals, nearly 90% of them were also dispatched, a total of more than 40 Marine Rear Admirals, including both branch and headquarters. Even including several giant Marine Rear Admirals with extremely high combat power. And under the Rear Admiral, a few Marines who were very strong but not high enough in rank were also picked out. As for the Admiral side, of course all of them will be dispatched. There are about 70 of these people in total, which can be said to be an absolutely luxurious lineup. It is not much different from the last battle between the Double Emperor Alliance and Ant Kaido. You have to know that last time they were dealing with 2 Emperor-level pirates groups, and now they're just dealing with a single one. With this lineup, I can't imagine how we can lose. In the pre-war meeting room, a Bellicosity Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral spoke excitedly, saying that this battle had wiped out the Whitebeard pirates. He could gain another great achievement. Maybe I can leave a few words in the history of Naval Headquarters in the future. The other Marine Vice Admirals present are also equally excited. Confidence. This is a reflection of all of them now. The last big victory against the Twin Emperors Alliance really boosted everyone's self-confidence. They really don't know how to write numbers now. Akinu sat in the first seat and looked at the group of guys in silence. Being too arrogant before a battle is a big taboo in military strategy. It is true that their Marines are in an advantageous position, but their Whitebeard pirates are at risk of being wiped out. Under such conditions, the opponent's combat power may even increase dramatically. Akinu feels that in this war, the Marines may suffer heavy losses, unless that little guy Bai Ze can arrive in time. Akinu immediately wanted to beat his little guy. If this guy could fight, with his mysterious abilities, this battle would definitely be one-sided. Bai Ze had told him about some of his special abilities. This little guy Bai Ze seemed to be a professional in high-end team battles. Of course, his ability to kill strong opponents alone was also unique. Advertisement, but no one knows where this little guy is now. We only know that he will go to Mariajoy to do some things. And then, we don't know what's next. Bai Ze didn't tell him, and he didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, this little guy had his own ideas and wouldn't harm him. However, there are only 3 days left before leaving the war world. Will he really be able to make it back in time? Akinu thought so, but the next moment he cursed himself. Akinu, when did you start to rely on others? This is a big taboo. Even if it's that little guy Bai Ze, you're the Marine commander before the war. If Bai Ze doesn't come, does that mean this war can't be fought? Akinu felt a little scared in his heart. He really shouldn't have such thoughts. He could still fight without Bai Ze. At that moment, Akinu had endless fighting spirit on the spot, started pre-war training and thought about the perfect method. He is the head coach, and he must try his best to bring everyone back on the premise of winning. Seeing how honestly these guys answered, the kind-hearted Bai Ze gave them the same treatment as St. Charlos. After all, they are relatives, and they should be treated equally. When he interrogated these guys, these celestial dragons still relied on their pride and status to maintain some backbone. But when he mentioned the miserable state of St. Charlos, these guys told him all the information they knew. Bai Ze hid in a very secret corner of Mariajoy, keeping his breath very low. He muttered while observing the things around him. From left to right, it goes like this. This guy is the only old man among the 5 people who Bai Ze feels might pose a threat to him. The one on the far left is wearing a black suit, has white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on the left side of his face. Nothing, I guess I was wrong, so that they won't say Bai Ze discriminates against them. Although Bai Ze felt helpless, he had no choice but to place his hopes on the 5 elders. After all, these 5 old guys definitely knew about Im's existence. Bai Ze also reacted quickly and immediately escaped into the Kamui space. The other side. Advertisement. Many guards lined up on both sides to welcome the 5 people, but it was a pity to know how noble the identities of these 5 old men were. 5 old men with different temperaments but great momentum. They began to walk slowly into the city. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes and began to look at these 5 old men he had never met from a distance of several thousand meters. The last old man is very special. He is wearing a white Taoist robe, bald head, and glasses. He is the only one among the 5 elders who is not wearing a suit and has a beard. He also holds a samurai sword in his hand. Didn't the 5 elders say they would come back to Mariojoy today? Why haven't they come yet when it's almost dark? The second one was wearing a dark blue suit, had long straight white hair and a long beard. The old man with a mustache next to him suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, the old man with the knife continued to look towards the place where Bai Ze disappeared, and spoke after hesitating for a while. According to them, they didn't know about the existence of I Am, and they had no idea that there was a king of celestial dragons in this world. But looking at Bai Ze's confident expression, Bai Ze slowly focused his sight in one direction, and saw 5 people slowly coming down from a huge warship near the Mariojoy harbor. And today, according to calculations, is the time they will come this time. The only thing missing is telling Bai Ze the color of his pants. The second to last one was wearing a dark green suit, was bald, had 2 splayed mustaches, and had a moderate birthmark on his forehead. After thinking about it for a while, several people said that maybe the elders of the family who had lived for a long time might know such secret information. As for these young celestial dragons, apart from eating and drinking, in fact, no one told them important things. He just said that he took the time to return to Kamui space and interrogated those unlucky celestial dragons' 5 elders. According to these unlucky celestial dragons, the 5 elders would return to Mariojoy every once in a while. No one knew their purpose, but they would come back anyway. Bai Ze, who was far away in Mariojoy, had no idea that Akinu had the idea of relying on him. After all, he had not finished his work yet. In his heart, investigating Im's strength and position was more important than killing Whitebeard. After all, for the latter, he can come back to kill at any time, it's just a matter of how much he has to pay. What are you looking at? Putting away his messy thoughts, Bai Ze continued to feel carefully. Finally, after a moment, Bai Ze's eyes lit up. Is it finally here? Just as Bai Ze was looking at them, the 5th old man in Taoist robe and holding a samurai sword suddenly frowned and looked towards Bai Ze. The old man in the middle was wearing a dark red suit, no bow tie, blonde hair, blonde beard, and a scar on his chest. He looked like someone who was not someone he could easily mess with. Chapter 151. The figure that cannot be looked at directly. Inside the Kamui space, Bai Ze suppressed the shock in his heart and frowned slightly. What a strong insight, he can sense my detection from such a distance. This guy with the knife is almost at the same level as Mahawk and Longma. No, maybe even stronger. Bai Ze's eyes became more serious. Now he has a more complete understanding of the 5 elders. None of these guys are simple, except for the old man with the knife. The aura emitted by the other 4 is far beyond that of ordinary pirates and marine vice admirals. Bai Ze feels that they have the strength of marine admiral at least. This illustrates a rather terrifying fact, which is that the world government has at least 4 admiral level warriors plus 1 top level warrior with super admiral strength. And this is just what is on the surface. Bai Ze knew that the world government also controlled the 2 major combat forces, the Air Force and the Army, and there should be no small number of strong men among them. It's hard to believe that these guys don't take the naval headquarters seriously. They really have the confidence to do so. Bai Ze sighed inwardly, and his contempt for the world government decreased a little, but Bai Ze was still not at a disadvantage. Combat power of his level could not be made up for by numbers, so what he feared most now was the king of celestial dragons, I Am, whom he had never met. Bai Ze had reason to guess that the 5 elders came to Mariojoy every once in a while just to see the king of celestial dragons, I Am. Otherwise, Bai Ze couldn't imagine that such a high-ranking old man would come here for no reason. Enjoy? Such a strong person should have gotten rid of such low tastes long ago? The arrival of these old men this time should be the best chance for me to find I Am. Do it as soon as you say it. Bai Ze escaped from the Kamui space again, then suppressed his breath to the lowest level and did not deliberately look at those old men, and began to follow them all the way. This kind of tracking method can never be discovered unless one has entered the realm of God. Advertisement. At this moment, on the streets of the main city of Mariojoy, the 5 elders were walking slowly, as if they were really wandering aimlessly. Behind them were several rows of guards, who kept scanning the surroundings, fearing that some desperate guys would appear and offend these 5 adults. Did I really feel wrong just now? I did feel someone looking at me with ill intentions. Among the 5 people, the old man with white hair and beard holding a knife muttered absent-mindedly. As a swordsman, he was the most sensitive to threats. Not long after entering Mariojoy, he sensed a hostility. Although it was very faint, it should be there. His 6th sense told him that the owner of that site was very powerful. He vaguely sensed a hint of danger, which surprised the old man a little, because he hadn't felt danger for a long time. Because he is really too strong, it's almost time, we should go meet that adult. The sudden words of the old man with a mustache next to him interrupted the old man with the knife. Without the slightest hesitation, the other people nodded seriously. Let's go. Nothing is more important than meeting that adult, because no one in this world can bear that adult's wrath. After walking for a while, they arrived in front of the most magnificent palace in Mariojoy. After dispersing the guards following them, the 5 of them entered the palace together. Advertisement finally, they arrived at a magnificent stone statue on the first floor. They looked at each other tacitly. Then put their hands on the feet of the stone statue one by one, with their heads lowered very low. Their attitude was very humble, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Click. Click. Finally, the bottom of the stone statue suddenly began to split, as if there was a mechanism underneath. After the sound of heavy chains, a big hole appeared in the hull, and upon closer inspection, there was a staircase with countless steps connecting it. No one knew where the final destination was. If other celestial dragons saw this scene, they would definitely be very surprised, because they have been to this palace so many times. But no one has discovered that there is such a mechanism here. Without any hesitation, the 5 people began to step into the dark cave one by one, and the cave began to slowly close as the last person entered. But just when it was about to close, it suddenly paused, but it did not trigger any chain reaction, and the place soon returned to its original state. Under the dark cave entrance, the 5 elders walked on the stairs very familiarly in the dim light, as if they had walked up them 1,800 times. After walking for who knows how long, the 5 elders finally came to a very large open space. They lined up in a row and faced the same direction. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the sky, instantly illuminating the entire place, and finally revealed the true appearance of this underground palace. Following a few quaint stone steps, a magnificent golden throne stood at the top, and at this moment, a figure whose face could not be seen was sitting on it. That person was like a god overlooking the entire world. Welcome, my lord. However, the 5 old men who symbolized the pinnacle of power in the pirates' world did not dare to look directly at that figure, but knelt down in front of that figure, like the humblest servants. The entire underground palace is eerily quiet at this moment. Chapter 152. I Am takes action. It is hard to imagine that these 5 people who represent the most powerful people in the world would one day kneel down to one person, like humble slaves. Moreover, these 5 people did not show a single sign of dissatisfaction on their faces, only deep piety. It was because the figure in front of them was called Yim, a man who had survived 800 years without aging. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew why he could survive for so long. Mysterious and weird are the portrayal of this adult. This, sir, oh no, maybe this figure can be called a god. Its existence represents supremacy, represents the supreme. No one can maintain a trace of pride in front of this adult. Although they, the 5 elders, are the sovereigns of the world government, they are nothing in front of this adult. Just some useful tools. If you don't want it anymore, you can replace it at will. In the past 800 years, the 5 important positions of the world government, diplomacy, politics, military, law, the leaders of history have been replaced one after another. But this lord has always been there, unchanging forever. He has always been sitting on that empty throne, overlooking all living beings. Among the 5 people, the old man with a mustache who was in charge of diplomacy buried his head deeply, not daring to look directly at the figure, and a few drops of cold sweat quietly flowed down his back. That sir's aura is still as strong as ever. Even now I can't feel how strong the sir is. The old man sighed inwardly. Every meeting with this adult was a great pressure for him, even if that adult seldom spoke. After all, he could not understand this adult's plan at all. He has never been born in the past 800 years, and the outside world has no idea that he exists. How terrifying is that? The old man only knew a little about this adult's feat, that is, the lost 100 years of history, when he was taking over from the previous generation of 5 elders. Countless years ago, this adult seemed to have created a miracle and fought against another terrifying unknown existence. No one knows what the outcome of that battle was. All we know is that the 2 most remarkable beings of that era began to disappear from then on. After several years, it was also because of the handiwork of this adult that Mariojoy was finally created, and the celestial dragons appeared. The old man didn't understand, but he had a vague feeling that this adult seemed to be waiting for something, and that the result was very important to this adult. They come to report any anomalies at sea every once in a while, especially if there are any special people appearing. This is the only order from this adult. After a while of silence in the field, the figure on the throne finally moved, and it opened its eyes, revealing a pair of sharp pupils like an eagle's, very bright and deep. He spoke in a deep voice. Speak. The voice was low and hoarse, and it seemed to contain some kind of magical power that resounded throughout the palace. The 5 elders immediately felt relieved. The old man with a mustache who was in charge of reporting immediately spoke slowly. Your Majesty, now New World. Advertisement. The old man with the mustache immediately told the big things happening in New World. For example, the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by their world government were almost slaughtered by the marine, and the 7 warlords of the sea plan system was directly dead in name only. This was one of the most explosive things in the past decade. When their world government learned of this information, they were actually shocked. After all, the marine and the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by their world government are essentially allies. The old man was actually very angry about being stabbed so unexpectedly. At that time, he actually wanted to call the naval headquarters, but at that time he suddenly remembered some things that the adults had occasionally reminded him of before. It said, try not to interfere too much in major events happening at sea, everything is just cause and effect. The old man with the mustache temporarily suppressed the pressure on Marine with this, and as for what happened later, 7 warlords of the sea were almost all killed by marine, and it was too late for the world government to react. They could only give Sengoku a beating and finally let the matter go. Immediately after this incident, the Double Emperor Alliance, that is, the battle between the Big Mom Beasts pirates, one of the 4 emperors, and the Big Mom pirates and the marine. The severity of this incident seems to be no less than the previous one. Can you imagine that the 4 emperors system that was just confirmed was almost abolished in the blink of an eye? Even the old people were dumbfounded when they found out about it. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. These guys were the ones that even they had to be wary of. Now, how come they are both gone? What a cruel twist of fate. That damn guy was as annoying as his nightmare, although he had defeated him by some tricks and even took away some of that power, which was the source of his immortality now. This power was very strong and magical, but because he was a thief, it was subject to some restrictions. The 5 elders seemed to sense something was wrong with that adult, and they lowered their heads even lower, as if they were going to touch the ground. His name is Bai Ze. Yim actually walked down the throne step by step, and came to a staircase. He trembled and spoke, his tone full of expectation. There will be a battle between him and it in the future, and only by truly defeating it can he break free from the confinement of this cage. For this reason, he did not hesitate to imprison himself in order to kill that guy in one fell swoop before he grows up. It cannot be exposed. Otherwise, that guy will definitely sense its existence, and in the end, he will be in the light while the other party is in the dark. It even knows about the newly rising revolutionary army, but it just doesn't care much about it. Who could have imagined that the situation at sea would change so quickly? The old man with a mustache spoke with courage, his back already soaked with sweat. He couldn't understand why the adults were so interested in this young man. This was the first time in all these years. Tell me, what's that guy's name? After all these years, the last time the adults were excited was during the chaotic era of Pirates King Roger and Rocks. But it wasn't as exciting as it is now. After the old man with a mustache narrated the 2 events in detail, he lowered his head respectfully again. The old man with a mustache was a little sad at this moment, because it had not been long since he last came to this underground palace. There seems to be a figure behind all the things you mentioned, and his existence seems to be the root of all of this. Interesting, really interesting. Has that guy finally appeared in the world? Boom. Advertisement. I saw I am lightly pointing in a certain direction. The next moment the space in that place began to disappear bit by bit, and an abrupt figure slowly appeared. The kneeling 5 elders were horrified. What was the adult doing? They had never seen an adult like this. The old man with the mustache described all the strange abilities that Bai Ze had displayed. If Sengoku heard it here, he would definitely be very shocked, because some of the information the old man with the mustache mentioned was not even known to him, the Marine Marshal. You can imagine how powerful the world government's intelligence is. Although he had never left this prison-like palace, he actually knew a lot about the outside world thanks to the detailed reports from the 5 elders. For example, he knew that the pirates were now very powerful, and were about to overwhelm the Marines, and that his descendants, who could barely be called his descendants, were acting more and more unruly. But as soon as he raised his head, I am suddenly looked straight at him and let out a majestic roar, with boundless momentum rushing towards him. You lowly rat, how dare you come here without my permission? Get out of here. The old man with a mustache was so shocked, he just wanted to take a look, but, was he going to be killed? The old man with a mustache regretted it very much, but he did not resist, because it was meaningless to fight against that adult. Buzz. The figure sitting steadily on the empty throne tapped the armrest with one hand, making a crisp sound, and then spoke in a puzzled tone. Yim muttered softly, and his expression finally began to change. If the 5 elders looked closely at this moment, they would find that this expression was called excitement. This limitation made it easy for it to be defeated by that guy. Although it defeated him, it knew that the guy would come back. With his keen insight, Yim easily discovered that there seemed to be the same variable behind these 2 things, so he was excited. The old man with a mustache described the details of these 2 major events in detail, and of course the topic of Bai Ze, the instigator, could not be avoided. Court death. Boom. Boom. 7 warlords of the sea were destroyed, and the powerful men left over from the old times died. Did this happen in just a few months? This man whose face had been as cold as ice for 800 years finally showed some expression today. And just when he really thought he was going to die in the next moment, he saw I am continued to growl. In his eyes, no matter how powerful these people are or how much trouble they make, they will all be reduced to dust in the end. I am, doesn't care about such things at all. Even if the celestial dragons are destroyed or even the world government is overthrown, he doesn't care. He cares about that guy, Bai Ze. So this is Joey Boy's name now. Very good, very good. Im's pupils flashed with strange colors, and a hint of his aura accidentally leaked out, causing the entire palace to shake in the distance. The old man with a mustache was so curious that he bravely raised his head slightly, wanting to see what the adult looked like now. Chapter 153. The Powerful I Am. Im's roar made several 5 elders extremely stunned. What? Is there someone else in this palace besides them? We are doomed now. This place is not what the adult wants to expose, and only a few of them know about this area. The mysterious guy who can come here most likely came in with them. It's over, it's over. The 5 elders, including the old man with the knife, were completely panicked at this moment. If they were blamed for this, none of them would be alive. The anger was ignited immediately. Who is it? Get out now. After cursing for a few times, they all looked up and finally saw the adult's first real move. And the mysterious man seemed to begin to reveal himself with this blow. Damn. What kind of weird power is this? Bai Ze, who had been secretly following the 5 elders to this mysterious palace, thought to himself that something was wrong. He was just shocked when he suddenly heard that I am link his name with Joey Boy. He was so careless that he lost his breath for a moment, but it's no wonder he was shocked, because as a time traveler, Bai Ze was very familiar with the name Joy Boy, because that was the identity of the protagonist Luffy a few years later. Advertisement: the sun god, the recipient of the Nika fruit, seems to possess the power of a god. It must be because of my sudden rise that I mistook myself for Joey Boy. Buzz. Buzz. Bai Ze's Kamui power began to gradually dissipate with Im's attack, dissolving the power of space. It was so terrifying. Almost instantly, Bai Ze's Kamui space was out of control. His 2 legs were exposed and were about to be completely exposed. Bai Ze's pupils flickered, Mangekyo Sharingan burst into a terrifying bloody light, and Kamui's spatial power surged, and suddenly curbed this power. How is it possible that you can fight against the original power of this world? Im's eyes were filled with astonishment, as if he could not accept this fact at all. He had thought that this guy with great hidden abilities was just a rat that could be easily killed. But now he could actually resist a little bit of his power? Could it be that? It's you, Joy Boy. Im's aura suddenly increased, and he tiptoed to the front of the 5 elders in an instant, looking directly at Bai Ze. At this moment Bai Ze had hidden himself again with Kamui. But, this time, just reached out and pulled, and the bright white light gathered in his hand. Advertisement buzz. The Kamui space was torn apart again, and the extent was even greater than before. Bai Ze's figure was exposed again. At this moment, there was a unique excitement on Im's face. He even put his hands together, and a terrifying aura made the 5 elders and others breathless. You dare to come to see me when you haven't grown up yet? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you would make such a mistake. In that case, then go to hell. It's been 800 years. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, has lost all the mysterious feeling of being a god. Now he is just like an ordinary person who is about to realize his dream. Buzz. Boom. But the next moment, he was surprised to find that Bai Ze's breath was gone. It was so complete that even when Bai Ze used Kamui space just now, it could sense Bai Ze's existence, but now it couldn't feel it at all. It was as if the other party had escaped hundreds of miles away. How is this possible? Even someone like him who has mastered the power of gods can't do it, so how can others do it? No. Chapter 154. The Furious Yim suspects Bai Ze is Joey Boy. No. Im's terrifying roar, accompanied by a powerful momentum, directly enveloped the entire palace. Boom. Boom. Countless objects in the entire underground palace were shaking, and large numbers of stone slabs were falling off. Even Mariajoy, hundreds of meters above the underground palace, was affected. Many celestial dragons looked at the shaking floor in amazement. Was there an earthquake? Several 5 elders knelt on the ground with horror on their faces. They didn't dare to interrupt at all, for fear of angering the adults again. However, their hatred towards that damn mysterious man became even stronger. It was because of this damn guy that made Lord Im so angry. They would definitely not have a good time in the future. But at the same time, they also became curious about the identity of this mysterious man. Although a glimpse of the opponent's figure was revealed just now, it is a bit difficult to recognize his identity with just a quick glance, and he was able to escape from Lord Im's hands. You can imagine how terrifying his strength is. But if you think about it this way, the scope of that person's identity becomes extremely small, and several people even have vague guesses in their hearts. Boom. Boom. Finally, after a few minutes, Im calmed down, and his aura disappeared again. He looked like an ordinary person. Except that his temperament was very different from that of a normal person. And Im reached out his hand again, and the stone slabs and other objects that had just fallen began to return to their original positions as if time had gone back. What a great Joey Boy. It seems like you have more tricks up your sleeve in this life. You are worthy of being my only rival. After calming down, Im's face returned to calm. He squinted his eyes and muttered, beginning to recall the method that the mysterious man had just used. The power of space. This fits the description of the marine genius boy Bai Ze given by my humble tools just now. It seems that my guess was correct. Joey Boy should be him. Advertisement. Im was not so angry that he didn't kill the other party this time. After all, that guy was on the same level as himself. If it was so easy to kill him, it would be unrealistic. Boom. 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 And they also secretly began investigating the young marine genius at the naval headquarters, Bai Ze. They wanted to know whether the other party had the time to take action and what he was doing now. After all, he was the main suspect. Then, Im stuffed the lump of object directly into his mouth and chewed it vigorously. Almost at the same time, the 5 elders felt something strange in their bodies. It seemed as if they had lost something very important. Everything we have was given by adults, and no one should have any other thoughts. Otherwise, there is no need for adults to help. We will deal with you ourselves. Several people echoed in agreement, but no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. After doing all this, they were still feeling uneasy. After all, what happened today was beyond their understanding. They felt that the time their master had been waiting for hundreds of years seemed to be finally here. Inside the World Government Office. But you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. If you make a mistake in this war, you will pay the price with 5 years of life each. Thank you, my lord. You are indeed the only true god in the world. I believe that when you appear again, you will make the world worship you. Thank you for your grace. I'm sorry, my lord. We were careless this time and let the damn rat sneak in. But please give us another chance. We can definitely help my lord solve this problem. If this amount of energy is absorbed, he might not have more than 3 years left to live, and the other old men wouldn't be much better off. But he didn't dare to express any dissatisfaction towards Lord Yim in his heart, and even thanked him loudly. Long live the Lord. Thank you, my lord. Your will is always supreme and correct. The 5 old men slowly came out of their shock and looked at each other in tacit understanding. After hesitating for a while, the old man with a mustache in the lead spoke. Advertisement, HMPH. That guy just revealed his appearance for a moment. I'll give you 7 days to find out his exact identity, and then bring him to Mariajoy at all costs. Several people listed Bai Ze's revealed characteristics and abilities one by one, and then began to investigate based on these methods. Without any hesitation, the 5 elders all hurriedly explained. This time they really felt a hint of the adult's murderous intent and quickly made assurances. After experiencing this incident, Yim was no longer in the mood to listen to the 5 elders' report. After all, he felt that the opportunity he had been waiting for was about to come. The faces of several people aged visibly, especially the old man with the knife who was already the oldest. He looked at his wrinkled hands in confusion, and at this moment he felt a little weak. Only Yim said in a deep voice. After thinking about it, I am decided not to kill these 5 elders. After all, time was urgent, and if he killed these guys, he would have to waste some time to train some useful tools again. Mobilize all the intelligence forces of the world government to start the investigation. If there is one person whose abilities or characteristics are somewhat similar to that of the mysterious man, report it. Thinking that their lord was about to step into the spotlight, several people felt both excited and nervous. They were excited because of the education they had received since childhood. They were absolutely loyal to Lord Yim. After all, almost everything they had was given by him. But in order to be a little more stable, I.M. once again set his sights on the 5 elders who were kneeling on the ground. The 5 old men were immediately frightened and dared not breathe. But after a few words, Yimu changed the subject and said coldly. The reason for the trepidation is, my master is really moody and has no concept of life. We might die at his hands. Secondly, they have been sitting at the pinnacle of power for so long. Deep down, they don't want anyone else to be above them. The few of them did not dare to stay in the palace any longer and left immediately. As soon as they got out, they rushed back to the world government without stopping, regardless of the other celestial dragons trying to stop them. Go ahead and say it. Without waiting for their reply, it stretched out its hand and grabbed fiercely. In an instant, a ray of white light flowed out from the eyebrows of the 5 people and condensed into a ball-like object. You are such a bunch of losers. You can even let others follow you all the way here. I really doubt your abilities. Maybe, I should consider replacing you. Certainly, upon hearing this, the 5 elders felt as if they had been pardoned. They kowtowed and expressed their gratitude in a hurry, with shameless words of praise pouring out of their mouths without paying. Chapter 155 Nervous Bai Ze. At this moment, inside the underground palace of Mariajoy, Lord Yim, the king of celestial dragons who has been hiding for 800 years, is still sitting on the void throne. After driving away the 5 elders, it immediately began to plan its next move. At this moment, there were messy photos under his feet. If someone looked closely, they would find that every person in these photos was a famous figure in the contemporary sea. For example, the deceased Kaido of the Beasts, and the Lord of all Nations Charlotte Linlin. The other 2 4 emperors Whitebeard and Shanks are also included. In addition, photos of some emerging stars pirates are also included. As for the marine camp, Sengoku, Garp and the 3 marine admirals are all included. Some more famous marine vice admirals such as Suru Vice Admiral are also there. There are hundreds of scattered photos of the strong men of this generation, which means that the king of celestial dragons has been paying attention to the growth trajectory of these people. Joey boy, if this guy appears again, he will definitely be the most unique in the world. After all, he has the power of God. That's why I.M. pays so much attention to these people, and I.M. pays great attention to this generation, because this generation seems to be the generation with a blowout of world luck, and the frequency and height of the appearance of strong people are far beyond the previous eras. What does this mean? As someone who has lived for countless years, I.M. knows very well that this means the great era is coming and the world will once again welcome someone who will bring about change. In fact, Imbi has lived longer than the 5 elders imagined, and he also knows the history from a much longer time ago. It's just that that era was so chaotic that it could not be recorded at all, and the world seems to intend to let this history disappear. Therefore, mankind's clearest understanding of history only lasts 800 years. For 800 years, it was him and Joyboy. Both of them were extremely special beings, and could even be said to be of the same origin. It's just that he represented darkness, while Joyboy represented light. The power held by the latter is actually greater than his, because this world seems to prefer light. But I.M. was not convinced, so he used some means to steal that power, and finally defeated Joyboy, but he was still one step short of killing the opponent directly, causing that guy to fall into reincarnation. And also erased the 100 years of history, just to make Joyboy weaker when he revived. And this generation. I.M. thinks that if that guy appears again, it will most likely be this generation. Advertisement decades ago, he thought that Rox, the so-called evil lord of the sea, was the incarnation of Joy Boy. In the end, he found out that he was not. Later, he thought it was the Pirates King Roger. This guy also created an era. But, it seems that guy is not the one either. After all, he died before he could do anything. After these two guys died, more than 10 years later, I am actually placed his suspicion on the red-haired Shanks. The existence of this young man actually had some influence on him, and even promoted his growth. He wanted to see if he could create a Joy Boy, but right now, that wasn't the time. Yim originally thought he would have to wait a few more years, but now. I am thought of the figure that had just appeared in the power that was not the ability of the devil fruit at all, and he smiled. Joey boy. I finally got to see you. You're still as difficult as ever, but my 800-meter plan was successful. I don't know how much memory you have left, but, no matter what, you are still doomed to fail. From the fight just now, I am realized that the opponent must not have recovered his full strength, so he was definitely going to lose. He would not give the opponent any extra time. Just wait for the 5 elders to confirm Joy Boy's exact identity and other information for him. With these, even if he can't get out of this cage, he can use other powers to kill the other party in any corner of the world. And if Joy Boy can get into Mariojoy again, he can have a go, and kill him there. All in all, he's a sure winner this time. He even gave his old friend 7 days to hide. It was so much fun watching his mouse-like behavior. Next time we meet, I hope you won't disappoint me too much, Joy Boy. Advertisement at the same time on the other side. On a small island hundreds of miles away from Mariojoy, a young boy with a childish face was leaning against a huge rock, his chest heaving violently. His face was pale, as if he had just experienced a battle. The boy is Bai Ze, who successfully escaped. Fortunately, I prepared the Flying Thunder God technique in advance, otherwise I might have failed this time. But the Flying Thunder God technique spans hundreds of kilometers, and even for me now, it takes a lot of energy to perform it. Bai Ze spoke with lingering fear. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Because he just really felt the threat of death. It was the clearest feeling of death since he got the system. Facing him was like facing a world. Just like a god. There was even a hint of fear in his heart. It was really a bit ridiculous. Bai Ze's face looked ugly. He shook his head to get rid of this absurd but necessary thought. The king of celestial dragons seemed even more powerful than he had imagined. Fortunately, he did not rashly attack the other party, but he still made a fatal mistake in the end. Bai Ze felt that his identity would not be hidden for much longer. The other party should know the identity of his representative soon and attack him. Bai Ze doesn't dare to bet that the other party will never step out of the palace. So Bai Ze's top priority is to improve his own strength. That is to obtain the 6 paths Rinnegan. This is the only asset for him to fight against the king of celestial dragons. Being promoted to 6 paths is almost like stepping into the realm of true God. Only God can fight against God, and in order to obtain the 6 paths Rinnegan, that means killing all the 4 emperors. Thinking of this, Bai Ze no longer had any hesitation in his heart. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Whitebeard, Shanks. Bai Ze, must take the lives of these 2 guys. I don't know if the war has started over there at this point in time. I hope I can get there. After all, I can't keep using the Flying Thunder God technique to travel, otherwise I won't have the strength to kill Whitebeard when I get to the battlefield. Chapter 156 The War Begins. Time passed by little, and the war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marine finally arrived quietly. Now, there are almost no ships traveling back and forth in the sea area within hundreds of miles at the border of the Whitebeard pirates' territory during this period of time. After all, it is no secret that a big war will take place here, so not many fools would come here to seek death during this period of time. At this moment, many people in New World are looking forward to the start of this war. Can Marine continue the myth of victory in the last war with the Twin Emperors Alliance? Or will it eventually die under the knife of the Whitebeard pirates? Although many people have great confidence in the current Marine, they are still filled with anxiety in their hearts. After all, hope is often accompanied by disappointment. During the Pirates era, many people have been living in dire straits for so many years. Now that they have finally ushered in the dawn, they really cherish it. But the direction of this war is not something that ordinary people like them can decide. They can only wait. Wait for the result to come. Boom. Boom. On a large island on the edge of the Whitebeard pirates' territory, the elite members of the Whitebeard pirates have been waiting here long ago. Whitebeard stood at the front holding Kusanokiri, and behind him stood a row of captains, such as Phoenix Marco and Diamond Josie. And further behind them were a group of vice captains, and a number of powerful fighters, each of them exuding a strong aura. These are the most elite group of warriors from their Whitebeard Pirates group. At this moment, all of them have solemn eyes, because they know that the upcoming battle might be the toughest and most likely the last battle in their life. After all, during this period of time, Marco did not hide the information about the difference in combat power between the 2 sides. Marine's strength is indeed much stronger than theirs. They will most likely lose this battle, and there is only one outcome of failure, and that is death. Death. Everyone will feel confused and afraid when thinking about death, and they are no exception. However, some people are full of fighting spirit, while others look calm. No one knows what they are thinking at this moment. Whitebeard stood at the front. He looked at the endless blue sea in front of him. He didn't look back, but spoke softly. Marco, you are a group of good children. This time Daddy is unable to protect you, so he can only let you weak children die with Daddy. I am so sorry. Dad. You. Whitebeard's old sigh echoed among the crowd behind him. These past few days, he had been thinking. Is it right to exchange the lives of a few more people for the survival of a few more? Isn't this cruel to these children? After all, life is more important than anything else, even if he is their father. But, that's the fact, choosing the lesser of two evils. This is the best of all bad options. The sea breeze blew on Marco's face, making a rustling sound. Hearing his father's words, he curled his lips helplessly. Advertisement, what are you talking about, Dad? Before we set out to sea, we were a group of lost people without a goal. It was your guidance that helped us find the meaning of life. You gave our lives meaning. Now we can die with you in battle. This couldn't be a more perfect ending. Several other squad leaders who had followed Whitebeard for a long time also echoed the words. That's right. If I really have to choose a way to die in this life, dying in battle with my father would be the best. Second the motion. Lousy is not afraid of death, ha 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 ha. The cheerful chatter of a group of people diluted the solemn atmosphere. Only a man standing in a corner at the back who was eating soccer peach pie curled his lips sarcastically and whispered. Ha ha. A bunch of hypocritical guys. All your claims of not fearing death are fake. It's because the Marines are surrounding us too tightly. There's no way for us to escape. So instead of running away alone, you might as well give it a try. Why pretend to be affectionate? Blackbeard likes to speculate about others from the darkest side of their hearts, because he is too dark, so he is unwilling to believe in the lofty and bright side of others. The war is about to begin. A heavy roar was heard from the sea in the distance. A huge warship was heading towards this side at a high speed, causing huge waves. Blackbeard was immersed in his perfect plan, but was soon interrupted by a loud noise. If he hadn't tried to escape these few days and found that the Marine blockade was too strict, he really didn't want to accompany these idiots to die. Boom. Boom. Follow me and kill. Children, I am with you. Yes, Marco was a bit reckless and entangled with the two Marine admirals, withstanding their attacks, and barely held them back, preventing these guys from joining other battles. Everyone, attack and destroy the pirates. Show off our Marines' might. All the Whitebeard pirates turned their eyes over there, their smiles gone and their faces solemn. The same is true for the Whitebeard pirates. Then they met Akinu, who came first. Akinu raised his hand high and then dropped it suddenly, and he spoke loudly. Advertisement Kizaru snorted slowly and coldly, then turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. Boom. 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 The war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marine has finally officially begun. Blackbeard murmured quietly, a cruel gleam in his eyes as he looked at the backs of everyone, and he had already made up his mind. There's nothing I can do. If I feel like we're going to lose the battle, I don't know if I'll get any reward if I attack these guys and ask for credit from the Marine. I don't want to die like this, and I don't want to go to that damn place called the undersea prison. Kill, Akinu, Kizaru, Aokiji. These three Marine admirals stood at the forefront, letting the sea breeze blow their battle robes rustling. Aokiji and Kizaru were also closely following him. The former used the freeze fruit with a tap of his toes to transform into a giant bird and rushed into the battlefield directly on it. At this moment, on the deck of the warship in the distance, there also stood the luxurious lineup of the Marine. Boom. When the warship was about 100 meters away from the shore. Behind them stood dozens of naval headquarters vice admirals and rear admirals in a neat row. They were full of fighting spirit and stared intently at the people from the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard swung forward with the cloud blade in his hand and shouted loudly. Even though he has been in the Whitebeard pirates for so many years, and seems to get along well with everyone by being a good guy, but in fact only he himself understands. He doesn't trust anyone at all, he only trusts himself. As for other squad captains and others, they fought with dozens of Marine warriors who came to kill them. Almost at the same time, kill, bang, bang, bang. Akinu's tiger eyes met Whitebeard's old eyes, as if sparks were about to fly in the air. The remaining dozens of Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admiral also immediately joined the battlefield. Marco took the lead and transformed into a blue-green phoenix and charged directly to the left front, meeting Aokiji and Kizaru. Then, Akinu pointed his toes and was the first to shoot out, hitting the island like a meteor. That is to backstab the Whitebeard pirates and join the Marines. Maybe there will be a chance to survive, and then. Chapter 157 Whitebeard's Determination. It has to be said that the battle scene between hundreds of top-level warriors was extremely exciting. This not-so-small island changed drastically after just a few minutes of fierce fighting between the two sides. It's like the end of the world. And soon after the fighting began, the two sides tacitly divided the battlefields into several different areas. One is the battlefield between Akinu and Whitebeard. Every attack from the two strongest men in both camps will generate a huge shockwave. This shockwave does not distinguish between friend and foe. Even if one of their own people is hit, it is easy to be seriously injured, so everyone tacitly stays away from them. And there is another different battlefield where Marco leads three powerful squad captains and two Marine admirals, Kizaru Aokiji, to fight. It was a 4 versus 2 situation here, and even Marco, one of the two Marine admirals, didn't dare to be careless. After a moment of helpless stalemate, he called for support. At this moment, with the tacit cooperation of the Whitebeard pirates, they were able to temporarily hold back Aokiji and Kizaru, preventing them from attacking other people for the time being. The third battlefield is naturally the battlefield where the Marines Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral and the remaining powerful forces of the Whitebeard pirates are stationed. This battlefield has the largest number of people. And the battle is the most complicated, with countless energy attacks flying around. It's a mess. Because of their attack, countless rocks and sand were flying all over the island, and trees were falling. The earth was shaking violently due to the energy bombardment, just like a major earthquake. The unlucky creatures on the island were running around in panic and would be attacked and die if they were not careful. At this moment, in the battle between Whitebeard and Akinu, after the two had exchanged dozens of blows with each other and were evenly matched, Akinu took a quick step back, and then charged forward for an attack. Meteor Volcano. With a powerful energy fluctuation, Akinu punched directly forward. Even though Whitebeard quickly blocked it with Kusukimi Kirigari in advance, he still knocked Whitebeard back several steps. But Whitebeard was indeed a strong man of the older generation. Decades of combat experience had almost become an instinct. He used the trend of retreating to gain leverage. Kong Yunki drew a large semicircle in the air, and then slashed towards Akinu fiercely. Boom! Akinu was also knocked back several steps. After he stood firm, he looked Whitebeard up and down. To be honest, he was a little impressed by the old man in front of him. This guy is indeed a bit stronger than Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, and that's despite his weak body at the moment. Advertisement. It seems that the title of the strongest man on the sea is well deserved. Akinu felt that if he had fought Whitebeard to the death a few months ago, he would have won only a miserable victory. After all, the opponent's physical strength could never exceed his own. But now, it's different. Shuman, open. Before Akinu could attack, Whitebeard rushed forward and activated his shock fruit ability to ultimate. He slashed at Akinu fiercely with the blade of Kurigane Kiri wrapped in fluorescent light. Whitebeard's pupils shrank slightly. He had already determined from the aura emanating from Akinu's heart that if he continued to fight in this state, he would definitely lose. Whitebeard was spitting out blood, his heart pounding like thunder. He knew that he was overdrawing his vitality. This was his strongest and final blow. Everyone from the Whitebeard pirates looked at their father with tears in their eyes, and no one spoke out to stop him. Because this was actually their plan B, which was to die together with the Marine, and then create hope of survival for the other ordinary crew members. Boom. 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 All the members of the Whitebeard pirates, except the extremely panicked Blackbeard, shouted loudly. To them, Marine was just a simple villain. Even Aokiji and Kizaru were shocked. It was obvious that they didn't expect Whitebeard to be so decisive. Whitebeard sighed. He could only die together with his enemy. He was ready to exchange his life for another. Even though he couldn't win, he should be able to die together with his enemy. Almost everyone changed their battle plan at the same time, and started to stop all Marines from leaving the battlefield. The Gate of Life, open. 8 inner gates technique. Open the door, open. They just want to drag everyone to death together. Let's die together, Marines. Injury gate, open. Damn it, Whitebeard wants to die with us. Advertisement. So, snap, 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 boom, collapse, shatter. This was something Marine had not expected. Everyone on Marine's side was shocked. So doing this is the most satisfying thing. Since you must be us, let's die together. This is the simplest idea. It seemed as if the space was about to collapse. Even Akinu, who had opened the 4th gate, used all his strength to take the blow. But Whitebeard's attack was not limited to that. He just grasped the void with his other hand and squeezed it. In this battle, Whitebeard will definitely lose. Such a sudden change happened after only fighting for about 10 minutes. This guy Whitebeard had no martial ethics. He actually wanted to destroy the entire island and let everyone be buried with him. Because Akinu looked solemn and began to make seals with his hands. Read this. Is this the strange secret technique that can increase one's strength dramatically? It's really amazing. Whitebeard was a little confused. How could there be such a secret technique in the world that could greatly increase a person's strength in a short period of time? This was totally irrational. It really broke Whitebeard's worldview. Akinu directly opened the 4th gate, and his aura suddenly surged and was completely different from before. His aura was so hot that it seemed like fire was coming out. As his shock fruit ability fully blossomed, the battlefield within a radius of tens of thousands of meters was affected, the ground continued to collapse, and the space also suddenly shattered. Be buried with us in this sea. He originally wondered if he could rely on his brute force to kill Akinu and win the war, even if the probability was very low. But Akinu's condition at the moment told him that this was impossible. Chapter 158 I'm here, Uncle. Whitebeard desperately activated the power of the shock fruit, even exhausting his own life source. This behavior was no less than self-destruction. The power of this self-destruction can definitely subvert the cognition of everyone in the world, because this is a complete blow that possesses almost the most powerful destructive force in the world. Almost no one can survive this self-explosion, including the members of the Whitebeard pirates themselves. This is a true mutual destruction. But the outcome of mutual destruction is different for both parties. You know, the other members of the Whitebeard pirates are at the extreme periphery. They will not be affected if the main marine force here dies. They can definitely escape on a large scale, which can be considered a victory of some kind for the Whitebeard pirates, but a major defeat for the Marines. Die with us. Marine. All the Whitebeard pirates members present roared crazily, bursting out with all their strength, but not to kill the Marine, but to intercept it completely. Their only concern at the moment was to bury all the Marines here. The flames of Marco's Phoenix rose hundreds of meters. The huge wings that covered the sky and the sun directly blocked Aokiji and Kizaru's actions to stop Whitebeard from self-destructing. Kizaru, who was being held tightly by Phoenix Marco and the others, finally looked no longer lazy as usual, but suddenly impatient. Yes, he was impatient. It was the first time that such an expression appeared on his rather wretched face. Damn it, because the current development of the situation is completely beyond his acceptable range. If Whitebeard really self-destructs, almost 99% of the people here will die. What does this mean? You have to know that more than half of the mainstays of the Marine are here. If all of them died in the battle, Kizaru couldn't believe what the Marines would do in the future. Maybe the Order of the Ocean would collapse again. This was something Kizaru couldn't accept at all. Extreme speed. Yasukani no Magatama. Kizaru's face was unusually solemn at this moment. He struck a somewhat strange posture, and then the ability of sparkling fruit instantly erupted. Endless light spread out in all directions with him as the center. Boom. 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 He also turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Whitebeard. He wanted to take Whitebeard, who was in the self-destruct state, away from the battlefield and not let it explode here. Advertisement, but a blue-green shape still rushed towards him regardless of everything, but a flesh and blood body blocked his attack. A large amount of blood flowed from the corner of Marco's mouth. He looked at Kizaru fiercely and said sternly, "I can't let you go." That is, he was just a little bit short. If he could open the 7th gate, he might be able to break through the barrier, but he couldn't. Even though Akinu was gifted. The time he had to activate the 8 inner gates technique was too short. He could only drive to the 7th gate. He had no idea about the 8th gate. Let's disappear together. Everyone, without his protection, as for whether he would be hunted down by the Marine or something else. The Marine had lost most of its strong men, so the former's chance of survival was greatly increased. If one person must die in the war, he would not hesitate. In fact, with the strength of Akinu who had opened the 7th gate in his heart, he could have turned around and fled instead of attacking Whitebeard, but he didn't. Instead, he continued to try his best to stop him. Whitebeard smiled bitterly, and was about to pinch with his big hand again. He was going to completely detonate all his strength. As a result, he was set up by Whitebeard. Yes, a trap. Whitebeard's plan can actually be called an open conspiracy. Because he is Akinu, Marine Admiral, Sakazuki, known as Absolute Justice. Yes, Uncle, Whitebeard, who was using all his strength to activate Shock Fruit, now looked pale. And even older. He looked at Sakazuki with a bit of guilt. The turmoil at sea caused by the death of most of the Marine's senior officers may have caused a series of reactions, leading to the deaths of many people. Although Whitebeard felt guilty, he was just guilty. After all, he was a pirate. Akinu's face was filled with extreme pain, and he regretted his plan for this battle. He shouldn't have agreed to Whitebeard's request. He was too confident, thinking that he could gain a greater victory with fewer sacrifices. He actually saw a familiar figure through the white light. The figure was wearing a slim Marine Justice uniform and had beautiful black hair. Advertisement: this is their duty as soldiers, but it is obviously useless. They cannot break out at all and can only wait for his terrifying moment to come. Akinu was still struggling to break through the barrier. At this moment, he had already opened the 7th gate. And was very close to Whitebeard, but it was this tiny distance that caused his attack to not fall on Whitebeard, and he could not stop Whitebeard's behavior. But Whitebeard did not regret this deception. After all, the consequence of this deception allowed most of his crew members to survive. The next moment, the figure slowly turned around to reveal a childish face, and he smiled slightly. The very center of the epicenter, that's right, he deceived Akinu. This was the first time in Whitebeard's life that he had truly deceived someone, and he took advantage of the other party's kindness. Although the other party's original intention was not to cause heavy casualties among ordinary Marines, in the final analysis, it was still Whitebeard who deceived the other party. There are many similar things happening on the battlefield at this moment. The Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral from the Naval Headquarters all know how critical the current situation is, so they all want to foolishly use their own lives to stop Whitebeard's self-destruction. Akinu was a little surprised and murmured subconsciously. As the power of the shock fruit exploded, space began to collapse. The white light became stronger and stronger, and Akinu could hardly see the surroundings clearly, but for some reason. Thinking that Whitebeard really didn't want anyone to suffer unnecessary casualties and that the old man was truly kind, Akinu now finally understood that Whitebeard's kindness was based on his family. And pirates are selfish. I really want to see that little guy again. Little guy. Uncle may not be able to accompany you anymore. You have to fulfill our agreement alone. Bai Ze. Click. Click. This piece of space seemed unable to withstand such a terrifying force and began to collapse violently. The power of origin was so terrifying. Akinu, who felt that he was too late to stop it, also smiled helplessly at this moment. The duties of a Marine Admiral have been fulfilled, and now he has only one concern left. Hateful. I'm sorry, Sakazuki. I was indeed unkind this time. Chapter 159: A Big Victory. Bai Ze finally used the Flying Thunder God technique and came to the front battlefield little by little, and soon realized that the war was about to start. After Bai Ze asked about the location of the battlefield, he immediately came here without stopping. As soon as he arrived, he encountered the scene of Whitebeard's self-explosion. And then, it's like this now, he got here with the help of Kamui. Bai Ze's face was a little pale at the moment. The Flying Thunder God technique plus Kamui along the way really consumed a lot of his mental energy. He really felt a little dizzy at the moment. This is the first time in such a long time. It turns out that his mental power will run out. No time to reminisce with Akinu. At this moment, Bai Ze was standing between Akinu and Whitebeard. He had his back to Akinu and Whitebeard and was looking straight at them without showing any weakness. Are you the Bai Ze? It's true that heroes emerge from youth. You came to my side so easily. But you can't stop my self-destruction. Now, just accept your fate, Marine. Whitebeard's face was very calm at the moment. He knew what his current condition was. Even if God existed, he could not stop what was going to happen next. Hearing this, Bai Ze's eyes remained indifferent and he spoke to himself. Who said I was going to stop you from exploding? Just these words made Whitebeard's face change drastically. You, what do you mean? Bai Ze ignored Whitebeard's astonishment, but his Mangekyo Sharingan trembled slightly, emitting a terrifying bloody light. Bai Ze continued without changing his expression. I just want you to go to another space and self-destruct. After all, my attainments in space. I believe that no one in this world can surpass me. Originally, my Kamui would not be able to absorb you, a strong person of this level, but I think that your current state should be unable to resist the power of my Kamui. Whitebeard, let me admire your self-destructing fireworks alone. Having said that, Kamui's spatial power has been released to ultimate by Bai Ze. Buzz. Buzz. Advertisement. A huge vortex appeared in front of Whitebeard and began to pull him in little by little, and the same went for the terrifying force of destruction. No, Whitebeard finally began to panic, but at this moment he was like a dying old man who had no control over any other power. He could only watch himself being swallowed up by the black hole bit by bit. Bai Ze turned a deaf ear to Whitebeard's roar. He just shed tears of blood and did not stop releasing the power of Kamui. Finally, after half a minute of stalemate, the horrific storm began to subside. There was no longer that feeling of exploding. Such a change happened in just a short period of time. After the storm subsided, everyone noticed the unusual situation here. Everyone present was smart and knew what had just happened almost instantly. The Marine looked at the slender figure in the center with ecstasy. The White Devil Vice Admiral. It was the White Devil Vice Admiral. He saved us. I knew the White Mage Vice Admiral would come at the critical moment. Ha ha ha. Great. The storm has subsided. Our Marine will not be disconnected. The Whitebeard pirates were the opposite. They looked as ugly as if their mother had died. They didn't want to believe that their father had done so much and could still be turned around by the Marines. They didn't understand. They didn't understand. Marco's eyes were dull as he allowed Aokiji and Kizaru's attacks to bombard him. The group of people were instantly furious, but the Marine was not going to tolerate them, and now was the best time to give them a beating when they were down. At that moment, the war broke out again. A group of Marines fought with all their might, and immediately exerted their full strength. They defeated the remaining Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop. After all, the Marines had a great advantage in terms of both quantity and quality. Even if Whitebeard didn't self-destruct, the Whitebeard pirates would still have no chance of winning and would still be defeated. And there is still something else that can happen to the Whitebeard pirates' defense. While the Whitebeard pirates were fighting side by side, a somewhat bloated figure kept shuttling among them, and then bombarded them directly from behind. Bang! 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 Tisk! 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 Advertisement blood was splattering everywhere, and a group of people looked at the figure in disbelief. Teach, what the hell are you doing? Why are you taking action on us? Teach, are you crazy? You actually attacked the captain? Teach, a group of Whitebeard pirates members really couldn't imagine that Blackbeard Teach, who had always been a good guy in their eyes, would actually attack them at this moment. Being backstabbed by a teammate was even more painful than killing them. But what answered them was Blackbeard's sinister laughter. This is so funny. Lousy was never a member of your Whitebeard pirates. Lousy was a Marine from the beginning. I was a pawn that Marine Marshal Sengoku planted in your Whitebeard pirates more than 10 years ago. Now that the market is closed, Lousy naturally shouldn't hide anymore. As he spoke, Blackbeard showed a simple smile to the Marines. I am a member of the confidential unit directly under your Marine Marshal Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku can prove my identity. This was Blackbeard's second plan, pretending to be a Marine spy, and the kind that only Marshal Sengoku knew about. Anyway, they wouldn't be able to find out for a while. As long as you don't die now, you can find a way to escape when you meet them at naval headquarters later. Blackbeard's words deeply hurt everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. They ignored the attack from the Marine and attacked Blackbeard first. You can imagine how much hatred they had for Blackbeard. This scene also stunned many people on the Marine side. What is going on? First Whitebeard wanted to self-destruct and was stopped, and now Blackbeard rebels and backstabs. This battle is really confusing. But even though they were confused, the Marines still acted decisively. They just tacitly agreed not to attack Blackbeard. After all, this guy was really ruthless to the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Maybe he was really one of their Marines. Boom. 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 Due to the absolute overwhelming strength of the two sides and various circumstances, after an hour of fierce fighting, this somewhat absurd war finally ended. In the end, 2 Marines were killed and all members of the Whitebeard pirates were killed. An absolute victory. Chapter 160. Bai Ze's strength surges again. With the fall of the last member of the Whitebeard pirates, the Whitebeard pirates were completely destroyed. So far, 3 of the 4 emperors were gone. Only the 4 emperors pirates, the red hair pirates, were left. In fact, this battle lasted only about an hour and a half in total, which can be considered extremely fast. After all, the battles between top warriors can often last for several days and nights. All this is thanks to Bai Ze's arrival. Otherwise, the direction of this war would have been exactly what Whitebeard wanted, and they would have died together. Tick. Tick. Stepping on the corpse of a captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Bai Ze held the magic knife ghost god weeping. Blood dripping down bit by bit, his eyes were very indifferent. But his condition at the moment was really not very good. The corners of his eyes were full of bloodline, which looked extremely creepy, and his face was extremely pale. There was no way. The power of Whitebeard's self-explosion in Kamui space was so great that it actually shattered Kamui space into pieces. This had a huge impact on Bai Ze. It was as if his brain was being pierced by millions of needles at the same time. It was extremely painful. Even Bai Ze couldn't help but almost wailing. Bai Ze probably won't be able to use Kamui in a short period of time. But Bai Ze still endured the pain and went to help kill the other members of the Whitebeard pirates, because he was really in urgent need of killing points. He did not forget why he came here in such a hurry, which was to quickly improve his strength again. Otherwise, the next time I attacked him, he might not be able to stop it. So Bai Ze did not use the Mangekyo Sharingan, but endured the pain of needles in his head and killed more than half of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates with one sword. As a result, Bai Ze's slaughter point has now reached a terrifying level again. 11,256. An extremely terrifying number. Bai Ze added it to his physical and mental strength without any hesitation, and at this moment, Bai Ze's data panel once again reached an astonishing level. Open hollow lens bracket host. Bai Ze close hollow lens bracket, physique. 15,500, spiritual power, 15,500. Open hollow lens bracket talents. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui, advanced, observation Haki, armament Haki, conqueror's Haki, Hashirama cells. Close hollow lens bracket. Advertisement, a problem that even Bai Ze can't solve now. Akinu suddenly pulled an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he had made up his mind. Akinu walked towards Bai Ze and raised his voice until he walked in front of the dazed Bai Ze and waved his hand. The latter suddenly woke up and instantly retracted his murderous aura. Imu mistook me for Joy Boy, an identity that Luffy was supposed to reveal a few years later. Now that guy knows about it in advance, it means that he is not ready yet. I still have a chance. However, Bai Ze was still not satisfied, because he had felt much more comfortable due to the surge in his mental strength. But his expression was still very ugly at this moment, because he knew that relying solely on physical strength was not enough to defeat the other party. I am. Little guy. Little guy. Akinu on the side shouted anxiously. He felt something was wrong when the little guy Bai Ze came. He was impatient and panicked. This was the first time Akinu saw Bai Ze like this. Tell me, uncle, did something happen to you? Akinu put his hand on Bai Ze's shoulder and said firmly. Akinu looked seriously at Bai Ze's eyes, which were still as clear and transparent as before. After hesitating for a while, he nodded. And then strode away, out of Bai Ze's sight. Tell me, maybe I can help you solve it, Bai Ze murmured in a low voice, his body shaking uncontrollably. This fight with Yim really shocked him, because that power was so strange. He was no match for him at all now, and if he was not his match, he might lose everything again. Thinking of losing everything again, Bai Ze became violent. A terrifying murderous intent rose in his body instantly, and a fierce gust of wind was raised in a radius of nearly 100 meters. If there really is such a powerful enemy, it would be truly despairing. Only the power of God can fight against God, and Bai Ze must also master the power of 6 paths. Then maybe I'll give you a surprise. Ninjutsu. Wood style wooden ingot wall. Wood style 4-pillar prison. Wood style 4-pillar house. Wood style wood clone. Wood style wooden stand. Wood style, flower tree world advent. Wood style, wooden golem jutsu. Reanimation jutsu. 8 inner gates technique. Planetary devastation technique. Universal pull technique. Shinra tensai technique. Flying thunder god technique. Fire style, great fire extinguishment technique. Really, advertisement to be honest, Bai Ze's current growth rate has far exceeded Akinu's expectations. A strong man like him can already feel it. Bai Ze is no longer at the same level as himself. The intensity of his strength is simply unheard of. It's really inappropriate to be protected by such a young child. Hey, little guy, don't look down on your uncle. Akinu clenched his fists and had an extremely ugly expression, because he knew that the little guy Bai Ze was lying. The child must have encountered a problem that even he could not solve, and the child was just afraid that he would worry. And with the addition of those forbidden ninjutsu that can pervert abilities, Bai Ze now really has the strength to fight against an entire 4 emperors group single-handedly. Nothing can embarrass me. Uncle, you are not as strong as I am now. Haha, I just accidentally thought of the people in the village just now, so I lost control a little. Uncle Akinu, what's wrong? After he had just killed someone with all his might, Akinu noticed that Bai Ze was not quite right. He was standing there muttering to himself, making it difficult for Akinu to get close to him. Now he was full of murderous intent. It was a complete mess. Not enough, still not enough. I need to seize more time to improve myself. I hate the feeling that my life is not in my control. 1,500 times the physical fitness and mental strength of a normal person. At this moment, Bai Ze's physical fitness can really kill 4 Emperor's level strongmen simply by relying on his physique. If he activates the 8 inner gates technique, then it goes without saying. Bai Ze stared at Akinu in a daze, then asked in confusion. After all, that guy seems to have mastered the original power of this world, that is, the power of God. Bai Ze forced himself to put on a gentle smile. And once I truly master the power of the 6 paths, will I be able to fight against the celestial dragon's king I am? Little guy, what's wrong with you? Real? Akinu's chest heaved violently. It was hard for him to imagine what the problem could be. Could there be another extremely powerful enemy? Such a question suddenly popped up in Bai Ze's mind, but he quickly shook it off and his eyes suddenly became firm again. Chapter 161 Blackbeard's Death. I am is too powerful, so for Akinu's sake. Bai Ze still didn't tell Akinu. Let Bai Ze deal with this kind of enemy alone. After all, I am the only one who is different from him in this world. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes slightly, and stood there in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. While everyone was cleaning up the battlefield, laughing and showing off their recent achievements, Bai Ze's current state was really a bit out of place. The Marines seemed to have sensed Bai Ze's abnormality, and no one approached him to talk to him. The two sides are like people from two different worlds because people have different perceptions. The Marines thought that now that the Whitebeard pirates were destroyed so easily by them, the remaining red hair pirates should be no different. The Great Pirates era might be completely ended by their generation of Marines. No one would not be excited when thinking about this. But Bai Ze is different. He knows very well that in order to end the Great Pirates era and change the world, there is a hurdle that must be overcome, that is, world government, celestial dragons, and the celestial dragon's King Yim. Those in power of the old era will not allow the new era to come. Only one of the two can survive. There is only one outcome for the loser, and that is to dissipate. Bai Ze has a hunch that as the pirates' power decreases, the world government will definitely increase its control over the Marine. It's unclear whether the Marine can still be called the Marine at that time. Feeling the injury at the moment, Bai Ze shrugged. Even with the Hashirama cell pervert's recovery ability, it will take several days to fully recover. After I recover from my injuries, I will challenge the entire red hair pirates by myself and obtain the 6 paths Rinnegan directly. This way, Endless will have the confidence to fight against I am. I hope there won't be any accidents during this stage. Bai Ze thought so and was about to leave the job of cleaning the battlefield to everyone else when a few arguments attracted Bai Ze's attention. It seemed that a group of people had gathered there. He started walking in that direction, and the Marine Vice Admirals or Rear Admirals he met all tacitly retreated to the side of the sea and saluted Bai Ze. Tell me your last words, Blackbeard. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Advertisement. So they planned to bring him back to the naval headquarters to let Marshal Sengoku decide. After all, they didn't want to kill their compatriots by mistake. But before he could laugh for long, he saw a figure in front of him. The current Blackbeard is really quite miserable compared to the one I know. Blackbeard smiled sinisterly when he saw that his plan was successful. He had already thought of a way to escape from the sea. He would not go to the naval headquarters with this group of stupid Marines to seek death. Bai Ze said coldly, he was not willing to wait until Blackbeard backstabbed one of his Marine teammates before killing him. That was too stupid. But everyone was indifferent. It was obvious that in their eyes, Bai Ze was of a terrifying status. Even if he killed Blackbeard by mistake, it didn't matter. Everyone saw 3 huge beams of light flash by, and then when Blackbeard appeared again, the latter had no breath left. If you don't believe me, I can go back to the naval headquarters with you and let Sengoku explain it to you in person. Isn't this? Blackbeard, Marshal, teach? Obviously, for Bai Ze at this moment, killing the current Blackbeard is too easy. Not to mention that the two sides are so close. This must be our Marine's White Mage Vice Admiral. During my time in contact with Marshal Sengoku, I often heard him talk about you. He said you are a young talent and the Marine's great hope. Since you have no last words to say, then go die. After saying that, Bai Ze's Conqueror's Haki suddenly activated, and then the magic sword Devil's Weeping was instantly unsheathed, and slashed towards Blackbeard at lightning speed. Literally, when Bai Ze killed the members of the Whitebeard pirates just now, he was so quick and decisive that he didn't even fight Blackbeard on the other side of the battlefield. He is only now slowly reacting. My goodness, even if I change some of the timelines, this guy is still a complete traitor. Hey, advertisement buzz. Buzz. So, Blackbeard died just like that, and took his dream with him, even though his betrayal at all costs ended up being so carelessly killed. Aokiji and Kizaru, who were also watching from a distance, yawned helplessly, as if they didn't want to see what happened next, and left without saying goodbye. At this moment, everyone really believed him half-heartedly. After all, when this guy attacked the members of the Whitebeard pirates, he really didn't act like teammates who had been with him for many years. He was just like a mortal enemy. Thanks to this guy's sneak attack, 2 powerful team captains were ambushed to death in succession. You can't do this. Blackbeard was completely panicked and quickly looked to other people for help, hoping that these guys could stop Bai Ze. What do you mean? Blackbeard saw Bai Ze's malicious eyes and subconsciously took 2 steps back. This guy still betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. In the timeline that Bai Ze knows, in the future there is a Mara fruit user named Ace who will join the Whitebeard pirates and climb to a high position in the Whitebeard pirates after a few years. Some other squad captains were also seriously injured. Blackbeard, the traitor, played an indispensable role in the quick defeat of the war. I am really a member of Marshal Sengoku's secret unit that monitors the Whitebeard pirates' actions. This has been Marshal Sengoku's work for many years, and this roundup was also an order issued to me by Sengoku. Listening to Blackbeard's shameless flattery, Bai Ze smiled sarcastically and then said. But later on, he was backstabbed by Blackbeard, which led to the Summit War that changed history, and Blackbeard became the new and extremely powerful four emperors. As Bai Ze walked forward, he heard a familiar yet unfamiliar voice. He squinted his eyes and looked inside, and saw a figure that made him a little confused. Seeing that somewhat childish and stern face, Blackbeard's smile froze on his face and he laughed dryly. There is no other reason. Bai Ze's heroic image is really becoming more and more profound in their eyes. Boom. 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 Bai Ze looked at Blackbeard with some sigh, while the latter was still explaining to the other Marines in a simple and honest manner, and he had already prepared the speech. Chapter 162 Promoted to Admiral. The Whitebeard pirates had originally agreed with the Marine that both sides would send out their high-level combat forces to fight, and whichever side won would give the remaining people on the other side half a day to escape. This was supposed to be a win-win decision, which could have greatly reduced unnecessary casualties, but with Whitebeard's somewhat unethical behavior, everything was scrapped. If the pirates dare to do the first thing, the Marines will dare to do the second thing. After winning the high-end battle, without any hesitation, Akinu immediately ordered the dozens of Marine fleets that had been prepared within 100 miles of the sea area to immediately launch an attack on the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates. Anyone who dares to resist the arresters will be killed. In an instant, a greater massacre began, and because all the high-end combat forces of the Whitebeard pirates were killed. This time the Marines' encirclement and suppression of the pirates was almost a crushing victory. The Whitebeard pirates had almost no resistance and could only fight and retreat, but this was just a slow death, as the Marines had not only overwhelming force but also equipment. It was only a matter of time before the Whitebeard pirates were completely defeated. 3 days later, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Marineford is thriving at this moment, just like when it defeated the Double Emperor Alliance some time ago. All the Marine soldiers have proud smiles on their faces wherever they go. There is no way. 2 consecutive great victories truly proved the Marines' absolute dominance on the sea. The 4 emperors are all losers, just a bunch of losers. This is what many Marines think. Bai Ze, who was still recuperating from his injuries, was strolling on the city wall. He looked down out of boredom and heard bursts of noise coming from below. It was a line of Marine soldiers, all smiling, escorting batch after batch of Whitebeard pirates members into Marineford. Hurry up, walk faster. Don't let Lousy fall behind, you bunch of criminals, or you will be punished even more severely. Look, what are you looking at? Go. A group of Whitebeard pirates members were being escorted, walking with disheveled hair and dirty faces, and a sense of disappointment in their hearts reached the extreme. A few days ago, they were members of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the high and mighty 4 emperors and one of the overlords of the sea. But now they're just humble prisoners. As they were walking, someone looked up and saw Bai Ze. He froze and clenched his fists tightly. It's all because of this guy. It's all because of him. If it weren't for this guy, we would never have ended up like this. He roared in anger in his heart, but did not dare to say it out loud, because he was afraid. Completely afraid. The death of his father and the deaths of Marco and other captains had broken the backbone of all of them. At this moment, they just wanted to survive. As long as you're alive, that's enough. Oh, advertisement. Seeing the other party's fierce eyes, Bai Ze was not angry at all. Instead, he felt a little sad for them. The Whitebeard pirates having Whitebeard and losing Whitebeard are simply 2 extremes. One is like a tiger, the other is like a cat. It seems that Whitebeard has protected them too well over the years, making them ridiculously think that they are powerful. In fact, without Whitebeard, these guys are nothing, even weaker than the Beast's pirates. A bunch of stupid and ignorant guys. Failure is inevitable. Bai Ze sneered twice. He also knew the fate of these guys. Most of them would be imprisoned in a large underwater prison. What awaited them was a dark and gloomy second half of their lives, and extreme punishment. This is the price they have to pay for their sins as pirates. Looking at this situation, more than 90% of the Whitebeard pirates have either been killed or captured, and the rest should be about the same. This result is comparable to the previous pirates group led by Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Bai Ze said in a low voice, not feeling too much about the result. After all, this was what they deserved. And if he hadn't happened to be there, Whitebeard's plan would have succeeded. The miserable one is Marine. If more than half of the high-level Marines were to die, the entire ocean would be in complete chaos. The injury this time is indeed a bit too severe. Even after 3 days, with the pervert recovery ability of Hashirama cells, it still hasn't fully recovered. It's really a bit troublesome. Bai Ze's face looked a little ugly. He knew that Marine could not attack the red-haired Shanks at the moment because of the pressure from celestial dragons. Going to war with the red-hair pirates is almost the same as going to war with the world government. So Bai Ze doesn't plan to use the power of Marine to deal with the red-hair pirates. He plans to fight them one-on-one directly. With his current full strength, it is really possible. Even though the red-hair pirates are known as the Iron Wall pirates, they have the largest number of top-level warriors with the highest quality, and his Vice-Captain Beckman is even as strong as an emperor. The pirates group has double emperor-level combat power. But his current strength has not fully recovered, and even the power of Kamui has been affected. If a fight breaks out like this, Bai Ze is really a little unsure. Hey, I don't know if that guy Emu has found out my identity. If he has, how will he deal with me? I feel like my time is running out. Bai Ze gave a bitter smile. Everything was going in a good direction, but unfortunately he met that cheater Yim. He was a complete pervert. Bai Ze didn't understand who this guy was and where he came from. And I don't know what Uncle Akinu has been doing these days, it feels weird. Bai Ze muttered as he walked. He didn't know how long he had been walking when suddenly there was a bang as if he had hit an iron wall. Bai Ze scratched his head and saw a resolute face. Dalmesia, it's you. Sorry I was distracted just now. Bai Ze said apologetically, and the latter smiled slightly. The White Mage Admiral must be worried about the previous battle. Does he think he didn't do well enough? Don't be like that. You've done well enough. Advertisement Dalmesia subconsciously thought that Bai Ze was worried about the war with Whitebeard. After all, everyone had noticed Bai Ze's abnormality in the past few days. But unfortunately, only Admiral Akinu could talk to Bai Ze, so the others didn't say much. They were all together at the moment. Bai Ze laughed and didn't deny it directly. In fact, he was worried about Yim's problem, so he smiled indifferently. Also, don't call me Admiral. I haven't confirmed it completely yet. How could that be? The meeting a few days ago has already confirmed your contribution to the Marines. During this period of time, you have destroyed the 7 warlords of the sea and arrested criminals, and led all the Marines to defeat the alliance of the Beasts Pirates and the BIGMOM Pirates. Now you have made the greatest contribution in defeating the Whitebeard Pirates. If you don't take the position of Marine Admiral here, who else can? Dalmesia argued, his face full of stubbornness as if he would lie down on the spot if Bai Ze didn't recognize him. After the fierce battle with the Whitebeard Pirates a few days ago, those senior Marines returned to the naval headquarters and tacitly asked Sengoku for credit for Shirazawa. If Bai Ze hadn't suddenly arrived this time, they might have been completely wiped out, and the consequences were self-evident. Therefore, it is hard to imagine how great the contribution of Bai Ze who saved them was. He really saved the Marine. They would not agree to anything less than a huge reward for such a great achievement. Dozens of naval headquarters, Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral personnel were asked to take credit for one person. Sengoku was stunned by such a big scene. This was really the first time. Sengoku was already extremely satisfied with Bai Ze, so he was naturally happy with this. He immediately gathered a group of Marine executives for a meeting again, and the topic of the meeting was only one. That was how to reward Bai Ze according to his merits. And this conference went extremely smoothly. After all, no one dared to object in such an environment, so the reward for Bai Ze was confirmed. One is to be nominated as Marine Admiral, becoming another Admiral after Akinu, Aokiji, and Kizaru Marine Admirals. A 13-year-old Marine Admiral, if you tell others about it, no one will believe it because it is simply too exaggerated. It can be said that apart from Marine Marshal Sengoku, these Marine Admirals have the highest status. Although the second reward is different from such a status reward, it is agreed to satisfy everyone, and that is, Bai Ze was given the title of Marine Hero. Marine Hero. This title has a special meaning. The previous holder was Garp, who saved the Marines from disasters. Although he is only the Vice Admiral of the Marines, his status in the Marines is similar to that of Sengoku, the Marine Marshal. The influence of this title is no less than that of Marine Admiral. The honor of Marine Admiral and Marine Hero title is truly unique in all these years. After all, Bai Ze is in a state where no credit is due. The next highest rank is Marine Marshal. Apart from these two rewards, some mundane things seem a bit dispensable. Bai Ze smiled helplessly. After all, his awarding ceremony had not been completed yet. After chatting with Dalmesia for a while, the latter suddenly slapped his head and spoke in annoyance. I'm so sorry. I was so engrossed in chatting with the White Mage Admiral that I almost forgot why I came here. Dalmesia said anxiously, Marshal Sengoku wants to see you. He's waiting for you in the conference room. Chapter 163 Expose. Sengoku, what do you want from me? Walking in the corridor leading to the meeting room, Bai Ze frowned slightly. What did this guy have to do that he had to personally ask someone to ask him to go there, and he seemed a little impatient. Did something bad happen again? Bai Ze's brows subconsciously frowned into a shape of, Kawa, what big thing could possibly happen in this situation? Bai Ze had a bad premonition. After so many meetings, Bai Ze was already familiar with the way to the conference room. After a few minutes, he arrived at the door of the conference room and gently pushed it open. As usual, quite a few Marine high-ranking officials have gathered here, but the 3 Marine Admirals Akinu, Kizaru and Aokiji have not arrived yet, and neither has Garp. But the rest of the people were all familiar faces and it seemed everyone was waiting for me. The only big difference is that the person sitting under Sengoku is no longer Garp, but a mysterious man wearing a thick mask and covered by a huge windbreaker. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes, because he had never seen this guy among the Marine executives before, and this guy seemed to be hostile to him. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire conference room seemed a little depressing. The existence of this mysterious man seemed to cast a shadow on everyone. Bai Ze, you're here. Come and sit down, I have something to do today. Advertisement Sengoku looked grim and seemed to be hesitant to speak, as if he didn't want to say the rest of the sentence. But at this moment, the mysterious man sitting next to him stood up suddenly, stared at Bai Ze with a pair of sharp eyes and spoke. You must be the most famous genius Marine in the Marine Corps, Bai Ze. You were also nominated for Marine Admiral recently. You are indeed a young genius. I admire you. The man's voice sounded as if someone had strangled him by the throat, extremely hoarse and unpleasant. Bai Ze did not respond to this person, but looked at Sengoku and asked coldly. Who is this guy? Huh. After hesitating for a while, Sengoku took a deep breath and spoke. This guy was sent by the world government and celestial dragons. He came here today to talk to you about something. They want to. Seeing that Sengoku was taking so long to speak, the mysterious man interrupted him unhappily and said loudly. My name is Izo, and I am the captain of this year's CP9. I fully serve the world government and the great celestial dragons. The purpose of my coming here today is very simple, that is, I want to invite Lord Bai Ze to visit our Joy. My master is very interested in you, and I hope you can do me the honor of coming. Advertisement. After the man who called himself Izo finished speaking, he bowed like a gentleman and seemed really sincere. Bai Ze's answer to such an invitation was straightforward. Give me the face. Do you deserve it? I won't go. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. He was not sure about Joy and did not want to go there again. Moreover, Bai Ze looked extremely unhappy at the moment. Bang. The next moment, the mysterious man's words made Bai Ze's heart skip a beat and he stopped in his tracks. Sir Bai Ze, do you really think that no one knows that you killed the saints of Charlos? Izo smiled slightly. You know, killing celestial dragons is a serious crime. I hope you won't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Will you reconsider my proposal just now? This is my last courtesy to you, the Marine Admiral. Snap. Izo's voice became shrill as he spoke. Chapter 164. Bai Ze is going to quit Marine. After Izo finished speaking, he looked at Bai Ze with pride, as if he had completely controlled Bai Ze. After all, he came here on behalf of the world government and celestial dragons. He believed that as long as Bai Ze was a normal person, he would not disobey such a request. What's more, Bai Ze had committed a serious crime of killing celestial dragons. So what if they are Marine Admirals? They still have to kneel before celestial dragons. If they don't obey, the world government will definitely make all Marines pay the price. And Marine cares the most about that bullshit brotherhood. Izo loves to manipulate people like this the most. When all the Marines present heard Issa say righteously that Bai Ze had killed several celestial dragons, they were shocked. They recalled that Bai Ze had indeed had contact with celestial dragons for a period of time before. Therefore, this news is very likely to be true, and a group of people immediately became very excited. A group of people who were used to kneeling in front of celestial dragons began to accuse Bai Ze. White Mage Admiral, how dare you kill Master Celestial Dragons? This is an act of treason. How dare you? Go to Joy and ask Master Celestial Dragons for forgiveness. Yes, go and ask for forgiveness from Master Celestial Dragons, otherwise all of our Marines may be implicated by you. That's it, apologize quickly, this is the only way. Before Izuto could say anything, several conservative white-haired old men spoke first with righteous words, as if Bai Ze was a sinner for not accepting their opinions. Bai Ze glanced at them a little irritably, and his scarlet eyes, accompanied by a strong murderous aura, instantly scared those people. A bunch of parasites, they can't get any real work done, they're just dragging us down. Bai Ze thought to himself that some of these Marine veterans from the old days had been completely brainwashed by the noble ideas of the celestial dragons, and it was almost impossible to correct them now. Moreover, the world government probably contributed to their standing here today. So Bai Ze was not surprised by this situation and didn't feel too much inside. But what made Bai Ze feel relieved was that there were still very few Marine executives who were fawning on celestial dragons. Most of them stood up and loudly defended Bai Ze. It's impossible. How could the White Mage Admiral do such a thing? This must be a slander. I believe the White Mage Admiral is innocent. That's right, the White Mage Admiral must be innocent. I second the motion. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. You damn bastards, do you know how much the White Mage Admiral has contributed to the Marine? Believe it or not, Lousy will beat you old bastards even if you disobey military orders. If Bai Ze goes to Joy, he will be at the mercy of others. They're not fools and naturally don't want this to happen. Many people in this group have received favors from Bai Ze, so they naturally stand on Bai Ze's side. Moreover, they are not interested in celestial dragons. Not all of them are willing to be oppressed. If it weren't for the huge impact, they would all want to stand up and say that Bai Ze deserves the kill. He immediately criticized those guys who licked celestial dragons' masters as nothing, and those guys only dared to say a few words in reply, but they still cursed these idiots in their hearts. Advertisement going against the world government and celestial dragons is like hitting a rock with a soft ball. Izo was unmoved by the quarrel among the Marine executives. He still looked at Bai Ze coldly and spoke. I believe that Lord Bai Ze knows the right and wrong. There is no need for me to explain it too clearly. I am here today just following the orders of the world government. I hope Mr. Bai Ze will really not embarrass me anymore, and, Issa said, looking at Sengoku who had a grim expression on his face. Marshal Sengoku wouldn't want to see you with this attitude, would he? Bang. Sengoku's face struggled. He looked at Bai Ze with a bit of guilt and then buried his head deeply. Without saying a word, but if someone could lower their head and take a closer look, they would find that Sengoku's eyes were always moving, as if he was planning something. The Marines who supported Bai Ze looked unhappy. What did Marshal Sengoku mean by this? Was he not going to protect Bai Ze? Was he going to kill the donkey after it had done its work? Seeing this, Issa was happy. It seems that Marshal Sengoku knows how to deal with the times, otherwise his career as Marine Marshal would have come to an end. How about it, Mr. Bai Ze, come with me. Izo looked at Bai Ze with a smile. Isn't this mission quite simple? I don't know why the 5 elders ask me to be careful with my tone and invite Bai Ze over when assigning me this mission. Yes, please. The 5 elders did say the word please at that time. Izo, who was used to being high and mighty, thought that the 5 elders were just joking. How could a marine not obey the orders of the world government? What's more, he is just an admiral who has just been promoted, so after he came here, he doesn't intend to give Bai Ze much face. Just when Issa was feeling extremely proud, but the next moment. Ha, shut up. He didn't expect that so many people in Marine would have the idea of rebelling. He immediately decided to report this group of people after returning to the world government. Marine would have to pay the price. Snap, snap, Sengoku shouted again, immediately interrupting everyone's words, and then gave Issa a smile that said, leave everything to me, trust me. He couldn't figure it out, but he could only feel Bai Ze's grip increasing in strength, and then Bai Ze's voice came to his ears. Ha, is this the Marine I've been fighting for? Interesting, so interesting. His words instantly won the approval of a group of people. Izo's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot when he heard it. They were rebellious. These people were rebellious. Bai Ze was seen laughing crazily and speaking. Then he looked at Bai Ze and spoke. It doesn't matter who it is. Bai Ze has to pay the price for doing something wrong. It doesn't matter who takes over. Advertisement. That's it. Hearing this, someone wanted to jump out to interrupt Sengoku but was stopped immediately. Issa smiled with satisfaction and immediately became motivated again. But just as he arrived in front of Bai Ze, he saw a blackness in front of him, and a huge feeling of suffocation instantly enveloped him. Only the Marines who know Bai Ze a little know that if Bai Ze appears in this state, then what will happen next will definitely be a big thing. But no one stepped forward to stop them. Are they kidding me? What level of strength does Bai Ze have? Are they going to deliver food? And why are they going to save Izo? Obey my orders, my Lord White Mage Admiral, It is true that a soldier's duty is to obey orders, so I have decided. From this moment on, I, Bai Ze, will quit the Marine. They all looked at Sengoku hoping that he could give an explanation, but they saw Sengoku raised his head and said in a deep voice. He actually strode towards Bai Ze and spoke with a sarcastic look on his face. Ha. I didn't expect that after I, Bai Ze, gave so much to the Marine, I would end up like this. Celestial dragons handed me over so casually with just one order, and they didn't even dare to fart. Sit down. It's not proper to make such a loud noise in the meeting room. Are you trying to betray the Marine? A soldier's duty is to follow orders? White Mage Admiral, please don't. Isn't he afraid of the punishment from the world government and the entire Marine? Bai Ze suddenly held his forehead and laughed out loud. His voice was extremely sharp, as if he was crazy. Seeing Izo frowning, he couldn't understand what this guy was doing. The White Demon Admiral has misunderstood. How could our Marines abandon you so easily? If you don't believe me, ask Marshal Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku. You. Bai Ze's words deeply hurt many people's hearts, and someone immediately stood up and spoke indignantly. You. This scene instantly caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. Killing this guy was almost equivalent to declaring war on the world government. Right, Marshal Sengoku. Everyone was stunned. This was something Marshal Sengoku would say. Was this still the righteous Marshal Sengoku? They immediately spoke with grief and indignation. Bai Ze, follow Mr. Issa. Although you made a mistake, don't worry, I will do my best to protect you. At worst, we'll just commit a crime. And drink directly from the world government. Do you really think Lao Ze is afraid of them? At this moment, Izo was grabbed by the throat by Bai Ze with one hand and was lifted up. He could only roar in pain. He didn't understand how Bai Ze dared to attack him. Chapter 165 Bai Ze. Please die. It is true that a soldier's duty is to obey orders, so I have decided. From this moment on, I, Bai Ze, will quit the Marine. Quit Marine. Just one sentence shocked everyone. Izo's eyes were confused. How could this be possible? And the Marines all had bitter faces. Their faces were so ugly. Bai Ze's Marine Admiral status and Marine Hero title were confirmed just a few days ago, and now Bai Ze is forced to quit the Marine. What the hell is going on? They looked at Sengoku, but saw that Sengoku was dazed again. He did not stop Bai Ze from attacking Issa. He just looked at Bai Ze and said softly. Have you really thought it through? Certainly. That's good. From today on, you Bai Ze are no longer a Marine. With pleasure. After a somewhat weird conversation, Bai Ze chuckled, then turned his gaze to Issa and licked the corner of his mouth. The latter immediately felt something was wrong. He vaguely felt that something was wrong with the conversation between Bai Ze and Sengoku, but he no longer had the chance to resist. Click. Click. Bai Ze broke his limbs in front of everyone, and then began to pinch his other bones inch by inch. Crack. Crack. Bai Ze stopped only after all the bones were broken. The latter could only roar in pain but could not resist at all. He had called out loudly but no one present was willing to help. In the end, he collapsed like a piece of dough. Bai Ze didn't kill him, but put him on the ground and stepped on him to end his life. Advertisement click. Everyone swallowed their saliva at the same time, and then Bai Ze, regardless of everyone's gaze, picked up the Den Mushi that Issa carried with him, and made a call. A calm and anxious voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Issa, you're pretty quick, right? You brought that Bai Ze back. Hurry and bring them to Mariajoy, the adults are waiting. Before the other party could speak, Bai Ze interrupted and spoke very quickly. My name is Bai Ze, and that unlucky guy named Izo is dead. Yes, I was the one who killed those damn celestial dragons of St. Charlos, and their death was dozens of times more miserable than that unlucky guy just now, but so what? And I, Bai Ze, will quit the Marine Corps from now on. Don't you want to kill me? Go back and tell your celestial dragons master that I, Bai Ze, beg to be killed. After saying that, Bai Ze sneered and without waiting for anyone to answer, he used the flying thunder god technique to flash and disappeared from the spot, as if Bai Ze had never existed. The Den Den Mushi just paused for a moment, then came waves of insults and threats, and finally Sengoku walked over and hung up completely. Then they all sat back in the main seats, their eyes wandering, not knowing what they were thinking about. And at this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, completely unable to recover from the sudden change just now, especially those who sided with celestial dragons and world government. At this moment, they were both panicked and excited. Tick. Tick. Sweat continued to drip down their backs. How could Bai Ze have fallen out with celestial dragons? This was going to be difficult. Celestial dragons would definitely punish them. They had to sever their ties with Bai Ze and make their stance clear. Without any hesitation, several people stood up, casually greeted Sengoku, and strode out of the meeting room, leaving some people cursing behind their backs. Advertisement. Is the White Mage Admiral just going to quit our marine? Aw. After a while, everyone finally reacted, and spoke with sad and angry faces. Bai Ze's actions over this period of time have made him an idol for many people. Now that Bai Ze left in this way, they were really shocked, and sad. Marshal Sengoku, I am truly disappointed in you. Even though they understood that Sengoku might be trying to cut his losses, some people still shook their heads at Sengoku in disappointment, then strode away without even looking back. As one person took him away, more and more people began to leave the meeting room, and they all said similar things to Sengoku before leaving. I'm disappointed too. You don't seem to be the same Marshal Sengoku I knew. Marshal. You are really wrong this time. We Marines shouldn't be like this. Marshal. Sengoku still sat in the main seat without saying a word. He just sat there upright without refutation. Only a few people felt something was wrong. Instead of ridiculing Sengoku, they simply strode away. After everyone left, Sengoku was left alone in the empty conference room. Only then did he raise his head, his eyes began to focus, and he regained his brilliance. He sighed and said, this little fellow Bai Ze guessed it right again. He is such a monster. After saying that, he shook his head and smiled bitterly, since he had already prepared himself mentally for this matter. Sengoku immediately knew what he was going to do next. Bai Ze has his work to do, and it's time for Sengoku to do his part. Chapter 166 Sad Marine. Bai Ze killed several celestial dragons. Bai Ze announced his voluntary withdrawal from Marine. Bai Ze killed the world government messenger in person. These three pieces of news were spread to the outside world at an extremely fast speed, as if someone was fanning the flames and it was impossible to suppress it. All the Marines who received the news were stunned for a moment. They almost doubted their own eyes. Bai Ze quit the Marine? He made great contributions to the Marine. In just half a year, he first defeated many 7 warlords of the sea to eliminate evil, and then led the Marine to defeat the Twin Emperors alliance. When fighting against the Whitebeard pirates, he saved many Marine high-ranking officials. Now such a person has been appointed as Marine Admiral and given the title of Marine Hero, and you tell me that he has retired from the Marine? Who the hell can believe this? And after realizing that they were actually forced by the Celestial Dragons and the world government, how could they not know that they were forced to leave the Marine? All the Marine soldiers who idolized Bai Ze were immediately furious, and a group of them came to the door of the naval headquarters, demanding a reasonable explanation from Marshal Sengoku and others. There were even Marine soldiers from the giant tribe among them. They stood in front of Marineford. It was really oppressive. The White Mage Admiral has not only made so many contributions to our Marine, but he has also saved Laozi twice. Now he is forced to leave the Marine? Laozi does not accept this. I don't accept it either. This is not the fate of a meritorious person. Marines shouldn't treat meritorious people like this. This is not the Marine Laozi knows. A Marine like this, Laozi might as well not stay. The White Mage Admiral has left, and Laozi doesn't want to do this anymore, so that he can just send me out too. Within a few days, many Marines from the headquarters and other branches gathered. They came to Marineford for only one purpose. That is to appeal to Bai Ze. This talented Marine boy has really won everyone's recognition with his behavior in the past few months, making them proud of him. So at this moment Bai Ze was forced to leave Marine. They were truly disappointed with Marine. In response to their appeals, they received perfunctory responses, and were accused of soldiers not being swayed by emotions. Their duty is to obey orders, and for those who threatened to leave the Marine, their answer was permission. After receiving such a heartless answer, a group of people couldn't stand it and resigned directly. As for their departure, the attitude of the Marine top management was still indifferent. It was as if they were really going to drive them away, but the remaining people were still unwilling to give up. Then someone suggested going to find Admiral Akinu. As we all know, Akinu Admiral and White Magic Admiral have the best relationship. Even White Magic Admiral can become Marine because of Akinu Admiral. That's right. Let's go find Admiral Akinu and let him lead us to seek justice for the White Demon Admiral. A group of people went to find Akinu Admiral excitedly, and then, They were turned away. Yes, they were turned away. When Akinu Admiral heard that they came here for Bai Ze's matter, he simply turned the door away. Advertisement. This once again shocked many people. Is this the Marine I've been fighting for? A group of people laughed bitterly and left dejectedly, just like stray dogs, not knowing where to go. After this group of people left, in the room, Akinu's adjutant courageously looked at the tall man who was sitting with his legs crossed and smoking and asked, "Sir, are we really going to ignore the White Mage Admiral? Don't you have the best relationship with him?" He really didn't understand his superior's attitude. Could it be that the friendship between his superior and the White Mage Admiral was fake? Akinu blew out a smoke ring and did not answer the latter's question, but pretended to be stupid and said, "What, you mean dinner is almost ready? Oh, okay, I get it. Let's go and eat something first. I'm hungry now." Without waiting for the adjutant's reply, he strode out the door, leaving the adjutant alone in the room, helpless and furious. Akinu was walking alone in the corridor. At the moment, the Naval Headquarters Marineford seemed a little depressed because Bai Ze's incident had cast a shadow on almost all Marines. He smoked and muttered, "You can only step on the line and punish. What does the world government say now?" The man behind him laughed bitterly. It seemed like everything was related to this boy, and Sengoku smiled bitterly. A burst of crisp footsteps came from behind Akinu. Akinu didn't even turn his head, as if he knew who was behind him. He asked in a low voice. "Now those guys are also going to our Marine to help capture Bai Ze and hand him over to them." Akinu felt that among the people he knew now, only Bai Ze could surpass him. As for the others, Akinu really didn't take those people seriously. He will voluntarily withdraw from the Marine, minimizing the extent of Celestial Dragon's retaliation against the Marine, and then temporarily fight against the Celestial Dragons alone. This is their only chance to catch the opponent off guard, so they are not absolutely sure of fighting against the Celestial Dragons at the moment. Bai Ze can only let him down like this. The person who spoke was naturally the current Naval Headquarters Marshal Sengoku. The abuse he had suffered in the past few days because of Bai Ze was the first time in so many years. But advertisement Sengoku's expression was a little strange. This guy Akinu was getting more and more arrogant. He felt that the other party had begun to no longer take him, the Marine Marshal, seriously. As for the reason, Sengoku was not quite sure, but he could vaguely feel that it was related to Bai Ze. Akinu subconsciously clenched his fists. He hated the feeling of being suppressed. If he hadn't had some concerns, he really wanted to destroy those damn bastards of the world government. What's the situation now? Yes, Bai Ze's withdrawal from Marine this time was a bit abrupt. In fact, he had informed them in advance half a month ago that he would definitely have irreconcilable conflicts with Celestial Dragons in the future. At that time, in order to prevent Celestial Dragons from retaliating against all Marines. And they, Sengoku, Garp, Akinu, and Kizaru and Aokiji who contacted later, would wait for the right time and wait for Bai Ze's order to directly rebel against the world government. Marine, inside and out, is no longer afraid of being seen as a human being. Even those people who once regarded him as an idol now look at him with a strange expression. A calmer voice came from the person behind him. Akinu thought about it and glanced at the huge Sengoku, thinking to himself. This guy is the same, he is not strong enough to fight against. Over there. What else can I say? Sengoku smiled helplessly. Of course they blame our Marines. It depends on the situation. Those guys might shamelessly make things difficult for our Marines. Even targeting ordinary Marines in many ways. But he had no choice. Someone had to sacrifice, and Bai Ze had sacrificed more than him, so what could he say? Boom. 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 Akinu still didn't look back, he just kept walking and talking. It's good that the children who left the Marine Corps can avoid such a disaster. Lao Ze is still a little unhappy. Bai Ze, and still Bai Ze. Akinu nodded. They could accept this result for the time being. After all, Bai Ze had announced his separation from the Marine. Even if the world government was angry, it had no reason to punish the Marine excessively. What did this guy mean by the look in his eyes just now? Sengoku sneered at this. Of course I just pretended to agree to go, and then, I just pretended. Anyway, they can't do anything to Lao Ze. They still need me, the Marine Marshal. I wonder where this little guy is now. I hope he can be faster. Well, I am really looking forward to that moment. It's still under control. Because of Bai Ze, many Marines from the headquarters and branches have held protests and even resigned. At this stage, more than 20% of the Marines have announced their resignation or will not take any action. However, Akinu recalled Bai Ze's eyes at that time. The other party must have encountered an opponent that Bai Ze was helpless against, so Akinu endured it. And prepared to continue to improve himself so that he would have the opportunity to help Bai Ze at a critical moment in the future. Before Bai Ze left, he gave him some ninjutsu. With his current strength, he is definitely the top fighter in this world, and can even be ranked in the top 3. About 20% of the Marines resigned just to appeal for one person. This is really the first time in so many years. Bai Ze, that little guy, is really amazing. I am far inferior to him. He really wanted to rebel against the world government without thinking of the consequences, but he was worried about the lives of many ordinary Marines and made such a bad decision. All of us Marines owe him a favor. Chapter 167 Bai Ze, on an island somewhere in New World. A group of people were walking in the street in 2s and 3s, eating some food while discussing with each other the major events that had happened in New World in recent period of time. For ordinary citizens like them, although they cannot make any impact on any major events through actions, their male nature makes them still very concerned about these world events even though they are ordinary. Soon, everyone was discussing heatedly about the battle between Marine and the Twin Emperors Alliance. This was the beginning of the most important event in recent times. It meant the fall of two Sea Kings. The fall of these people was a great thing for ordinary citizens like them. Then they discussed the recent battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marine. Both of these battles ended with Marine's great victory, which really boosted their spirits. If I were in charge, maybe our Marines could have reduced their losses and won. During this time, someone said shamelessly that he was swinging a bottle of wine. When he was drunk, he seemed to be the god of world affairs. Haha, you. Do you think you are the talented young man Bai Ze from Marine? But he was soon interrupted sarcastically, and when he heard the name Bai Ze, the drunk man didn't get angry but nodded affirmatively, without any intention of refutation. There is no other reason. The name Bai Ze is a name that cannot be avoided in all major events in recent times. He rose like a comet and became an idol in the hearts of many people. He represents invincibility. But recently I heard that Bai Ze seems to have quit the Marine. He could have been a Marine Admiral. What a pity. Advertisement. A guy who has more friends and knows information faster suddenly interrupted. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became cold. Several people frowned and looked at him. Jim, you're kidding again, aren't you? But could you please be more careful not to make fun of Bai Ze? He's the lousy idol. The man called Jim gave a wry smile. You know me, I never joke about this kind of thing. Bai Ze really quit Marine. It seems to be because of the Celestial Dragons problem. He killed the Celestial Dragons. He is wanted in many places now. He may not live long. Clang. Hiss. The drunk man dropped the beer bottle to the ground, his face full of panic and confusion. How could this happen? How could this happen? I was waiting for Bai Ze to wipe out all the pirates. My daughter was killed by the pirates. Why did he quit the Marine? Celestial Dragons. So what about Celestial Dragons? I believe Bai Ze is not afraid of them. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Seeing the man mumbling nonsense with a bit of defenselessness on his face, the people around him felt a little bit sorry for him, because they all knew that this man originally had a happy family. But because the pirates were all bullies, their daughter was bullied to death, they were completely unable to resist the pirates. His wife couldn't stand such a disaster and died of depression. He was the only one left in the family. Revenge on the pirates is their obsession. He had sought help from Marines before but was only delayed again and again. Until recently, he met a Marine named Bai Ze, and learned that the other party's obsession was to massacre all the pirates in the world. Advertisement. His style and deeds deeply attracted the man, who became his spiritual pillar. Now that Bai Ze has withdrawn from Marine, his faith has collapsed. The drunk man was staggering as he walked, and suddenly he lost his balance and was about to fall. At this moment, a strong arm lifted him up. It was a young boy with a childish but stern face. The man with the corner of his mouth looked at the stern young man, tears in his eyes, and asked a question for some unknown reason. Will the pirates be destroyed? Will the world become peaceful? Will anyone still see the injustice suffered by the weak? The man said something like this, and after sobering up a little, he spoke with a bit of boredom. Sorry, I just said those words when I was drunk. Thank you for what I said just now, little brother. After saying this, the man was about to leave, but at this moment the young man who suddenly arrived smiled at the man and spoke with a firm look in his eyes. Of course the pirates will be destroyed, and the world will become better and better. The injustice of the weak will also be seen by others, and the strong will no longer be able to trample on the weak at will in the future. Everything will come true. Please believe me. The man asked blankly, Who are you? The young man strode away into the distance, and only when he disappeared from the man's sight did he hear two words lightly. Bai Ze. The man burst into tears. 5FA Chapter 168 5 Elders Big Gamble. I didn't expect that someone would cry because first left Marine. This is really. Bai Ze stood on the deck, feeling the slightly cold sea breeze inside. He really didn't expect that there were so many people in this world who cared about him. Even though it was only for killing the pirates, it was not bad. After all, people only seek a meaning in life. Bai Ze's life meaning before was simply to slaughter all the pirates so that no pirates dared to show up in the entire ocean. As time passed and he experienced more things, Bai Ze came up with another idea, which was to destroy the celestial dragons again, and change the world. With this goal, Bai Ze finally found meaning in living. Otherwise, living in such an invincible way would be too boring. Sengoku should understand what I mean. I don't know if that guy can handle everything. Otherwise, how can first quit Marine? It will be a huge loss. Bai Ze recalled what happened 3 days ago and a smile appeared on his face. That unlucky guy whose name he couldn't remember was really looking for death. Did he really think he was completely unprepared and was still afraid of celestial dragons? It's ridiculous. When it came to killing Charles Saint and sneaking into Mariajoy to find Aim's trace, Bai Ze had already considered everything and prepared a backup plan. Quitting Marine now was one of the backup plans. The only mistake was that Lord Yim's strength was far beyond Bai Ze's expectations, otherwise how could Bai Ze be fleeing in such a panic now? For the past 3 days, Bai Ze has been rushing to the Red Hair Pirates on a secretly prepared boat. After all, he wants to kill the last of the 4 emperors and obtain the 6 Paths Rinnegan to fight against Im. During this journey, Bai Ze truly witnessed how amazing the power of the world government was. At various ports along the way, he met people sent by the world government to arrest him. Each of them was very powerful, with superb tracking and identification abilities. Fortunately, he had the Flying Thunder God technique and the Kamui technique, two major displacement skills, otherwise it would have been difficult to get through. And Bai Ze instantly realized the huge move of the world government. These troops were definitely not sent out simply to kill those stupid celestial dragons of St. Charlos. Bai Ze believed that this must have been the instruction of that guy I am. He thought of himself as Joey Boy, and wanted to drag himself into the enemy's homeland. He originally wanted to use soft tactics to trick himself in, but it didn't work, so he changed to the hard tactics now. I have to say, the other party really has a feeling of not sparing any cost. In other words, I am is afraid of himself. Thinking of this, Bai Ze frowned slightly and murmured in a low voice. Although I don't know what kind of existence the Joy Boy that I am is talking about is, but I can be sure that this guy definitely has the power to destroy I am, otherwise he wouldn't care so much. So if that guy still can't find me, I can't guarantee that he won't do something crazy. It's a bit troublesome. Bai Ze shook his head, having a vague bad feeling. He prayed silently in his heart that the thing he was worried about would not happen, otherwise all his previous efforts would be in vain. So, Bai Ze's eyes flashed with a sharpness. I have to hurry up and get the Six Paths Rinnegan as soon as possible. Bai Ze roughly estimated the distance between himself and the red-haired pirate's territory, and it should not be far. So Bai Ze hesitated for a moment and decided to use Kamui to hurry on his way. Advertisement time is of the essence. Buzz. The next moment, Bai Ze flashed and escaped directly into the Kamui space, leaving only an unmanned boat on the vast ocean. And at this moment, above Mariajoy, one of the starting points of this storm, it seems a little uneasy. Because the five elders received orders from Lord Yim to investigate Bai Ze, the matter of Bai Ze killing St. Charlos and several other celestial dragons, was investigated almost instantly. When it comes to intelligence capabilities, the world government is definitely number one in the world, even the Marine is a step behind. So, the news of St. Charlos, the Palace of Charulia, and the killing of several celestial dragons, quickly spread throughout Mariajoy at an extremely fast speed. The families of the celestial dragons who were killed were instantly furious. They strongly demanded that the culprit be brought to Mariajoy to face the most brutal punishment, and anyone who opposed would be killed. The dignity of celestial dragons will never be trampled upon. Therefore, many celestial dragons began to write to the five elders, asking them to punish the other party as soon as possible, at any cost. The five elders' response to this request was simple. Then let's wait a little longer. There might be some misunderstanding. Let's invite the Marine named Bai Ze over. Then we can decide whether to punish him or not. Yes please. The five elders used the same word, please. They wanted to invite Bai Ze over instead of threatening him with force, which surprised many celestial dragons. They seriously suspected that five elders had been replaced or was stupid, but only five elders himself knew what the real truth was. That is, they were scared. That's right, they were scared. When they started to investigate Bai Ze thoroughly, they discovered a terrifying fact. Bai Ze's strength had reached a terrifying level. Killing Kaido, killing Charlotte Linlin, killing Whitebeard. This kind of strength is simply pervert. Perhaps only their Lord Yim, can kill the other party, and this also just confirms Lord Yim's fear of Bai Ze. Tell them to bring Bai Ze to Mariajoy at all costs instead of killing him. From what I am said to them, we can understand something, that is, I am did not think that they had the strength to kill Bai Ze, so he only asked to bring Bai Ze to Mariajoy. So they didn't stupidly choose to threaten Bai Ze to come to Mariajoy with force at the beginning. After all, if the other party resisted, it would be more trouble than gain. At the beginning, they really wanted to invite Bai Ze to Mariajoy in a friendly way. Although the reason was a bit ridiculous, their attitude was really good. As long as they could trick Bai Ze into coming to Mariajoy, it would be fine, but they still failed. Advertisement World Government, in the conference room. 4 of the 5 old men who hold the highest power in the world are now sitting here. The one that deserves more attention is the white-haired old man with a knife. At this moment, they are looking at each other. Their eyes are full of helplessness. That Izzo is simply a failure rather than a help. Laozi clearly told him to invite Bai Ze to Mariajoy in a nice way, but this guy actually threatened him directly. He's even braver than Laozi. I really want to drag this guy's corpse out and whip him, FK. On the right, a fat old man with a brown beard cursed angrily. When he heard the truth about what happened that day from the people in the Marine meeting room, he was immediately numb. He swore that the orders he gave to Izzo were definitely not like this. This guy was simply following his instructions in the opposite direction. It's outrageous. The old man with a mustache who was in the lead glanced at the former and said helplessly. CP9 holds too much power and has hardly taken many people seriously over the years. It's normal for something like this to happen. The old man with a mustache was the calmest among the few people. After all, he knew that the probability of inviting Bai Ze to Mariajoy was not very high, and it was just a try at most, so he adopted a 2-line mode. Even if Bai Ze cannot come over, it will make things go more smoothly later. And the second move he arranged was his real chance to deal with Bai Ze. Thinking of that second-hand arrangement, the old man with a mustache smiled knowingly. The other few old men remained silent, but the uneasy expressions on their faces betrayed their true thoughts. In fact, they were a little panicked. Because the time given by their Lord I Am, has almost come, but Bai Ze still hasn't brought him back, which means they have disappointed their Lord twice in a row. This is really going to be difficult. The old man with a mustache seemed to have seen what everyone was thinking, and as the backbone of the group, he had no choice but to speak out. He coughed lightly and said, "How about this, I will go to meet the master alone, and report the current situation to him, and you can just deal with other things." "Really? That would be great. Still, you are a reliable guy?" Sure enough, the words of the old man with a mustache moved many people. After all, they were really afraid of their master who was now a little abnormal. The old man with the mustache secretly mocked the others. Capturing Bai Ze was not only a test but also an opportunity. If he could catch something that his master cared about so much, he would definitely get a reward from his master. And that reward, the old man with a mustache grinned greedily. He knew that his master seemed to have the means to control his lifespan. For an old man like him whose life was almost coming to an end, nothing was more precious than lifespan. So he decided to take a gamble. Bet that he could bring Bai Ze to Mariojoy, and bet that Yim could give him life. Chapter 169. The Devil. Boom. 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 In the dim space, the old man with a mustache relied on his past memories to familiarly move around in the underground palace. Soon he walked to the main hall in the center. Without any nonsense, the old man with a mustache knelt down skillfully in one direction and pressed his head down deeply, as if he was on a pilgrimage. Tisk. Tisk. The next moment, white lights suddenly rose from the underground palace and reached the top of the ladder, illuminating the glorious throne at the top of the ladder. "What? Did you bring that joy boy to Mariojoy?" A voice that seemed a bit excited suddenly exploded beside the old man with a mustache, and he immediately got goosebumps. As expected, the Lord was extremely concerned about this matter. He did not even sit on the void throne, but walked down directly. "Look up. Look at me. Did you bring that guy here?" Yim spoke a little anxiously. These past few days were really hard for him. If it were possible that he couldn't be exposed at will, he would have wanted to show up a long time ago. Joy Boy, has become the inner demon of Lord I Am, and he wants to see that damn old friend right away. Advertisement. The old man with a mustache raised his head tremblingly and stammered. No. Just one sentence made the old man with a mustache feel like a thorn in his back. He felt as if his master was going to crush him to death in the next moment because of his words. He had no choice but to explain quickly, "My lord, please listen to my explanation. I used two methods at the time. One is..." At that moment, facing the huge pressure brought by Yimu, the old man with a mustache explained his two plans in detail. One is to take advantage of Bai Ze's feelings for Marine. Even if he quits Marine, he should be able to use Marine to force Bai Ze to submit. Of course, this is the second option. The second one is the killer move of the old man with the mustache, that is, he has calculated that Bai Ze will definitely go to the territory of the Red Hair Pirates. He has sent all the members of the Knights of God there to support the Red Hair Pirates, and even sent the powerful swordsmen among their 5 elders to take action, striving to defeat Bai Ze. Yes. They, the world government and the Red Hair Pirates, have joined forces, and the two sides have discussed the pros and cons with each other. How could two parties, one a bandit and the other an official, join forces in such an absurd way? Only for one purpose, and that is to deal with Bai Ze. The old man with the mustache said this with a proud look on his face. He felt that his plan was really smart, and no one would have thought that the world government would join forces with the pirates to fight against the enemy. Because this was really too absurd, but it was indeed true. He still remembered the astonishment of the red-haired Shanks when he talked to him. Advertisement. But after hesitating for a long time, the other party still agreed. After all, Bai Ze's next target must be him. Bai Ze seemed to have some kind of obsession in killing the 4 emperors. This was one of the facts they deduced based on the intelligence. "Master, don't worry. Bai Ze seems to be still injured. As long as he goes to deal with the Red Hair Pirates, then we can definitely defeat that guy by joining forces." The old man with a mustache said proudly, "The cooperation between the Knights of God is unparalleled. Only 16 people can match the strength of the Marine Admiral. At this moment, all 108 members of the Knights of God are out, plus my old friend who entered the Tao with a sword. We will win." The old man with a mustache smiled confidently, but his face froze after a while because he found that Yim was looking at him as if he were a dead person. "My lord. Why are you looking at me?" He was a little panicked, and the next moment he heard Yim's disappointed and angry voice ringing in his ears. "I thought you were just a piece of trash. I didn't expect you to be not only useless but also stupid. No matter how much I hate this guy Joey Boy, I cannot deny the fact that I am the only one in this world who is of the same kind as him, who is qualified to defeat him. And you guys are just trying to kill God? How ridiculous." Chapter 170. Pluton. How ridiculous. Im's words exploded in the ears of the old man with a mustache like a loud bell. He wanted to refute, but the next moment, Im raised his hand again, and a white light emerged from his hand. The old man with the mustache could almost feel his vitality slipping away with his naked eyes. His hair and beard began to become thicker and whiter, and his back began to bend exaggeratedly. The old man with the mustache let out miserable whimpers, but he was unable to resist this force at all and could only let his vitality drain away. After a long while, the old man with a mustache finally had the strength to look up at Im, but the latter spoke expressionlessly. "I will take away another 5 years of your life as a punishment for your self-willed behavior. Remember, only the power of God can fight against God. Joey Boy is not someone you ants can deal with. I'm the only one who can deal with him, but I'm restricted here and can't leave." So I have to lure Joey Boy to my territory. There was a flash of viciousness in Yim's eyes. Since Joey Boy in this life was a Marine, he could only do some despicable things. Yim suddenly asked, this year's naval headquarters should still be in Marineford, right? Uh-huh. The old man with a mustache answered weakly. Having lost 10 years of life in succession, he really felt that his time was up. He didn't expect that he had held the highest power in the world for so long. In the end, he ended up like this. The old man with a mustache couldn't help but feel sad. Advertisement, but as the king of celestial dragons, didn't care about the thoughts of the old man who he regarded as an ant. He just started looking for something on the side. I remember it was supposed to be in this place. Why is it gone? Damn it, I haven't used it for so long, I almost forgot about it. Yim was muttering while searching for something. In the past 800 years, he had hardly used that thing many times, so he almost forgot where it was. After a few minutes, next to a somewhat gloomy coach, came Im's somewhat surprised voice. So it's here? Well, although I can't leave this palace or even marry a Joy at will, but with this thing. No one in this world can still resist this power. At this moment, Im was holding a very delicate and small object in his hand. The object was streamlined with an opening on the top, and there was a vortex-shaped thing at the back. The whole small object exuded an indescribable luster. The old man with a mustache on the side stared blankly at the object held by his master. He swore that he had never seen such a small object. From a distance, it looked like a children's toy, but upon closer inspection, the old man with a mustache felt a palpitation in his heart. It was as if that little object possessed the power to kill him at will. What is this? The old man with a mustache murmured subconsciously. Im seemed to be in a good mood at the moment, so for the first time he explained to the old man the origin of this thing. This thing is one of my most beloved toys. It also has a bit of my original power. Many years ago, I used it to solve many troublesome guys. It made people of that era feel fear when they saw it. I still remember. They gave my toy a nice name. It was called Pluton. Yes, Pluton. It's a good name. I like it very much. When the old man with the mustache heard this name, his eyes almost popped out of his head in shock. This is actually Pluton, one of the 3 super ancient weapons. Legend has it that it has the power to destroy the world. Countless people have been searching for it for hundreds of years, but it turns out it's here. The 5 elders had actually sent people to look for the legendary object Pluton. After all, it was a weapon that was said to possess divine power, but no one had found anything. The old man with the mustache never thought that the thing he had been looking for so hard was right before his eyes. Advertisement right inside the palace of his master. He was lying in a corner gathering dust. Oh, Im seemed to like the shocked expression of the old man with the mustache, but at the same time he thought to himself. 800 years was really too long, and it actually made him become talkative. Is it because I'm too lonely? Maybe that's why Im felt a little helpless, so he was a little impatient to kill Bai Ze and then walked out of the cage directly. Let the world once again witness the great power of God. Im spread out a map and quickly found the location of Naval Headquarters Marineford. Then he held Pluton in his hand, meditated on it for a while, and finally threw it towards the ceiling. The old man with a mustache stared at the scene with wide eyes. Pluton seemed to move slowly, but it kept flashing into space, and finally disappeared on the ceiling, as if it had sunk into it. The old man with a mustache was speechless. My lord, Pluton, where did you go? In the sky. A place that ants cannot touch. My Pluton is looking down at you. Im laughed. His deep eyes penetrated the underground barriers and reached the sky. Only it could see that Pluton was flying away from the sky at an unimaginable speed, and the farther it went, the bigger Pluton became. When it reached the sky, that is, outer space, it directly turned into a behemoth tens of thousands of meters long. If Bai Ze saw this scene, he would be very surprised, because this Pluton is exactly like the alien aircraft carrier he has seen in movies. It was huge and streamlined overall. The jet black muzzle was pointed directly in a certain direction. It's still as beautiful as before. Countless miles away, Im looked at Pluton from afar, feeling a sense of nostalgia in his heart, and he began to recall the past. In fact, few people know that Taimu is not actually from this planet. Chapter 171, The Disappeared Marineford. In fact, few people know that Taimu is not actually from this planet. To be precise, he and Joyboy are not from this planet. They are both from a very far away planet with a high civilization. People from their place. Each of them possesses different powers, and communicating with all things and listening to the spirits of all things is just the most basic thing for them. But their planet has become uninhabitable due to overconsumption. Only the chosen ones on their planet, like him and Joyboy, have decisively taken their own vehicles, that is, his, Pluton, and Joyboy's, Uranus, to go out and look for other resources. As for Poseidon, Heim was not too sure. After all, he had only heard of its existence. He felt that Poseidon should be the same type of alien warship as theirs, but the latter should have failed and disappeared in the long river of history. The only difference is that Joyboy came to this planet earlier than him, so he was accepted by this planet earlier and gained support equivalent to the will of the world. Joyboy also used his power to merge with the planet, and eventually created the existence of the Devil Fruit tree, which gave the planet an upgraded power. He also became the Sun God. But this is actually one of the ways that Joy Boy steals the energy of this planet, that is, the soul of everyone. People who have eaten the devil fruit know that their souls will be imprisoned after death, and the soul is one of the most mysterious existences in the world. For beings like him and Joy Boy, what they lack is this kind of soul power. However, this method of stealing will not actually destroy the origin of this world. At most, it will only result in a small loss, which can be made up later. Both parties are actually using each other. But when I thought of this, a sarcastic sneer appeared on his lips, because this cycle was really too slow. When he arrived at this planet, he was attracted by the rich resources of this planet and immediately became greedy, and strongly opposed Joy Boy's stupid plan. In the eyes of Tame, the people on this planet are just ants, and they, the strong ones, do not need to reason with ants. Plundering should only pursue efficiency, and there is no need to leave seeds for the other side. That's enough to kill Joey Boy, now, so this should be the most wrong decision Joy Boy has ever made in his life, because he forgot that I is also a genius. If Joy Boy can merge with the origin of the world's major events, then why can't I? On this planet where most of the surface is water, the power of the ocean is definitely greater than the power of the land, so there are almost no accidents. When Joy Boy had another chance to visit him in prison, he sneaked attacked Joy Boy. The twists and turns involved cannot be described in detail, but in the end he paid a huge price to bury him with the power of the ocean, which is why demon fruit power cannot touch seawater. And at the same time, advertisement that after so many years of experiments, he discovered that the substance that could erase the soul could also be refined, and the main raw material was heavenly gold. So over the years he had collected this substance in large quantities for the celestial dragons under him. So now, but after all, Joy Boy was recognized by this world, so he was soon suppressed, and even severely injured by the opponent. That damn guy Joy Boy imprisoned himself here. But even if he defeated the latter, he still couldn't get out of the sealed place of Mariajoy. After all, the other party could not be truly killed. He could still rely on the power of his soul to reincarnate. The entire Marineford was wiped out, then they had a fierce argument. Still remembers the disgusting face of Joey Boy. Every word he said was based on some justice. All are equal, and endless plundering will only destroy oneself. He even said righteously that he and himself were compatriots, so he didn't kill him, but let him reflect here. Hundreds of nautical miles away at Naval Headquarters Marineford, today is just an ordinary day for many Marine soldiers. Only a few people looked at the sky with some confusion, as if they were wondering why the sky seemed so exceptionally bright today. Then, suddenly, the muzzle of the gun paused. A huge white laser beam suddenly shot out from the muzzle in a certain direction, moving at an unimaginable speed, tearing through the sky. And to erase the soul, one must use a special substance to seal the body and bury it for 100 years. That special substance only exists on their planet. In that era, Joy Boy could not find such a substance here. Bang! Yimu raised his hand, and a strange light flashed in his pupils again. He took a deep breath and pressed down hard. He sneered and said. Almost at the same time, the jet-black muzzle of the Pluton in outer space began to condense bursts of white light, as if an unimaginable powerful force was gathering again. The entire outer space seemed a little unstable at this moment, and began to shake. Advertisement with Pluton's current energy reserves, he can launch at least 5 attacks. Then, the entire Marineford began to fall apart, the ground began to collapse, and the lives of countless people stopped at this moment. Only a deep pit was left on the ground. P.S. Dear readers, please note that the descriptions of the Celestial Dragons chapter and the plot of and others are all made up by me. Don't take it too seriously. After all, Oda didn't say it explicitly, so I can only guess and try to make it fit. At the same time, almost all the Marines in the naval headquarters have their sixth sense fully activated. So after unremitting efforts, and even spending some of his own original power in exchange, Yim successfully integrated the original power of this world event, and it was the power of the ocean. Danger. Danger. Someone murmured, but he didn't care, and just a few seconds later, the human body's sixth sense felt like a needle P*******K, and the man was a little dazed. He knew it was a dangerous feeling. And he has not been idle for the past few hundred years, because he knows that when Joy Boy revive again, he will face another fierce battle, so in order to get rid of this cage and to kill Joy Boy completely, he proposed that they divide all the resources of the planet between the two of them, half each. But that damn guy Joey Boy disagreed. Putting away those messy thoughts, smiled knowingly. He knew that Joy Boy was a sentimental person, and it should be the same even after reincarnation, so he planned to destroy Marineford, and force him to come to Mariajoy to fight him. As long as the other party didn't come, he would keep killing Marine, until the other party came here. But before they could react, a huge straight beam of light shot towards them from the sky. I felt like vomiting after hearing all this, it was so ridiculous. Then, I had a conflict with that damn guy Joy Boy. Logically speaking, Im's original ability was stronger than Joy Boy's. Destroy it. Felt sick when he thought of that guy's sanctimonious face. What do you mean he can't kill himself? It's obvious that he can't be killed. For people like them who come from the same planet, to kill them, they must completely wipe out their souls. Is that the sun? Why is the sun so big today? Chapter 172. Encirclement and Murder of Bai Ze? The territory of the Red Hair Pirates, known as the Iron Wall Pirates, is actually not that big. Of course, this is relative to the size of the territories of the other 4 emperors. It hasn't been that many years since the Red Hair Pirates were founded and rose to prominence, but with just these few short years of experience, countless pirate groups, big and small, in the New World have recognized its dominant position. Powerful, mysterious, acting without scruples is the label of Red Hair Pirates. Some people say they are as difficult to deal with as devils, while others say they are more righteous than marine. People's evaluation of them is simply 2 extremes. But, no matter what role the Red Hair Pirates played, Bai Ze now has only one choice, and that is to be destroyed. At this moment, Bai Ze, who had already used Kamui to set foot on an island in the Red Hair Pirates' territory, looked at this somewhat unfamiliar environment with a sigh. Because the atmosphere of this place is indeed much better than the other 4 emperors' territories he has set foot in, the red-haired Shanks is indeed not simple. Shanks. The youngest and last of the 4 emperors. The king once thought you would be my best opponent, but now it seems, not so. Bai Ze murmured in a flat tone. He still clearly remembered that when he met the Red Hair Pirates alone, it did bring him an unprecedented sense of crisis. If he really would die in the battle, the probability of that happening would be extremely high, but Shanks finally gave up. This also resulted in the fact that his current strength was no longer at the same level as Shanks. His growth rate could not be calculated according to common sense. Bai Ze shrugged and subconsciously thought of the second time he met Shanks. He still remembered that red-haired Shanks had once come to him specifically and wanted to use his life in exchange for the survival of other pirates members at that time. It was really hard to imagine that the extremely proud red-haired Shanks would have such a moment. But I did not agree at that time. After all, his life was just a matter of whether I wanted to take it or not for myself at that time. As for using one life in exchange for the freedom of others to survive, this is really a bit too naive. The sins committed by these pirates must be atoned for, and no one can escape. Either die, or serve the corresponding number of years in the underwater prison. This is Bai Ze's bottom line. Although time is pressing now, and because of his injuries, he can only exert 70% of his strength. Perhaps taking Shanks' life directly without a fight would be the best solution, but Bai Ze is still unwilling to do so. Because if you give up your bottom line once, you will give it up the second time, and then, it will be endless giving up of the bottom line. Bai Ze doesn't want this to happen. Even if he only has 70% of his strength, Bai Ze still insists on his bottom line. Shanks. I give you the right to choose. I hope your choice will not disappoint me. After all, you were one of the pirates I dreamed of becoming. When he first traveled to the pirates' world, Bai Ze, who didn't understand the truth of the world, instantly regarded being a pirate as his dream, and Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates and Shanks' Red Hair Pirates naturally became his dream pirates. It's just that. Times have changed. The boy who dreamed of becoming a pirate is dead. Now the meaning of life is Marine Bai Ze, a Marine Bai Ze who aspires to make the world free of pirates. Buzz. Buzz. Click. Click. Bai Ze wanted to take a step forward and continue walking, but the next moment he paused, and the whole person stopped where he was, then laughed a little self-deprecatingly. As expected. Pirates are pirates. What you say is as good as fart. It seems you have made up your mind. Advertisement, Shanks. Buzz. Bai Ze looked straight ahead and saw a figure suddenly appear. The person had long black hair, was wearing a pair of uncoordinated flip-flops, and had a long sword on his waist. It was none other than the red-haired Shanks, the captain of the Red Hair Pirates and one of the 4 emperors. Shanks' expression remained unchanged in the face of Bai Ze's sarcasm. He just looked at him nonchalantly and said expressionlessly, "Sorry, I want to gamble again." As soon as the words fell, figures began to walk out from behind Shanks one after another, as if they had been preparing here for a long time. Ben Beckman, holding 2 guns, slowly walked out from behind the red-haired man and stood on his right, looking directly at Bai Ze. Yasopp, with his hands in his pockets, yawned and came to the left side of the red-haired man. After standing still, his sharp eyes stared at Bai Ze. In addition to the appearance of the second and third in command of the Red Hair Pirates, Lakilu and other red-haired cadres also slowly walked out and stood still. Without exception, they faced Bai Ze, a monster who had killed 3-4 Emperors-level figures. They were not afraid at all, and all looked at Bai Ze and smiled confidently. There were more than 40 people in total. All the senior officials of the Red Hair Pirates were present at this moment. Buzz. With the arrival of these people, the whole place was instantly filled with a solemn atmosphere. Hey. It seems like all the senior executives of the Red Hair Pirates are here, just to deal with me. It's really a big deal. Bai Ze crossed his arms and smiled sarcastically at everyone. The atmosphere in the field seemed like a fight was about to break out. However, Bai Ze suddenly looked in a certain direction and spoke again. "Since you're here, then come out, so I can have a good fight." Buzz. Shanks looked at Bai Ze expressionlessly, as if he felt it was normal for Bai Ze to discover such an abnormal situation. And as Bai Ze's voice fell, he, along with sarcastic laughter, something similar to a space door slowly opened from the direction Bai Ze pointed, and a man wearing golden armor and holding a golden halberd walked out with a smile. As expected of the guy that the higher-ups specifically wanted to kill, you're really amazing. My devil fruit ability is top-notch for hiding and teleporting. But I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. The man in golden armor wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Bai Ze. I advise you not to talk so much, otherwise I won't even give you a chance to call for help later, so now, Immediately, call your people out. Advertisement Bai Ze really hates this kind of clown's constant nonsense. You. The man in golden armor was furious. He looked at Shanks, who was silent beside him, and had to hold back his temper and grin. Okay, I admire your confidence. I hope you can be more confident later. Knights of God, start marching. The man in golden armor just waved his hand. The next moment, more and more cracks opened up in the void, and knights similar to the man in golden armor began to walk out one after another. Buzz. 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 More than 100 fully armed knights walked out of more than 100 portals one after another. They were arranged neatly, with more than 100 people standing in 10 rows. Each row was so neat and uniform that they looked like one person. They were one of the real trump cards of celestial dragons. The Knights of God. They waved their halberds lightly, and a fierce gust of wind suddenly appeared. Crack. The aura they exude is no weaker than that of the red-hair pirates. One of the celestial dragon's trump cards is truly terrifying. The leading man in golden armor finally felt confident at this moment. He glanced at Bai Ze and said, "Hey, I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. To deal with a little kid, they actually want all of us, the Knights of God, to go out and fight with the pirates. Your death should also be an honor, being used to big scenes." He really didn't think highly of Bai Ze, because as for the ability to kill 4 emperors, their Knights of God could also do it. But the next moment, call out. There was a sudden sound of breaking wind from in front of him, and a slender hand grabbed his neck at lightning speed. Damn. What's this speed? But before he could react, the hand had already lifted him up, and a pair of blood-red eyes stared at him. He froze instantly. Bai Ze tilted his head and said in confusion, "Why do you have to talk so much? It really annoys me." "So, go to hell." Hiss. Poochie. Without any hindrance, Bai Ze pulled its head up with one hand. The head was thrown high into the air, and blood splattered out. Bai Ze turned around and looked at the Knights of God, who were still in shock with murderous intent. The battle hasn't even started yet, but the first kill has already occurred, and it's the leader of a Knight Order of God. Chapter 173. Various forces have arrived. Bai Ze's physique is nearly 1,500 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, which is a true pervert level. Moreover, the improvement in physical fitness is not a simple 1+1. The effect of thousands of times the physical strength dissolved in a tiny body like Bai Ze is explosive. It can be said that even the giants, which are known as the strongest race, are not as powerful as Bai Ze, so the power generated by Bai Ze's random outburst now is really not something that ordinary people can stop. Although the Knights of God are very powerful, their strength is mainly reflected in their teamwork. Their individual strength is just so-so. So Bai Ze really didn't understand how these guys dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Hiss. This marine boy's strength and speed are simply perverted to the extreme. Just now, my eyes couldn't even catch his movement trajectory. Usopp, who was standing behind the red-haired man, murmured with a bit of toothache. It was obvious that Bai Ze's powerful strength had once again exceeded his expectations. But his expression was only stunned for a moment, and he soon regained his composure, as if he was not worried about this problem. On the other side, the expressions of the members of the Knights of God whose leader was killed were a bit grim. No matter how high their quality was, they were still a little afraid. Damn. Their boss was killed just after he said a few words. How can they fight? But despite their fear, the Knights of God soon sent out a captain to take over as temporary leader. But Bai Ze didn't even look at them. Instead, he looked in a certain direction and said, "The guy hiding in that direction should be coming out soon." The Knights of God were a little surprised. There were still people? How come they didn't know? They remembered that the world government sent them. Advertisement. The red-haired Shanks, whose face had been calm all along, was slightly shocked for a moment, as if he didn't know who Bai Ze was talking about. But a few figures really appeared at the end of the direction Bai Ze pointed. When everyone looked carefully, the person leading the group seemed to be an old man with white hair and beard. He had a very thin long knife on his waist, and his whole aura was like a sharp sword about to be unsheathed. It's actually an adult. He actually came in person. Someone from the Knights of God couldn't help but exclaimed. They really didn't expect that the adult who was one of the 5 elders would come. Could it be that this Bai Ze was really worthy of so much attention? And those people from the Knights of God behind him wiped their eyes. Most of them couldn't recognize those people. Only a few captain-level figures had an impression of those people. It's actually them. This group of people are here too. Only the captain-level figures of the Knights of God recognized the figures following behind that adult. Legend has it that the world government has a sharp sword hidden in the dark, helping the 5 elders to kill those disobedient guys, and as long as you are targeted by them, it is almost certain to die, and this group of people is called Shadow Guard. There were 9 of them in total. Each of them had strength comparable to that of a Marine Admiral substitute, and their assassination abilities even surpassed that of a Marine Admiral. And at this moment, all 9 of them were on the scene. Tisk. Tisk. The old man with a knife and 9 shadows were rushing towards this side at a very fast speed. Each step seemed very slow, but it was strangely intermittent, and the next step fell very far away. Just a moment later, in addition to the red-haired pirates and the Knights of God, the old man with a knife and 9 shadow guards came to the battlefield to form another force. The old man with the knife arrived without any communication with the Knights of God and the red-haired pirates, as if he just came here to kill Bai Ze. Each force has the strength to kill one of the 4 emperors, which means Bai Ze has to face more than 3 super emperor level combat forces. Even if the Roger Pirates group is reborn, they will have to kneel down if they encounter such a situation. This might be the biggest scene Bai Ze has ever encountered. Advertisement, but for some reason, Bai Ze only felt a slight excitement in his blood. After all, he had seen Im's more dazzling light. Now, it was just that. Bai Ze, come with me to Mariojoy for trial, and I can spare your life. Finally, the old man with the knife spoke, and the first thing he said was to ask Bai Ze to surrender. In response, Bai Ze just sneered. You guys are worthy of asking me to surrender? Stubborn. The old man with the knife shook his head and took a step forward, and as the old man with the knife took action, Red Hair and the Knights of God also took action, and the terrifying momentum directly crushed towards Bai Ze. The Conqueror's Haki of red-haired Shanks, the murderous fighting spirit of the Knights of God, and the Conqueror's Haki of the old man with a knife. Yes, the old man with a knife also has a Conqueror's Haki. The 3 powerful auras were combined together and poured towards Bai Ze. Regarding this, Bai Ze's eyes trembled slightly, and Conqueror's Haki, accompanied by the murderous aura of Ultimate, collided violently with it. Bai Ze smiled a little grimly. Hey, everyone is here, right? In order to kill me, the world government has teamed up with the pirates. I really don't know whether I should be honored or sad. But, more people? Then you've got the wrong person. Bai Ze formed seals with both hands, then clapped one hand down and shouted softly. Impure world reincarnation, she, snap, snap, next moment. One by one, ancient coffins began to emerge from the ground. Chapter 174 4 emperors appear together. Bai Ze quickly formed seals with his hands, then slapped them downwards hard. Impure world reincarnation, she, snap, snap, next moment. Ancient coffins began to emerge from the ground one after another. They simply stood there, but they exuded a terrifying aura that made people's heart palpitate. What was more special was that some of the coffins were surprisingly large, and had unique patterns on them. On the other side, the red-haired Shanks and the knife-wielding old man frowned when they saw this scene. It is no secret to strong men of their level that Bai Ze has the strange ability to summon the dead to fight for him, but after really seeing this scene, it is still extremely shocking. Coming back from the dead, this is almost like a miracle. But before anyone could think about it, a total of 9 coffins had begun to open one by one. Bang! The coffin lid fell heavily to the ground, and one after another, the figures of people who had long passed away began to appear. The first one was Doflamingo with his arrogant attitude. Even after his death, he still had the same attitude. And after him, the other 7 warlords of the sea who had long since died also began to show up one after another. Gecko Moria, Empress Hancock, Crocodile and Mahawk. Of course, Longma was also summoned by Bai Ze, but not everyone knew his identity, so no one took him seriously. At this moment, a total of 6 people stood in front of Bai Ze with expressionless faces, and the powerful momentum of several of them confronted them. Seeing everyone there made me feel a toothache. Hiss. This rumor is actually true. This Bai Ze can really summon the dead to fight for him. This is too scary. Who says it's not true? Moreover, the aura these guys exude seems to be no weaker than when they were alive. What kind of monster is Bai Ze talking about? But these few dead 7 warlords of the sea can't defeat us. The people of the Knights of God sneered and did not think that the people summoned by Bai Ze were of any danger to them. After all, the 7 warlords of the sea were nothing compared to their Knights of God. Advertisement. But when they shifted their attention to the red-hair pirates and the knife-wielding old man and wanted to invite them to attack together, they found that the faces of red-hair Shanks and the knife-wielding old man were unprecedentedly solemn. Everyone in the Knights of God looked confused, but Bai Ze showed a playful smile. I actually felt it. In that case, why don't we let these old friends show up? Let's see who is going to besiege and kill whom today. Bai Ze just clapped his hands with a smile, and the next moment, the coffin lids of the last 3 largest coffins all loosened and fell to the ground with a bang, splashing a cloud of dust. Boom, boom, faint noises came from the 4 coffins, as if some terrifying existence was about to wake up. Everyone stared at this scene. Their brows were straightened into the shape of a kawa river, and the uneasiness in their hearts grew greater and greater. Everyone in the Knights of God had an ugly look on their faces, and they had a bad guess in their hearts. If the 7 warlords of the sea killed by Bai Ze could be resurrected by Bai Ze, then, what about the 4 emperors killed by Bai Ze? Can they do it too? Stop him now. Thinking something was wrong, the Knights of God shouted and tried to stop this scene by force. At this moment, more than 100 people all stood up and rushed towards Bai Ze. They were all very uniform, just like one person. Superior. The old man with the knife also felt something was wrong at this time, and he led several shadow guards to attack Bai Ze. Bai Ze sneered. Mayfly is trying to shake the tree. He is overestimating his own abilities. He immediately ordered several 7 warlords of the sea and Longma to go forward, while Bai Ze himself crossed his arms and stared at the red-hair pirates. He frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. Because the red-hair pirates who appeared first are still standing there, as if the war has nothing to do with them, making Bai Ze wonder what these guys are trying to do. Advertisement. But no matter what, the battle has already begun. Relying on their numerical advantage, several members of the Knights of God quickly broke out, and the golden halberd slashed directly at the coffin. With overwhelming force, he was about to destroy it, but the next moment, a big hand stretched out from the dark coffin and grabbed him easily. The man was instantly shocked. When he looked up, he saw a ferocious face staring at him expressionlessly. The corners of his mouth trembled as he spoke. "Bai, Kaido of the beasts?" Bang! Kaido answered him with a powerful punch that smashed the man's head, and at the same time, the figures in the other two coffins also walked out. A man with a burly build, white hair and a very noticeable beard under his nose. He held a big knife in one hand and looked extremely domineering. The other person also carried a big sword on her shoulder, but the pink princess dress she wore underneath her bloated outfit showed that she was a woman, and the power she exuded at this moment was no less than that of Kaido just now. She was none other than Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, and the old man just now was Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Several 4 emperors who were killed by Bai Ze were now all Impure World reincarnation by Bai Ze. With the red-haired Shanks beside him, the 4 emperors of the pirates' world have magically gathered here. It's simply absurd. Bai Ze licked his lips, looked at the 3 old friends standing in front of him, then looked at the old man with the knife and the group of people behind him, and said excitedly, "Come and fight. Today, in this battle, either you die, or I live." Buzz. Chapter 175. The old man with a knife breaks through the defense. "Either you die or I live." Bai Ze's words made the old man with the knife silent. "Just say that you will definitely win." Arrogant, too arrogant. But Bai Ze seems to have the capital to be arrogant now. 3-4 emperors plus 6 equally powerful 7 warlords of the sea. Such a strong lineup is more than enough to compete with them. The old man holding the knife frowned slightly and began to analyze the current situation. The Knights of God now have more than 100 people in total, plus the powerful members of the Red Hair Pirates. With their combined combat capabilities, it should not be a problem for them to fight against the 2-4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea led by Bai Ze. The 9 shadow guards he brought with him were also quite powerful and could barely fight against the 4 emperors. In other words, Bai Ze equalized almost all the combat power here just by relying on the secret technique of summoning 4 people. The remaining Bai Ze will be left to him and the red-haired Shanks to fight together. Read this. The expression of the old man holding the knife was extremely grim, but at the same time he was somewhat relieved that they did not underestimate Bai Ze. Not only did he summon all the Knights of God, he even came in person to join forces with the Red Hair Pirates to kill Bai Ze. If they were to fight alone, they would be no match for the young man in front of them. So scary, as expected, he is a guy that even the Lord is afraid of. He is really not a simple person. The old man with the knife held the knife in one hand, and his aura reached its peak. He looked at Bai Ze, and his aura directly locked onto the latter, as if he was about to attack in the next moment. Advertisement. Oh, in response, Bai Ze just sneered a few times. The old man in front of him was indeed very powerful, and was almost as powerful as Kaido and the other emperor-level warriors, but if he dared to attack him alone, Bai Ze could definitely blow him to pieces. And the old man with the knife was aware of this, so he just locked onto Bai Ze but didn't dare to attack directly. What on earth are those red-haired guys doing? Why aren't they taking action yet? You must know that at this moment the battle has already started. The 3-4 emperors and the 6 strong men summoned by Bai Ze have already started fighting with the Knights of God and the Shadow Guards led by the knife-wielding old man. But the Red Hair Pirates hadn't made any move yet and were still watching there. This made the old man with the knife very angry as he didn't have their help. How can the Knights of God and the Shadow Guards alone stop so many powerful people? The old man with the knife had already sensed that their side was beginning to lose ground. Damn it, the old man with the knife cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to directly ask the red-haired Shanks to take action. He could only pray in his heart that they had a good plan to deal with Bai Ze. The red-haired guys haven't taken action yet? Are they scared, or do they have other plans? Bai Ze crossed his arms across his chest, his bloodshot eyes turned around. He looked at the red-haired Shanks and his group with a bit of surprise. The calmness of these guys at the moment couldn't be faked. It seemed like they really didn't care about the outcome of the battlefield over there. Shanks. Bai Ze whispered this name several times. This youngest and most mysterious 4 emperors was the only 4 emperors that Bai Ze could not see through so far. Bai Ze originally thought that the other party would really choose to sacrifice himself so that the other crew members could survive. But today's choice seemed different. He actually chose to join forces with the world government to deal with him. For a moment, Bai Ze didn't know whether he was stupid or overconfident. Advertisement. You know. The strong ones who come out of Impure World reincarnation don't get tired and have all the strength of being alive. If you calculate it this way, they are actually much stronger than when they were alive. In other words, relying solely on these powerful men from the Impure World reincarnation, Bai Ze is already invincible. He is sure to win this battle. The only thing Bai Ze is wondering is what the red-haired guy is up to. Otherwise Bai Ze would have gone out to fight himself. While Bai Ze was thinking, the battle on the field quickly entered a white-hot stage. There is no other way. The destructive power caused by the 3 emperor-level powerhouses, Whitebeard, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, is simply too astonishing. Each attack would require the combined efforts of several people on their side to block, and would also cause considerable injuries to them. On the other hand, Bai Ze seemed to never get tired, and launched fierce attacks again. More than 100 Knights of God and the 9 Shadow Guards soon felt overwhelmed and began to seek support. My lord. These guys have strange physical strength, as if they never get tired. We can't hold on any longer, we need support. The leader of the Knights of God spoke up, looking at the red hair pirates behind him with fire in his eyes. He was talking to them. Are these guys planning to sit back and watch the fight between the two tigers, waiting for them to both be defeated, so they can reap the benefits? If that's the case, they would rather withdraw first. The old man with the knife finally couldn't help but yell at Red Hair and the others. Attack together. Or we will just choose to retreat and you red hair pirates can fight on yourselves. The words fell. Shanks, who had been calm the whole time, finally raised his eyebrows, and the next moment, he smiled slightly and finally moved. Chapter 176 Shanks suddenly attacks. The red-haired Shanks, who had been calm all the time, finally moved at this moment. He took a step and rushed towards the battlefield. As soon as he moved, the members of the red-hair pirates behind him also started to move immediately, and their target was the battlefield on the side of the Knights of God. The old man holding the knife immediately smiled when he saw this. He raised the knife in his hand, and armament haki instantly covered the blade, and the powerful force of Conqueror's haki was also instantly infused into it. Then, he just pointed his toes and shot out towards Bai Ze. Obviously, he felt that he and Shanks could still fight Bai Ze together. But to this, Bai Ze only wants to say one thing, that is, don't overestimate your own abilities. I really don't know where you get the confidence to come and kill me. Do you think you've lived too long? Bai Ze shook his head helplessly, and he gently pulled out the demonic sword, ghostly weeping. He was too lazy to even use armament haki and just went straight forward to meet the enemy. Buzz. The speed was as fast as lightning, causing waves of breaking wind, making everyone shout, "Pervert! What kind of physical fitness does one need to have such a fast speed?" Even the old man holding the knife could only see some afterimages. He looked grim, and then he swung the knife and chopped. This blow directly used 70% of his strength. He just didn't believe it. Is Bai Ze so strong? He roared fiercely. Die. But the next moment, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Clang. Bai Ze actually came in front of him, holding the knife in one hand, and easily took the heavy blow, without even a bit of armament haki or Conqueror's haki. It's pure power. The old man with the knife didn't believe it and used his strength again to suppress Bai Ze. But Bai Ze sneered and directly used the 8 inner gates technique to open the second gate. Advertisement. Then he slashed it away with a knife. How is this possible? The old man holding the knife's eyes almost popped out of shock, but all he got in response was a chuckle from Bai Ze. Hey. You are no longer on the same level as me. To be honest, I am only a little bit afraid of your master. As for the others, even if they were tied together, they would not be enough for me to fight. To be arrogant, one must have the capital to be arrogant, and Bai Ze just has it. Even though Bai Ze's injuries have not healed yet, he is still no match for them. If he wasn't exhausted from killing, Bai Ze could kill everyone here by himself without even using the reanimation jutsu. Damn it, the old man holding the knife already felt regretful, but now there was no way back, so he could only pray that the red-haired Shanks was a little more powerful than he thought. Buzz. While he was thinking, Shanks finally arrived. He held the knife in one hand with a stern face, and his aura was even more powerful than that of the old man with the knife. As expected, he is the youngest 4 emperors. This made the old man with the knife breathe a sigh of relief. With Shanks' assistance, he should be able to fight Bai Ze. Thinking of this, he smiled grimly and said, Red Hair, let's join forces to fight the enemy. You take the lead and I'll assist from the side. After saying this, the old man with the knife's aura reached the peak again. Hey. You two are the only ones who want to deal with me. That's wishful thinking. Bai Ze sneered a few times. It just wastes a little more time. Bai Ze tilted his head, opened another door and directly used the power of the third gate of the 8 inner gates technique. After feeling the tremendous power in his body, Bai Ze raised the magic knife ghost god weeping, and slowly walked towards the old man with the knife. Advertisement. Hey. Arrogant people usually don't have a good ending, red-haired guy, you, aw. But the next moment, something happened that surprised Bai Ze. He stopped and looked at the scene in disbelief. Because Shanks in front of him actually stabbed the old man with the knife into the heart, and the sudden burst of power directly crushed the old man with the knife. What the hell is going on? Why, Shanks? The old man holding the knife looked at the straight knife that had pierced his chest in disbelief, and then looked at Shanks with an indifferent face. He didn't understand why this guy in front of him wanted to attack him. Aren't they allies? What terrified him even more was what happened next. On another battlefield, he suddenly heard several unbelievable curses and the sound of swords colliding and tearing. FK. What are you guys doing? Damn it. Are you guys from the Red Hair Pirates crazy? Why are you attacking us? Aren't we allies? I'll kill you, damn pirates. Apparently at the same time, the Red Hair Pirates also launched a sneak attack on the Knights of God on the other side, and all this was definitely premeditated. The old man with the knife wanted to say something, but Shanks simply pulled out his knife and chopped off the old man's head. Blood splattered high and landed on Shanks's cold face, then he stared at Bai Ze expressionlessly. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Chapter 177 Bai Ze is the villain? The sudden stabbing of the Red Hair Pirates was not only unexpected by Bai Ze, but also by all the Knights of God, so they all left their backs to the Red Hair Pirates without reservation. But in response to this, The red-haired man just smiled faintly and said, because they are facing the powerful lineup of Bai Ze and Pure World Reincarnation and the joint attack of all members of Red Hair Pirates. In this situation, it's good enough to be able to survive. Bai Ze was actually prepared to suffer another wave of injuries. After all, Red Hair's fighting power was indeed strong, and his abilities were a bit weird. The kind that could really hurt him. And then, there was the tragic backstab. Beckman, Usopp and others, as senior executives of the Red Hair Pirates, were absolutely first-rate in strength, not to mention that it was a sneak attack. Everyone, stop fighting. Retreat. Shanks held out a palm and said seriously, not only that, my crew will also go to the underwater prison for 5 years. As atonement for any sins they may have committed in the past. The Knights of God were not stupid, and they immediately prepared to run for their lives. But Yingwei and the others ran even faster, even completely disregarding the lives of other teammates, which made the Knights of God curse them in their hearts. So in just less than a moment, dozens of powerful men from the Knights of God or the Shadow Guards were severely damaged, and some even died on the spot. Shanks shrugged and said nonchalantly, as expected, he is the vice-captain of the Iron Wall Pirates. His strength is almost the same as Kaido and the others, a double Emperor-level pirates. Tisk tisk. Damn Red Hair Pirates. Lousy will definitely kill you one day. Advertisement, all of the above is my sincerity, I hope you can agree to it. 5 years. Right now, the old man with a knife was killed. They were stabbed in the back again and suffered serious injuries and were completely unable to fight, so retreat was the only way now. If you want to think so, then I can. You are naive. I have said that as long as I, Bai Ze, am here on this sea, I will not let any pirates get away with it. No one is an exception, including you Red Hair Pirates. Bai Ze was stunned again when he saw this, and felt a little sad inside. Why did Shanks' behavior make him, Bai Ze, feel like a villain? They were furious and started swearing at the Red Hair Pirates, but there was nothing they could do. Beckman revealed his domineering conqueror's haki and charged into the camp of the Knights of God. With his powerful attacks, every blow will cause heavy damage to the opponent. Otherwise, all of them will die here. As he spoke, the red-haired man sheathed his sword and released all his strength, just like an ordinary person. But at this moment, the latter helped him to backstab the world government, causing the direction of this battle to take a strange path. Bai Ze shrugged and nodded with a hint of emotion. It was really a bit of fate. He originally thought that the Red Hair Pirates were going to join forces with the world government to fight him to the death. The acting leader of the Knights of God roared, waved his halberd to deflect a round of attacks, and then roared at everyone. Advertisement, history is written by the victors, so if you say I'm wrong, it's not a stretch. And everything I do today is very simple, that is to try my best to exchange some benefits from you. As I promised last time, as long as you don't attack my crew, then I can disband the Red Hair Pirates, and I can also hand over my life directly to you. After hearing this, Beckman and the others became more aggressive, as if they were worried that they would run away, so Beckman did not hesitate to fight to his full potential. Even Bai Ze nodded seriously after seeing this scene. This taste, isn't right, but the smile is very free and easy. Let me think about it. What is your purpose in doing this? Do you think that if you help me fight the world government, I will let you Red Hair Pirates go? Bai Ze's words were so powerful that no one who heard them would doubt his determination. Shanks, you are worthy of being one of the pirates I value most. Every step you take is beyond my expectations. He looked at Shanks in front of him and said seriously. Even Bai Ze was a little confused, but when he thought about it carefully, Bai Ze seemed to understand something. No, you're overthinking it. I didn't expect you to let my pirates go. Of course, I don't think we did anything wrong as pirates. Everything is happening now just because you're stronger. Chapter 178 The Fall of Shanks. While Bai Ze and Shanks were talking, on the other side of the battlefield, the Knights of God had begun to break out gradually with their numerical advantage. And this is normal. Although they can't beat the combined forces of the Red Hair Pirates and the Bai Ze and Pure World Reincarnation, they can still run away if they want, but they will have to sacrifice some teammates. Their Divine Knights were well prepared for this kind of emergency, and quickly assigned 36 people to cover their retreat, while the others began to flee as quickly as possible. The remaining Shadow Guards also took advantage of this gap to flee even faster. The eyes of all those who were fleeing were all filled with terrifying rage. They had already made up their minds. If they could return safely, they would report to their superiors and send in a stronger lineup, and then they would kill Bai Ze and the Red Hair Pirates. To be honest, they hated the Red Hair Pirates more than Bai Ze at the moment. After all, the other party was an ally of Yuanbendu and stabbed them in the back without hesitation. These were two different concepts. Just wait. You damn bastards. The leading Knights of God roared secretly and quickened their pace of escape again. Regarding this, Shanks and Bai Ze looked at each other, then smiled indifferently in tacit understanding. And the next moment, they both moved at the same time. Shanks arrived in front of a fleeing member of the Knights of God almost instantly, and then slashed him with a knife. Bang! There was almost no hindrance as the latter vomited a large mouthful of blood, then exploded backwards and fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. Kill instantly with one hit, FK. You. At that moment, several people from the Knights of God became angry, and they formed a formation and charged directly towards Shanks. A golden light flashed. The powerful momentum was extremely intimidating. If they cooperate well with their combined killing formation, they can really kill the Admiral. They all stabbed at the same time. In an instant, a huge wave of energy suddenly burst out and rushed towards Shanks. But they are facing the red-haired Shanks, who is almost the most powerful among the 4 emperors. If they want to deal with him, they have to multiply their numbers several times. Obviously, just a few people are not enough. Shanks' eyes became more serious, holding a straight knife. With a shocking momentum bursting out, he then flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of several people. He drew his sword and looked at them and said softly, "God avoid." Buzz. A huge crescent-shaped blade light suddenly appeared, and the attacks of several people from the Knights of God were almost instantly disintegrated. With a few screams, they disappeared directly from this world. Another instant kill. Advertisement. After doing all this, Shanks turned his gaze to the other side. That is, Bai Ze's side, and when he saw this, Shanks' mouth corners became a little more bitter. Because he found that Bai Ze had it much easier than himself when dealing with the members of the Knights of the God of War, and it was almost a complete crushing victory. Bai Ze relied solely on his physical strength, with one man holding a sword, to block the front. Every fleeing person who met Bai Ze was killed instantly with one blow, without any ability to resist. Those who don't run towards Bai Ze will be hit by Bai Ze's Kamui. Now Bai Ze's power has been greatly improved relying on Kamui alone, and it is impossible for ordinary members of the Knights of God to block it. Half an hour later, with Shanks and Bai Ze personally taking action, all the members of the Knights of God and the Shadow Guards present were annihilated. The battlefield once again fell into an eerie calm. 9 powerful men from Impure World Reincarnation stood behind Bai Ze, and on Shanks' side, all the members of the Red Hair Pirates stood behind him. The cold wind howled, blowing their robes. The two simply looked at each other without saying too much. But combined with Bai Ze's previous attitude towards Shanks, not directly starting a war also shows some attitude, that is to say, Bai Ze roughly agreed to Shanks' request. In exchange for his life and the willingness of all members to serve 5 years in the underwater prison, Bai Ze cannot kill other members of the Red Hair Pirates. And from then on, all grudges will be eliminated, and there will be no more Red Hair Pirates in the world. Bai Ze looked at this guy who could be called a hero, and he was a little confused. How did Shanks convince his crew to agree to such a request? But these have little to do with him anymore, because they have better and more important things to do now. The world government failed to hunt him down. Maybe the next time it will be I am himself who will attack him. 6 paths Rinnegan, he couldn't delay any longer. So, Bai Ze said to Shanks in a deep voice, "Shanks, keep your promise." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the whole place suddenly changed. The Red Hair Pirates paused for a moment, and then their breathing quickened. Obviously, even though Shanks had convinced them to agree to this somewhat absurd request before, with reasons they couldn't refuse, they were still extremely conflicted at this moment. It's not because they are willing to serve their sentences in the underwater prison, but simply because Shanks is willing to die for them. In response to this, Shanks just looked at everyone and smiled calmly. Death is not a person's true destination, forgetfulness is, brothers, as long as you remember all the scenery along the way, I will never die. You are not allowed to take revenge on Marine after my death, otherwise. Shanks smiled sadly, and his proud head began to slowly lower. Then they all turned around and started to leave step by step. No. When everyone knew that the block had disappeared at the end of the field of vision, Bai Ze suddenly felt the tip of the knife pause. And I have investigated your actions over the past period of time. Marine may be able to go further in your hands. That's good. That's good. That's good. Advertisement. In response, Bai Ze just replied expressionlessly. You must do what you promised me, Bai Ze. Bai Ze watched all this indifferently. After a moment of silence, all the Red Hair Pirates members spoke loudly with tears in their eyes. Bai Ze listened carefully to what Shanks could call his last words. He held Bai Ze's shoulders tightly, as if he would not let go unless Bai Ze agreed. Shanks shrugged and smiled. Laugh, this choice was made after a dilemma. Shanks just chuckled and didn't refute. After feeling Bai Ze's special gaze, Shanks knew that the time was almost up. This is the choice of all the people, and the future will prove it. Yes. He looked up and saw Shanks had crashed headfirst into his own long sword, the blade piercing his heart. At the end of his vision, Bai Ze could sense a group of people pause, then burst into tears, but walked away again after a moment. To sum up, Shanks does not agree with Bai Ze's theory that all pirates are wrong and should not exist, but he also agrees with Bai Ze as a person. I have nothing to say about losing to you. After all, you are truly the only person I, Shanks, admire in my life. This sentence showed his carefree attitude. Shanks looked at Bai Ze and said seriously. If there is only one correct answer in this world, it must be the Marines, not you pirates. This is not a question of strength or not. Bai Ze had no choice but to take a deep breath and answer seriously. So he faced Bai Ze and spoke to all the Red Hair Pirates without even turning his head. Shanks was gradually losing his life, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, but he looked at Bai Ze seriously and said, 4 emperors all fell, so far, then don't recognize me as your boss. Bai Ze remained silent about this. I am here to announce my last order as the captain, Shanks. Everyone turn around and retreat 100 miles. But, Bai Ze, I still say the same thing. I don't think what I did was wrong. What I did today was just out of helplessness. Because you are powerful, you can determine everything. Oh, really? Maybe. Chapter 179 Shocked Bai Ze. Open hollow lens bracket ding, successfully killed a pirates with a bounty of 4.08 billion, and was rewarded with 4,800 massacre points. Close hollow lens bracket. Ding. Successfully killed the 4 emperors. Open hollow lens bracket ding, mission completed, slaughtered the pirates, killed the 4 emperors, and the current mission is 4 quarters complete. Close hollow lens bracket. The moment Shanks died, a series of system prompt sounds began to sound in Bai Ze's mind, and the next moment the system prompt sounds did not disappoint Bai Ze. Open hollow lens bracket ding, mission completed. Reward, 6 paths Rinnegan, close hollow lens bracket. Buzz. In just a moment, Bai Ze felt an unimaginable power surging in his body, a power that was simply indescribable in words. Mysterious. Weird, of course, it was accompanied by an indescribable pain. Bai Ze couldn't help but close his eyes. He felt a little strange. He didn't feel this kind of pain when he evolved Mangekyo's Sharingan before. And he also felt a sense of rejection. Yes, a sense of rejection, as if the pirate's world did not allow this power to be born, and began to fight against his own power, trying to force it out. And Bai Ze became the tragic protagonist, and could only watch the two forces fight each other. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, when everything was calm, Bai Ze stood up with difficulty, and then slowly opened his eyes. Buzz. As Bai Ze opened his eyes, the space around him seemed to stagnate in an instant, and Bai Ze's eyes were no longer the frightening blood red, but a strange black and white. Advertisement. It was like a whirlpool that seemed to suck people in, and there was a strange symbol in the middle of the whirlpool. This is the real 6 paths Rinnegan. It's really powerful. I didn't expect it to feel like this. Bai Ze felt the changes in his body in a daze. After hesitating for a while, he raised his hand slightly. In an instant, the whole space was rippling. This made Bai Ze look surprised. This is Kamui's power. No, it's not Kamui's power, this is pure space power. Bai Ze's expression gradually began to change, because the power of this 6 paths Rinnegan was different from the 6 paths Rinnegan of the Hokage that he knew. It was as if it was a mysterious upgrade caused by being in a different world. Bai Ze thought about it for a while and guessed that this should be the original power of the pirate's world, which means that Bai Ze, an outsider, also mastered one of the original powers of the pirate's world. In other words, Bai Ze is the god of the pirate's world. The power of God. Thinking of this, Bai Ze gradually became excited and his breathing became much heavier, because he felt that as an assassin, he finally had the strength to fight with I am. Of course. Who will win and who will lose can only be known after a real fight. Bai Ze looked at the several thousand slaughter points he had left, and without any hesitation, added them to his physical and mental strength in batches. At this moment, Bai Ze's physical and mental strength are both about to break 20,000, which is close to 2,000 times that of an ordinary person. How could such a huge power be gathered in Bai Ze's small body? It was really a pervert. Call. Advertisement. Bai Ze let out a sigh of relief, and the nervous feeling he had felt for the past few days began to gradually dissipate. It turned out that only with strength can one have real confidence. But before Bai Ze could relax for long, he felt a vibration in his robe. Bai Ze picked it up and smiled slightly. It turned out to be his own Den Den Mushi. It should be Uncle Akinu or Naval Headquarters who has something important to tell me. Bai Ze couldn't help but smile. He wondered what their expressions would be when they knew he had killed the last red hair pirates. Sengoku will probably be panicking. After all, this means breaking off relations with the world government, but Bai Ze has now withdrawn from the Marine. It shouldn't be a big problem. Without hesitating for too long, Bai Ze picked up the Den Den Mushi. Hello, I'm Bai Ze. But not long after, Bai Ze's pupils trembled. His body couldn't stop shaking, accompanied by unbelievable questioning. What did you say? Naval Headquarters is gone? P.S. Thanks to the friends who have followed here, if nothing unexpected happens this book will come to an end in a few tens of thousands of words. I have almost thought of the ending. I can't say whether it is good or not. Not too good. Originally, there was a lot more that could be written about this book, but the income during this period was really not ideal, and Oda, the old thief, kept leaking the background of the 5 elders, and red hair. He slaps me in the face every time he leaks something. My setting is ruined. You said to follow what I wrote. I could have written it this way, but there are still many people complaining that it is too far from the original. So after considering it all, I decided to shorten the article. If you like the ending, you can watch it to the end. I actually think it's okay. Chapter 180. Let the world be buried with you. What did you say? The Naval Headquarters is gone. Bai Ze asked in disbelief. He simply couldn't believe what he just heard in the Den Den Mushi. The man actually said that Naval Headquarters, Marineford, was suddenly attacked a day ago. It was razed to the ground. The entire city of Marineford, including all the Marine soldiers inside, disappeared in that instant. Are you kidding me? But a trembling voice accompanied by crying came from the other end of the phone. Yes, Commander Bai Ze, I didn't lie to you. Marineford was really razed to the ground, and the culprit was the world government. Their purpose is simple. To attract you to Mariajoy. The Marine soldier who spoke with a hint of tears in his voice was one of Akinu's personal soldiers. During the sudden disaster, he was not at the Naval Headquarters, but somewhere else. That's why they were spared from death, but the news about Bai Ze from the world government soon spread to all branches. They said that if Bai Ze didn't go to Mariajoy for one day, The world government would launch an attack like today to destroy Marine, one branch a day. So far, several branches have been destroyed. In this critical situation, Akinu's personal soldiers who were completely oblivious had no choice but to call Bai Ze. Bai Ze took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice. Were Uncle Akinu and his team at the naval headquarters at that time? Bai Ze's eyes were filled with hope, and he was eager to hear the voice she wanted to hear. But the next moment, Bai Ze only heard the latter's ruthless response. Yes, not only Admiral Akinu. The other two admirals, Marshal Sengoku, and Lord Garp were all there. The naval headquarters was holding a meeting about you at that time. So many adults gathered there. But now, advertisement Akinu's personal soldier gritted his teeth and trembled as he spoke. No one has sent any other news. It's as if they all disappeared. He didn't want to say that word himself, because it was too painful and terrifying. Their marine was almost destroyed overnight. This Akinu soldier had no idea what kind of terrible attack was launched against the naval headquarters that day. He only knew that after that blow, the entire marine fort disappeared on the spot, as if it were a punishment from heaven. Commander Bai Ze. You. Akinu's personal guard wanted to say something, but... Bang. Bai Ze's Den Mushi fell directly to the ground, allowing the continuous shouting sounds to come from inside. Bai Ze walked forward in a daze, tears streaming down his cheeks. His heart was beating like a drum. He felt so heartbroken that it seemed like it was going to explode. The second time Bai Ze lost the most important thing to him. The first time was the village, the second time was Akinu. The scenes of meeting Akinu and their later acquaintance played out in Bai Ze's mind like a passing scene. He still clearly remembered what the majestic man said to him on his saddest day, when the whole village was massacred by the pirates. Dirty pirates don't deserve to be buried on this land. He smiled faintly and raised his hand to avenge himself. According to Marines, clockwork, he shall be executed. Help me bury all the villagers. For the record, all the villagers of Seabreeze village were martyrs who died heroically in the fight against the pirates. They were buried with honor and several Marines were assigned to take turns guarding the cemetery. Advertisement, he then took himself to the Beast's pirates to find the last murderer, and fought alone for himself and the Beast's pirates. Take on the entire Beast's pirates team alone. Later, in the Marine, he protected and believed in himself unconditionally every time. Akinu, a man who appears extremely proud but has a very strong heart, gave him his softest part. To Bai Ze. Akinu is not only a teacher and a friend, but can even be regarded as a family member. This is the reason why Bai Ze is still alive in this world and still has a trace of kindness towards the world. Bai Ze originally thought that with strength, he could protect everything. Everything was on the right track, but now reality slapped him hard in the face again. He, Bai Ze, can't have love, he. Bai Ze was walking and suddenly he laughed, but his laugh was a little weird, tears mixed with blood, making Bai Ze's whole face look hideous. He gritted his teeth and smiled grimly. Changing the world. Peace, it doesn't matter now. I will let the whole world be buried with me, go to hell with me. At the same time, the system prompt sound rang again in Bai Ze's mind. Open hollow lens bracket ding, trigger the ultimate mission of the pirate's world, kill him, the king of celestial dragons, close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket task reward. One chance to choose close hollow lens bracket buzz. Completely ignoring the system's prompt sound, Bai Ze took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 181 Excited I am. It has been almost 3 days since the destruction of Naval Headquarters Marineford, but most people in New World, big and small, are still in an indescribable state of confusion about this incident. It's nothing. It's just too shocking. Can you believe that a place that is almost considered the strongest force on the sea was destroyed in an instant, and it was a complete instant kill? Can you believe it? You know, Naval Headquarters has the unparalleled combat power of the 3 Marine Admirals, Marine Marshal Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp. Even Marineford has some defensive trump cards that outsiders don't know. But such a powerful city was instantly destroyed by a beam of light. Yes, a beam of light. According to the recollections of some crew members of some ships sailing on the sea not far from the Naval Headquarters that day, when they were sailing normally on the sea that day, they saw a sudden vibration in the sky in the distance. At first they all thought it was just an ordinary thunder. After all, thunder in broad daylight was possible, but just a moment later, they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. A beam of light, an extremely huge beam of light, broke through the clouds in the sky and shone directly on the ground. People didn't even have time to react. The moment they saw the beam of light, everyone heard a deafening explosion in the distance at the same time. It seems to be shaking the sky apart. Is this a punishment from heaven? Advertisement, someone murmured in shock. It is hard to imagine that a human being can carry out an attack of this power, and it is hard to imagine any creature that can survive this blow. Even the crew members who were very far away could feel a huge gust of wind coming, causing the entire ship to shake violently. And after the gust of wind passed, the group of people opened their eyes again with lingering fear. The beam of light just now has disappeared, but everyone knows that what just happened was not a dream. So, after only a moment's hesitation, some brave crew members, with their extraordinary courage, steered the ship in that direction. It turns out that curiosity can sometimes suppress the fear of death. The crew members sailed for half a day, and then, they saw a horrifying scene. Because in front of them is an extremely huge vortex, and it seems that it has just formed, and it has a tendency to grow bigger and bigger. Some sharp-eyed old sailors instantly discovered that in the center of Uzumaki was a piece of land, and some of the remaining facilities on it made them stunned. Because the word, marine, was written in huge letters on it. Combined with the geographical location of this area, a terrifying truth about the power instantly emerged in everyone's mind. The backs of the group of people were wet with cold sweat. Naval Headquarters Marineford was destroyed, advertisement. And that is exactly what happened. The news of the destruction of Marineford spread to the entire world at an extremely fast speed. It spread so fast that it seemed as if there was a big hand behind it that was intentionally pushing it. But what many people don't know is that the root cause of this accident was just to lure someone out. And the real leader of this accident at this moment, the master of the Void Throne, was sitting on the Void Throne, listening calmly to several five elders below reporting to him about the situation outside. When heard that many people in the New World, big and small, were saying that his attack was a miracle, a barely noticeable smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the result. Forced by Joy Boy to hide in this dim palace for 800 years, the long period of loneliness made his mind perverted. Now he really longs to be the center of attention. He wants to be a king that everyone pays attention to. Instead of a poor rat hiding in the sewer, and all of this is based on one premise, that Joey Boy has to die. That day won't be far away, muttered. Chapter 182 Angry I Am. In the underground palace, Yim, who was sitting on the Void Throne, looked at the 4-5 elders kneeling on the ground and spoke. That Joey. No, we should call him Bai Ze now. Is there any news about Bai Ze now? Yim secretly sneered in his heart. Isn't the name of this old rival in this life very nice? This made I very annoyed and he couldn't help but curse. The atmosphere on the field was tense again, but I became irritated again. After hearing this, Yim's expression improved a little. He thought that these pieces of trash were still of some use, but only for a moment. Your Excellency, we have temporarily lost track of Bai Ze. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. The old man with a mustache glanced at a few people and laughed secretly in his heart. He did not tell the other 5 elders about this news because he did not want to be the only one to be punished. Thinking of this, Yim walked back and forth impatiently, saying something that the 5 elders couldn't understand, which made them tremble even more. After he was scolded by Yim and had several years of his life taken away a few days ago, he immediately wanted to call back the knife-wielding old man and the others, but found that he got no response. Because he heard several 5 elders confidently saying that they had sent people from the Knights of God to capture Bai Ze. They had even communicated with the Red Hair Pirates and joined forces. They would definitely be able to capture Bai Ze. Advertisement. After hearing these words, closed his eyes in silence, his breath fluctuating. Several 5 elders were a little dumbfounded when they saw this. They were afraid that another wave of lives would be taken away. After all, they really didn't have much life left. If they were taken away again, they would really die. Yim was really puzzled. He thought that after he destroyed Marineford, Bai Ze would be the first to jump out and fight him to the death. Sensing that Im's expression was not right, the old man immediately continued. Combined with what Lord Yim said, that only gods can fight against gods, the old man with a mustache had reason to believe that the people they sent out had died at the hands of Bai Ze. After all, the Red Hair Pirates are the only obstacle to his destroying the pirates right now. But based on our analysis of the intelligence on Bai Ze these days, we found that he seems to have an obsession beyond ordinary people to destroy the pirates, so we boldly infer. He is most likely in the territory of the Red Hair Pirates now. But, after scolded the other 3-5 elders harshly, he stretched out his hand emitting a pale white fluorescence again in front of their horrified expressions. When the old men heard the voice, they frowned, looked at each other and immediately put their hands into their arms. Damn it. Damn it, is it possible that the Joy Boy in this life is different from the previous one and no longer values feelings? But he didn't expect. It's been almost 3 days and there has been no movement for a long time. The energy stored in his vehicle, Pluton, is not much, he really can't consume it so casually. I will take away another 5 years of your lifespan as punishment for your stupidity this time. Advertisement. Only the old man with a mustache kneeling in the middle had a bitter smile on his face. It was obvious that he was the only one who knew the truth among everyone present who knew how ridiculous their plan was. They don't know why their master is angry. What the hell are you doing, you idiots? If he still can't force Bai Ze out, will really become a little autistic, because he knows. If Joey Boy, who he thinks is Bai Ze, continues to develop in this way, he may not be able to beat the opponent. Yim spoke expressionlessly, and several 5 elders looked pale and lowered their heads in silence. Even the knife-wielding old man among their 5 elders was secretly sent out by him, wanting to take all the credit, but it turned out to be a failure. After all, I defeated Joey Boy by taking advantage of the situation. Soon, several identical golden bells were taken out by several people, and the taken out golden bells made harsh sounds in their hands. The 5 elders below now fully understood the importance of this young man named Bai Ze to their master, so they immediately perked up and explained meticulously. But several 5 elders spoke in trembling voices despite Yim's scolding. Oh no, sir, the world government headquarters has been attacked. And what happened next was exactly what the old man with the mustache had imagined. Because a few 5 elders suddenly heard some strange noises in their arms at the same time, and the sound was very harsh. Chapter 183 World Government Under Attack. The golden bell carried by the five elders actually has a great origin. It is a special alarm object created when the world government was first established to deal with force majeure crises. Whenever the world government headquarters suffers a major attack, it will sound immediately so that the five elders will know immediately no matter where they are. However, the conditions for it to sound each time are extremely harsh. After all, the world government headquarters is not so easy to attack. So it has only been fired a few times over the years, with the most recent one being the one with rocks decades ago. At that time he also launched an attack on the world government and caused considerable damage. Therefore, the golden bell ringing again now is once again proof that there is a powerful enemy invading. Considering the current situation, there is only one person who has the ability to attack the world government. That is Bai Ze, and the fact is that it was Bai Ze who attacked the world government headquarters. Because the golden bell has a special effect like a den mushi, the five elders just pressed it lightly and a somewhat chaotic sound was immediately heard. And there was a strong sense of panic in his voice. I don't know what that person is going through. It's bad, sir. The headquarters is under a major attack, and the attackers are unprecedentedly strong. It's really weird. Those dead 4 emperors have been resurrected, and they have joined forces to attack us. Those guys don't seem to be afraid of death. Our people are no match for them at all. Support. Request support. The man spoke in a hurried tone and described the current situation of the world government headquarters in the shortest possible time, saying that they had suffered a sudden attack by someone suspected to be Bai Ze, half an hour ago. As soon as the latter arrived at the scene, he quickly summoned those dead men to fight. Under the opponent's powerful offensive, the defense force of the world government headquarters collapsed directly. Advertisement. Upon hearing such news, several five elders exploded instantly. They were shocked and angry, and then they familiarly put the blame on Bai Ze, subconsciously forgetting what they had done to Bai Ze before. Damn Bai Ze, he actually dared to directly attack the world government headquarters. Is he going to cause a big fuss? If the world government is destroyed, the whole world will be in chaos. Oh shit, as for this, Yim was too lazy to care about the emotions of the five elders. He was just very happy to know where Bai Ze was now. Instead, he murmured with interest. As expected, no matter how many times that guy reincarnates, he will still be that damned person. It seems that my destruction of Marineford has caused this guy to lose his mind, and he actually did something as ridiculous as attacking the world government. That's great, love. This is what Yimu thinks is Joy Boy's biggest weakness. No other weakness. He defeated him by relying on this weakness. Obviously, the plan to attack Marineford and lure Bai Ze out was successful. It has only been a few days since Bai Ze's last fight, so logically speaking he shouldn't have fully developed yet. I can say that I have definitely won this time. Is the 800 years of grudge finally going to be settled? Ha ha ha. Yim laughed loudly. The sound was deafening. The whole hall was shaking constantly at this moment, as if it was suppressing some power. Several five elders lowered their heads, and dared not to watch this scene. Advertisement. After a while, Yimu finally came to his senses and spoke to the five elders. You all must go back immediately and hold back Bai Ze at all costs. Remember, hold him back. Don't even think you can defeat that guy. Because I am the only one in this world who can defeat him. Do you understand? This time, Yim reminded them that these useless people were ruining his business again. Although the five elders were a little puzzled, they nodded in agreement. Then they said goodbye to Im, left Maryjoy in a hurry and rushed to the world government headquarters as fast as possible. After the five elders left, Yim smiled playfully, holding a peculiarly shaped, little thing, in his hand. Now, Pluton still has the power to make one last strike. As long as the five elders can ensure that Bai Ze will not escape from the naval headquarters, he can rely on the power of Pluton to wipe out Bai Ze. After all, if he were hit by Pluton's full-strength attack, he would be seriously injured. If Bai Ze, who has not yet fully developed, were to be hit, he would surely die. As for destroying a few five elders and the world government at the same time, this is not within Yim's consideration. Anyway, as long as he can kill Bai Ze, he can come out of the mountain, and it doesn't matter whether there is a world government in the future or not, he can suppress everything anyway. Thinking of this, a very cold smile appeared on Yim's lips. Haha. Damn you, Joey boy, do you really think I can't deal with you if you don't come to Maryjoy? Chapter 184. Declare war on the whole world alone? After leaving Maryjoy, several five elders headed towards the world government headquarters as quickly as possible. In fact, it stands to reason that there is one person on their side who just happens to have the devil fruit ability related to space power, and that person is the leader of the Knights of God, but soon they found out that the latter should have died. For this reason, they had to rush there on the fastest warship, and this warship had some special modifications made by Vegapunk, so the speed was very fast. In addition, the world government headquarters was not far from Maryjoy. So they should be there in 20 minutes. With some defensive trump cards at the world government headquarters, we should be able to get support from a few five elders. But at this moment, several five elders on the deck still looked grim, because when they came out and immediately found out the truth, it was not just the world government headquarters that was attacked. It was all over the world, and all departments related to the world government were attacked. Yes, all of them. More than 100 branches of the world government around the world were attacked at the same time, and the attackers all had one thing in common. That is, these people had actually died a long time ago. Yes, they are all dead people. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dead people who had died long ago were collectively resurrected today, and pointed their butcher knives at their world government. They attacked all branches of world government. Some of them were well-known pirates who had died long ago, or powerful men with names from other countries. People from one branch reported in horror that they had seen the most famous warrior in the history of their kingdom. His fighting power was extremely strong, but the problem was, he had been dead for nearly 50 years, it's so horrible. Advertisement: some are pirates who died in the past 6 months. Some of them were pirates formerly commanded by the 7 warlords of the sea, including several senior cadres from the original 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo, as well as Gecko Moria, Empress Hancock, Crocodile. The cadres under these people are all very powerful. Even the baboon swordsmen of Hokage Mahawk have been resurrected in full condition. Of course, the most terrifying thing is the 4 Emperors-level pirates group that was recently wiped out. They have also been resurrected. You know, the combat power of a single 4 Emperors group is already extremely perverted, not to mention that at this moment all members of the Emperor-level pirates group have been resurrected and are fighting together. Under this alliance, even the world government would find it difficult to resist, and they were horrified to discover a fact, that is, the other party. Immune to death. Yes, it is immune to death in the truest sense. The opponents rush forward recklessly as if they have no sense of pain. They don't care even if their bodies are beaten to pieces, they still continue to fight. So it was no surprise that after only half an hour, many branches of the world government collectively requested emergency support. Snap. The mustachioed old man who was the leader of the 5 elders had a grim expression on his face and subconsciously crushed the handrail beside him. Damn. Is this Bai Ze a devil? He can actually resurrect hundreds of thousands of dead people to fight for him. What kind of power is this? When the old man with a mustache heard the news, his teeth were about to break. He really couldn't understand how someone could do such a thing. Is he still a human being? This is divine, right? What the hell does it mean to wage war on the whole world on your own? Advertisement: the other 5 elders remained silent. It was obvious that the development of the situation was no longer under their control. The only force they could rely on now was I am. Only the power of God can defeat God. Their goal today is to keep Bai Ze at the world government headquarters at all costs. As for how I am is going to kill Bai Ze. The 5 elders present are actually not fools. Yim can't send out Maryjoy casually now, so the only thing he can use is the power of Pluton. Given the strength of Pluton's power, it would be difficult for these people to resist it, and they would most likely be buried there with Bai Ze. In other words, they were abandoned by I am. Read this. There was a flash of hesitation in the eyes of several 5 elders, but they quickly regained their determination. There was no other reason. Everything they had now was given by I am, and it was nothing wrong to give it back to him now. Secondly, if we don't rely on Im's power, Bai Ze and the others are totally unable to compete. Instead of doing this, it would be better to return to the ashes together. Bang. A huge sound of breaking through the air broke the fantasy of several people, and they looked up at the same time. World Government Headquarters. We're here. Chapter 185: The Powerful 5 Elders. As the most powerful institution in the world, the world government's headquarters is naturally luxurious and is made entirely of one of the toughest alloys in the world. This special alloy is not only tough but also beautiful. Combined with other rare ornaments from world government, the world government headquarters is definitely one of the most beautiful buildings in the world. But at this moment, such a luxurious building has become a completely different appearance, a ruin. A complete ruin. There is no tall building at all in the headquarters that covers an area of hundreds of thousands of square meters. All that can be seen are ruins made of rubble and some objects that are still burning. And the plaque that symbolized the power of the world government was now smashed to pieces. And on the tattered plaque, there was a slender figure squatting. The person was wearing a white cloak. Under the endless flames, the word, Justice, was revealed on it. And the young man who bears the name of Justice just squatted there and watched all this with a smile on his face. How absurd this scene was. Bai Ze. Several 5 elders stared at the young figure. If looks could kill, Bai Ze would have been killed by them countless times. After hearing the 5 elders' fierce roar, the squatting figure finally turned around lazily and slowly stood up. Staring at the 5 elders with eyes emitting some other aura, Bai Ze grinned and spoke in a hoarse voice. Oh, 5 elders, huh? You're finally here, that's great. The arrival of several 5 elders seemed to make Bai Ze excited. He pointed at the huge fire behind him and the people who were still fighting and laughed wildly. Have you seen all this? This is my gift to you. Do you like it? Ha ha ha. Look at the bright fire and the deep pit. Advertisement: oh yeah, there are these. Bai Ze's pupils trembled, and the power of Kamui was released instantly, creating a space hole in front of him, and then a lot of garbage was thrown out. Yes, they were the garbage in Bai Ze's eyes, but this group of garbage were all wearing the same uniform, and they were actually some of the staff and leaders of the world government. Bai Ze is really like a madman at this moment. If Akinu is still here and seeing this scene, he will find Bai Ze at this moment so familiar. Because Bai Ze's current state is exactly the same as the state after the village was completely destroyed. Even worse. After all, this is the second time Bai Ze has lost everything. The second time. Looking at some of the corpses in the field, the old man with a mustache had his pupils trembling and his heart felt as if it was stabbed. Because those people were his most trusted subordinates, and they had been together day and night for decades. The relationship between him and these people was comparable to that of close brothers. Who says that the 5 elders, who hold the highest power in the world, have no brothers or friends? Actually, they do have some. Bai Ze. You damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* war. Do you want to destroy the order of the whole world? I swear in the name of the 5 elders of the world government, I will kill you. Even though he was extremely angry, the man with the mustache subconsciously labeled Bai Ze a villain. For the 5 elders' slap on the wrist, at this moment, Bai Ze was too lazy to argue with him and just replied indifferently. Advertisement, oh. Then come on, I'll be waiting here for you to kill me. Destroying the world government might cause a large chain reaction, or even cause a great disaster. But this has nothing to do with Bai Ze, who is now a simple avenger. Before, Bai Ze wanted to change the world, but from the moment Akinu died, all this was meaningless. Several 5 elders were furious for a moment, then they looked at each other and nodded secretly. Since the justice could not suppress Bai Ze, they could only fight with their own hands. A terrifying aura emanated from the bodies of several people. They gathered their strength, and the next moment, they took a step forward together. Snap! Snap! A huge black shadow suddenly emerged from behind them, like a terrifying evil ghost, but upon closer inspection it looked more like some kind of wild beast. These dark shadows exude a heart-pounding aura, as if they are about to devour everything. This is one of the abilities of the 5 elders, a power specially granted to them by I.M., who stole the power of the devil fruit tree of Joy Boy. The source of this power comes from the original power born from the power of the devil fruit tree, so although it is the ability of the zone devil fruit, it is comparable to the abilities of the 3 major natural disasters such as Akinu Whitebeard. But this power alone is not over yet. The 5 elders took another step forward, and suddenly, an extremely domineering force emerged from their bodies, shocking the surroundings with them as the center. It was the powerful Conqueror's Haki. That's right, all the 5 elders possessed Conqueror's Haki, and judging by the situation, they all had a high level of control over it. This was the foundation of the person who held the highest power in the world. But even with this amazing aura, the 5 elders still didn't dare to attack directly, and only used their aura to press Bai Ze. It was as if they were afraid of something. Chapter 186. Cowardly before the battle. Seeing several 5 elders burst out with such powerful momentum, some people who were still fighting with Whitebeard, Kaido and others in the ruins of world government instantly became excited, and even their strength increased a bit. They don't know that their own adults just want to drag Bai Ze down. At this moment, a man with an extremely strong body and a face full of flesh actually shook off the attack of Kaido of the Beasts with one force, and he shouted excitedly. Great! I haven't seen those adults fighting for a long time. I didn't expect that their momentum is still as strong as ever. His excited shout instantly drew a response from others. A tall, thin man holding a large sword smiled Kaido. Of course, don't you see who the adults are? With the help of several adults. These damn bastards are doomed. Damn it. These guys actually dared to destroy the headquarters directly. They will pay the price later. Lao Ze will skin them alive and hang them on the gate of the world government. While they were fending off the attacks from Kaido and his men, they gritted their teeth and roared, damn. They had never fought such a miserable battle in their lives. This group of people is actually one of the main forces of the world government headquarters. Some of them are the commanders of the royal guards, or some high-level fighters supported by the world government. Some of them come from other kingdoms. Even if they are converted to pirates or marines, they are all top-notch strongmen. Logically speaking, how could they be such a powerful force together? To be honest, even ordinary royal pirates groups cannot withstand it. After all, they represent the face of the world government and the representatives of justice. Advertisement, but what can we do? This time, Whitebeard, Kaido, Red Hair, Charlotte Linlin, these veteran kings are fighting together. Even one of these peep masters who control the world's power is a bit difficult to deal with, let alone the 4 of them working together. So there was no way, they were defeated without a doubt, and the world government headquarters was destroyed, and a large group of people died in the aftermath of the attack. And now they are just struggling to resist. Death is only a matter of time. After all, Whitebeard and his guys seem to be immune to death and will not get tired. Fortunately, several 5 elders finally returned to defend. These old men who have been in the world government for a long time know that several 5 elders have mastered some horrible theories. With these people taking action, it is hard to say who will win the war. Although Whitebeard, Kaido and other 4 emperors who were resurrected by Bai Ze had most of their consciousness destroyed by Bai Ze, they still had an instinctive desire to fight, so they all subconsciously looked towards the 5 elders. It seemed that he wanted to try the other party's method, but after taking a few steps, Bai Ze turned around and angrily said with an expressionless face. Just deal with those rubbish. I don't want to smell the breath of other living people in this place in an hour. Bai Ze tilted his head, looked at the 5 elders with an indifferent expression and said. Just let me deal with these old guys alone. When Bai Ze said this, the expression on his face was relaxed, as if he was just going to do something insignificant. But these people from the world government were different. They shouted at Bai Ze. Advertisement, you bragging brat, who do you think you are? If these guys weren't so annoying, Lao Ze would kill you first. You deserve to die for insulting the 5 elders. Most people have only heard of Bai Ze's name but have no idea of how powerful Bai Ze is. After all, they used to be in the most powerful world government. They really can't muster any interest in other things on the ocean. Moreover, when Bai Ze arrived at the world government headquarters, he only summoned Kaido and a few others to fight, but he himself did not take any action at all. It is hard not to doubt the authenticity of his strength. Oh, in response, Bai Ze just sneered expressionlessly, and Kaido and his men launched a more fierce attack on them again, and then those people could no longer say a word. He turned to look at the five elders, and then took a step forward. There was no fierce momentum, but several five elders subconsciously took a step back. They swallowed, and their momentum involuntarily weakened a little. Cowardly before the battle. When some people from the world government saw this, their eyes popped out in shock. Damn, this style of painting seems a little wrong. Chapter 187 The Powerful Complete Form of Susanoo. How powerful is Bai Ze now? Maybe no one has an idea. The five elders only know that Bai Ze's last move was to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates. If we were to judge by Bai Ze's strength at that time, the five elders would not be afraid. After all, they also had the strength to kill the Whitebeard pirates. But, during this period of time, they have witnessed the actions of their Lord I Am, and learned what the true power of God is. Bai Ze is considered by I Am to be a strong man at the same level as him, so how could the five elders not be afraid? So when they came here, they did not think about defeating Bai Ze, but simply wanted to drag Bai Ze to the world government headquarters. Facing Bai Ze's fierce attack, several five elders swallowed subconsciously and murmured. We have the powerful strength bestowed by Lord Yimu. Even Whitebeard and his gang don't dare to say that they can definitely defeat us. No matter how powerful Bai Ze is, we shouldn't be defeated so quickly. I think, while they were talking, Bai Ze had already flashed in front of them. The blonde five elders standing in the front shrank his pupils and said inwardly. Damn. What a fast speed. He gritted his teeth and immediately used the black shadow to condense into a shield, directly injecting most of his strength into it. It was obvious that he was planning to play defense. In response, Bai Ze just threw a punch with an expressionless face. At this moment, Bai Ze, who had mastered the power of 6 paths. In addition to obtaining this magical power, his control over his physical strength had also reached an unimaginable level. In just a moment, Bai Ze attached the Conqueror's Haki to it, and the overbearing power seemed to be able to pierce through the air. Clang. Bang. The huge shadow shield only lasted for a second, and then it broke like a spider web. Seeing this, several five elders said in unison with horror. Advertisement, what? Before the others could react. Buzz. The next moment, the huge force caused the blonde old man to fly backwards, bang bang bang. He slid nearly 100 meters before he finally stopped. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire field suddenly stagnated. The remaining five elders, including those who were still fighting fiercely with Kaido, Whitebeard and others, were completely stunned. Defeating a five elders in an instant, what kind of power is this? Let's go together. The remaining five elders were horrified, and the next moment they attacked Bai Ze without hesitation. The old man with a mustache in the front took the lead. He gathered the power of the black shadow behind him into a huge boxing glove with one hand and punched out directly. This punch was as powerful as thunder. The other two five elders surrounded the enemy from both wings, and the black shadows behind them directly wrapped themselves in it, transforming into two dark monsters with extremely strange shapes. One looks like a tiger but has wings on its back, and the other looks like an eagle but has 4 legs. Both are huge monsters that are dozens of meters tall, and their momentum is extremely terrifying. The two dark monsters rushed towards Bai Ze together with huge energy. Bai Ze's retreat was blocked directly from 3 directions, and the 3 five elders put all their strength into this attack. To be honest, it would be difficult for Kaido to take this attack head-on. Facing this powerful attack, Bai Ze did not move a step, and even his facial expression did not change at all. Because he has Kamui, he is best at dealing with this kind of powerful physical attack. Although these attacks are terrifying, they are ineffective to Bai Ze. But Bai Ze doesn't want to use Kamui to hide now, because these guys are not worthy of him using Kamui's power to hide now. Advertisement because he was going to fight, Bai Ze had to fight with absolute dominance. He wanted to beat these old dogs to death. I must make these old dogs fear me as if I were gods. Thinking of this, Bai Ze put his hands together, formed a seal quickly, and then shouted softly. Susanoo. Buzz. In an instant, huge energy began to bloom from Bai Ze, and a cluster of light blue flames suddenly rose from behind Bai Ze, and in an instant, this heart-pounding flame spread around at an unimaginable speed. The next moment, a huge energy giant appeared in the field. The giant was wearing armor, with a sword on his waist, exuding an extremely domineering aura like an ancient warrior who had just awakened, and his body was burning with will-o'-the-wisp fire that seemed to burn everything. There was indifference in its eyes, and Bai Ze was standing on the giant's forehead at this moment. Domineering and unparalleled, this is Bai Ze's complete version of Susanoo at this moment. This is the first time that Bai Ze has used the complete form of Susanoo, and it is also the first time that everyone in the pirates' world has witnessed this power. He was nearly 100 meters tall, extremely huge, but the 2 dark monsters in front of him looked like children. The 3 five elders who were attacking felt something was wrong and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The next moment, Bai Ze did not hesitate in the face of the attack from the 3 people. He drew his sword and slashed it down. Buzz. Then, the whole world shook suddenly, and a sword light that seemed to break the sky burst out instantly. Chapter 188 Crush. Faced with Bai Ze's thunderous attack that seemed to destroy the world, several five elders were afraid but still went forward without hesitation. It's nothing but confidence. How could the combined attack of three of the most powerful men in the world be weaker than that of others? Those who were still fighting hard with Kaido and others thought so too. After all, these were the five elders. However, the next moment they saw the most horrifying scene in their lives. The collision between the two sides was not as evenly matched as everyone expected. Instead, one side crushed the other. Buzz. Bang. The collision in the field was only deadlocked for 3 seconds and ended with the joint attack of the three people being defeated. Several people were furious but helpless. After Bai Ze's sword light swallowed up the attacks of several people, it still carried the momentum and knocked them away. Wherever the sword passes, no grass grows. What kind of power is this? Everyone shouted in unison, their eyes filled with shock. After landing, several five elders also spurted blood. How the hell is this possible? They thought they would be defeated, but they didn't expect to be defeated so completely. The joint attack of the three people actually failed directly. They couldn't understand it. But it was too late to say anything now. At this moment, they had no intention of fighting with Bai Ze at all. They just looked at each other and then started to flee in different directions. Yes. Running away. There is no way to fight now. I can only try to delay it another way, but at the same time, several five elders are filled with hatred. Advertisement: there is already Yim in this world. Why does there need to be someone like Bai Ze? Those who were still fighting fiercely with Kaido and others were also completely dumbfounded. Is this the Bai Ze wanted by our world government? This guy is so strong. We were even issuing a wanted notice for him before. How ridiculous. Everyone finally had a clear understanding of Bai Ze's terrifying strength. That is, the young man in front of them was simply invincible. None of their adults were a match for that young man. What's the point of fighting? Just run away. Several sturdy warriors who specialized in physical training were the most decisive. They chose to abandon their companions and run towards the corner. Kirin, FKU. How dare you run? The captain of the Royal Guard cursed while struggling to resist Shanks' attack. The damn B************ D actually deserted the battlefield. He is simply not a human being. Damn it. Lousy's Royal Guards are still the ones with guts. Belga, you take the place of that damn guy Killin. The captain of the Royal Guard spoke with great pride, but the next moment a weak voice sounded from behind him. It's bad, Captain. Vice Captain Belga has also escaped. He seems to be running faster than Commander Killin. Captain of the Royal Guard, Bai Ze's attack almost announced the victory of this battle. Not all the people present were loyal to the world government. They all saw that things were not going well, so they just ran away. With this trend, the world government is being defeated even faster. Advertisement. And now, on the giant where Susanoo was standing, Bai Ze did not look at the other people who were fleeing, but looked expressionlessly at the several five elders who were fleeing in a panic. In fact, the attack just now could not have been so powerful even with the normal version of the complete form of Susanoo. But Bai Ze at this moment is not an ordinary complete form of Susanoo. He is a complete form of Susanoo who possesses the power of 6 paths. There is a gap between the two that is like a chasm. The force of the former's attack might be able to overwhelm the full-strength attack of the Pirates World's top strongmen, but it is not enough to resist the combined attack of 3 five elders. But the latter is different. The latter, who possesses the power of 6 paths, can crush the combined attack of the 5 elders. In this world, only I Am, who has also stepped into the threshold of God, can compete with him. Want to run? I think you're overthinking it? Bai Ze shrugged slightly, his indifferent expression suddenly turned into a sarcastic smile, and then the energy sword in his hand dissipated. The next moment, a pair of wings suddenly grew out from behind the energy giant condensed by Susanoo. Bai Ze pointed his toes and the giant hundreds of meters tall soared into the air. Such a huge energy giant standing in the air is like a god. Bai Ze held one hand in front of him as if he was holding a large blue bow, and with the other hand he pulled the string directly. The giant formed by Susanoo moved at the same time. Then, clang, clang, clang. Sharp arrows flew up from nowhere and exploded across the battlefield like thunder. They chased towards the direction where the 5 elders were fleeing as if they had opened a scope, instantly causing waves of wailing. Bai Ze did not let go of those who were still fleeing. He just raised his hand and shot out a stream of arrows. The entire battlefield instantly became Bai Ze's stage. This was the power of the 6 paths. The crushing of ordinary people. Chapter 189 Wood Style, the flower and tree world is coming. The combat power of Bai Ze's complete form Susanoo is absolutely top-notch. Such world-class power is simply not something that a strong man like the 5 elders can contend with. With the cooperation of Whitebeard and others, the defeat of the world government is a foregone conclusion. A group of people are running away like dogs that have lost their homes. They are no longer as arrogant as before. But even if everyone fled in all directions at all costs, the final result would still be death. Because anyone who dares to step out of the Admiral territory of the world government headquarters will be hit by a full-force arrow from Susanoo, the complete form of Bai Ze. Almost no one can get a complete arrow like this, so the atmosphere of despair in the field is extremely serious. Seeing that they had no chance of survival, a group of people kept cursing Bai Ze to vent their anger, but when they found that this was useless, they suddenly became anxious, and some of them tried to use Bai Ze's identity as a marine to morally blackmail him. Bai Ze, You were the Admiral of Headquarters before, and you stood on the side of justice. Now you are destroying the world government, which also stands on the side of justice. What are you planning to do? Are you going to be an enemy of the world? You are just like those pirates who started the riot. Bai Ze, stop it, world government cannot be destroyed. The destruction of Naval Headquarters Marineford was the work of IM alone, and in fact most of the world government officials present were unaware of it. They were also confused when they learned the news. As for the plan to use this method of attacking Marine to lure Bai Ze out, they just heard about it at most, but the operation involved really had nothing to do with them. All they can do is obey the orders of the 5 elders, no matter how absurd those orders are. Advertisement. A group of people looked at Bai Ze with hope on their faces. Bai Ze's strength completely shattered their pride. They now just wanted to survive, and for this, they could even let go of their hatred towards Bai Ze. In response to everyone's remarks, several wounded and still fleeing 5 elders sneered sarcastically. What a bunch of idiots, Bai Ze has gone crazy, yet you still want to reason with him. They know who was responsible for the destruction of Naval Headquarters Marineford, and this is a mortal enemy, and they let you go. Are you kidding me? The only solution now is to keep Bai Ze here so that Lord Yim's plan can succeed. But several 5 elders were still nervous, because they didn't know when the blow would come, and could only pray in their hearts that it would come quickly. Hurry up. They can't hold on any longer, and the fact was just as the 5 elders had expected. When Bai Ze, who was standing on Susano, heard those people mention the Marine, his expression suddenly froze. Even though they were thousands of meters away, everyone could feel a chill. You damn bastards are worthy of mentioning Marine? Are you worthy of mentioning justice? While our Marines were fighting bloody battles to suppress the pirates, what were you bastards doing? More than 80% of the pirates' world is sea. So the area that the Marine has to manage is really huge, and the corresponding responsibilities are also great, and the casualty rate is the highest among the 3 armed forces. However, the salary is the lowest among the 3 armed forces. Marine is indeed a thankless job. This is Bai Ze's most intuitive feeling during his time as a Marine. It can be said that many Marines continue to work hard and uncomplainingly, just relying on their inner beliefs. Advertisement. But at this moment, how come this group of lovely people died, and a total of 10,000 people died in one day at Naval Headquarters Marineford? You tell me to let it go? Read this. Bai Ze's murderous intent instantly reached its peak. Bai Ze no longer wanted to play the cat and mouse game with these guys. He immediately began to make seals with his hands. Wood style. The flower tree world is coming. Bai Ze directly used the forbidden technique in the wood style. In an instant, the ground in every corner of the world government headquarters began to crack, and ancient trees emitting a strange aura began to rise from the ground. Because Bai Ze now possesses the power of 6 paths, wood style is much more powerful than before. The world government can hardly resist. Not good. Run. Someone secretly thought that something was wrong and was about to run away as quickly as possible. But the next moment a vine rose directly from the ground and pierced through him in an instant. And the man's face instantly turned pale, and then turned into a withered corpse. Tisk. Tisk. The vines grew vigorously, and in the blink of an eye they reached a height of 100 meters, and then flower buds began to appear on the top of the vines. The flower bud grew at an extremely fast speed, and after just a few seconds it became a big flower. Countless pollens began to be released from it. And it exudes a strange fragrance. Damn, this thing is poisonous. The faces of several 5 elders changed drastically. Chapter 190 Clone. How powerful is the combined combat power of the pirates' 4 emperors and Bai Ze? Perhaps only 2 words are enough to describe it. Those 2 words are invincible. Just 10 minutes later, after Bai Ze used only 1 forbidden ninjutsu, with the cooperation of several other 4 emperors, 90% of the world government personnel present were killed. The rest are all real leaders of the world government, but the reason they are alive is not that Bai Ze cannot kill them, but that he does not want to kill them so easily. At this moment, they, including several 5 elders, were all wrapped up by several thick vines, making them unable to move. They could only stare at the young figure in front of them with a pair of dead fish eyes in despair. Woo woo. They wanted to beg for mercy but couldn't make a sound because their tongues had been cut out by Bai Ze. Bai Ze didn't want to hear any more sound from these guys. He just ordered Kaido and the others to execute them. Yes. Execute them. This was the reason why Bai Ze didn't kill them now. Every one of these guys had killed Marine, and Bai Ze didn't want to let them get away with it. And these people could only let Kaido and his men do whatever they wanted to them, and when they felt the heart-wrenching pain they could only moan continuously. Their hearts were filled with regret, wondering why they had provoked this devil. The conditions of several 5 elders are only slightly better than those people. After all, their physical fitness is really good thanks to the reward from IM. But it could only barely keep them from dying so easily, and they still couldn't easily isolate themselves from the pain in their bodies. Damn it. How can this guy be so strong, so strong? The old man with a mustache kept wailing in his heart. He never thought that they would be defeated so quickly. This time it was really over. After Bai Ze has dealt with them, he will definitely leave the world government headquarters. In this case, Pluton will fail again, and Lord Im's killing plan will fail. As one of Yim's confidants, he knew that Lord Yim was restricted and could not leave Mariajoy at will. He could not even leave the palace. Today, Pluton. If the final blow fails to kill Bai Ze will truly be invincible in the outside world, and no one can do anything to him. Read this. The old man with a mustache had a look of despair in his eyes, because according to the agreement between them and this, Pluton, should not fall for at least half an hour, but would Bai Ze really wait that long? Advertisement. When the old man with a mustache lowered his head in despair, what he didn't know was that Bai Ze in front of him suddenly looked up at the sky, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he was expecting something. Meanwhile, the first execution of the world government was still going on. Kaido and several other 4 emperors had their basic consciousness wiped out by Bai Ze, so they really had no psychological burden in torturing others. And coupled with the expressionless faces on their faces at the moment, it also added a bit of weirdness, making those who were being punished even more painful. Finally, after rounds of torture, world government officials began to die one after another, and after half an hour, only a few 5 elders were still breathing faintly. But these 5 elders are almost inhuman at this moment. They are covered in blood and there is not a single piece of healthy flesh on their bodies. It is obvious that they are dying, but they are still hanging on as if they are waiting for something. Just when Kaido and other 4 emperors were about to launch the final attack to reap the lives of several people, suddenly, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky. It was as if something was about to break through the clouds. Even Kaido and the others who had almost lost their minds, subconsciously froze and looked up at the sky. They all frowned, as if some terrible horror was about to happen. Woo. On the contrary, several 5 elders who had almost lost their breath of life indeed seemed to have a last burst of life. They all raised their heads to look at the sky, with the corners of their mouths wide open. Even though their faces were blurred at the moment, one could tell that they were truly happy at the moment. If they could still speak now, they would definitely shout. It's coming, it's finally coming. Several 5 elders never expected that Bai Ze actually had the leisure to pervert and torture them for so long at the world government headquarters, allowing them to finally wait for the Pluton they had been longing for. Now that the world government has been targeted by Pluton, no one can escape even if they want to, which means Bai Ze will die with them. Hey, with joyful smiles on their faces, they subconsciously looked in Bai Ze's direction, wanting to see the regretful and fearful expression on his face. However, when they turned around, they saw that there was no trace of regret on Bai Ze's face. Bai Ze had a big smile on his face, and his face even flushed with excitement. This made the few people feel something was not good, and then they saw Bai Ze smiling sinisterly at them. It's worth it that I wasted so much time torturing you. As expected, I waited for this guy here. Do you really think that I, Bai Ze, was completely blinded by revenge? Pluton, right? I know. Advertisement. When gaining the power of 6 paths, that power struggled with the pirates' world, and Bai Ze accidentally discovered some secrets of the origin of this world, including the Pluton secret of I am. He also knew that Pluton only had one last strike, so Bai Ze came here to use up this last strike. After all, this thing is really powerful. After hearing that Bai Ze knew about Pluton, several 5 elders still looked at Bai Ze in surprise, because under this attack, Bai Ze would still die, even though he had supernatural powers similar to space. But with that blow, Bai Ze would also die. Bai Ze looked at the expressions of the few people and seemed to understand what they meant. He looked at the terrifying attack in the sky getting closer and closer. He laughed. Kamui can't avoid this world-destroying blow, but why should I avoid it? Bai Ze turned around and looked at the few people with a wicked smile. Because I am just a small clone, with only 1/10 of the strength of the original body. Clone? Several 5 elders looked at Bai Ze in disbelief. They wanted to say something, but it was too late. Because the beam of light had already struck, and it brought with it the power to destroy the world. However, Bai Ze pointed his toes and rushed towards the beam of light. He wanted to see how big the difference was between this attack and his 1/10 of his strength. Clang. Clang. Even though Wood Clone has only 1/10 of Bai Ze's original strength, he can still easily use the complete form of Susanoo. It's just only 100 meters tall, but Bai Ze used Wood style again. To put on a layer of armor again. Susanoo Buddha. Bai Ze's eyes were firm, and armament haki and conqueror's haki were instantly covered on him. This was Bai Ze's strongest means of defense at the moment. Buzz. Just like that, Bai Ze rushed directly towards the world-destroying pillar of light with great momentum. Chapter 191. It's you. When the Pluton world-destroying light column attacked the world government headquarters, at almost the same time, in the palace below Mariajoy, hundreds of miles away. I Am sat firmly on the void throne and suppressed his emotions at first. After a while, he raised his head and let out a deafening laugh. Ha, dead, that damn B*** D Joey boy is finally dead. I won. After almost 1,000 years of struggle, I finally won. The entire underground palace began to shake constantly because of Im's laughter, and the old dark lights flickered. You can imagine how excited I Am was at this moment. There was no other reason. He had just felt that his Pluton attack had encountered a huge resistance, and that resistance was unprecedentedly strong, even dissipating nearly 1/3 of Pluton's power. You must know that the power of Pluton in this last attack was definitely the strongest attack in history. Even if I Am took it hard, he would be crippled if not dead. After all, in order to maximize this power, his battleship, Pluton, is most likely to have been completely scrapped. If nothing unexpected happens, I Am will never be able to use Pluton to leave the planet again. But, in the end, that powerful obstructive force was still swallowed up by Pluton, and ended up being reduced to ashes. The only person in the world who could pose such an obstacle to Pluton, besides was Bai Ze. In other words, Bai Ze was completely eliminated by Pluton, which made so happy. Those 5 elders are still somewhat useful, they are not a waste of my strength. Yim smiled faintly a few times, and he didn't feel any psychological burden at all about the fact that several 5 elders and even all members of the world government headquarters were buried with Bai Ze. Looked around the dim palace, and felt angry when he thought that he had been imprisoned here for 800 years like a dark rat. It was all because of that damn Joey boy. Advertisement. But grinned and let out a breath, and the depression in his heart was relieved a little. It was because he would be able to walk out of this cage soon. Because after Joy Boy dies, the other half of the authority over the world that he holds will naturally dissipate, which means that the restrictions here will loosen, and he will no longer be able to trap himself. It's time for everyone in this world to realize who the real king of this world is. I'm back. Yim raised his hands high, and a white light began to emerge from his hands and spread like ripples. This was the power of the world's authority that he held. He will break this restriction today. Buzz. Buzz. But the truth didn't seem as simple as he imagined. The restriction seemed to be as hard as ever. This made very puzzled. Wasn't Joey Boy already dead? How is this possible? Yimu frowned, hesitated for a while, then shouted fiercely and increased his attack on the forbidden power. After a few minutes of stalemate, a sudden vibration was heard in the underground palace, like a huge bell. Everyone in Mariajoy stopped and listened carefully to this huge sound. This voice seemed to have some kind of magic, making many people subconsciously grin. They laughed. Advertisement. But in the underground palace couldn't laugh at all, because at this moment he had been blown away by the sound. Puff! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Yimu muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? Why is this restriction still as powerful as before? Even a little stronger? Could it be that Joey Boy is not dead? That's impossible. He was clearly hit by Pluton, there's no way he could have survived. Impossible. Impossible. Yim yelled like a madman, his voice was so shrill, that the whole hall shook continuously. And just as he was screaming in disbelief, a hole suddenly appeared in the void space around him. Narrowed his eyes and was about to turn his head subconsciously, but the man who walked out of the space seemed to be faster. He only took one step to stand behind and then thrust a knife at him. Phew! The long knife penetrated into Im's chest, carrying a large amount of blood. Paused but still turned his head, and stared at the face of the attacker. He was shocked and said, "It's you, Chapter 192 Battle against Im. Maybe this guy's memory hasn't recovered yet, otherwise he wouldn't stand there like an idiot. Maybe he's blinded by the rage of revenge?" Bai Ze narrowed his eyes as he looked at the broken demonic sword Ghost God Cry in his hand. This peerless sword was broken so easily? But Bai Ze's overly calm face still made Yim angry, thinking of this. "Joey Boy, why are you here?" Bai Ze looked at Im expressionlessly, and the knife in his hand turned slightly, and the blade directly rotated in Im's chest, bringing out a large amount of blood. "It's a pity that Pluton didn't kill you, but how dare you come to me alone when you haven't awakened yet? And the wood clone at the World Government Headquarters is not a general wood clone. It is understandable that misunderstood that he was killed because of his strength. Even if he relied on the power of space to escape, it would be impossible. In general, the plan was successful. The clone went to the world government to attract the final blow from Pluton in the hands of Yim, while his real body was hiding near Mariajoy. Otherwise, if it really hits me, it will really cause a lot of trouble." A powerful aura began to emanate from and the entire underground palace began to shake violently. Not only that, a large black shadow began to emerge behind It could even be said to be a black fog. Advertisement. It's all about one word: stability. Bai Ze still looked at him expressionlessly, so calm that it was frightening. There was a foul smell mixed in, accompanied by bursts of roaring sounds as if something was about to crawl out. "Go to hell, Joy Boy." Until now, Yim still mistook Bai Ze for Joey Boy, but when he found that Bai Ze, who had suddenly attacked here, did not have the aura that disgusted him, he suddenly became excited. Tisk. Tisk. Bai Ze's sneak attack just now only caused a little damage to him. It was simply a clown move. In response to Yimu's incredulous look and questioning, Bai Ze still looked at him expressionlessly as always and spoke softly. "This question, you should think about it after you die." Possessing the power of 6 paths, Bai Ze was naturally able to avoid Yim's investigation, so Bai Ze waited until Yim lost consciousness before launching an attack. "You want to kill me now? Are you kidding?" Along with the shattering sound of the ghosts and gods crying, Im's somewhat demonic voice also followed. Advertisement. It's you, because Joy Boy, who has awakened the power of the sun god, is definitely not his opponent. Then, with a slight force, a crisp cracking sound came from the field. Yimu looked at Bai Ze in surprise. Although the latter's aura was indeed a bit strange, he couldn't even tell his bottom line. Stretched out his hand, and a huge black shadow emerged from above, wrapped like a monster's claw, and he slapped it hard. The power of Pluton's final blow was truly terrifying. It was worth all the effort I put into it, only to have that blow miss. Yim, who has mastered the power of God, still takes it for granted that Bai Ze cannot be his opponent, because below the level of God, everyone is an ant. Wood Clone's bug skill, which can possess part of the original body's power and exist for a long time, is naturally not something that I am, a native of the pirate's world, can understand. However, as he was turning, Bai Ze's hand holding the handle of the knife suddenly found a huge obstruction. He looked up and saw Yim staring at him expressionlessly, and he stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand to gently pinch the blade of the demonic sword ghost god Cry. Yim looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in disbelief, because in his opinion it should be impossible for this face to appear here again. Im didn't even pay attention to the knife that had already penetrated his chest. His eyes were fixed on Bai Ze, who was close at hand. He didn't understand how the young man in front of him could survive the full force attack of Pluton. Im stood up his 6-meter-tall body and looked down at Bai Ze expressionlessly. The wound on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just a short while, it was back to normal. Chapter 193 Final Battle. Go to hell, damn Joey boy. Im let out a light shout, condensed a huge amount of energy and struck directly. The huge black claws quickly attacked Bai Ze, and the speed was so fast that it could faintly make a sound of breaking wind. The corners of Yim's mouth curled up slightly, because even the 4 emperors would have died if they resisted the power of this blow, and he also had some authority in the pirate's world. He had the power to restrain anyone in this world, and this power of restraint was fatal to ordinary people who had not yet mastered the power of God. The Joey boy in front of him obviously didn't have the familiar smell, which meant that he hadn't fully awakened yet. So, he would definitely not be able to block this attack. Hiss. Bang. A huge crash sounded suddenly the next moment, and the entire underground palace began to tremble violently with this blow. One can imagine how powerful this blow was. But as the blow landed, Im's grinning mouth did not maintain but suddenly disappeared, accompanied by a frown, and his pupils shrank into a dot as if he had discovered something that frightened him. Because his sharp claws did not hurt Bai Ze at all. At this moment, Bai Ze was bathed in light blue flames. He raised his right hand, and the huge arm condensed from the light blue flames directly blocked Im's attack. And looking at Bai Ze's expression, it seems like nothing is wrong. When Yim saw this, he let out a piercing scream as if his throat was being strangled. How? How is it possible? How could you block my attack? This attack of mine contains divine power. Could it be that you have awakened? No, no, no. You are clearly not awake. You don't have that smell that I hate. Damn it, Joey boy. What the hell is going on? Yim screamed like a madman, because this scene was beyond his imagination. Bai Ze could actually compete with his divine power. One can imagine what this meant. Advertisement. Bai Ze just looked at him expressionlessly, with some guesses in his mind. Most likely, Im possessed some special power that ordinary people could not stop. But he, Bai Ze, was not an ordinary person. He possessed the power of 6 paths. The other party kept mistaking him for Joey boy, and Bai Ze was too lazy to deny it. He just maintained Susanoo while walking towards Im. Yim, today will be the day you die. The blood of tens of thousands of Marines will not be shed in vain, as well as those innocent people you killed. The celestial dragons have been able to get away with their crimes for hundreds of years because of you. You have to bear the consequences for the crimes these damn guys have committed over the years. So, go to hell. Bai Ze spoke of the crimes one after another, listing them with every step he took. After 9 steps, Bai Ze was already standing within 3 steps in front of Lord Yim. And then, he looked at him without any fear. The first king in 800 years also completely revealed his figure in front of Bai Ze, with a pair of orange eagle eyes and a weird face that was obviously different from others. All of this revealed the uniqueness of this king. Moreover, Bai Ze, who was within 3 steps, could hardly feel how powerful the aura of this king was. If the aura of the young Whitebeard in the pirate's world is 10, then this guy in front of me must be at least several hundred. A huge gap of dozens of times. Im's heavy breathing echoed throughout the entire underground palace. His eagle eyes were fixed on Bai Ze in front of him, and at this moment, the crazy state just now had completely disappeared, replaced by a completely hockey posture. Hiss. Kill me. Joey boy, I don't know where you got the strange power to compete with me, but I can be sure that you must not have awakened. Since you haven't awakened. You want to kill me? You are just kidding, so? Yim tilted his head. His tall stature made him look down at Bai Ze. He gritted his teeth and roared. Advertisement. So, you are the one who will die. I, Yimu, will never lose. This is my home turf. Boom, boom. Instantly, the entire Maryjoy trembled, as if something terrible was about to revive, and at this moment, Yimu in front of Bai Ze began to tremble. A powerful breath rushed towards him, and its power was simply horrifying. This is. Bai Ze, who felt something was wrong, took action immediately. The magic sword ghost god Cry slashed directly at Im with huge force, but the next moment a thick black gas emerged out of thin air from under the underground palace, forming a wall that directly wrapped Im up. Clang. Bang. But the next moment, Bai Ze felt as if he had hit a piece of diamond, and could not move forward at all. Don't waste your energy. Do you really think I've been trapped in this underground palace for hundreds of years and done nothing? I have already used my authority to penetrate your seal. Although I still cannot break your seal, I can still temporarily take back some of my power, even though it is only 70% of my peak power. But it is enough to deal with you who have not yet awakened. So, Joey boy, just wait for death. The trembling Im still gave Bai Ze a playful smile. The next moment, the extremely thick black air rising from the underground palace began to spread gradually. Bai Ze felt a strong sense of crisis as soon as he came into contact with it. Bai Ze tiptoed and began to retreat rapidly. Oh no, this thing is actually devouring. In a blink of an eye, Bai Ze retreated hundreds of meters with a frown on his face. Chapter 194 Final Battle. Part 2, ha ha ha. Joey boy, my power is coming back, just wait for death. I am, who was shrouded in black fog, let out a deafening laugh. Bai Ze used the Six Paths Rinnegan to see through the black fog and found that I am seemed to be undergoing some terrible changes at this moment. This change may greatly enhance I am's strength. At this moment, the aura exuded by I am has made Bai Ze feel a little palpitated. We must not let this guy transform so easily, we have to interrupt him. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes slightly and made up his mind in an instant, but that level of defensive power could not be easily broken. So, Bai Ze decisively used Kamui. Kamui is definitely a powerful weapon to deal with such hard things. And the facts proved that it was true. When Bai Ze touched the black mist to Kamui, the black mist immediately began to melt away. What? You can actually absorb the magic mist. How is this possible? You know, this is. Seeing this scene, Yim was horrified. He was shocked by Bai Ze's strange ability again. He knew that Bai Ze had strange spatial abilities from the last fight, but that spatial force could never contend against the magic fog, because this black fog was the dark side of the pirate's world. And it was also a kind of divine power. How can mortal power possibly contend against divine power? I am would never have thought that Bai Ze possessed another power in the world that could also be called divine power, the power of six paths in one hand. So Kamui, who was endowed with the power of six paths, could break I am's magic fog. But, what makes I am more relieved is that Bai Ze's efficiency in eliminating the magic fog with Kamui is not very high. He can only eliminate the magic fog within 1 meter in 1 second. According to the density of the magic fog at the moment and its increasing speed, it is almost impossible to stop I am from transforming. Snort, Yim sneered and wanted to continue mocking Bai Ze, but when he saw Bai Ze's current state, his whole face froze. Because what he saw was a group of Bai Ze. Yes, a group of Bai Ze, vaguely counting them, there were about 10 of them, and each Bai Ze had a slight light in his eyes, obviously they were all using Kamui. The speed at which the magic fog is eliminated is also visibly increased. After all, this thing mainly relies on the power of six paths. And Bai Ze's wood clone can also allow the power of six paths to be bestowed on the clone. It is said that he is over 300 years old, he is a real centenarian, he has witnessed a lot of history and knows many secrets. Advertisement as the two fought, the entire underground palace began to break apart and collapse, and the entire Mariojoy began to shake again. Yes. The king is always here. His reappearance will surely lead us to a new starting point. Then what is going on? It looks like the whole Mariojoy will sink in a short while. Because they couldn't stand at all, and at this moment Mariojoy was like the end of the world. Many people lost their lives under the pressure of houses or other heavy objects. A very fat celestial dragon's old man muttered absent-mindedly. Is it really him? Our king? I am didn't even have time to curse at this moment, and immediately mobilized all his strength to activate the magic mist. Bai Ze was not willing to be outdone, and mobilized the power of Kamui and six paths with all his strength. All the celestial dragons in Mariojoy, no matter how dumb they were, knew that something big must have happened on the island, and a group of people shouted for protection. As the old man moved, everyone present gave up their seats with a look of respect on their faces, because this old man was the most senior among the celestial dragons of their generation. Click, click. Along with the old man's excited roar, a piece of ground in the center of Mariojoy began to collapse on a large scale almost at the same time. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly and clasped his hands together as if he was praying for something. A black claw suddenly stretched out from the pit and smashed them into meat paste, accompanied by a huge roar. Another black claw also grabbed the edge of the pit. Buzz. Is this a divine punishment? How can there be such widespread destruction? Even Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man on the sea among the pirates, doesn't have such destructive power. Clang, clang, advertisement. But looking at Mariojoy, 1/5 of the building had collapsed in an instant. Several old men opened their mouths wide, their eyes full of disbelief. Only the skinny old man spoke excitedly. The king has come out. The master of the void throne. He is about to descend upon the world again. A group of old people looked at each other. If they hadn't lived longer and gained more experience, they might have been confused at this moment. Just when a few old people were panicking. Behind them, a skinny old man suddenly walked out tremblingly. Although it will still reduce some of Bai Ze's own strength, it is still a big profit in this matter. Even the elders from the Celestial Dragons clan frowned and looked unhappy when they saw this. Fortunately, the place where they lived was made of alloys, so they could still hold on. The group of Celestial Dragons guards were really having a hard time. With the earth-shaking situation now going on, they couldn't even protect themselves, let alone others. The king has come out. The Void Throne. The other old men frowned immediately, but soon they remembered something. The Void Throne. In fact, there is a legend passed down from generation to generation by the Celestial Dragons, which is that there is actually a guardian behind them. In a blink of an eye, a huge pit over a kilometer in size appeared in the field, when a group of people were frightened and wanted to go over to check it out. That god sits firmly on the high throne of the void, the absolute trump card of the celestial dragons. And seeing the magnificent houses begin to collapse one after another, as if the whole Mariojoy was about to fall apart, people were even more panicked. Is it an invasion by foreign enemies? Then what on earth are these damn guards doing? They even let people attack Mariojoy. They're just rubbish, rubbish. As soon as the old man appeared on the stage, he spoke in his unique dull voice. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Can someone come and explain it to me? It actually exists, of course, this is Mariojoy. It has the power of protection. Chapter 195 Final Battle. Part 3. The roar coming from the huge pit seemed to carry some kind of terrible magic. After hearing the howl, people within dozens of miles of Mariojoy almost instinctively knelt on the ground. They banged their heads on the ground in an extremely humble posture. Some people wanted to resist, but there seemed to be a voice in the dark telling them that they would die if they didn't kneel. Therefore, although Mariojoy was still experiencing a severe earthquake at this moment, all you could see were people kneeling down. Even if they were crushed to death, they were still kneeling. And this group of people actually included those self-important celestial dragons. The celestial dragons themselves were dumbfounded. In their eyes, the concept of kneeling was almost non-existent. Asking them to kneel now was simply a huge humiliation. The group of people immediately started to curse at him, using all kinds of dirty words. Even the group of old celestial dragons had grim expressions on their faces. They didn't understand that their patron saint had been born, so shouldn't they, the celestial dragons, be given preferential treatment? Only the skinny old man immediately spoke out and scolded. The king is the most noble being, and everyone can only prostrate themselves before him. We are no exception, but as his closest subjects, the king will definitely not forget our kindness. So everyone knows to greet the king with all your heart and soul as quickly as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes, after hearing this, several old men immediately opened their mouths, while the skinny old man struggled to raise his head and look towards the direction of the deep pit. Click, click, boom. Boom. The huge roar was getting closer and closer, and the next moment the ground trembled again, and the black claws disappeared at the edge of the deep pit. Accompanied by a violent explosion, a huge monster had landed on the ground. Those who had the strength to look up suddenly saw a terrifying scene, that is, they saw the monster. Advertisement: it was a huge monster that was over 1,000 meters tall, with 4 limbs and a completely black body. It had a tail with black flames coming out of it. The black tail flames seemed to have some kind of magical power that would make people sink into it at first sight. It had a pair of wings on its back that were 100 meters long, and a slight flap of them could create a hurricane. The most special thing is its limbs and head. The limbs of this black monster are extremely strong and full of muscles, and possess explosive power. The head of this monster looks like a huge dinosaur head, and its bloody mouth is terrifying. Black saliva with a strong fishy smell keeps dripping down its bloody mouth. Objects stained by saliva were corroded and emitted black smoke. This black monster was accompanied by thick black fog, like a demon crawling out of hell, emitting a heart-pounding aura all over its body. Monster. This is a monster. What the hell is this? Does anyone know? Damn it, this monster is so powerful. I can't even muster the desire to resist. People who didn't know the truth raised all kinds of strange questions, but it was not their fault. After all, Lord Yim's image and identity. Almost no one in this world knew about it. What's more, Im's current image is still so ugly. Is this our king? Why does he feel like? Someone behind the skinny old man also subconsciously raised doubts, but before he could utter the word monster, the skinny old man's eyes changed, and he raised his right hand. A circle of thick black fog actually appeared around the neck of the old man who was speaking, but this black fog was lighter than that of the black monster, and the skinny old man clenched his right hand. With a click, the latter's head broke off. The insult champion, desperate. Advertisement, Lao said in a calm voice, and then looked at the huge monster that was over 1,000 meters tall with a pious face. He was the oldest person of this generation of celestial dragons. Naturally, he knew many secrets about Im. Because of an adventure in his childhood, he even met Im in person and was granted immortality by him, which is why he lived to such an old age. So Im is a god to him, and no one can insult Im. And today Im has returned to the world. The old man naturally has to treat this king with the most sincere attitude. But the old man was somewhat puzzled, for he knew some of the secrets of the king. Logically speaking, he could not come out casually at this point in time, but the king actually came out in such a high profile and in combat form. And it seemed as if Wang had just experienced a battle. How is this possible? Who could fight with Wang like this? But the next moment the old man's eyes widened with anger, because he saw that his king was knocked down, yes, knocked away. The kilometer-tall black monster was hit by a light blue slash and fell backwards, crushing a large number of houses. How is this possible? The skinny old man was shocked and said, Wang was actually knocked down. How is this possible? Not only the old man was surprised, everyone present was surprised by this scene. Although they didn't know Im, but the oppressive feeling brought by Im was really too strong. They instinctively thought that this monster was invincible. But now this monster was knocked down as soon as it appeared. It was really too ridiculous. Damn you, Joey boy, you actually ruined my recovery plan, causing my current strength to be less than half of my peak. You deserve to die. The knocked down black monster, Im, also stood up quickly and spoke in a certain direction with an extremely shrill voice. In the fight with Bai Ze just now, he finally won, but it could only be considered a miserable victory. After all, his 800 years of planning had allowed him to recover 70% to 80% of his previous strength. But now that Bai Ze had done that, he was not even halfway to his peak period. How could he not be angry? Chapter 196 Final Battle, Part 4, Joey Boy. Everyone present frowned deeply when they heard the strange name uttered by the monster. It was obvious that they did not recognize this name. Could it be that this unexpected disaster was caused by this person? So who is this person? Everyone was puzzled, but they were also afraid and angry about the black monster in front of them, because its arrival took away many innocent lives. Although there were almost no good people living on Mariajoy, it didn't mean that they wouldn't be angry about this. He immediately looked at the black monster with anger on his face, clenching his fists. Joey Boy. Did he resuscitate too? How is that possible? Only the thin old man who understood the truth of some things looked excited and nervous at the moment, because he knew what the name Joey Boy meant. He is in existence at the same level as I am, and he has actually revived. What does this mean? Without hesitation, the skinny old man shouted directly at I am. My king, you are finally back. I am your most loyal servant. Are you coming back to bring more blessings to the world? The old man immediately flattered him, because this was a great opportunity to show his loyalty. After all, his longevity was not eternal life, so why did he still need to rely on I am? Are you? Saint? The black monster slowly turned his head and looked at the old man and said slowly. Yes, it's me. I'm that kid back then, your most loyal servant. When the thin old man saw that I am still remembered him, he became instantly excited and wanted to continue to establish a relationship with him. The other celestial dragons also immediately understood when they saw this. The monster in front of them was actually a member of their celestial dragons. Everyone immediately changed their angry expressions and looked at I am with great flattery, almost licking their saliva. Advertisement. A group of celestial dragon slaves were dumbfounded when they saw this scene, and they were extremely desperate. They had originally thought that they could escape during the chaos, but they didn't expect that this monster was also a celestial dragon. How could this group of hateful celestial dragons have such a trump card? The world is unfair. Im's face, embedded above the giant monster's head, revealed an extremely cold smile. Everyone looked up. Is this the person who just launched the slashing attack and knocked down the black monster? If you really die, this world will be a lot less fun for me, so now, while you are still alive, we can have a good chat. As for the celestial dragon's statement, I am just replied indifferently with, and then, nothing happened. He didn't even remove the oppression of his breath on them, and let them kneel there. The moment the opponent completed his power recovery, Bai Ze immediately used the complete form of Susanoo, and also covered it with the Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki unique to the pirate's world, so it seemed a little different from the ordinary Susanoo. Joey Boy. He really is the guy the first hate the most. Even though he hasn't awakened, he still possesses the power to compete with me, and I can't figure out the source of this power. Bang. The giant was wearing a tail armor with extremely intricate patterns and a sword on his waist, exuding an extremely domineering aura like an ancient warrior who had just awakened. This made the faces of many celestial dragons fall. Why did they feel that their king didn't seem to care much about them? At this moment, Yim finally regained his composure. He looked directly at Bai Ze and spoke softly, but Bai Ze had no intention of communicating with Yim at all. Suddenly, a bright light came. Bai Ze frowned and dodged suddenly, and then a mountain behind him was immediately flattened. Joey Boy. I'm talking to you. Answer me, he spoke word by word. Roll. For the past 800 years, he was extremely lonely, and being too proud, he disdained to talk to ants. So Bai Ze became the only person he could confide in, even if the other person was an enemy he was about to kill. Advertisement. Bai Ze is in his prime now. Is this your previous work? The gazes of the two seemed to create sparks in the air, making everyone dare not even breathe. They could only cautiously look at these two behemoths that seemed like miracles. At this moment, a giant suddenly appeared in the sky, a giant emitting light blue flames all over his body. The giant was 1,000 meters tall and as majestic as a mountain. Just by hovering in the sky, he gave people unimaginable pressure and made people want to bow down. The Six Paths Rinnegan exudes a unique light and stares at I am at this moment. Bai Ze carefully feels Im's breath at the moment, and frowns slightly. I still underestimated the king of celestial dragons. The accumulation of 800 years is indeed terrifying. Even though I have just destroyed the opponent's plan, the aura emitted by I am still makes me feel a real threat. Everyone followed Im's gaze and looked towards the huge deep pit. They heard a loud bang, and then a beautiful light blue color appeared in everyone's mind. There was indifference in its eyes, and Bai Ze was standing on the forehead of the giant at this moment, staring at I am with a pair of indifferent eyes. A huge aura suddenly radiated towards everyone from that direction. This aura was different from Im's evil aura. It was an absolute domineering aura. The originally peaceful atmosphere suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a cold and murderous aura. Susanoo, the complete form that contains the power of 6 paths, is Bai Ze's real trump card. With a height of 1 kilometer, one can imagine how great the power contained in it is. And at this moment, in order to deal with I am, Bai Ze naturally has no intention of holding back. The thin old man wanted to say something, but the next moment, Im's expression froze. His eyes like a giant beast were fixed on one direction. In an instant. Isn't Yim their patron saint? Although I am, who has completed his transformation, only has a fraction of the strength of his prime, he has gained enough confidence, so he can talk freely. As for Yimu's words, Bai Ze just replied softly. Yim looked at Bai Ze with a sullen face. Although I really hate you, you damn guy, but I have to say that you are the only guy the first admire in my life. Then. Just die. Chapter 197 Final Battle. Then. Just die. Along with Im's roar, the black monster formed by the ghost fog attacked Bai Ze directly. Bang. 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 Although this black monster looks clumsy, its speed is indeed extremely fast. It leaves a trail of afterimages on the field. Not only that, the power it brings is also extremely terrifying, because every time it lands, the ground in Mariajoy will tremble. Some unlucky guys who didn't have time to dodge were stepped on to death. Bai Ze subconsciously frowned at Im's swift attack. So fast. He subconsciously raised his sword to meet the attack, and then it collided directly with Im's sharp claws. Bang. A huge collision sound suddenly rang out, and some people who were not strong enough were actually shocked to death with blood coming out of their 7 orifices. As a result of their collision, the entire ground was formed into a huge pit with a diameter of several thousand meters with them as the center. And it was still collapsing towards other places at a very fast speed. Bai Ze roughly knew the reason. That is, he was not the joy boy that I thought he was. If that was the case, he had a chance to break the impasse. Bai Ze said in a deep voice, I wanted to let you live a little longer. Since you want to die so badly, then just die here. This formation has the power to specifically restrain people like you and me, so you don't have to struggle. Thinking of this, Bai Ze raised the corner of his mouth slightly to reveal a smile. If anyone is familiar with Bai Ze, they will know that every time he shows such a smile, something extremely dangerous will happen. Advertisement, wait for death. This black fog seemed to be a little more troublesome than he had imagined. Kamui's power is still as effective as before in absorbing the black mist, but the problem is that it is still too slow. Obviously Kamui is useless. The huge sword light rushed into the magic fog, but it had no effect at all, like a stone sinking into the sea. He tried Kamui again. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. But the next moment, to Bai Ze's great surprise, Yim gave him a sarcastic smile. Ha ha ha. You've been trapped in my formation, which I spent 800 years setting up specifically for you. Bai Ze frowned and muttered. After a while, Bai Ze suddenly opened his eyes and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He fixed his eyes on the hand that Susanoo had just extended. As for escaping into the Kamui space, that is simply impossible, because I am also masters the power of God. A simple sealed space is still possible. Its concentration was even higher than before, and after being wrapped in this thick fog, Bai Ze immediately felt a huge devouring force. The magic fog seemed to be devouring his power, although this devouring power was not particularly strong for him now. Oh, an extremely complicated rune appeared instantly. Swallow. The magic fog, you really want to trap me with this? Advertisement however, Bai Ze immediately calmed down after a brief surprise, because he found that although he was always swallowed by the magic fog. But that was all, there was no absolute suppressing power as I said. And when he wanted to rush out, the black mist would stick to him tightly, as if the black mist had spirituality. At this moment, the magic mist surrounding Susanoo had obviously faded a little. Feeling his strength slipping away bit by bit, Bai Ze frowned deeply. Even though Bai Ze now possesses the powerful Six Paths Rinnegan, he is known for his eye power. Bai Ze stretched his hand into the magic mist and carefully felt the devouring power in it. This devouring power was actually fighting against his Susanoo. As long as Susanoo was not broken, this power could not hurt him. Bai Ze thought about it and then slashed with his sword. Bai Ze frowned slightly, and the next moment the black monster that I am transformed into disappeared directly in the field, and was replaced by a magic fog that covered the sky. And since there is a limit, then, soon, the arrogant shouting of I am was heard in the magic fog, like a devil's voice. It seemed to be in front of Bai Ze and also seemed to be behind him. The main purpose of this formation was to consume the enemy's energy. Even I am couldn't stay in this formation for too long. Bai Ze sneered, stood on Susanoo and began to make seals. Not only that, after completing the seals, Bai Ze also bit his fingertips lightly and then slapped it hard. The thick black fog makes it almost impossible to see everything around. Bai Ze can only rely on his absolute perception to feel everything around him. That is to say, this magic fog is not endless, it is dissipating as it is being swallowed. Obviously, this land cannot bear the power of the two of them. Of course the most important thing is, this magic fog seriously affected his vision. But what made Bai Ze feel gratified was that in this fight, he did not retreat even a single step while Yim retreated several steps. It was obvious that Bai Ze still had some advantages in strength. Chapter 198 Final Battle, Beyond the Magic Fog. The black monster that I am transformed into simply stood on the ground with his arms folded across his chest. His dinosaur-like face now showed a human-like smile. Obviously, Yim was very satisfied with the current situation. In his opinion, Bai Ze was doomed to fail after being trapped in this formation. It finally won this 800-year-long battle, even though there were some minor setbacks, but they were not serious. Now all he had to do was wait, because it would only take half an hour for the magic fog to devour Bai Ze, and this was his highest estimate. After all, this was his 800 years of accumulation, and even if the magic fog would be consumed, it would be enough. Even if it was trapped in it, it wouldn't be able to hold out for long. He. I won after all, Joy Boy. Even though we haven't seen each other for 800 years, you are still as proud as ever. How I defeated you back then is still the same now. You haven't made any progress at all. Laughed sinisterly, and his devilish laughter resounded throughout Mariajoy. The many celestial dragons present were so excited after hearing this. After all, was the patron saint of their celestial dragons, and they shared honor and disgrace. Of course they were happy that the other side won. As for some celestial dragons that were unlucky enough to be trampled to death by that was none of their business. It wasn't a big problem as long as he didn't step on them. However, the mood of those people who were originally slaves of celestial dragons was very different from theirs. They all had gloomy faces as if their mothers had died. Because what is more terrifying than despair is to be given hope and then despair. They thought that the existence of was a disgusting punishment for celestial dragons, but who knew that the two sides would be reversed afterwards. And the appearance of Bai Ze later made them feel a little warmer, but now Bai Ze is trapped. It's like giving them another slap in the face. They hated it. They hated why the heaven was so unfair, that the celestial dragons had committed so many evil things, and not only were they not punished, but they were also protected by the most powerful people. This is simply hopeless. A group of slaves who were forced to their knees by the pressure of Aura let out sad sneers. Since the world was so unfair, then there was no need for them to expect anything anymore, so they chose to resist, the last resistance. A group of people used up their last bit of strength and tried their best to stand up. They did not stop even though their bones were about to be broken, one after another. The atmosphere of resistance began to spread. Advertisement after a long time. Someone finally struggled to stand up straight, and he laughed miserably with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. FKU. Lousy will definitely kill you celestial dragons in my next life. The unusual movements of this group of people finally caught the attention of Lord Yim. His huge pupils immediately looked at this group of people, and Yim's somewhat puzzled voice sounded from the field. Isn't it your duty to kneel down and worship me, Yimu? Why do you guys seem unwilling to do so? In that case, then all of you should die. Just shouted softly, and a black mist immediately appeared on the necks of all the slaves who had just struggled, and then there was a cracking sound. All these people fell to the ground and died, and Yim didn't even look at these people a second time, as if their deaths because of him were just a trivial matter. The remaining slaves watched this scene with anger. The will to resist was extinguished once again, while the celestial dragons present still had a natural sarcastic smile on their faces. They seemed to be saying that untouchables are untouchables, even death cannot make any difference. But the next moment, the field suddenly shook violently, and then a series of huge roars were heard. This roar was like the roars of various wild beasts mixed together. But there weren't any powerful beasts in the field. After carefully sensing the source of the sound, all the celestial dragons present raised their heads and looked in a certain direction. This direction was clearly the formation released by It was in that group of magic fog, and the shrill roar seemed to come from inside. At this moment, Im's attention was completely attracted by this unexpected movement. He controlled the black monster to come in front of the magic fog. After carefully feeling the energy fluctuations, he immediately frowned and looked extremely ugly. He kept muttering. Impossible. This is impossible. How come the magic mist suddenly disappeared so much? Clang. Hiss. Bang. Advertisement. The demonic fog was surging more and more violently, as if something was trying to break free from it, and the concentration of the demonic fog was also decreasing at a rate visibly visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, a sharp claw like that of a wild beast stretched out from it, causing Im's pupil to shrink into a dot. Come out. But the next moment, the sharp claw was swallowed up by the magic mist that came, which made feel a little better, but almost at the same time. Every corner of the magic fog began to surge wildly, and in an instant, strange-looking creatures poked their heads or half of their bodies out from it one after another. Some of them are dog-like creatures with 3 heads, some are gigantic toads, and there are also giant snakes with body length of more than several hundred meters. All kinds of creatures that seem to be not from this world are scrambling to squeeze out of the magic fog. Although they were all being attacked by the magic fog, this group of monsters seemed to be unafraid of death and were willing to fight it. Click. 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 Finally, a cracking sound began to approach slowly from small to large. A burst of fire suddenly rose up from the inside out, dealing a heavy blow to the magic fog at its most vulnerable moment. The formation was broken. The evil fog began to dissipate, revealing figures one after another inside. A giant made of light blue flame gel stood in the air several hundred meters above the ground. Bai Ze was at the giant's forehead, and behind Bai Ze were dozens of roaring strange beasts of various kinds. Bai Ze looked at who was still in a state of extreme shock, with indifferent eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He used the summoning technique to summon these monsters from the otherworld to share the damage of the magic fog with him. With the recovery ability of his own Hashirama cells, the summoning technique can be used almost unlimitedly. So in such a fight, Bai Ze certainly won as a matter of course. Now that the formation has been broken, it is of course time for the final battle. Bai Ze didn't hesitate for a moment, controlling Susanoo and rushing directly towards Now is the time to kick the shit out of you. Chapter 199 Final Battle, v. Facts have proved that when Bai Ze Susanoo is at full power, she is still stronger than I am in terms of combat power. After all, the latter's strength is not at its peak yet. Bang! 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 At this moment, Bai Ze almost suppressed I am and punched the black monster that I am transformed into in the face again and again. Every punch hit the flesh and made a dull sound, causing the entire space to begin to tremble unstably. Moreover, the damage inadvertently caused by the battle between two Gundams that were over a kilometer tall was indeed terrifying, and countless innocent victims were killed by their aftermath. In the past, Bai Ze might have felt a little bit reluctant, but at this moment he didn't care at all. After all, this is Mariajoy, and the probability of finding a good person here is too low. Especially the celestial dragons. Bai Ze also asked the summoning beasts he summoned to attack the group of celestial dragons directly. This caused many celestial dragons to start cursing, because they now had no way of resisting, and they also didn't understand. Their own guardian god had suddenly fallen into a disadvantage after such a long time. What on earth was going on? As for those slaves of celestial dragons, death is actually a relief for them. Clang. Bang. Soon, two more heavy blows hit I am. The huge impact force smashed him heavily to the ground, creating a big hole. The scales of the black monster that I am transformed into were emitting black burnt flames at this moment, and the wounds were still flowing with black, smelly blood. The injuries looked extremely horrific, but, at this moment, Bai Ze's expression did not relax at all when he saw this scene, because after the few heavy blows to I am just now, he found that the latter's recovery ability seemed to be a bit too perverted. Standing on Susanoo, Bai Ze frowned slightly. The joy of breaking through the formation just now was quickly dispersed. This Yim was indeed more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. So Bai Ze directly increased his offensive. He didn't believe in the real immune to death. No matter how strong Yim's recovery ability is, there should be a limit. Bai Ze frowned and watched Yim mumbling something there, but his intuition told him that what this guy said was probably not a good thing. Advertisement for example, now, I am, who fell in the big pit, quickly climbed up, and after he climbed up, the injuries just caused by Bai Ze had already healed for the most part, and the injuries of the remaining people were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yim spoke calmly, then he glanced at the celestial dragons who were still kneeling on the ground and watching the battle between him and Bai Ze with relish, and suddenly spoke. Wow. Why am I starting to get older? Why? Yinyu's face was twisted at this moment. He looked ugly but still muttered to himself, aren't you Joy Boy? No, no, no. How could there be anyone in this world who can compete with me except Joy Boy? You are Joy Boy. Although I don't know what method you used to break my formation, you must be Joy Boy. On the other side, I am, who had been beaten badly by Bai Ze for a while, did not look angry at all. He was still muttering in disbelief. Yes. Yim was still struggling with the fact that Bai Ze had just broken the formation that he had spent 800 years of effort to build, as if in his eyes this matter was more unacceptable than Bai Ze's ability to beat him up. I didn't want to use this trump card originally. After all, this thing has a great impact on my future plans, but now there is nothing I can do. Yimu looked at Bai Ze with burning eyes and said in a firm tone. What's going on? What is that adult doing? Why'd I feel like my vitality is draining away? Hearing Yim's words, Bai Ze instinctively felt that something was wrong. He wanted to draw his sword to stop the opponent's next wave of actions first, but just as he was about to exert force, he was stopped by Yim. He held Bai Ze's sword tightly with his claws and did not move and even used his mouth. Impossible. Impossible. How could you possibly break the formation I set up? It contains something that can completely restrain you and me. I feel so tired. So sleepy. Seeing that Bai Ze had no intention of refutation, Im's tense face relaxed again and he laughed. Advertisement. The moment Im's voice fell, the last surviving celestial dragons present were shocked at the same time, and then their bodies suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably, and streams of blood began to appear from their foreheads. Then began to gather together, and finally began to slowly dissolve into the body of the black monster that I am had transformed into. Bai Ze had an ugly look on his face. Although he didn't know what Yim was going to do next, it was definitely not a good thing for him. I'm dying. I feel like I'm dying. Everyone panicked at that moment. Damn it, what the hell is this guy? A group of people were yelling in confusion. They had no idea what was happening to them at the moment. They only knew that all this was related to their patron saint. No matter what kind of injury you suffer, you will recover easily, and the price you pay is just a little bit of weakness. Stop struggling, my old friend Joey Boy. Although you haven't truly awakened yet, your current strength still exceeds my expectations. You are truly worthy of being you, but I can still restrain you for a while with my current strength. The outcome of this battle will not change. Let me show you some of my ultimate trump cards. Along with expressions of extreme pain, their hair began to turn gray. Their skin began to wrinkle, and almost everyone seemed to have aged several years in an instant. My people, you have been protected by me for so long, now it's time for you to repay me. But this attack was indeed blocked by I am. Bai Ze looked down at I am, who caught his sword with both hands. Buzz. Give me back everything I have given you. Bai Ze did not refute, because he felt that Yim's firm misunderstanding of who he was would definitely not do him any harm. Bai Ze sprinted at high speed and slashed directly at Im's forehead with a sword, trying to split him in two. Chapter 200 Final Battle, V. The oldest and skinny old man among the celestial dragons was no exception at this moment. He was also shaking violently. Feeling the vitality draining from his body, his face turned pale and he looked at Im in disbelief. King. What are you doing? We are your most loyal subjects and your descendants. My descendants? At this moment, Yim seemed to have heard something funny. He let out a sinister laugh, and looked at all the celestial dragons present with a sarcastic expression. Haha. You rubbish are worthy of being my descendants. You are nothing more than a group of lucky pariahs who happened to be stained with my blood 800 years ago and happened to be upgraded. If I hadn't discovered that your blood is very compatible with evil, and can even store some of my power, as long as you are your descendants, you can inherit my hidden power. I let your ancestors follow me, and eventually won the war and obtained the current status. To be honest, you are actually no different from other untouchables. Celestial dragons. Ha 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 ha. It's just a self-proclaimed title for a bunch of delusional people. If I hadn't wasted my trump card in order to prevent you lose your life, how could you rule the world with just a bunch of trash? I have protected you for 800 years and brought you glory for 800 years. Now, it's time to return all of this to me. A group of celestial dragon elders listened in stunned silence as Im told the hurtful truth. It turned out that this was the origin of their celestial dragons. They didn't believe it. They were noble celestial dragons. How could they be just blood slaves kept in captivity? They screamed and wanted to resist. But the next moment, Im opened his mouth wide. The bloodlines on the heads of all the celestial dragons flew towards Im at a rapid speed, and one celestial dragon after another began to die due to loss of vitality. Soon, all the celestial dragons died. This race that had been dominating the pirates' world for hundreds of years was extinct. Although there is still some damage, but it's enough. At this moment, I probably have nearly 90% of my previous peak strength. I was planning to use the power of these guys to help me break through that layer of shackles. What a pity. Yim tilted his head to feel the surging power in his body, and spoke a little indifferently, then looked at Bai Ze with a playful look and said softly. Joey boy. This is the gift I wanted to show you. Are you satisfied? Bai Ze just stared at Im without saying a word. The series of unexpected events in today's battle. Only this time did he truly feel that he had lost control. Because at this moment Im's aura is indeed stronger than his own. After all, this is the home court of the pirates' world, and Im, who has integrated the original power of the pirates' world, still has a natural advantage. Kamui. But there is no word like giving up a second time in Bai Ze's dictionary. Taking advantage of the moment when Im was concentrating on being arrogant. Bai Ze directly used Kamui, which was blessed with the power of 6 paths, and it was the kind that relied on Susanoo. Advertisement. In just a moment, a huge black hole appeared in the chest of the black monster that Im transformed into, and it sucked away a large piece of flesh and blood from Im's chest at an extremely fast speed. Tisk. Tisk. Even though Im reacted immediately and used the power of space he controlled to temporarily neutralize Kamui, he still let out a scream, and large drops of foul-smelling black blood flowed out. Damn it. Yim covered his chest in pain and roared, then rushed directly towards Bai Ze. Joey boy. It seems that so many years of reincarnation have indeed made you forget a lot of things. You should know that you and I came from the same place. Ordinary means of attack cannot destroy us. The only thing that can destroy us is the dark gold that only exists in our place. Its power can completely crush us. Even if it seems to be a fatal injury, the black monster transformed by Im can recover at an extremely fast speed. It's simply a pervert. Compared with this recovery speed, even Bai Ze's Hashirama cells are nothing. Yim said to himself excitedly, it's dark gold, the same dark gold as in our place. Although it's only the lowest level of dark gold. It can even be said to be just a substance that can constitute dark gold, but it's also dark gold. Yim laughed loudly and suddenly waved his hand. From the depths of the original underground palace, a golden light suddenly emerged. Bai Ze looked at this scene with a frown on his face, and then he heard Yim laughing confidently while holding the golden sword. Looking at Yim, who was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then looking at Bai Ze, who was already exhausted, he said with a sarcastic look on his face. Disadvantage. Absolutely disadvantage. After the two of them fought for a few more minutes, Yimu finally seized a huge gap in Bai Ze's defense. He grabbed Bai Ze Susanoo and slapped her chest hard, causing it to dent. The two of them instantly became a group. Bang, bang, bang. So after 10 minutes of collision, Bai Ze was gradually finding it difficult to withstand Im's attack. This lightning-fast exchange of injuries was Bai Ze's final killer move. The powerful collision of forces began again, and the strong wind was almost enough to raise Mariajoy to the ground. And this collision of forces was completely different from the direct one. After only more than 10 rounds, Im had gained a great advantage. Hearing this, Bai Ze's pupils trembled. He didn't expect that the celestial dragons had been collecting gold from the sky for a reason. It is a force that can really kill us. In the past 800 years, I have painstakingly collected the dark gold from all over the world and hid it under a specific name. That is, the sky gold that other countries have to offer to celestial dragons. Not only is he not as strong as his opponent, but he is also not as resilient as his opponent. This battle is almost completely unfair. Advertisement clang. Boom, boom, because Im's strength is no weaker than Bai Ze's. Of course, the most important thing is Im's terrifying recovery ability. Yim chuckled secretly and looked at the now weak Bai Ze. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if what was going to happen next could make him extremely excited. Hey, Bai Ze's heart skipped a beat. He finally knew Yim's secret at this moment. It turned out that ordinary attacks could not kill him. Almost at the same moment, Bai Ze's body spat out a large mouthful of blood, but a sharp light flashed in Bai Ze's eyes. He endured the injury and stabbed Lord Yim's heart with a sword, and gather the power and explode directly inside Im's body. As if he thought he had already won, Im began to chatter about his brilliant plan like a winner. Bang, bang, Susanoo's energy armor has been shattered in large areas, and the recovery speed cannot keep up with the speed of destruction. But Bai Ze was now suffering from Susanoo's injuries, and even though he was 2,000 times stronger than a human, he couldn't bear it anymore. Blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, and bloodline was oozing from the corners of his eyes due to the excessive use of the six paths Rinnegan's pupil power. He looked extremely miserable. This is the weapon I spent hundreds of years condensing with the gold from the sky. Although its power is still not as strong as our original weapon, it is enough to destroy existences like us. In just a blink of an eye, a sword appeared in Im's hand. A huge golden sword with intricate patterns all over it. An extremely special aura was released from the inside out, and even Bai Ze could feel it from a distance. On the contrary, his own strength had begun to be exhausted. Susanoo's light had begun to dim. And because of Im's powerful recovery ability, some of Bai Ze's ninjutsu can't hurt the opponent at all. So there is no need to use them at all. After lying dormant here for hundreds of years, guess what I found? But after watching Yimu stand up again after a brief wail, and the big hole on his body healed almost completely, Bai Ze clenched his fists. He was filled with uncontrollable anger. Was he really going to die here today? Chapter 201 Final Battle, Part 9. After talking for a long time, Im finally turned his gaze back to Bai Ze. The golden giant sword was held in his hand and pointed directly at Bai Ze's face. Yim sneered. Okay. That's enough talk, Joey boy. My old friend, you can go die now. After saying that, Im raised his sword and stabbed it towards Bai Ze's chest. The golden giant sword exuded a heart-pounding aura, and Im grinned a cruel smile. The dark gold sword has an absolute suppressive effect on people like him and Joey boy who come from that place. So, screw it, he won the battle, laugh, and the fact was almost the same as Im had expected. The golden giant sword pierced Bai Ze's Susanoo's chest with great force. Even though Bai Ze tried his best to block it, he didn't have enough strength. After a moment of stalemate, there was a cracking sound. The golden giant sword broke through Susanoo's defense and pierced into her chest. Bai Ze also suffered a backlash almost at the same time. His throat felt sweet, and a large mouthful of blood came out. But Bai Ze still used all his strength to stop the giant sword that was stuck in his chest from moving around. However, in front of Im, Bai Ze looked like a trapped beast fighting a desperate battle. With a sneer, Yim began to activate the special power of the dark gold sword, ready to directly destroy Bai Ze's life. In an instant, the dark gold sword began to emit a golden light that was so bright that it was blinding. Go to hell. You're not Joey boy, who are you? But soon Im was stunned, with an expression of disbelief on his face, because he suddenly discovered that after he activated the dark gold power in Bai Ze's body, it did not cause any reaction. There was no reaction at all. The dark gold power that was activated in Bai Ze's body was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. What does this mean? This means that Bai Ze can't possibly be Joey boy, plus some anomalies in the previous battle against Bai Ze. Only at this moment did Yim finally confirm. That is, Yim, had recognized the wrong person. In just a few seconds, Yim's expression changed again and again. He stared at Bai Ze's pale face. He didn't expect that the guy he was fighting against was not Joey boy. This was really too surprising. There was actually someone in this world who could master the power of God and compete with him. It's just that this divine power doesn't seem to belong to this world. No wonder the latter's recovery ability was not as good as mine in the previous fight. So that's it. This all makes sense. Forget it, no matter who you are. It doesn't matter anymore. Since you're not Joy Boy, I'll just kill you using ordinary means. It's the same. It's just a bit of a waste of my trump card. Yim's expression remained unchanged. He pulled the dark gold sword out of Bai Ze's body, then raised it again and was about to swing it, this time aiming at Bai Ze's head. Feeling the breath of death approaching, Bai Ze gritted his teeth and looked at the sword with unwillingness in his heart. After all, this world is still the home of the pirate's world. He, who possesses the ultimate power of the Hokage world, is still an outsider after all. Fighting with Yim is bound to be a big loss, not to mention that the latter has been planning for hundreds of years, and has one trump card after another. If Bai Ze can practice for a while longer and consolidate the power of 6 paths, he can still win. Or, Bai Ze stared at the golden giant sword. If he could grab the sword, he could also fight. But, after all, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Hey, am I going to die after all? It's such a pity. Although I have avenged my family in the village by destroying the pirates, the meaning of my life should have ended. But, a fiery figure suddenly appeared in Bai Ze's mind, a guy who always had a cigar hanging from his hand, with a cold face but a warm heart. Although that guy had a low emotional quotient and always liked to say irritating things, Almost everyone disliked him, but that guy who was a little clumsy in dealing with people gave him everything in the end. It was he who prevented himself from being blinded by hatred. Advertisement Uncle Akinu, his second benefactor. That cold man gave Bai Ze a second meaning in life. For that man, Bai Ze actually always had a lot of words of gratitude to say in his heart, but he no longer has the chance. The aura of the golden sword was getting closer and closer, and Bai Ze had already felt the true death. Bai Ze's eyes were a little confused. There was a little bitterness on the corners of his mouth. Uncle Akinu, I'm sorry, I didn't avenge you, and I failed to live up to your trust. If there is another life, Bai Ze, will meet you again. You said you wanted to make the Marine great again. Then I'm willing to be the Marine Marshal and clean up the entire ocean. I'm sorry. Bai Ze whispered softly for the last time, then faced the golden sword with a calm face. Death. He was not afraid. Today's defeat. He could only blame the injustice of God. Heaven will prevail. As for the King of Celestial Dragons, I am, haha, just a piece of trash. Oh, as if sensing the contempt in Bai Ze's eyes, Yim instantly became furious, and the sword light in his hand surged. He didn't want to hold back at all, he just wanted to kill Bai Ze immediately. But just as the sword was about to fall on Bai Ze's head, several rays of light suddenly flashed in the distance, at a speed so fast that it was astonishing, and were accompanied by several loud noises. Yashikani no Magatama, thousands of miles of ice. Meteor volcano, 10,000 Buddhas, palm. The last sound was the loudest. A figure as fast as thunder arrived in front of Bai Ze and punched the attacking golden giant sword. Iron Fist of Love. Boom. The huge punch directly hit the golden sword, causing the entire golden sword to tremble violently, and soon another 4 attacks also fell on the giant sword. Boom. 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 Bang. Although the power of these attacks was still not enough to break Im's offensive, the combined force of these attacks changed the direction of Im's attack. Clang. The golden giant sword passed directly past Bai Ze's forehead. Damn. Who is it? Yimu looked at the figures that suddenly appeared in front of him with anger. There were 5 of them in total. 3 people in front and 2 behind. Among the 3 people in front, a thin man wearing a blue suit, glasses and looking sleepy. Advertisement. There was a very tall man wearing a yellow suit. He was holding a golden sword. He had a very haughty aura, but it looked a bit wretched on him. The one in the middle of the 3 was wearing a bright red suit, holding a cigar in his mouth and looking arrogant. As the 3 of them stood there, an invisible aura spread throughout the field. Apart from these 3 people, the 2 people at the back were a bit bloated and a bit older, but the aura of these 2 old men was not weaker than that of the 3 people in the front, and they were even slightly better. Although the 5 people who suddenly came here had different auras, they all had one common feature, that is, they were all wearing a cloak, and there were 2 words written on the cloak. Justice. Uncle Akinu. Old Man Garp, Marshal Sengoku, and Aokiji Kizaru, you actually. Not only I am, Bai Ze also looked at these familiar figures in a daze. After all, in his impression, they were all destroyed by Im's Pluton attack. Based on their strength, it was impossible for them to survive that Pluton attack. Our Marine is one of the oldest forces standing in the ocean after all. We still have some defensive cards, especially our naval headquarters. Sengoku looked at Shirazawa and explained, what the world hardly knows is that Poseidon, one of the 3 super ancient weapons, has actually always been on our naval headquarters Marineford. Even our Marine has been able to stand firm all along thanks to its contribution. Because Poseidon's special power is protection, over countless years, Poseidon's power has secretly protected us many times. As time goes by, Poseidon's power is not much left, but the remaining power is enough to help Marine survive a real crisis of destruction. So when that world-destroying blow came, it was Poseidon who used his last bit of strength to block Pluton's power. Finally, we even moved most of our Marines to a safe place. Sengoku explained the whole story to Bai Ze from the beginning, including why they had come to Mariajoy with all their efforts these days. After all, after they were attacked that day, they quickly realized that Bai Ze was the real target of the attacking party, so they came here without stopping. He just wanted to lend a helping hand to Bai Ze, and because of Akinu's understanding of Bai Ze, he immediately determined that Bai Ze would come to Mariajoy for revenge. Akinu was planning to help Bai Ze alone, but how could Sengoku and his friends let Akinu go to Mariajoy alone? In the end, they decided to come together. In addition to helping Bai Ze, it was also for revenge. After all, under Im's attack, although Poseidon saved most people, many innocent Marines still died in that attack. After listening to what several people said, Bai Ze felt a little relieved. It turned out that the Marines were not completely wiped out and many people survived. That's good. That's good. Boom. Bang. But a dull sound immediately interrupted the speeches of several people. You little bugs, chatting like this in front of me, aren't you being a little too arrogant? I looked at Sengoku and the other 5 with sarcasm. I didn't expect that Poseidon would be in your Marineford, allowing you little bugs to survive. But it doesn't matter. You little bugs can't make any waves. Do you want to save Bai Ze? Just you? Yim smiled and was about to attack Bai Ze again. But Sengoku and his 5 companions immediately stood in front of Bai Ze, especially Akinu, who was the first to stand in front. He said in a deep voice without turning his head. Little guy, you've done well enough. Let us old guys take over the rest. That's right. We old guys are not dead yet. Even if we have to die, we should be the first to die. Sengoku laughed loudly, then said in a deep voice. Everyone, follow me and kill. Protect my compatriots. Kill. Chapter 202 Final Battle. 10. Follow me and kill. With Sengoku's roar, the 5 of them turned into a stream of light and rushed towards IM almost at the same time, and one powerful attack after another fell on the black monster that IM had transformed into. Bang. 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 Thunderous sounds began to be heard continuously on the black monster's face, and bursts of scorching flames began to rise. It was obvious that the attacks of several people were still effective. Although it did not cause any fatal damage to IM, it was extremely insulting, forcing IM to temporarily give up his attack on Bai Ze and instead deal with the 5 Sengoku men. Damn little bug. Die. IM was furious and opened his mouth and a large ball of black flame spewed out, pointing directly at the 5 people. Get out of the way. But as expected of the most powerful men in the marine, he managed to avoid the attack with his extraordinary agility and physical strength. Bang. Wherever the black flames passed, there was almost no grass growing. It was simply terrifying. With Sengoku and the other 5 holding him back, Bai Ze finally got a chance to catch his breath. He took a deep breath of fresh air, and immediately called upon the power of Hashirama's cells to begin recovering himself. Bai Ze is not a fool. He knows that he is the only one who can hurt Imu. Only when he recovers can he win this battle. It would take about 10 minutes for me to recover to the point where I could still fight, but could Sengoku and his 4 companions really withstand Im's attack for 5 minutes? It turns out, it's impossible. After just a few minutes, they were already in a losing position. After all, they couldn't afford to make even a single mistake, while IM could make countless mistakes. Finally, after an attack, Im's black flame brushed against the giant Buddha that Sengoku had transformed into. Although it only brushed against it, the terrifying force still caused Sengoku to retreat thousands of meters and fall directly onto the ground, creating a big hole. Marshal. Several people roared and rushed over to rescue, but several streams of black smoke came out of Im's mouth and stopped them directly. Trying to save people is ridiculous. IM smiled sarcastically and ignored the obstruction of several people. He stepped directly on the ground where Sengoku had just been, but the next moment, IM let out a light exclamation. There was a hint of surprise in the voice. It turns out that Im's big feet were actually being held tightly by the big Buddha where Sengoku was. The Buddha transformed by Zanguo smiled at them and said, Everyone, in fact, the thing that I, Sengoku, am most proud of in my life is not being a marine marshal. What I am most proud of is being able to fight side by side with comrades like you. Upon hearing this, several people's faces changed drastically, because they probably guessed what Sengoku was going to do, especially Sengoku's old friend Garp who roared. Don't want, but what responded to him was Sengoku's hearty smile, and he whispered. I, Sengoku, will die with no regrets. Gentlemen, we'll see you in the next life. After saying that, the Buddha transformed by Sengoku suddenly stood still, and the whole space also stood still. Im's face changed when he sensed the different atmosphere. He thought to himself, oh no, this guy is going to self-destruct. Almost at the same time, a huge amount of energy suddenly came from under his right foot and exploded in an instant. Advertisement bang. A huge explosion sounded, and the whole Mariajoy shook violently. A dazzling white light almost blinded everyone's eyes. With a howl from IM, the dark monster that IM transformed into fell to the ground with a bang, and his right foot completely disappeared, leaving only the residual black mist that was slowly repairing itself. And where Sengoku was originally, there was only a big hole left, without any trace of Sengoku. Marine Marshal Sengoku fell here today. He used self-destruction to replace one of Im's feet. His original strength could not hurt IM at all, so he had to self-destruct. This was the only way to stop IM, just to buy Bai Ze some time and opportunity. Damn. Damn. Damn bugs. IM lay on the ground wailing in pain. He really couldn't expect Sengoku to self-destruct so decisively. It was so scary. However, there was a gleam of sharpness in Im's eyes. This self-destruction would only affect him for a few minutes, and he would be able to recover after a while. By then, these guys will still die. You guys, Yim wanted to say something harsh, but out of the corner of his eye he suddenly saw a figure rushing towards him like lightning. And the strong aura emanating from his body seemed to have come from the explosion. You. Damn bug. What are you doing? IM was shocked, but it didn't affect Garp who was coming to kill him at all. He simply took a step forward, jumped high, and raised his right fist suddenly, concentrating all his body's strength in this punch. That D Sengoku was willing to sacrifice his life to stop you. Laozi has never lost a fight to him in his life, and this time is no exception. So, feel it carefully to see if my punch is stronger than his. After saying that, Garp turned his body into a fist and attacked directly down. Endless power burst out at this moment. Boom. Boom. The punch hit IM directly in the abdomen. The black monster that IM transformed into trembled violently and spat out a large mouthful of blood from its mouth. Ha ha ha, with a loud laugh, Sengoku's body fell to the ground with a bang, and he immediately lost his life. Marine hero, Garp, died today. But Im's shock and anger were far from over. After Garp died, 2 more figures walked out together. One yellow and one blue. A powerful aura suddenly burst out, and they chuckled at the same time, without any fear of death in their eyes. He. I've been lazy and cowardly all my life, but I didn't expect that the best way to die would be like this. But it seems not bad. I, Kizaru, am worthy of the position of Marine Admiral. Hey. I'm the same. Although I, Aokiji, can't change Marine, there's one guy who can. I hope I can give him a chance so that the Marine of my dreams can appear. Aokiji. Will have no regrets even if I die. Boom. Boom. Advertisement 2 more self-explosions. At this moment, I.M. had no way of avoiding them and could only take them head-on. This time he felt really uncomfortable, and his breath began to fluctuate completely. Although I still won't die, it will obviously take longer to recover to my peak state. Marine Admiral, Kizaru, fell today. Marine Admiral, Aokiji, fell today. Damn it, Yim gritted and roared, then stared at the last of the 5 men. The man was dressed in red and standing in front of Bai Ze with a cigar in his mouth. It was Akinu, Sakazuki. I didn't expect that I, who I always thought was the most resolute, would survive to the end. This is really a bit frustrating, these guys are really stealing all the limelight from Lousy. Akinu said softly, holding a cigar in his mouth, with his hands in his pockets. A face full of hockey. Just when he was about to face death calmly, a crying voice sounded from behind, and he suddenly stopped. Uncle Akinu. No, go away and don't go and die. Even Bai Ze, who had watched several people calmly go to their deaths, couldn't help but stop them in the end. Although they knew this was the only way. But he really didn't want to see everyone die like this. Call. Akinu took a deep breath of flame and said without turning back. Little guy. You know me. My goal in this life is to change the Marines and eliminate the pirates, and all of this has been achieved by you, a little guy. You have done much better than me. So I have nothing to miss, and don't forget. Akinu finished the last puff of his cigarette, shrugged and said in a deep voice. I am your uncle. An uncle is supposed to protect you. The words fell. A flame suddenly rose from Akinu's body, and his aura began to rise steadily. However, this power can obviously be controlled, because Akinu does not want to self-destruct, but wants to use the 8 inner gates technique given to him by Bai Ze. Akinu formed seals with his hands, and in just a moment he opened the 5th gate. Then Akinu didn't stop, his power continued to surge. Jingmun, open the door. After the 2 voices fell, Akinu's aura had skyrocketed to a terrifying level, and Akinu's face was also ferocious and terrifying at this moment. But the next moment, Akinu took a stance and shouted loudly. Death door. Open. Buzz. A blood-red flame suddenly rose up, and Akinu's heart began to beat violently. The ground under Akinu's feet began to crack, as if it could not withstand Akinu's power. Almost at the moment when Akinu opened the death door, I.M., who was lying on the ground wailing, had his pupils trembled. Is this, the power of God? Chapter 203 Final Battle, She? Is this, the power of God? Feeling Akinu's breath at this moment, Im's eyes were full of fear. Because he had always felt a dangerous breath from Akinu. Yim forced himself to stand up with all his strength, his eyes fixed on the current situation, his face solemn. God. Akinu has now entered the realm of God, call. Akinu exhaled fiercely, feeling the tremendous power in his body, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He was not happy for this power, but just happy that he could help Bai Ze. Bang. Without any hesitation, Akinu moved. He took a step forward, and the ground began to crack like a spider web. Akinu's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of I.M., and then, he threw a punch. Buzz. Bang. When this punch was delivered, the space seemed to be shaking. Im's pupils trembled, and he wanted to raise his hand to block it, but he found that his speed was not enough. He had just raised his hand. Akinu's fist had already landed on his face. Bang. He was knocked off balance by the blow, and before he could react, another punch landed on him, and then one punch after another. The speed was getting faster and faster. In just a blink of an eye, I.M. was hit by hundreds of punches. The black monster that I.M. transformed into was like a ball and was beaten at will by Akinu. And I.M. wanted to fight back, but he couldn't, because Akinu was too fast. Bang. 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 After being hit by countless punches, I.M. finally found an opportunity to use his strength to counterattack Akinu, causing his attack to stop. Huff. Akinu panted heavily and stared at I.M. at this moment. Seeing that the other party was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, Akinu's heart sank suddenly. The other party's recovery ability was really terrifying. Looking back at myself, is there only one strike left? Feeling the vitality slipping away from his body, Akinu gave a bitter smile, but his face soon turned serious. Since this was the last blow, he had to make the most of it. Buzz. Akinu got into a stance and began to lie on the ground. His chi directly grabbed I.M., whose face suddenly changed and he immediately took a defensive stance. Because he felt that the opponent's next attack would be very powerful. Come on, Marine. Show me how strong you are. At this moment, I.M. has completely put away his contempt and showed enough respect to Akinu, who is also from the realm of God. Buzz. Buzz. Advertisement Akinu, who was lying on the ground, looked at Bai Ze behind him with a bit of reluctance, then chuckled. Little guy. Goodbye, let me do one last thing for you. Bang. The next moment, Akinu gathered his momentum, and condensed a blood dragon with the power of chi and blood. With endless momentum, Akinu rushed directly towards I.M. The blood dragon rose up in response. The overwhelming momentum caused the blood dragon to destroy everything wherever it passed. Yim's face was extremely solemn. At this moment, he smelled the scent of death. This was a feeling he had not felt for a long time. Yim was excited about it. He yelled, "Come on, let me see your power, Buzz." Akinu rushed to Im and kicked him hard. "Go to hell, B*****************. D. The blood dragon hit Im directly. Puff, almost instantly, Im spat out a large mouthful of blood. This power is simply too terrifying. The two of them shouted in unison, their eyes full of determination. But Im was worthy of being an old monster who had lived for countless years. He made the final choice almost instantly, which was not to fight hard, but to use all his strength to defend and recover. Bang! Bang! The huge explosion was accompanied by flames, making it impossible to open your eyes. At this moment, Bai Ze finally recovered his strength, and he controlled Susanoo's power and began to stand up. Uncle Akinu. Looking at the center of the explosion, Bai Ze roared, then tried his best to walk towards the center of the explosion. The black magic mist emerged from Im's body and then all flowed into the dark gold sword, and Im could not struggle at all. Obviously, the restraint of this sword on Im was more terrible than Bai Ze had imagined. At this point, the king of celestial dragons, Yim, fell. "The battle is so lonely, you little brat. I hope your uncle didn't embarrass you." As Im's painful wails gradually faded, the latter's vitality came to an end and was sucked into the dark gold sword at full speed. Advertisement. Let's finish it all. Bai Ze took the golden giant sword and thrust it out. The sword penetrated into Im's chest almost without any hindrance. The moment the dark gold sword touched Im's body, a terrible reaction occurred immediately. Hearing this, Bai Ze just looked at Yimu with a wooden face and said softly. Just as Im was about to make a move, he saw Bai Ze gently manipulate Susanoo to take the dark gold sword directly in his hand, and then looked at Im with a blank expression. He inflicted heavy damage to Yiboim at the cost of his life, creating a miracle. Im was immediately frightened, and without any hesitation, he just ran away. After Bai Ze disappeared, Susanoo stood there numbly, staring blankly at the sky, not knowing what she was thinking. But tears were dripping from the corners of her eyes. Akinu's situation was even worse. He was like a piece of paper that was overlit. When the wind blew, he turned into ashes and disappeared. "Oh, really, Buzz?" Hiss, he. "You can't destroy me. When I recover, you will die. After I kill you, I will also kill the remaining Marines. This is the price you pay for disobeying me." As Yim was speaking, his face changed drastically, because he found that he no longer had the dark gold sword. Half of his body was blown off in the collision with Akinu just now, and the dark gold sword was out of his control at that time. His recovery ability is unmatched. Tisk, tisk, but Bai Ze couldn't just follow Yimu's wishes and chase him with his sword. Now Im's injuries were much more serious than Bai Ze's, so he was quickly caught up by Bai Ze. He lay on the ground, looking at Bai Ze with a pleading face, wanting to beg for mercy. Seeing Bai Ze looking at him, Akinu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he had no strength left. He could only smile faintly. Akinu, one of the 3 admirals of the Marine, has fallen. But the only answer to Lord Yim was Bai Ze's calm words and a sword. Bai Ze stared at the scene blankly. Im's condition at the moment was extremely miserable. Half of the black monster's body had disappeared, and its face had also been blown to pieces. Ahem. In the end, I still won. Open HoloLens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the ultimate main mission of the Pirates World and killing the Celestial Dragon's King Yim. Close HoloLens bracket. And when Bai Ze finally left the center of the explosion finally ended, revealing the figures of Im and the other person. It seems to be saying he even promised to tell Bai Ze the secret of eternal life. Of course. The only thing in this world that can destroy me is the dark gold sword, and the dark gold sword is right here. Hey, where's my dark gold sword? And at this moment, the dark gold is right under Bai Ze's feet. Yim, who had lost half of his body, laughed miserably. No matter what the process was, he would still be the winner in the end. Then the wind blew and Akinu disappeared completely. Chapter 204, the finale. Open HoloLens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the ultimate mission of the Pirates World main storyline and killing the Celestial Dragon's King Yim. Close HoloLens bracket. Mission rewards are being distributed. The long-lost system prompt sound rang in Bai Ze's mind again, but Bai Ze had no intention of paying any attention to the system at this moment. At this moment, Im is dead, and his beloved uncle Akinu and Sengoku are also dead. He has no interest in the rewards from the system. After all, there is no point in him continuing to improve his strength now. It's too late. Everything is too late, just like that day. Bai Ze staggered along, his face full of self-mockery. Fate really plays a trick on people, first giving them hope and then giving them despair. Bai Ze was thinking so, but the next moment the system's voice made Bai Ze stunned on the spot. Open HoloLens bracket ding. The reward was distributed successfully. Give the host a chance to choose. Close HoloLens bracket. Open HoloLens bracket 1. Grant the host all the ninjutsu skills of the Hokage world, double his physical fitness and mental strength, and immortality. Close HoloLens bracket. Open HoloLens bracket 2. Time travel. The host can return to the parallel time and space of 5 years ago, but the price is to lose everything that he has now. Everything includes all his current strength and system. The host will completely become himself at that time, except for his memories. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket tip. Once you make a choice, you cannot withdraw it. Please choose carefully. Host, close hollow lens bracket. The two choices given by the system exploded in Bai Ze's mind, and Bai Ze murmured tremblingly. Is this true? He knew that the reward for killing I was a chance to choose, but he didn't expect it to be such a choice. One is immortal and invincible, the other loses everything and starts over again, and the time point is 1 year before the village was attacked. The two choices are almost absolutely contradictory, power or family and friends. If you choose the latter, you will lose everything you have now. You should know that Bai Ze is the real #1 pirates in the world at this moment. If you choose the first option plus eternal life, then Bai Ze will be a true god. From now on, I am the only one in the world. People who have never possessed such power may find it difficult to imagine such temptation, but only those who have truly stood at Bai Ze's level know how tempting it is. Power makes people crazy. But, just when the option came out, Bai Ze spoke decisively. I choose option 2, go back in time. Bai Ze smiled with relief, clenched his hands lightly and felt the surging power in his body. To be honest, this power was indeed strong, even obsessive. Even Bai Ze had become accustomed to its existence. But, it's nothing compared to my family and friends. My family is everything to me. I believe I can do better if I can do it again, even if there is no system. Open hollow lens bracket ding, selection successful. Preparations for time rewinding begin. The system starts the unbinding process. Close hollow lens bracket. The system's voice immediately came. Hiss, hiss. Soon a wormhole with magical power appeared in front of Bai Ze. Without any hesitation, Bai Ze stepped directly in. At the last moment when he entered the wormhole, Bai Ze raised the corner of his mouth slightly and spoke to the voice in his mind all along. System. Thank you for this time, and thank you for your company all the way. Open hollow lens bracket. You're welcome, host. See you then. Close hollow lens bracket. The system still spoke immediately, but this time the voice did not seem so mechanical, but instead had a hint of human satisfaction in its tone. Tisk, tisk. Bai Ze stepped into the wormhole and seemed to be trapped in chaos. There was darkness all around him. Bai Ze just kept falling and could not feel anything at all. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Ze finally woke up from the infinite nothingness. In the morning light, a ray of sunlight filtered through the windowsill and fell into the room. A boy who looked to be around 90 to 10 years old was lying on the big bed in a spread eagle position. Feeling the slightly dazzling sunlight, he began to move subconsciously. After a long time, he began to wake up slightly. Where am I? The young man opened his eyes in confusion, shook his head, then glanced at the familiar layout of the room next to him, and his eyes immediately lit up. This is my room, my bed, my desk. And my body is really the same as it was a few years ago. I am really back. That's great, that's great. The young man, Bai Ze, stood up excitedly and rushed out of the room without a moment's hesitation. However, he was too excited and stumbled to the ground, hitting his head directly on the door. Bang! There was a loud noise and Bai Ze's forehead was hit red. But Bai Ze didn't care at all. He pushed open the door and walked out. A gentle-looking woman who was washing clothes outside the room and an honest man who was picking vegetables nearby immediately turned their heads to look over. Xiao Bai. You. Before they could reprimand Bai Ze for his recklessness, they felt a blow to their bodies. A small figure hugged them tightly, and the boy burst into tears and sobbed. Uncle, Aunt. I miss you. Let's never be separated, okay? Although she didn't know why her child suddenly became like this early in the morning, the gentlewoman wiped Bai Ze's tears and gently comforted him. Silly child, how could our family be separated? We will always be here. Yes, it will always be there. The honest man at the side echoed, and then hugged the mother and child tightly in his arms. Feeling this real touch, Bai Ze really couldn't describe his inner feelings at the moment. It was worth it. Everything was worth it. Although he currently did not have any of the strength he had before, Bai Ze felt that he had not lost out at all. Because the family is still there, everything is still there. That's good. There is still 1 year before the next attack on the village. In the past, the village ended up being massacred and enslaved. But now it is different. Bai Ze is confident that he can prepare the conditions for the battle within this year, even without the system. Even if he is still a child. The strength was not brought back, but the memory was retained, which was enough. Especially the understanding that belonged to a strong man. He had stood on the top of the mountain and experienced the scenery on the top of the mountain. So the time it took for him to become stronger was greatly shortened. Even without a system, ninjutsu, or Sharingan, I can still stand at the top of the world's combat power. And after becoming stronger, Bai Ze has another purpose. Bai Ze's mouth curled up slightly and a familiar figure echoed in his mind again. That was a fiery figure. 1 year later, Seabreeze Village. Facts have proved that the insights of the strong men who stayed behind before are indeed of great benefit to cultivation, coupled with Bai Ze's hard work. In just 1 year, Bai Ze's strength has reached a terrifying level, and his combat power is simply not what he should have at this age. Relying on his previous memory, Bai Ze was waiting at the port of Haifeng village early. A pair of cold eyes stared at a pirate ship that was getting closer and closer. The pirates, who had already inquired about the situation in Seabreeze village and were preparing to use it as their base camp, all smiled cruelly as they looked at the nearby island. Hey, guys, our future base is coming soon. They brandished their swords, as if they had seen what was going to happen next, but when they landed on the island, the group of people were immediately stunned. Because a young man was standing in front of all of them with a knife in one hand, and the young man shouted loudly. I have been waiting for you for a long time, and you have wasted enough of my time, so please die. Before they could respond, the young man immediately rushed over, and as soon as the young man with a knife entered their crowd, he was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. In an instant, wailing sounds were heard everywhere. Half an hour later there was no one left alive on the field. Captain Cullen of the Hope pirate ship was half breathing as he looked at the bloody figure with a puzzled look on his face. His eyes seemed to be saying, "Why did we have a grudge against each other before?" What answered him was Bai Ze's decisive knife. Snap! The head fell to the ground. At this point, the Hope pirates were completely wiped out. Bai Ze avenged his last time and saved the villagers of Seabreeze village from this disaster. The villagers were still living their normal lives in the village, completely unaware of what was happening and the danger involved. Practice for a while longer. Then I should prepare to go find him. What I promised you then, I will fulfill it this time. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Bai Ze wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth and spoke with a gloomy look in his eyes. Bai Ze is really looking forward to the next meeting. He is still himself, and he is still himself. 2 years later, Naval Headquarters Marineford. Marineford, the holy land of Marine, is now very lively, unlike the usual silence, because it is the annual recruitment day of Naval Headquarters. As the real elite of the Marines, the Naval Headquarters has always been the dream of all Marines. At this time every year, all Marines will fight for a place in the Naval Headquarters, and these places are really precious. Only the chosen ones or aces of the Marine branch have the opportunity to get this place, and finally get the opportunity to enter the Naval Headquarters through competition. The reason why this year's recruitment day is even more popular is that Sakazuki, who has just been promoted to Admiral, will select a special personal soldier on this annual recruitment day. This special personal soldier will always follow Akinu and be trained as a true direct descendant. The relationship can even be said to be master and disciple, and he is usually treated as the next successor. Although the new admiral called Akinu has been criticized for being too pedantic and rigid, his ability is absolutely unquestionable, and coupled with his upright style, there are many people who want to be his personal soldiers. And Akinu has only one criterion for recruiting his personal soldiers, and that is to be the first in the recruitment competition. So this recruitment day will definitely be very tragic. This is a fact that everyone believes, and the conscription day a few days later also proves that this is indeed the case. Thousands of participants eventually gave rise to 100 winners who were able to stay at the Naval Headquarters Marineford, the holy land of Marine. But the fighting process of Akinu's personal soldiers was shocking, because there was no fierce fighting at all. It was just a one-man show. Advertisement A Marine from North Blue won the championship with his absolute dominance, defeating his enemies with one move in every battle. It was simply terrifying, but what was even more surprising was that this talented Marine from North Blue was only a boy of 12 or 13 years old. Naval Headquarters, inside Marineford Akinu's exclusive office. A man in a fiery red suit with a stern face was reading the intelligence with his legs crossed, and he made a clicking sound from time to time, as if he was expressing disdain for the content of the intelligence. You have to know that this is the highest profile intelligence within the Marine, and it records all the most important events that have happened at sea recently. But this man didn't care, because his name was Sakazuki, one of the 3 admirals of the Marine. One of the most powerful people in the world. Those little bugs in New World are getting more and more noisy. It seems like it's time to find some time to deal with them. I really don't know how these bugs dared to commit crimes under the nose of my Marine. Akinu sneered disdainfully, but after continuing to flip through the intelligence reports, he soon looked worried again. Because the proportion of New World pirates' crimes recorded in intelligence reports has been increasing recently. Even though Akinu has been doing his best to deal with it, he still feels a little overwhelmed. He really wanted to eradicate these sins once and for all, but he didn't have enough strength. He was too lonely alone, and even in the Marine he didn't have a real companion. Alas. Although I have prepared to be a loner in this life, sometimes I actually want to have someone who can truly understand me, to walk with me, to eliminate all sins. If there really is such a person who can shoulder this responsibility, I will take him as my best friend, until death. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, Akinu, a tough guy, still showed a trace of loneliness. Boom. Boom. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Akinu frowned. Come in. Snap. The adjutant came in and reminded his superior. Sir, didn't you say last time that you would select a personal soldier on this recruitment day? The result of this recruitment day has come out. I have brought the soldier here, come and see how he is. Personal soldiers? Have I ever made this request? Akinu was a little puzzled. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there was something wrong. It was that the old man Sengoku felt that he was training a successor. After all, the danger level of his mission was indeed high. Okay, let him in. After saying that, Akinu continued to look down at his intelligence. To him, he was just a personal soldier who was trained by the emperor. He was just an insignificant existence. After all, Akinu didn't think he would fall easily. In this way, Akinu quickly devoted his energy to espionage. When he saw a piece of intelligence that said, a branch of the East Blue Marine had caught a group of pirates who had just set sail. They committed a robbery in an ordinary village and were successfully captured by the Marine. However, the Marine who caught them thought they had committed a crime and the latter returned all the stolen money, so he just gave them a slight punishment and released them. They thought the matter was over, but in fact it had just begun. After the pirates were released, they immediately retaliated against the villagers. The village with a population of over 500 people was wiped out overnight, and even women, the elderly and the young were not spared. The entire village was turned into hell. After seeing such a stupid move, Akinu couldn't help but get emotionally involved and started cursing subconsciously. The whole person's aura became restless. These guys from the Marine Division are just bastards. They actually believed the pirates' assurances. How stupid. Pirates are the dirtiest and most damnable thing in the world. They shouldn't exist in this world. They should all. They were all killed. An angry voice suddenly came from the side and interrupted Akinu's thoughts. Akinu raised his head in a bit of surprise. Only at this moment did he suddenly realize that there was a person standing in front of him, and the last roar came from this young man. This young man actually interrupted what he wanted to say. Interesting. Akinu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and began to look at this interesting boy. He was wearing a marine uniform with a long sword on his waist and had short, neat hair. He had a pair of extremely tough eyes on his slightly childish face. The young man stood straight in front of Akinu, like a sword ready to be unsheathed. Akinu took a deep look at the boy in front of him, and his face was rarely moved. His sixth sense as a strong man told him that the boy in front of him was very strong. It was hard to imagine how such a young boy could make him, a Marine Admiral, feel the slightest threat. But what Akinu found most interesting was the way the boy looked at him. His eyebrows were lowered and there was a slight smile on the corners of his mouth. It was as if he was looking at an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. Do I know this boy? Akinu couldn't help but frown. But what made Akinu a little strange was that he seemed to have an unknown affection for this boy, which made him, who was always cold, unconsciously smile. Little guy, you must be my new personal soldier. Akinu asked curiously as if he suddenly remembered something. You just said to me, all pirates should be exterminated. Is this what you really think? Shirazawa finally saw Akinu again and smiled with relief, then gave the same answer as before. Thieves are thieves. Bandits, pirates, thieves are thieves. This group of hypocritical freedom fighters should not exist on this sea. True freedom is not without bottom line. It must be based on the law, and Marine is the law of the current era. Bai Ze said this with a serious look on his face, looking at Akinu and saying loudly, one day I will wipe out all the pirates and ensure that law and justice are truly enforced on this ocean. Hearing this, Akinu was stunned for several seconds before asking, may I have your name, Bai Ze? The young man said softly. Bai Ze? For some reason, Akinu felt an inexplicable familiarity when hearing this somewhat special name, as if he had heard it many times before. Could it be in the previous life? Akinu laughed and cursed himself for being stupid, then he grinned widely, stood up and looked at Bai Ze and saluted properly. My name is Sakazuki, a loner, but from today on, I think I won't be alone on my journey anymore. Would you like to be my companion? Bai Ze. Of course, with pleasure. It is my destiny to destroy the pirates. Bai Ze grinned, and Akinu also smiled and patted Bai Ze's shoulder with his big hand and said solemnly. The fate of destroying the pirates? That's really similar to me, but you're still a fledgling, and it's true that people would want to sneer at you when you say that. But for some reason, when you said that, I actually had a little urge to believe it. Perhaps this great goal can really be achieved in your hands, so don't worry, before you really grow up, I will be your strongest support. If one day you die on the way to destroy the pirates, then I, Sakazuki, will definitely die before you. This young man named Bai Ze ignited Akinu's heart again. Looking at Akinu's cheerful smile, Bai Ze thought to himself. Uncle, don't worry, it's my turn to protect you this time. I won't see you fall in front of me again. It is Bai Ze's destiny to destroy all pirates. It was destined from the moment he traveled to this world, no matter if it was in his previous life or this life. There is no reason why things that could be accomplished in the previous life cannot be accomplished in this life, and they can only be accomplished better. Although he no longer has the support of the system. Bai Ze was originally a genius, and he had seen the scenery from high places before. Bai Ze's cultivation speed is definitely at the pervert level. The speed at which his strength increased astonished the other Marines. After hearing the news, Sengoku and Garp rushed to visit Bai Ze, and in the end, they only left one sentence. I am far inferior to. Time passed quickly. After 5 years of training at the naval headquarters, Bai Ze's strength finally reached a terrifying level, and his military rank directly reached the level of Marine Vice Admiral. It could be described as a rocket-like rise, but no one in the Marine collectively disagreed. All the forces in the New World, big and small, also knew one thing. Marine had a genius Marine boy named Bai Ze. And Bai Ze finally started his journey to destroy the pirates in this year when he was 18 years old. And they started by attacking the 7 warlords of the sea directly, and they did it at the same time, launching a war on multiple fronts. This incident caused the New World to explode. Because at that time 7 warlords of the sea was still an ally of Marine and also belonged to the world government. Although 7 warlords of the sea gradually became disunited and out of control in recent years, the Marines' sudden action against 7 warlords of the sea still made the world government very angry. But before the world government could take any action, good news came from the front. In just 3 days, the power of the 7 warlords of the sea was eradicated. Crocodile, Gecko Moria, Empress Hancock and the leaders of the 7 warlords of the sea were killed. The reason for the massacre was also revealed directly, that is, they were all killed by one person. That person was called Bai Ze, who slaughtered all the 7 warlords of the sea in an absolutely crushing manner. This marine named Bai Ze also began to become famous throughout the world. In that year, Bai Ze directly took the position of Marine Admiral based on this military achievement and became the youngest Marine Admiral. But just when everyone thought that this Marine Admiral was going to do other great things, he seemed to retire suddenly and stepped down from the position of Marine Admiral. Some people said that his achievements were too great and the world government was jealous of him, so they wanted to suppress him or even assassinate him. Others said that he was severely damaged by the pirates and his strength declined. After the 7 warlords of the sea were destroyed, New World entered a period of stability. The 4 emperors system also gradually stabilized, and the pirates seemed to have entered a period of explosive growth. The pirates led by Kaido and other 4 emperors quickly occupied the original 7 warlords of the sea territory, and the trend was getting stronger and stronger. The marine side has indeed shown signs of decline recently. But what no one could have imagined was that when the pirates were at their peak and the marines were in low spirits, the marines actually declared war on all the 4 emperors. And threatened, "We must eliminate all the pirates in this ocean and bring peace back to the world." And at this time everyone was surprised to find that the person who announced the war was actually the young marine who had hardly shown up in the past 2 years. And he did it in the name of Marine Marshal. Sengoku and other elders stood behind the young man, with no contempt in their eyes but full of respect. No one knew how he did it, they only knew that this young marine named Bai Ze took the position of Marine Marshal at the age of 20. Everyone knows what it means to declare war on all 4 emperors at the same time. It is a decisive battle between the marine and pirates. Both sides represent the peak strength of their respective forces. Although the marine has always been regarded as the true overlord of the sea. But many people are not optimistic about declaring war on all 4 emperors at the same time. Even if they won, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory, but when the war really came that day, it surprised everyone. The marines were fighting on 4 fronts for only a week. The beast's pirates began to collapse, with large numbers of strong men dying. The other 4 emperors were not much different. Many high-ranking cadres died inexplicably, as if someone had said that they were carrying out a decapitation operation. Finally, it was the red hair pirates who paid a huge price to retain one of the personnel who were to carry out the decapitation operation. From him, we learned that their unit was called Akatsuki. Dawn. Advertisement. They are geniuses that Bai Ze has spent huge amounts of money to find from all over the world, and they are special soldiers that Marine has cultivated at all costs. Each of them has the ability to stand on their own, and is specifically responsible for surprise attacks and decapitation operations. And this is just one of the trump cards Bai Ze has cultivated over the years. As the war breaks out, Bai Ze throws out one trump card after another. While it is shocking, the 4 emperors' camp also begins to collapse. It's not just because Bai Ze's personal combat power is unstoppable, but also because Marine seems to know many of their secrets and trump cards like a prophet. They are like running naked on the street with their pants pulled down. The first to be destroyed were the beast's pirates. Kaido of the beasts and others had their heads chopped off by Bai Ze himself, and their bodies were thrown directly into the sea. The second group to be destroyed was the Bigmom pirates. In fact, the 2 were destroyed at the same time. Charlotte Linlin was killed by Garp and Sengoku together. Although the Whitebeard Pirates group lasted a little longer than the previous 2, they still could not escape the fate of destruction. Nearly half of the Akatsuki members came to the scene to surround and kill Whitebeard, causing the latter to die of exhaustion. After Whitebeard's death, the Whitebeard Pirates group was also defeated and became the third 4 emperors group to be destroyed. As for the remaining Red Hair Pirates, although they were the last pirate group to be established, they persisted to the end. Captain Red Hair Shanks showed amazing strength in the final battle. He fought against 2 admirals of headquarters Kizaru Aokiji without losing, and his vice-captain also held back several marine vice-admirals. But just when everyone was in a stalemate, Bai Ze came from another war and fought against Red Hair alone. Defeat Red Hair in 10 moves. Kill the latter in 20 moves. At this point, the 4 emperors were completely wiped out. New World has entered a new era since then, and there are no more powerful pirates on the sea. But the story is far from over. 2 years after the war with the pirates ended, the long-standing conflict between the world government and the Marine finally broke out. Bai Ze, who was the Marine Marshal at the time, once again declared war on the world government in the name of the Marine Marshal. In this battle, Bai Ze was obviously stronger than in the previous 2 years. Like the members of the Akatsuki organization led by him, after half a month of fierce fighting, the world government was defeated. The 5 elders retreated to Mariajoy and, in the name of celestial dragons, called on all countries in the world to attack the Marine. But it was eventually refuted, and Bai Ze led the Marine to attack Mariajoy. The 5 elders, the highest fighting force of the world government, began to die one by one, and just when the Marines were exhausted, Bai Ze suddenly ordered all the Marines to withdraw from Mariajoy, and this move puzzled everyone. But soon everyone knew why, because the moment all the Marines withdrew from Mariajoy, the entire island of Mariajoy suddenly began to shake violently, and then began to collapse continuously. A black monster that was 1,000 meters tall crawled out directly from the ground. He exuded an aura that made everyone's heart palpitate. At this time, everyone realized that there was actually someone who could be so powerful. They didn't even dare to look directly at this black monster. All Marine personnel were forced to retreat 100 miles away. God. This monster possessed power almost equal to that of a god, and because the 5 elders had already fallen at that time. So no one had any idea what this black monster that appeared out of nowhere was. He blocked Marine's attack by himself, and everyone felt that he was invincible. But what was even more unexpected was that at this critical moment, Bai Ze actually went forward alone. He actually wanted to challenge the gods. Does Marshal Bai Ze also have god-level power? Someone couldn't help but ask, with doubts in his eyes. The next moment, facts proved that Bai Ze did not have the power of gods at all. However, after a few rounds, Bai Ze was suppressed by the black monster. The black monster looked down at Bai Ze from above, and he actually spoke in human language. You damned ants actually forced me to use these trump cards in advance. You know, these trump cards were reserved for me to use against my damned enemy. You have ruined my 800 years of planning. You deserve to die. You lowly ants all deserve to die. The black monster, I am, let out a deafening roar. You should know that he kept all these things to deal with Joey Boy, and he would never use them unless it was absolutely necessary. He didn't pay much attention to this talented marine who rose like a comet, because Bai Ze only showed his head once and then hid directly. By the time he made a move, the situation was already irreversible. But I am was absolutely fine. He even ignored Bai Ze's attack on world government, because the death of those ants would not affect him at all. But when Bai Ze was about to destroy Joy, he finally couldn't help it. This guy had crossed his bottom line. I woke up early today, and everyone present must die. Hearing Yim's roar, many Marines nearby looked grim. They thought to themselves, is this the end of their Marine career? Among the Marines present, only a few remained expressionless, such as Akinu, who was watching the scene calmly, as well as former Marine Marshal Sengoku, and Marine Hero Garp, and Marine Admiral Kizaru Aokiji, and the Akatsuki members who were personally trained by Shirazawa. They all had calm expressions, as if they were not worried at all about Bai Ze's current situation. The Marines looked at them with expressions of confusion, but the next moment they heard terrified roars coming from the distance. Damn it. What are you doing? Don't touch that, it's mine. Give it back to me, quickly. How dare you? Damn it. Why do you know that my dark gold sword is buried here? No. No, how do you know that the dark gold sword can restrain me? Who are you? On the face of the man on the black monster's head, I am looked forward with horror. His arrogant attitude just now was gone, and he was only filled with fear. It was because the stern young man standing in front of him was holding a huge golden sword. The aura emitted by the giant sword made him afraid, because this was a dark gold sword that he had built by integrating all the dark gold in the pirates' world for countless years. It was specially used to kill people like him, I am and Joey Boy, who came from the same place. Because only this kind of power can kill them who are immortal, and it is also his biggest trump card against Joey Boy. Yim had no idea how the young man knew that the sword was buried under the ground in Joy. Looking at Bai Ze who was coming at him aggressively, Yim finally gave in and said hurriedly. Humble ant. Oh no, your majesty. Please put down this sword, and we can discuss the terms. Do you want eternal life? I can grant you eternal life. Or wealth. I can grant you countless wealth. In answer to him, Bai Ze swung his sword with all his might. The sword light carried a unique special power. The latter immediately screamed in fear, but it was of no avail. No, don't. The black monster began to dissipate immediately, and its power gradually dissolved into the giant sword. Bai Ze just stared at the sword for a moment, and then threw it directly into the sea. Then he looked at the boundless world and spoke calmly. It's finally over. Ever since he chose to start over, Bai Ze had been preparing for today, practicing very hard every day and starting to train his own team. Of course, Bai Ze knew that he had lost his system, and no matter how he repaired himself, he would not be able to reach the realm of God. For this reason, Bai Ze had to find another way and use the dark gold sword, created by IM to destroy itself. He had fought with IM last time, so he knew this biggest secret, which enabled him to finally secure the victory. The Marines in the distance looked at this scene, and after a moment of stunned silence, the next second there was a deafening cheer, and everyone was shouting Bai Ze's name. Akinu and others looked at the figure with satisfaction, and Bai Ze turned around and looked at them. Bai Ze smiled with relief. At this moment he was the real winner, not because he stood at the pinnacle of power, but because the people he wanted to protect were still there. And this is the final outcome. This is the best ending I could think of. I hope you guys like it. From then on, a new era began in the world, where everyone is equal and all sea areas are jointly developed. As long as you report to the authorities and abide by the law, the entire sea area can be freely connected. Your dream? A nosy villager laughed. Does anyone remember what Luffy's dream was a few years ago? Marshal of the Marines. I want to be a Marine Marshal. The Marines who are maintaining peace on the seas are so cool. I, Luffy, must be a Marine, and I must be the most powerful one. So, what is this kid's dream now? Every law is people-oriented and truly seeks benefits for the lower class. These laws really affect the interests of the original nobles. The potential benefits of implementing them should have been enormous, but because of the existence of one person, all the nobles bowed their heads and began to learn to follow the law. In short, Thank you all readers for your support. Let's see you in the next book, which should be out soon. And the subject matter will probably change by then. The man's name was Bai Ze, and he only made the public announcement on the first day these laws were issued. One by one, legal bills began to be issued by the Marine and then implemented throughout the world. All countries must abide by this as it is the Marine's bottom line. These legal bills also have one thing in common, which is fairness. Fairness to the strong and fairness to the weak. He turned around and looked at the villagers who were seeing him off and laughed. In a small mountain village in East Blue, a sunny boy wearing a straw hat took advantage of the good weather and finally got on his boat. The boy smiled happily because his journey was about to begin. I also remember that this kid wanted to become the king of pirates before, but where are the pirates now? Can I ask for some gifts at the end? With the demise of the pirates, the world government, and the celestial dragons, the only force left in the entire ocean is the Marine. No one on the sea can restrain this force anymore. At first, many people were worried that the Marine would become the one who had the final say in the pirates' world. As you can see, the progress in the later period was a bit too fast. I skipped a lot of things or simply wrote about them. There were originally plots about the establishment of Akatsuki, the handling of Vegapunk in the Revolutionary Army, and how Shirazawa gradually became the Marine Marshal, but, I don't know how much time passed. This book took me more than 3 months to write and has more than 400,000 words. It is neither long nor too many. I am really grateful to all the readers who have followed me all the way here. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have been able to persist for so long. The word, pirates, began to gradually disappear from people's sight. Either he promotes these laws in your country and makes you obey them, or he personally comes to your country and asks you to follow them voluntarily. Finished with flowers, goodbye, everyone. I'm leaving soon. I will definitely fulfill my dream when I come back next time. No one dared to resist this young man named Bai Ze, because every incident about him over the years showed one thing, that is, he was invincible. The law advocates equality for all and abolishes the world aristocracy system. That's right. Where are the pirates now? According to the original plan, this book was supposed to be written to 1,000,000 words, but due to some practical reasons, the royalties were too low and not enough to make a living. I was forced to finish it early. Pirates King, this kid wants to be the Pirates King. A few years later, unlike the celestial dragons before them, they did not make everyone obey them, but instead did the opposite. People were afraid that Marine would become the new celestial dragons. After all, it was not uncommon for a boy who slayed a dragon to eventually become a demon. But over time, people were surprised to find that Marine did not become very high profile after his victory, but instead became even more low-key. The weak will no longer be bullied by the strong without means of resistance, and the strong will also bully the weak and pay the price they deserve. So, Luffy, will be the Marine Marshal. A group of people looked at Luffy with smiles on their faces. Luffy scratched his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. Ending feeling. I finally finished writing. I breathed a sigh of relief.